Master brother, the beach under the sun possesses an enchanting allure that captivates the heart. The gentle waves caress the shore, then recede, leaving behind damp traces and a few small aquatic creatures, their rhythmic sounds resonating delightfully in the air. Ian had been waiting on the beach for quite some time when, at last, he spotted a shadow soaring toward him from the horizon. He quickly whistled to capture its attention. Upon hearing the whistle, the shadow turned and glided in his direction, revealing itself to be a seagull as it approached. However, it was no ordinary seagull. It was remarkably large, adorned with a sailor's hat atop its head, and a backpack hung around its neck. As Ian saw it land on the sand, he approached and produced a coin, offering it to the bird. "One newspaper, please," he requested. To his surprise, upon seeing the 50 inscribed on the coin, the seagull shook its head in apparent distress. With its sharp beak, it retrieved a piece of paper from the backpack, which bore a prominent number, 80. "Another price increase," Ian exclaimed, eyes wide with frustration. "Didn't it just go up last week? How can it rise again so soon?" "Gah!" The seagull squawked, ruffling its feathers in a gesture that suggested it was equally helpless in this predicament. "Fine, fine, here you go. 80 berries. But if the price goes up again, I won't patronize you any longer," Ian lamented, reluctantly producing 3 coins marked with 10 from his pocket. After accepting the payment, the seagull finally pecked out a newspaper from its backpack and handed it to Ian. With a flap of its wings, the seagull took flight, leaving Ian to unfold the newspaper as he walked back. The headline boldly proclaimed, "The red-haired pirates sighted in the East Sea." Red-haired Shanks. Ian sighed. The 4 emperors. This is undoubtedly the world of One Piece. Having spent 3 months in this world, Ian once again affirmed his reality, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Originally named an E, he had been an ordinary young man on Earth. By a stroke of misfortune, while strolling past a familiar KFC at noon, he whimsically decided to pull out his phone to connect to the internet for a mobile game. Just as he was about to stand outside and gain some energy, a large signboard from the restaurant suddenly fell, striking him directly. He presumed he had perished, for when he awoke again, he found himself in an unfamiliar place, inhabiting the body of a 10-year-old boy named Ian. At first, he was bewildered by his surroundings, as it appeared to be a remote village with limited information. However, everything changed when he unexpectedly heard the name Pirate King Roger from his master, Gung Shiro. In that moment, realization dawned upon him had arrived in the world of One Piece. Specifically in the Frost Moon village of the East Sea. He never imagined that simply leeching off a Wi-Fi connection would transport him to this place. Although he was indeed a fan of pirates, experiencing such an event firsthand left him in a state of disbelief. Is there a fault in borrowing Wi-Fi? Is there no mercy left in this world? As he pondered these chaotic thoughts, he made his way toward the village and soon found himself standing outside a dojo. There, a middle-aged man with round glasses, long black hair tied in a ponytail, and a gentle, harmless smile awaited him. "Master." Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Ian quickened his pace and exclaimed, "Hey, race the newspaper for this week." The man, Yosuke, was Ian's master. Ian, an orphan, had been taken in by Yosuke at a young age and had learned the art of swordsmanship at the dojo. Yosuke accepted the newspaper and affectionately ruffled Ian's hair, smiling, "You've worked hard." While this gesture was meant to be endearing, Ian, despite inhabiting the body of a child, possessed the thoughts of an adult, making such an action feel exceedingly awkward. Fortunately, Yosuke did not notice his discomfort and continued to read the newspaper as he walked into the dojo, with Ian trailing behind. "The red-haired pirates? What brings them to the East Blue?" Yosuke's expression turned grave upon reading the news. Ian couldn't help but roll his eyes at this. He understood Yosuke's concerns, although Shanks was a decent character in the manga. He still bore the title of pirate. Yosuke's worries about pirates appearing in their vicinity were not unfounded. Yet Ian knew that Shanks's visit to the East Blue was merely a brief stop in Windmill Village and wouldn't extend to Frostmoon Village. Thus, Yosuke's apprehension was unwarranted. Windmill Village, Ian recalled that it was the town where Luffy resided. Would Shanks encounter Luffy there, setting in motion the threads of fate? Lost in thought, Ian was snapped back to reality as Yosuke tapped him on the head, saying, "Ian, what are you thinking? It's time to call your junior disciples for practice." "Yes," Ian replied dejectedly. If there were one aspect of being transported to this world that irked Ian the most, it was undoubtedly the fixed practice sessions at the dojo. The reason was simple. Can you imagine standing in formation, swinging swords alongside a group of snot-nosed children with toothy grins? The absurdity of it all was simply unbearable. Before long, the disciples of the dojo gathered, forming two lines on either side, each gripping a bamboo sword, ready for practice to commence. These children, all boys from Frostmoon Village, stood in varying heights and builds. Ian glanced across to the opposite line, noting the disarray, and then back at his own, which was hardly better. The first boy on his left wore thick, bottle-bottom glasses, and every time Ian saw him, he couldn't shake the feeling that his eyes were merely two circles. Below stood a little boy with a bald head, his nose dripping incessantly, only to slurp it back in, only for it to flow down once more, followed by another slurp. Further down, there was a boy with curly hair, yet his hairstyle was a novel twist, resembling a non-transformed Felicia, with a Mediterranean expanse in the middle and his head extending outwards like horns on either side. All bore the unfortunate appearance of misfits, a sight so grim that Ian dared not look any longer. He pondered how Master Gung Shiro managed to take on such pupils. Fortunately, amidst this dismal scene, there was a singular highlight. Standing at the forefront was Goena. Goena, the daughter of Master Gung Shiro, possessed clear, bright eyes and a spirited short black hairstyle. Clad in a manner reminiscent of a young man, exuding an indomitable and fierce aura that made her stand out remarkably among the gaggle of children. As Ian gazed in her direction, Goena happened to meet his eyes, and though no words were exchanged, she offered him a slight smile, evoking in Ian a faint echo of her usual call, "Brother Ian." As an orphan adopted by Master Gung Shiro, Ian was a few months older than Goena. Within the dojo, she was the strongest, even surpassing the eldest Ian in skill yet. Despite this, she consistently referred to Ian as her older brother. Thus, even though Ian had assumed the original owner's identity, he still held a deep fondness for her. Despite her stubbornness, Goena had always been a well-mannered child. The voice of Master Gung Shiro rang in his ears, signaling the commencement of sword practice. Ian focused his mind and began to wield the bamboo sword in accordance with Master Gung's commands. Chop, sheath, chop, sheath. Ian diligently engaged in the sword practice, and as he swung the bamboo sword, a persistent voice echoed in his mind. You have practiced swordsmanship, basic swordsmanship proficiency 1. 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 When he first watched One Piece, Ian felt a surge of excitement from the battles and was moved to tears by the relationships among the characters. However, if one were to set these sentiments aside, the world of One Piece is also rife with darkness and brutality. Ian's innate talent in this body was not particularly high despite years of training in swordsmanship under Master Gung Shiro. He had made little progress. If this continued, Ian contemplated whether it would be better to simply live a quiet life in Frostmoon Village. Yet, he was fortunate that during his initial sword practice in this world, he discovered an intriguing addition to his consciousness. Perhaps it was due to the incident when he was struck while playing games online, but Ian found that the game he played was somehow etched into his very soul, accompanying him into this world. Ironically, this mobile game was a haphazard download, a quintessential knockoff. This mobile game is a card game where players possess a main character and can assemble their own teams by drawing cards. The cards feature a myriad of characters from various anime and games, creating a delightful sense of chaos and combat. Initially, Ian was intrigued by the presence of many familiar figures within the game, prompting him to give it a try. Little did he expect that, after the game evolved, it would transform into the very foundation of his existence. Chapter 2. The Mischievous Child Arrives. Name: Ian. Level: 1 Vitality, 7 Strength, 5 Speed, 5 Life, 10 Energy, 0 Skills, Basic Swordsmanship Proficiency 23,014 100000 cards. None. This was the attribute information Ian discovered within his mind. He spent considerable time deciphering the significance of these attributes. It appeared that the game system had undergone some transformation. The original measure of strength had shifted from combat power to vitality, mirroring the metrics used in the world of One Piece. According to Ian's recollections, A vitality of 10 signified the standard of an ordinary naval soldier, yet he currently possessed only 7, slightly better than a novice, presumably due to his years of practicing swordsmanship. As for life value, it indicated the amount of damage he could endure. It was self-evident that should this value reach 0, he would meet his demise. The most intriguing aspect was the energy value. In his earlier readings of the One Piece manga, he had often pondered how characters like Enel displayed their abilities. What was the foundation of their powers? Enel's techniques, such as Thunderclap, Lightning Dragon, and 1 billion-volt God, were not merely encapsulated by a single devil fruit. Now, upon encountering the energy value, Ian experienced a moment of clarity. It seemed to represent the manifestation of a form of energy. The devil fruit merely endowed individuals with a particular aspect of energy, which could strengthen through rigorous training. The concept of haki also fell under this category, suggesting that the distinction among devil fruits was not one of strength but rather of training. Even those who had never consumed a devil fruit, like Mihawk and Shanks, could harness haki to extraordinary effect, a testament to their formidable energy prowess. Currently, Ian possessed an energy value of 0, implying that his energy abilities remained dormant. He had no inkling how to acquire energy values. His sole skill was basic swordsmanship, the utility of which remained a mystery to him. He could only practice diligently, and after 3 months, his proficiency had barely surpassed 20,000. Judging by the proficiency scale, it seemed he would need to reach 100,000 points before any noticeable improvement could manifest. As for the cards, Ian found himself at a loss. He could locate the card shop within the system, but was dismayed to discover that he could not draw any cards. The reason? Money, an exorbitant amount of it. Drawing a card required 500 diamonds, which could only be obtained by spending 100,000 berries, a staggering ratio of 200:1. This was the first time Ian had encountered such an outrageous exchange rate. Alas, his meager allowance amounted to a mere 500 berries each month, bestowed upon him by his master, Gung Siren. In this small village, expenses were minimal, and apart from occasional newspaper purchases, he endeavored to save as much as he could. However, the prospect of accumulating 100,000 berries remained a distant dream. This extortionate method of monetization is indeed in line with the game's long-standing tradition. To elaborate, while one can technically play without spending money, excelling in the game necessitates a veritable fortune, a quintessential example of a money-grabbing game. If it were merely this, one might ponder how long it would take Ian to accumulate enough funds for a single card draw. Fortunately, those who have dabbled in such card games know that patience allows one to gather time for drawing cards. In the store, the card draw option features a countdown, which has shifted from the previous 48 hours to an astonishing 100 days. Upon seeing this countdown, Ian nearly succumbed to despair. Was this an overt invitation to spend money? The presence of a system is advantageous, yet its temporary inaccessibility has been quite vexing. Thus, Ian has been meandering through this period of uncertainty, though time has been relatively manageable. As 3 months slipped by, the moment for his first card draw drew nearer, igniting a flicker of anticipation within him. Having arrived in this world, he yearned to explore its peculiarities. However, to escape the confines of the diminutive Frostmoon village, he must cultivate strength. In this realm, only the formidable command a stage. Practicing swordplay, he executed 500 swings, and upon completing the last at his master Gung Shirlong's command, Ian found himself somewhat breathless. He approached each practice session with utmost seriousness, channeling all his might into each downward strike, thus depleting his stamina rapidly. After all, he was merely a 10-year-old boy. The 500 sword swings bestowed upon him 500 points of foundational swordsmanship proficiency. As he mentally assessed his progress, Gung Shirlong's voice broke through the silence. Now, we shall engage in combat practice. Ian, Guena, you two will go first. At the sound of this, Ian felt a shiver run down his spine. Not again. Unbeknownst to him, Gung Shirlang had observed Ian's heightened dedication over the past 3 months and sought to evaluate his progress through combat. However, the challenge lay in the fact that Guena was significantly stronger than Ian. Each time they faced off, he emerged with bruises, feeling quite humiliated to be bested by his younger sister. Like Guena, Ian maintained a clean and tidy appearance, unlike the snot-nosed ruffians typically found in the dojo, making Guena more than willing to engage with him. Yet, when it came to combat, she showed no mercy. Despite being a girl, her spirit rivaled that of many boys, and each duel was taken seriously. Steeling himself, Ian grasped his bamboo sword with both hands, the tip angled upwards as he crossed blades with Guena, bracing for the imminent clash. As Gung Shirlang called out to commence, Guena shouted with fervor, retracting her sword before raising it above her head, launching an attack at Ian with remarkable speed. Ian raised his sword to block, but was jolted by the immense force of the bamboo sword, causing his hands to tremble. Before he could reposition his weapon, Guena's next strike came swiftly. Her talent for swordsmanship was widely acknowledged as the finest in the dojo. She wielded her sword with effortless grace and astonishing speed, consistently exploiting Ian's vulnerabilities to launch her attacks. Within a mere half-minute, they had exchanged blows dozens of times, with Ian exerting himself solely to defend, unable to mount any counteroffensive. With each passing moment, Guena grew more emboldened. Suddenly, she lunged directly at him, piercing his wrist, and with a powerful upward thrust, sent Ian's sword flying from his grasp. Cursed, I've lost again. Ian felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. However, Guena cheerfully exclaimed, Brother Ian, your progress is quite evident. You've improved tremendously. Just indulge me. Ian rolled his eyes, rubbing his wrist where Guena had struck, still stinging with pain. Guena was not mistaken. Master Gung Shiro regarded him with an innocuous smile and remarked, Ian, you have indeed grown considerably stronger. At his words, the other children in the dojo looked at Ian with admiration. To them, being able to spar with Guena for such an extended duration was impressive. They believed that had it been them, they would have been defeated in mere moments. Ian, upon seeing the adoring gazes of these youngsters, felt a pang of discomfort. He would rather not receive such veneration. At that moment, a brash voice suddenly echoed from outside the dojo. Is anyone here? I've come to challenge you. A formidable opponent. Step forward and face me. Intrigued, Ian glanced towards the entrance to see a child, a leaf clenched between his teeth and arms crossed defiantly. Standing at the door, the sunlight illuminated his disheveled green hair and his haughty, upward-turned eyebrows. There he stood, exuding an air of arrogance. The green-haired boy, Rorinoa Zoro. The instant Ian laid eyes on this insufferably cocky child, he recognized him and felt a wave of disorientation. Although he had been prepared upon learning that this village was Frost Moon Village, that his master was Gung Shiro, and that his junior sister was Guena, seeing Zoro in person still felt surreal. Strangely, at that moment, Ian did not think of the formidable and charismatic Zoro from the future, but rather, his heart raced as he glanced at Guena. Zoro's appearance meant that soon, Guena would meet her demise. Would his beloved junior sister truly perish? Ian's heart was in turmoil. Even though he had just been bested by Guena and narrowly escaped another beating, could he really stand by and watch her die right before his eyes? This was not merely a character from a comic, but a living, breathing person before him. To the children of the entire Gung Siren Dojo, Guena was akin to a goddess, and this sentiment extended to Ian as well. Guena's masculine charm was precisely what rendered her uniquely beautiful. Despite her relentless demeanor during battles, she exhibited deep care and compassion for every injured individual, treating their wounds and offering comfort like a gentle sister. After 3 months of companionship, Ian found himself inexplicably enamored with this sisterly figure, leading to a complex gaze directed towards Zoro. Although Guena's demise bore no connection to Zoro, as it was an unfortunate accident, it remained undeniable that Zoro's arrival heralded the impending tragedy of Guena's death. This left Ian at a loss regarding how to confront Zoro. His intricate emotions were known to no one. Upon hearing Zoro's boastful declaration of challenge, Master Gung Siren erupted into hearty laughter, rising to the doorway with a smile directed at Zoro. So, you have come to challenge us? It has been quite rare to encounter such audacity lately. Humph. Zoro crossed his arms, declaring with pride, Don't underestimate me just because I am young. I am unrivaled in the neighboring village. Very well, I shall accept your challenge. Master Gung Siren replied with a smile. If I win, I will take the signboard of your dojo. Zoro asserted boldly. With a twinkle in his eye, Gung Siren inquired. And if you lose? Lose? Well, if I lose, then I shall join your ranks. Zoro responded. At this, Gung Siren laughed heartily once more. It is settled then. Now, Ian. As Master Gung Siren called his name, Ian was jolted back to reality, only to be engulfed by astonishment. No. That can't be right. Wasn't it supposed to be Guena who would face him? Why has it turned to me instead? Chapter 3. Do not engage in fisticuffs with fools, what a jest. Am I to be pitted against Zoro? Ian felt an army of wild horses gallop through his heart. This plot was utterly absurd. Although he was aware that Zoro, at this moment, possessed no swordsmanship whatsoever, and that their so-called combat resembled nothing more than a child's brawl, a chaotic display of blows, he believed that with his foundational sword skills, he could easily best this fool. Yet, the matter could not be so simplistically measured. If he were to intervene, how would the bond between Zoro and Kuina ever materialize? Without Kuina, how could Zoro cultivate his relentless spirit to grow stronger? Losing to a boy and losing to a girl were two entirely disparate experiences. Realizing that this was not the appropriate moment for his involvement, Ian resolutely shook his head and declared, I shall not engage him. Kinchira cast a puzzled glance at Ian, unable to fathom his thoughts. However, he remained silent. Since Ian had declined, summoning Kuina would yield the same result. Kuina, obedient as ever, stood forth upon hearing Kinchiru's voice and responded, Yes, father. Upon seeing Kuina, Zoro immediately erupted in frustration, shouting at Kinchiru, What is this? Aren't you supposed to be my opponent? Kinchiru chuckled. Though Kuina is a girl, she is indeed more formidable than many adults within the dojo. Zoro looked at Kuina with a mix of annoyance and resignation before conceding, Fine, let us do this. Then please, step inside, Kinchiru invited, turning to lead the way into the dojo. Following closely behind, Zoro and Kuina entered the training hall. Having heard that Zoro was challenging the dojo, Ian and his fellow disciples had already seated themselves cross-legged within, their gazes towards Zoro filled with a blend of curiosity and indignation. It was undeniable. Zoro's arrogance was overwhelming, and Kinchiru's serious acceptance of his challenge left them perplexed. In a corner of the dojo, a container filled with bamboo swords lay waiting. Kinchiru gestured towards it, saying to Zoro, Choose a weapon. Anyone will suffice. Really? Zoro spat out the leaf he had been chewing, striding over to the container and, with a flourish, seized an impressive collection of bamboo swords. He held 3 in his left hand, 3 in his right, and 3 more clenched between his teeth, preparing himself in a manner that left the onlookers aghast. As he approached the altar alongside Kinchiru, Zoro bowed his head in reverence, only for one of the bamboo swords in his mouth to clatter to the ground. When he exchanged blows with Kuina, another sword fell with a resounding thud, yet his expression remained utterly serious. What is going on? This fellow is behaving like a complete fool. The younger disciples within the dojo stared at him in bewilderment. Ian was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that the title of the fool with algae hair had been attached to him since childhood. After the formalities were completed, the duel between Zoro and Kuina commenced. However, it was devoid of suspense, as Zoro was swiftly defeated. Kuina's first strike forced Zoro to defend himself with 2 bamboo swords, and her subsequent powerful blow knocked them from his grasp entirely. How infuriating! Zoro glared at Kuina's composed visage, unwilling to concede defeat. He picked up the fallen bamboo swords and assumed a stance to face her once more. Yusaku, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. He had not anticipated Zoro's resilience. Despite the vast disparity in their abilities, Zoro still possessed the courage to fight. Kuina was equally surprised, noting that Zoro's stance was a standard 2-sword style. She inquired, Have you studied the 2-sword technique? Not at all. Zoro retorted fiercely, Today is my first time wielding bamboo swords. Your first time? Yusaku's master wore a gentle smile as he repeated the phrase. Ian understood what Yusaku's master was contemplating. For Zoro to naturally assume the initial posture of the 2-sword technique on his first attempt was remarkable. The foolish boy with algae hair likely possessed a talent for swordsmanship that rivaled Kuina's. At that moment, Zoro remained oblivious to the thoughts of Yusaku and Ian. His focus solely on Kuina. How could I possibly lose to a woman here? Clinging to his stubbornness, Zoro shouted and charged at Kuina, only to be met with a fierce strike across his face. That must have hurt. The disciples of the dojo shivered at the sight. Why didn't he dodge? With a thud, Zoro fell, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Ian covered his face in disbelief. This fool charged in like a wild boar, thinking he could win against Kuina through sheer brute force. It was utterly lacking in technique. It was no wonder he lost. 1 point. That will be enough, Yasaka's master declared, bringing the match to a close. Zoro, the foolish boy with algae hair, was now unresponsive, lying on the ground with a red mark visible on his cheek. Kuina placed her bamboo sword before him, stating, "You, an amateur, wish to wield the two-sword style? You still have 10 years to go." As Zoro slowly regained consciousness and heard her words, he couldn't help but grasp her bamboo sword, still displaying a defiant expression. Kuina furrowed her brows and asked, "What? Do you wish to compete again?" Unexpectedly, Zoro, ever blunt, replied, "Damn it, a loss is a loss." Yasaka's master smiled and praised him, very straightforward. "Well done. Then I shall take you as my disciple." Any objections? Zoro sat up, crossing his arms and looking at Yasaka's master. None. Yusaku's master shook his head, accepting him as his disciple. Ignoring him, Kuina turned to leave, but at that moment, Zoro suddenly spoke up. "I will train diligently and undoubtedly defeat you. Remember that." As he uttered these words, the foolish boy with green hair still had blood trickling from his nose. "That day will never come," Kuina coldly retorted before walking away. "Ian, take him downstairs and tend to his injuries," Gung Shiro instructed. Ian nodded, approached Zoro, and said, "Come with me." Zoro, likely in considerable pain from his nose, did not protest but obediently followed Ian out. Upon reaching the back room, Ian retrieved some medical supplies, cleaned the blood from Zoro's nose, and then stuffed cotton into his nostrils. "Who is that woman?" Zoro inquired of Ian. "She is Kuina, the daughter of Master Gung Shiro," Ian replied. "My junior sister. And henceforth, your senior sister." "Humph. I won't call her that," Zoro huffed, crossing his arms. "I will defeat her eventually," with cotton stuffed in his nostrils. He looked rather endearing as he declared this. Ian chuckled softly, remaining silent as he diligently applied ointment to Zoro's wounds, uncertain of what to say. However, Zoro, unwilling to let the silence linger, suddenly blurted, "Hey, what about you? Why didn't you fight me earlier?" After a long pause, Ian replied earnestly, "Because I don't engage with fools." "What did you say?" Zoro exploded in indignation. "Who are you calling a fool?" "You," Ian stated. "If I'm not mistaken, you must have wandered here by mistake, right?" Zoro was taken aback. How did you know?" Ian sighed. "How could I not know? Your most prominent impression is that of a directionally challenged person. Your reputation for being lost precedes even your swordsmanship." Ian was confident that Zoro had come to challenge at the dojo on a whim, likely having stumbled upon it while lost and decided to enter for a challenge. Haphazardly so. After applying the ointment, Ian patted Zoro on the head and said, "Rest well." "But how infuriating. You're not that much older than me. Why treat me like a child?" Zoro fumed again. "To me, you are still a child," Ian thought as he turned and exited the room. Zoro watched his retreating figure, feeling that Ian was quite mysterious. How did he know about his being lost? He had never seen him before. Thus, Zoro settled in at the dojo, officially becoming a disciple of Gung Shiro. Early the next morning, before dawn, Ian rose and went outside the dojo to commence his sword practice. To speak candidly, although he had previously practiced swordsmanship with great diligence, it was always in a collective setting, never once undertaking solitary training. However, after witnessing Zoro's defeat against Kuina yesterday, the expression of defiance that lingered on his face inexplicably stirred something profound within Ian. It dawned on him that the ability to become a formidable warrior is not without its reasons. In contrast to Zoro, Ian recognized a certain absence of conviction within himself. Throughout the night, as he lay in bed, he pondered deeply and ultimately realized that even in the absence of innate talent, the system could serve as a compensatory mechanism. Yet, he understood that without faith and perseverance, he would likely remain incapable of evolving into a true champion. The emergence of Zoro ignited Ian's competitive spirit, compelling him to refuse to be outdone by a novice in the art of swordsmanship. Thus, he embarked on an unprecedented journey of early morning practice. His objective for this morning was to swing the sword 1,000 times, Grasping a wooden sword, Ian began to move it rhythmically. Each swing today was deliberate and slow, starkly contrasting his training within the dojo. The act of swinging a sword is not as simplistic as it may seem, as Master Gung Shiro articulated. True swordsmanship transcends mere mimicry. It requires the concentration of one's essence into each motion, deeply experiencing the rhythm of every swing and the force behind each strike, transforming the act into a muscle memory, an instinctive reflex. After an entire hour, Ian found himself still shy of even 500 swings, drenched in sweat, his muscles quivering, and his arms feeling as though they were laden with lead. A persistent voice within him urged, "You cannot endure any longer. Perhaps it is time to cease." Yet, upon recalling Zoro's visage, Ian summoned his resolve once more, enduring the pain and continuing to swing the sword. Persevere. Just a little longer. You can achieve this. At this moment, engrossed wholeheartedly in his practice, Ian remained oblivious to a significant occurrence, the incessant notifications echoing in his mind. You are fully immersed in sword practice. Basic Swordsmanship Proficiency 5. You are fully immersed in sword practice. Basic Swordsmanship Proficiency 5. You are fully immersed in sword practice. Basic Swordsmanship Proficiency 5. You are fully immersed in sword practice. Basic Swordsmanship Proficiency 5. Chapter 4. The first card. Gung Shiro lifted the covers and rose from his bed, donning his spectacles while stifling a slight yawn before stepping out of his room. He intended to freshen up, yet upon exiting, he noticed Guena peering curiously from behind a pillar. Intrigued, he approached her. Just as he was about to inquire, Guena turned, raising a finger to her lips, whispering, "Father, be quiet, lest you disturb Brother Ian." Gung Shiro leaned forward and instantly spotted Ian, drenched in perspiration, exerting himself on the training ground. The morning sunlight illuminated Ian's figure, the beads of sweat glistening like jewels, his muscles subtly defined, exuding a sense of strength and beauty. Gung Shiro could discern that Ian was exceedingly fatigued, panting heavily. Yet his swordplay remained unceasing. "What has gotten into Brother Ian? It's my first time witnessing him training so early." Guena expressed her curiosity. Gung Shiro smiled faintly. Though he was equally perplexed, he recognized the unprecedented earnestness with which Ian was practicing today. "Do not disturb him. Perhaps you should find another place to train," Gung Shiro suggested. Guena nodded, her fist clenched resolutely. "If Brother Ian is striving to grow stronger, I must not allow myself to slacken." At that moment, Ian was submerged in his own world, his mind a blank slate as overwhelming fatigue enveloped him, rendering him in a state of daze. The only reason he continued his swordplay was the instinctive reflexes of his subconscious. He was unaware of how many times he had swung his sword. Were it not for an interruption, he might have trained until he collapsed from exhaustion. Just then, a loud voice broke through the silence. "Huh? How treacherous of you. You didn't even wait for me to start training." Ian snapped back to reality and turned to see Zoro, brandishing two bamboo swords, glaring at him indignantly. Sweat trickled down Ian's cheek, which he wiped away, breathing heavily. "What treachery? I don't recall needing to call for you." Zoro scrutinized Ian for a moment, then pointed at him. "You're quite formidable, aren't you? Let us settle this in a duel." This fellow was a challenge enthusiast. Ian initially intended to ignore him, yet Zoro charged forward with unbridled fervor. Instinctively, Ian swung his sword at him. Thwack! The blade struck him squarely in the face. Reminiscent of the encounter he had with Guena the previous day, Zoro, with his slightly bruised nose, began to bleed anew. Presently, if one disregarded his fierce demeanor, Zoro was still a novice in swordsmanship. Ian, having practiced basic sword techniques for quite some time, had no trouble besting him. However, at the moment of impact, Ian sensed that his strike felt different from before. Despite being an instinctive reaction, the speed and force were impeccable. Even more astonishingly, at that moment, he heard a voice resonating within his mind. Defeating an opponent grants an experience boost of 50. Hastily, Ian glanced into his mind and discovered that not only had his basic swordsmanship proficiency surged significantly, but he had also gained experience points. With levels come experience. Yet Ian had never comprehended how to acquire this experience until now, realizing that one must vanquish adversaries to achieve growth. Unfortunately, during his encounters with Guena, he had always emerged the loser, and feeling reluctant to engage with those snot-nosed little disciples, he had consistently faced Kuna as his designated opponent, resulting in never having secured a victory and thus remaining oblivious to the means of gaining experience. As Ian perused his attributes, Zoro was busy tending to his nose, a red mark still visible on his face, and today, Ian had added another. How infuriating. That woman is like this, and so are you. Zoro muttered angrily while tending to his nose. Ian shrugged. Is this my fault? Just wait. I will surpass you all eventually. Zoro cast a glance at Ian before moving aside to fervently practice his swordplay. Well, now there was one more name on his list. Ian stared in silence at the wooden sword in his hands, astonished that his connection with Zoro had formed under such circumstances. Raising his gaze at Zoro's sword practice, Ian couldn't help but exclaim, "You fool! Swinging with such force, and yet you don't know how to control your strength." Zoro had just entered the dojo, and Master Gung Shiro had yet to impart any techniques to him. So Zoro's current practice was utterly erratic, wielding two bamboo swords without any semblance of order. Upon hearing Ian's voice, Zoro paused, bewildered, and asked, "Then how should I do it?" Ian shook his head, approached him, placed a firm hand on his shoulder, and pressed down on his waist, instructing, "Straighten your upper body, tuck in your backside, lift your chin, and puff out your chest. If you haven't even grasped the basics of a single sword style, don't even think about using two." After correcting Zoro's stance, Ian demonstrated the movements, all of which had been taught to him by Master Gung Shiro. As the eldest disciple of the dojo, Ian now imparted this knowledge to his junior. It must be said, Zoro's talent was truly remarkable. After just one demonstration, he memorized it completely, and his sword practice began to take on a semblance of form. "All right, you can do it on your own now," Ian declared, leaving him to return to wash up, feeling thoroughly sore and drenched in sweat. While bathing, Ian checked his attributes and found that his swordsmanship proficiency had risen to 28,000. Engaging wholeheartedly in his sword practice had enabled his proficiency to increase exponentially, a revelation that took him by surprise. It stands to reason, practicing with sincerity and diligence surely yields different results. Glancing at the card shop, Ian suddenly noticed that the countdown for draws had reached 0. This meant that Ian could finally draw cards. He had been pondering the purpose of this card, yet had been thwarted by the lack of an opportunity to validate his thoughts. Now, at long last, his moment had arrived. Eagerly, Ian was about to initiate the draw when he heard the system's voice announce, "For your first card draw, you are guaranteed to receive a 3-star purple card. For your first 10 consecutive draws, you are assured a 4-star orange card. Do you wish to confirm the draw?" Ian felt a wave of exasperation. Indeed, it was a quintessential card game scenario, complete with the familiar mechanics of initial draws and 10 consecutive draws, not to mention the identical card grading system. However, the prospect of a 10 consecutive draw was beyond his reach, as he required 1 million berries to partake. For now, he could only afford a single draw. Confirm the draw, Ian murmured to himself. The card was facing away from Ian, but as he confirmed his choice, a fantastical starry pattern illuminated the back of the card. Then, amidst a radiant glow, the card turned over, revealing a long-haired warrior within Ian's view. This warrior possessed a strikingly handsome visage, his hair slicked back, adorned in dark crimson samurai armor reminiscent of the Warring States period. In his hand, he wielded a katana, yet what drew attention was the enormous, glimmering eyeball that adorned his right gauntlet. You have obtained a 3-star purple card, Akechi Mitsuhide. Chapter 5. To Aspire for Greatness. Please recharge. The figure before him was astonishingly familiar. Wasn't this the protagonist from the game Onimusha, Samanosuke Akechi? How could he have drawn this character? Could it perhaps be due to his current study of swordsmanship? However, Ian was also curious about how to utilize this card, so he attempted to examine it. Character: Samanosuke Akechi. Card star rating: 3 stars. Title: Onimusha level: 1 power, 50 speed, 50 life, 50 spirit, 50 skills. True flash: counterattack with astonishing speed the moment an enemy is about to strike, dealing immense damage. Bounce flash: trigger immediately after parrying an attack, countering with remarkable speed to inflict substantial damage. Chain flash: continue attacking before the opportunity for the initial flash attack vanishes, resulting in consecutive massive damage. Bond. Acquiring Aru increases life by 32. Acquiring Morikawa Maru increases power by 25. Acquiring Oda Nobunaga increases spirit by 20. A 3-star card, with 3 skills no less, left Ian exhilarated. For these skills were ones he was intimately familiar with. It could be said that the essence of Onimusha was encapsulated in the art of the Flash. The card had been drawn. Should it be equipped in the card slot? Upon receiving the system's prompt, Ian quickly confirmed, eager to discover how this character card would manifest its effects. Upon confirmation, the screen promptly shifted to team mode, linking to his host character. There were a total of 6 slots available for card equipment, yet Ian had only unlocked 2, just enough to equip Samanasuke Akechi's card. The remaining slots bore small locks, leading Ian to deduce that these locked slots would require an increase in his level to unlock, which was a common feature in most games, was it not? After equipping the Samanasuke Akechi card, Ian immediately perceived a transformation within himself. He discovered that his attributes had surged, gaining an additional 15 points in both power and speed, while his life and spirit attributes mirrored this increase, each also rising by 15 points. System, card equipped, spirit ability activated. This revelation surprised Ian. He had been pondering how to acquire the spirit ability, and it had suddenly manifested, truly a fortuitous occurrence. After some calculation, he inquired of the system. A 3-star card grants 30 of its attributes, correct? Indeed, a 1-star card grants 10, a 2-star card 20, and so forth, with the highest 5-star card providing a 50 attribute enhancement. The system responded. Ian expressed his satisfaction and further queried, can the card be enhanced? Certainly. Each card possesses its own level, and with each level increase, the card's attributes will enhance while providing a corresponding percentage boost to the host. Additionally, cards can be evolved to achieve higher star ratings, which will also augment the percentage values. This requires the host to cultivate the card. Recharge diamonds to expedite the training process. Recharge? Can we perhaps defer that discussion until I am financially able? Ian asked in bewilderment. How does one upgrade the cards? To enhance a card, one must acquire identical character fragments and utilize evolution stones. With 3 existing cards of the same kind, one can obtain 30 character fragments. Upon inspecting the evolution requirements, Ian was taken aback to discover that elevating this wise left horse to 4 stars necessitated a staggering 120 character fragments, implying he must gather 4 identical cards. This would undoubtedly be a lengthy endeavor. Ian then glanced at the skill section, filled with anticipation as he noted that this card possessed 3 skills. However, to his dismay, he found that his skill was merely a solitary basic swordsmanship. Could it be that character skills were unattainable? Ian quickly inquired of the system. The host must meet the requisite foundational abilities. The system responded. Indeed. Upon examining the card currently equipped in the slot, Ian noted that the skill descriptions had transformed. True Flash, at the precise moment an enemy is about to strike. Retaliate with astonishing speed to inflict significant damage, requiring basic swordsmanship. Parry Flash, activates immediately after deflecting an attack, retaliating at remarkable speed to deliver substantial damage, necessitating intermediate swordsmanship for activation. Chain Flash continues the assault before the opportunity for the initial flash attack fades, capable of inflicting successive immense damage, requiring advanced swordsmanship for activation. Yet Ian remained at the basic swordsmanship level. Dejected, he withdrew, realizing he must diligently train himself. In the following hours, instead of practicing further, Ian sat in meditation within the dojo to alleviate his sore, trembling muscles. This was a method taught by his master, Gung Shiro, focusing on aerobic breathing to rapidly eliminate the lactic acid accumulated in his muscles, proving more effective than massage. He remained seated until noon, when Goena brought him a meal. The dojo where Ian resided was named Yishin Dojo, spacious yet inhabited by only 3 individuals, the dojo master Gung Shiro, his daughter Goena, and Ian himself. Additionally, there was Gung Shiro's junior disciple, Zhuojie, a middle-aged man with a small mustache who served as an instructor. When Gung Shiro mentioned that Goena could best the adults in the dojo, he was referring to this very disciple. The 4 of them lived continuously in the dojo, while the other younger disciples, mere children from Xuanyue village, returned home for meals at designated times. However, recently, the number of residents dining in the dojo had increased by one. Zoro. As the only woman in the dojo, Guena prepared all the meals, her culinary skills being quite commendable, much to Ian's delight. Seeing Guena approach, Ian smiled and rose to assist in setting the table. What about the master? He suddenly remembered to ask as they sat across from one another, ready to dine. I have already delivered it to my father, Guena replied. Ian nodded silently and began to eat. Over the past 3 months, he had noticed that whenever Guena mentioned her father, Kung Shiro, she referred to him as father with a sense of formality, never quite calling him dad. These two distinct titles signified different levels of intimacy, and thus, Ian could sense a certain distance in the relationship between Guena and her father. As he observed the dynamics between them, Ian gradually came to understand the underlying reasons for this estrangement. King Shiro, typically wearing a benign smile and exuding warmth towards everyone, harbored traditional beliefs deep within. He had always yearned for a son to inherit his martial arts dojo, yet fate bestowed upon him a daughter instead. In his worldview, a female swordsman, due to physical limitations, could never attain the pinnacle of strength. Although Kung Shiro loved his daughter dearly, his occasional remarks betrayed a lingering regret. Guena, being a perceptive child, sensed her father's sentiments and, in an effort to avoid disappointing him, began to adopt traits more commonly associated with boys. She cut her hair short and devoted herself to mastering the sword, striving to grow stronger. Ultimately, she even defeated Kung Shiro's junior disciple in a bid to prove to her father that she was capable of inheriting the dojo and fulfilling his aspirations. All her efforts were aimed at garnering more affection from her father. Regrettably, these gestures failed to sway Kung Shiro's entrenched beliefs. He remained steadfast in his conviction that a girl could not inherit the dojo. While Guena may not have fully realized this, Ian, as an adult, could easily perceive the truth. Ian, what are you thinking? Guena's voice broke his reverie, and he turned to find her large, expressive eyes filled with curiosity. This fish is delicious. Guena, your culinary skills have improved. Ian praised her, seizing the opportunity to shift the topic. It was given to us by Uncle Hell, who fishes in the village. Guena replied with a bright smile, a rare glimpse of her youthful joy surfacing only in moments of everyday life. As they continued to eat and converse, an unexpected figure burst into the dojo. Zoro, drenched in sweat and seemingly just finished with his training, entered and exclaimed, "Ah, how cunning of you both to start eating without me. What about my share?" Chapter 6. Running with a sense of direction is quite a struggle. This fellow is surprisingly familiar. Guena, using her chopsticks, deftly lifted rice to her mouth without casting a glance at him, stating, "Your food is in the kitchen. Go fetch it yourself." Zoro dashed off to the back kitchen and, shortly thereafter, emerged with a large platter. The dish was heaped with a mound of rice and a sizable fish. He placed the plate beside them, seated himself on the floor, and exclaimed, "I'm digging in." Then he ravenously began to devour his meal, his voraciousness suggesting he must have been famished. "Humph," Guena remarked, unable to suppress a scoff at Zoro's behavior. "A freeloader like you dares to eat so much." The children at the dojo, learning the art of the sword, had paid a modest tuition, which, albeit small, contributed to the dojo's income. Among the disciples, only 2 had not paid, Ian and the newly inducted Zoro. However, the dojo also owned a piece of land for cultivating crops, which Ian helped tend. Thus he could not be deemed a freeloader. Upon hearing Guena's remark, Zoro paused in surprise for a moment, then rose, still with grains of rice adorning his mouth. He suddenly bowed deeply, earnestly addressing Guena, "I'm sorry, I will help out at the dojo from now on." After uttering this, he comfortably sat back down and resumed his gluttonous feast, seemingly unconcerned by Guena's earlier words. Ian observed in exasperation, noting how this green-haired fool was remarkably oblivious. Guena's sarcasm had no effect, prompting her to poke at her rice with frustration, which made Ian want to chuckle. Once the meal concluded, Zoro lay sprawled on the ground, patting his belly and exclaiming, I'm full. Guena stood up, intending to clear the dishes, but at that moment, Zoro rose and proposed, "Since I'm full, let us have a duel." Initially, Guena wished to ignore him, but Ian interjected, "I'll take care of the dishes. You handle him." Without allowing Kana a chance to respond, he gathered the 3 plates and, with a mischievous grin, headed towards the kitchen. He was well aware of what was to come. If memory served him right, this fool Zoro would continue to live in Kuina's shadow, amassing a record of 2,001 defeats and no victories. Thus, the ensuing spectacle would be Zoro enduring a relentless thrashing at Kuina's hands. And Ian certainly wouldn't let the triviality of clearing dishes prevent him from witnessing this entertaining show. Sure enough, when Ian re-emerged, Zoro and Kuina were already engaged in a flurry of strikes. Compared to the previous day's battle, Zoro's attacks were no longer haphazard. He had thoroughly absorbed the stances Ian had taught him that morning. Yet, that alone was not sufficient. His timing and force still required refinement. After a flurry of aggressive strikes, Kuina seized upon a gap, thrusting her bamboo sword forward and striking Zoro in the abdomen, sending him flying. Ian observed keenly as Zoro's eyes bulged in disbelief. Coughing and nearly retching on the ground, Zoro's expression remained one of stubborn defiance. Initially, Ian had intended to revel in the humor of the moment, but upon witnessing Zoro's gaze, he found no amusement. Yes, that was the look, an unwavering determination to never surrender. With this thought in mind, Ian rose and approached Kuina, asking, "Kuina, do you still possess the strength to continue?" Kuina, having given Zoro a minor reprimand and seemingly ready to depart, was momentarily taken aback by Ian's sudden appearance. After a brief pause, she replied, "Of course." "Then, let us engage in a duel." Ian spoke with utmost seriousness. "How rare. Brother Ian, you are actually challenging me," Kuina exclaimed, her laughter ringing out. Upon hearing her words, Ian felt a rush of anxiety. He had never before dared to challenge Kuina. After all, who would willingly seek out defeat? However, after drawing the card, he was curious to discover what enhancements it might bestow upon him. As the two prepared for their duel, Zoro ceased his coughing and quickly maneuvered to the side, taking a seat to watch. In the arena, Ian and Kuina stood facing each other, gripping their bamboo swords and keenly attuned to each other's slightest movements. The moment Ian noticed a slight tremor in Kuina's shoulder, he thought to himself, "Here it comes." In the next instant, Kuina dashed toward him, her footwork remarkably swift. Unfortunately for her, Ian's reaction was even faster. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, thrusting his sword in her direction. The speed of his strike surpassed Kuina's expectations, prompting her to swiftly evade and sweep her bamboo sword to block Ian's attack. They then engaged in a flurry of exchanges. The sharp sound of their swords clashing resonating in the air as they parried and countered with remarkable intensity, each landing a series of blows in quick succession. The exchange between them lacked any flamboyant maneuvers. The swordsmanship taught by Professor Gungciro had no specialized techniques. In truth, both Kuina and Ian had spent years honing their fundamental skills. Yet it was precisely these basic movements that made their confrontation all the more intense, leaving Zoro, who watched from the sidelines, utterly captivated. The struggle was evenly matched. Ian could sense that for the first time, he was holding his own against Kuina. He recognized a significant transformation within himself. Both his speed and reflexes had noticeably improved, and each strike carried greater force. Although he found it somewhat challenging to control this newfound power, it was undeniable that the enhancement posed considerable challenges for Kuina. However, the vigorous movements led to substantial fatigue. After a considerable exchange, both Ian and Kuina instinctively ceased their attacks, panting heavily as they held their swords, beads of sweat streaming down their faces. "Ian, your progress is truly astonishing." Taking advantage of the moment, Kuina curiously inquired, "Just yesterday, you lost to me. How did you manage to turn the tables? You haven't been letting me win all this time, have you?" "No." Ian shook his head, unwilling to admit such a thing. Knowing Kuina's pride, he feared that acknowledging his leniency might prompt her to disregard him entirely. Thus, he explained, "It's simply that I have practiced with greater diligence than before, which has led to my improvement." "Is that so?" Kuina recalled Ian's morning training session, where his focus was unmistakable. She quickly accepted his explanation. "Let us call it a tie, shall we?" Ian wiped the sweat from his brow, responding, "I'm out of energy." Kuina, initially reluctant, was much like Zoro. She was fiercely competitive. Having dominated her village since childhood, she was not one to accept defeat lightly. However, seeing Ian's state, she begrudgingly conceded. After all, a tie was not a loss. Right? As Goena departed, Ian remained, panting heavily, gazing down at his sweat-drenched palms. He pondered the necessity of incorporating stamina training and strength conditioning into his regimen. Although his sparring with Goena had been brief, he had become acutely aware of his physical limitations. The enhancements granted by the cards provided a direct boost to his strength and speed, necessitating his swift adaptation to these changes. Currently, his attributes displayed a strength and speed of 20, with his willpower having risen to 14, indicating that should he fully utilize his capabilities, he would surpass a standard Navy soldier. Yet, he still felt inadequate. Lost in thought, Ian suddenly felt a tug on his sleeve. Looking down, he discovered it was Zoro. As a 10-year-old, Ian towered over the younger Zoro, who gazed up at him. "What is it?" Ian asked. "Ian, can you teach me? I want to defeat that girl." Zoro blurted out. This was the first time Zoro had addressed him in such a manner, likely spurred by their recent encounter with Goena. Ian felt an unexpected thrill at the title. Zoro's proposal stirred something within him. Although reluctant to admit it, Zoro's fervent determination had indeed ignited Ian's motivation. If they trained together, Zoro's tenacity could greatly benefit his own progress. "All right, starting tomorrow, we will train together," Ian quickly agreed. The master of the One Heart Dojo. Master Jinsairo rarely instructed his disciples directly. Most of the time, his junior brothers took charge. Even Ian, a formal disciple, seldom witnessed Jinsairo's prowess, leaving the master's true strength a mystery to him. Thus, having Zoro follow him for instruction seemed inconsequential. Consequently, the next morning, as Ian commenced his training, he was trailed by a small shadow. "Let us start with some running." As Zoro gazed at him, Ian steeled himself and began to instruct. "Follow me. Let us first take a lap around the village." "Mmm." Zoro nodded vigorously. Ian turned and commenced to run, but after only a few paces, he realized that Zoro had not kept up. Looking back, he discovered that the fool had dashed off in the opposite direction. "Come back, you imbecile," Ian exclaimed, veins throbbing on his forehead as he bellowed. "You managed to lose your way even at such a short distance." Upon hearing Ian's shout, Zoro quickly turned around, attempting to catch up. However, under Ian's watchful gaze, the lad took merely 2 steps before inexplicably veering off course. Ian was left speechless, contemplating how to articulate his exasperation. Having observed Zoro since childhood, he could not deny that this was indeed the most hopelessly directionally challenged individual in history, a reputation that was clearly well-deserved. Chapter 7. The Advancement of Swordsmanship. Ian felt utterly exhausted, uncertain whether bringing Zoro along for physical training was a misstep. As they ran around the village, Ian corrected Zoro's sense of direction a staggering 128 times, spending the entire morning amidst his thunderous admonitions. When their running finally concluded, Ian led Zoro to a small grove near the seaside. "Now, we shall practice swordsmanship," Ian gasped. "After completing our sword drills, we will proceed to strength training." With a relentless 1,000 repetitions of sword strikes, each requiring unwavering focus, Ian gradually noticed that his arm muscles were not as fatigued as the previous day. Having completed the sword practice first, Ian gathered several ropes to bind together 2 hefty stones weighing dozens of pounds. He then sought out a sturdy tree, tossing the rope over its branches to use as a lever. Grasping each end of the rope with his hands, he commenced pulling with a series of punches. This could be considered a rudimentary form of equipment training, perhaps. While Ian exerted himself to build strength, Zoro continued with his sword practice. Having grasped the fundamental movements yesterday, he wielded 2 bamboo swords today, fervently striking at the target stump, seemingly determined to pursue the path of dual wielding to the end. Ian paid him little mind. The 2 were essentially training in isolation, each serving as motivation for the other, with Ian occasionally offering corrections to Zoro's form. Once Zoro completed his sword drills, Ian's strength training was also drawing to a close. Beads of sweat dripped from his brow, and he felt an overwhelming urge to collapse onto the ground. "Now it's my turn," Zoro exclaimed eagerly, seizing the rope Ian had discarded and attempting to mimic his movements. For a child, hefting 2 stones of considerable weight was no small feat. Observing Zoro's grim determination, Ian chuckled, and fashioned a smaller stone with the remaining rope, offering it to Zoro. "Here, bite down on this, and don't let it drop," Ian instructed. "Why?" Zoro queried, puzzled. "You didn't do that. Trust me, you'll find it useful in the future." Ian replied with a mysterious smile. "Indeed, you will need it, for the path you are destined to follow is not dual-wielding, but rather the way of the three swords." Expressing gratitude for Ian's foresight in preparing him, Zoro began his preliminary training for the three-sword style, clenching the suspended stone firmly between his teeth. He endeavored to maintain an upright posture while straining against the other two hefty stones, his entire body trembling as he persisted, inch by inch. Paying him no further heed, Ian lifted a larger stone, raising it above his head as if to engage in weightlifting, continuously performing squats. This exercise was a novel idea of his, aimed at strengthening his core and legs, effectively enhancing his speed. As it stands, his attribute growth can be attributed to two primary factors. One is the enhancement derived from the cards, while the other stems from his own level progression. Moreover, Ian pondered whether his attributes could further improve through personal training. Thus, all his current training endeavors were merely explorations. The two shared little conversation, drenched in sweat, practicing tirelessly until midday. Eventually, when their bodies ached to the point of exhaustion, they finally ceased their efforts. Lying on the ground, both gasped for breath. Ian focused on regulating his breathing, striving to regain his strength. After an indeterminate period, he managed to rise, intending to call out to Zoro, only to discover that the latter had fallen asleep. Was this propensity for slumber a habit that had begun in his childhood? Shaking his head in resignation, Ian hoisted Zoro onto his back and slowly made his way towards the dojo. Unbeknownst to them, a short distance above where they were training, Quina appeared, equally fatigued and drenched in sweat. Yet, as she gazed down at Ian and Zoro's training spot, her eyes brimmed with determination. After lunch and a brief respite, Ian took Zoro to the dojo's field, wielding a hoe to commence their labor. As night fell, they resumed their training. Throughout this time, Zoro seized every opportunity to challenge Kuina, but regrettably, he was consistently outmatched by her. Strangely enough, despite the fact that Ian and Kuina were now evenly matched, Zoro rarely challenged Ian. Instead, he often followed Ian in his training, yet he relentlessly pursued challenges with Kuina, returning for more even after suffering defeats. This curious behavior led Ian to suspect that Zoro might possess a hidden masochistic streak. What Ian did not realize was that Zoro, being rather straightforward, held a simple perspective. He regarded Ian, who had been training him to grow stronger, as an older brother or mentor, while he viewed Kuina as a rival. This distinction in perception naturally led to differing approaches. It was normal to occasionally be bested by a mentor, but being vanquished by a rival was intolerable. Apart from his challenges with Kuina, Zoro was almost inseparable from Ian. Just as Zoro was unwilling to concede to Kuina, Ian was equally determined not to be surpassed by this younger companion. Both strived diligently to enhance their skills, inadvertently spurring Kuina to intensify her own training in secret. Thus, an inexplicable rivalry formed among the three. Kagura observed this dynamic with keen interest but made no attempt to intervene, maintaining a cheerful demeanor as he allowed events to unfold. And so, a month passed in this manner. In the course of this month, Ian experienced remarkable changes in his physique. His muscles began to take shape. Although still somewhat slender due to his youthful stature, an aura of strength began to emanate from him. His hypothesis was validated. Self-directed training could indeed enhance his attributes. However, this enhancement was rather gradual. For instance, with a strength of 20, should he be capable of lifting 100 pounds at his limit to achieve further growth in strength, he would need to surpass that threshold, lifting 110 pounds, or even more. Each breakthrough would yield a modest increase of 1 point in strength. Over the past month, Ian diligently increased the weight of the stones he trained with, yet he had only managed to gain 3 points in strength. The progress was slow, yet it was a vital supplement to his growth, especially in the tranquil village of Frost Moon, devoid of bandits or any foes. His only sparring partners were Kuina and Zoro. Aside from them, he found no one to help him gain experience. While he could not best Kuina, at best, he would achieve a stalemate. Yielding no experience, he could indeed engage Zoro, though the experience awarded was minimal, a mere 50 points each time. With 1,000 points necessary to level up from level 1 to level 2, it was impractical to rely on daily confrontations. Thus, in the short term, his level would not see significant improvement, and without leveling up, his cards could not advance either. He had inquired with the system, which confirmed that card levels could not exceed that of the host. Therefore, the only avenue for attribute growth lay in his own training. Fortunately, after more than a month of relentless practice, his proficiency in basic swordsmanship reached its zenith. It was a peculiar sensation. Upon achieving mastery in basic swordsmanship and transitioning to novice swordsmanship, Ian, holding a bamboo sword, suddenly perceived the weapon in an entirely new light. There was no longer any sense of obstruction or hesitation. The bamboo sword felt as though it were an extension of his own body, allowing for movements as natural as a mere flick of his wrist. Perhaps due to the prolonged and steadfast practice, the elevation of his swordsmanship unfolded seamlessly, with no sign of the anticipated bottleneck. Ian mused that this might be a process of transformation from quantitative to qualitative change. Novice swordsmanship. You have attained a qualitative understanding of the art of the sword, increasing your sword drawing speed by 10 and destructive power by 10. This was the system's description of novice swordsmanship. While the increase in drawing speed was easily comprehensible, the enhancement in destructive power puzzled Ian. Data was data, but precisely what constituted a 10 increase in destructive power lacked a tangible standard. After some contemplation, Ian could only interpret it as the ability to inflict more severe injuries upon striking an opponent. Chapter 8. The Man with a Large Face. The enhancement of swordsmanship has resulted in a slight increase in Ian's spiritual power, which has now reached 20 points. Beyond this, Ian is particularly excited as he can finally utilize the true flash skill of the Wise Left Horse card. The mere thought of executing that stylish, decisive strike from the Onimusha game makes Ian's heart race with anticipation. Might this be his chance to show off? He mused, contemplating a test of his newfound skill. His first choice, of course, was Kuina. However, as he considered her, Ian hesitated. Over the past few days, he had discerned that the strength of an individual could indeed be gauged by their spiritual power. Prior to his advancement in swordsmanship, Ian had a spiritual power of 14 points, and with all his might, he could only manage a draw against Kuina. This suggested that her spiritual power was likely between 15 and 17 points, which aligned with her ability to defeat the adults in the dojo. During this time, Ian had also noticed that Kuina was diligently continuing her training. By the measure of spiritual power, they were roughly on par. Yet, now that Ian could wield the true flash technique, which promised considerable might, he feared that a careless strike could injure Kuina. In this village, the last person Ian wished to harm was Kuina, thus he decided against testing his skill on her. Perhaps he could seek out the instructor, Zosuk, or even Master Gungshiro. With this thought in mind, Ian paused his practice and addressed Zaro, who was still gritting his teeth while performing his muscle exercises with a stone. Focus on your training. I need to visit the dojo for a moment. Upon hearing Ian's words, Zoro instinctively responded, but as he opened his mouth to reply, the stone slipped and landed squarely on his foot. Ouch! He cried, instantly becoming a tragic figure. Such a fool. Ian sighed, shaking his head in disbelief and ignoring Zaro, who was now hopping around clutching his foot. He made his way toward the village. Upon arriving at the dojo, Ian discovered that the younger disciples, who should have been training, were instead gathered outside, engaged in animated discussion. Did you see that? That person is so tall. One exclaimed. I must say his face is the largest. Indeed, it's the first time I've seen someone with such a big face. Curiosity piqued. Ian could not help but interject. Why are you all loitering instead of practicing? Upon hearing his voice, the group of younger disciples turned to him, and one boy with a watermelon-shaped head rushed over, his face streaked with mucus, proudly declaring, Brother Ian. We saw an outsider in the village today. At the beach, there was someone with an enormous face. It was quite impressive. The other disciples nodded in agreement, chattering excitedly around Ian, describing the stranger. A thought suddenly struck Ian, prompting him to ask, Is there a newspaper? Who has collected the latest issue? Due to his recent training sessions with Zoro, Ian had not assisted Master Gungshirlang in purchasing newspapers, a task now delegated to his younger disciples. Upon hearing a question posed by Ian, one of the bald young disciples hastily rushed to the dojo, retrieving a newspaper and presenting it to Ian. As Ian unfurled the paper, he was met with a striking headline proclaiming, "The world noble Charlkamar is set to arrive in the kingdom of Goya for an official visit." Even in the East Sea, the diminutive village of Frost Moon was well aware of the kingdom of Goya, often heralded as the most beautiful nation in the East Sea, capable of attracting the esteemed celestial dragons. However, Ian understood that this so-called beautiful nation merely concealed its filth, excluding all things unseemly. It was a quintessential example of a segregated society. The mere mention of the kingdom of Goya triggered memories of Sabo's premature departure to sea. In its obsession with maintaining the cleanliness and beauty of its cities, this morbid nation had banished all refuse beyond its borders, amassing it in a designated dump, while driving away the unsightly homeless and unemployed to survive amidst the refuse. They constructed towering walls to isolate the dump from the city, creating two disparate worlds. This place was referred to as the uncertain terminus. In their daily lives, the citizens remained oblivious to the existence of the dump, as if it were a figment of imagination. Yet when the celestial dragons confirmed their visit, they resorted to incinerating the dump to prevent its foul stench from tainting the air. Despite knowing that many resided there, they callously proceeded, never contemplating the fate of the homeless who would lose their only means of survival. The indifference was suffocating, the cruelty appalling. Though Sabo was a noble of this nation, his spirit yearned for freedom. He had longed to escape the suffocating confines of his homeland. Upon learning of the impending incineration of the dump, Sabo endeavored to devise a way to notify his sworn brothers, Luffy and Ace, yet found himself imprisoned by his own parents. As he faced the apathetic countenances of the Goya populace, oblivious to the plight of his brothers, Sabo's eyes were finally opened to the world's ugliness and hypocrisy. Unable to endure any longer, he resolved to flee. He subdued the guards, penned a letter to Luffy and Ace, and set sail prematurely on a small boat. However, it was rather unfortunate that the day he set sail coincided with the arrival of the world's aristocratic celestial dragons. Confronted by an imposing vessel, Sabo chose to courteously steer clear, harboring dreams of one day commanding such a grand ship, navigating the vast oceans with aplomb. Little did he anticipate that his courtesy would not be met with the understanding of the haughty celestial dragons, who deemed it intolerable for a mere commoner to sail alongside them. They launched an attack on Sabo's vessel without hesitation. In the realm of One Piece, the world government has long regarded pirates as a malignant scourge. However, in Ian's eyes, it is the so-called noble celestial dragons who truly embody the essence of a blight upon humanity. These self-proclaimed aristocrats represent the most grotesque amalgamation of human depravity. Contemplating this, Ian could not help but feel a pang of disillusionment. If memory serves him right, the individual described by his junior disciples, with a notably large visage, must be the revolutionary Ivankov. The presence of Ivankov, an officer of the Revolutionary Army, suggests that Luffy's father, the revolutionary Monkey D. Dragon, has also arrived in the East Blue, likely en route to the Kingdom of Goa. Setting down the newspaper, Ian rose and addressed his junior disciples. "You all practice diligently here. I shall take a look." "Ah, Brother Ian, how cunning of you to exclude us," exclaimed the boy with a watermelon-shaped head, unable to contain himself. Ian chuckled, ruffling the boy's hair as he exited the dojo. Ivankov's arrival in Frost Moon Village likely stemmed from a separation from Dragon, who must be undertaking a covert mission to Goa, making it improbable for him to accompany Ivankov, whose conspicuous visage would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Ian's decision to seek out Ivankov was fueled by curiosity to meet the legendary Okama King in person and, perhaps, to chance upon Dragon himself. In the world of One Piece, there exists a plethora of enigmatic figures, with Luffy's father, Dragon, being one of the most elusive. His origins and abilities remain shrouded in mystery, as he plays the role of an archetypal shadowy mastermind. Chapter 9, Dominance? As Ian walked, deep in thought, he reached the entrance of the village and spotted the person he had been hoping to see. A group of 7 or 8 individuals was approaching the village, led by a remarkably tall figure, standing at least 2 meters in height. Cloaked in a green cape, his face was still visible, and in Ian's eyes, the visage of Ivankov seemed to dominate half of his considerable stature. For Ian, this face was nearly equivalent in height to his 10-year-old self. Oh my, how terrifying. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he was still startled by the sight. Ivankov's eyes were accentuated with heavy makeup and false eyelashes, while his lips, adorned with a striking purple gloss, gave him an almost ghostly appearance. Observing Ivankov in cartoons had seemed exaggerated, but seeing him in person filled Ian with trepidation. No wonder Dorag had not taken him to the ceremony, with such heavy makeup, coupled with that enormous face. One would have to be blind not to notice him. Following Ivankov, Ian caught sight of another unfortunate individual abandoned by Dorag. This person was even taller than Ivankov and similarly donned a green cloak, yet his hood featured 2 round ears. Uncle Bear, your adorable bear-eared hat has completely betrayed you. Did you think donning a cape would render you unrecognizable? Indeed, alongside Ivankov appeared another revolutionary cadre, Bartholomew the Bear. The moment Ian laid eyes on them, he finally comprehended why Ivankov's companion was referred to as the Bear. With their towering heights and distinctive styles, no one else could possibly match them. Aside from the Bear and Ivankov, the remaining members of the group were less conspicuous, although they wore capes that exuded a cool demeanor. It was evident that they were ordinary members of the Revolutionary Army. Upon noticing Ian, they recognized him as well. Who is this black-haired child? Is it truly acceptable for a child to see us? Several revolutionary members murmured among themselves, but Ivankov paid them no mind. He approached Ian, leaning down to scrutinize him. Hey there, boy. Your attire. Are you training at the dojo in the village? Ian, regaining his composure, nodded in affirmation. Is your dojo called the One Heart Dojo? Ivankov pointed at the cross sword's emblem embroidered on Ian's chest. I seem to recall that name. How do you know? Ian inquired with curiosity. Do you know Master Gungshiro? Ivankov exchanged a glance with the bear behind him, who remained impassive, engrossed in a book. Then Ivankov turned back to Ian and said, You're right. Boy, I suppose we are acquainted. Acquainted? What does suppose mean? Ian was somewhat puzzled, yet he refrained from probing further. Could you take us to your dojo? Ivankov asked. Ian's eyes darted around, as he remained oblivious to the true relationship between his master, Gung Silang, and the Revolutionary Army. While it was of little consequence to lead them to his master, the serendipity of encountering outsiders here was too precious to squander. Thus, he nodded and declared, Very well. But you must agree to one condition. Curious, Ivankov inquired, What condition? Ian turned his gaze toward the revolutionary soldiers behind Ivankov and pointed at them. It's quite simple. I want one of you to spar with me. What? The soldiers were taken aback, convinced they had misheard. One brave soldier even stepped forward, bent down to pat Ian's head, and said, Kid, stop fooling around. Just take us to the dojo, all right? I'll give you some candy. Goodness. While I could tolerate my master's head patting, how dare you treat me like a child? Ian swatted the man's hand away, glancing at the sword sheathed at his waist. All right then, you're the one. The soldier was momentarily dumbfounded, taken aback by the audacity of this young child. He turned to Ivankov for help. Ivankov glanced at Ian and, recognizing the seriousness etched on his face, reluctantly said, Just don't hurt this boy. The soldier, with no other option, nodded and stood his ground. Refraining from drawing his weapon, he assumed a stance and challenged Ian, All right then, come at me, kid. I want to use weapons, just my fists. Ian wasted no time and charged forward with his bamboo sword. In their first clash, the soldier nearly found himself at a disadvantage. He hadn't anticipated Ian's remarkable speed. His eyes widened as he narrowly evaded Ian's strike, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. Ian, however, was undeterred. Years of practice in the dojo had ingrained the act of striking into his very nature. As the soldier dodged, Ian seized the opportunity and thrust his sword toward the soldier's exposed side. Yet, being in Ivankov's company, even the ordinary soldier possessed considerable skill. The soldier sidestepped Ian's attack and swiftly aimed a kick at him. However, as he executed the kick with all his might, he regretted it. He was being forced to take this child seriously. Realizing this, he instinctively eased his power. Unbeknownst to him, Ian had been anticipating this very moment. The execution of his evasive skill was contingent upon the opponent's imminent attack. If the soldier merely dodged without countering, how could Ian utilize his ability? Thus, as the soldier's kick approached, Ian stood his ground, intently focusing on the movement. Just as the soldier's foot was about to connect, Ian, with determination, prepared to unleash his evasive maneuver. To his dismay, in the next instant, he was struck squarely in the face and sent flying. The soldier, equally astonished that Ian had managed to land a hit, rushed over to check on him. Ian now felt excruciating pain on one side of his face. Lying on the ground grimacing in agony, he never anticipated that his skill, the flash, would fail, leaving him to suffer an unnecessary blow. Goodness. Mastering the timing of this skill is more challenging than I imagined. Are you all right? A concerned revolutionary soldier inquired. Ian shook his head, propped himself up, and firmly grasped his bamboo sword, declaring, "Let us do this again." The revolutionary soldier waved his hands in protest. "No, no. If we continue, I fear you might get hurt again. Rest assured, I have not yet lost." Perhaps due to his prolonged companionship with Kuina and Zaro, Ian discovered within himself a tenacious spirit. What is a little pain to him? Observing his determination, the revolutionary soldier found himself at a loss, ultimately conceding to face Ian's challenge once more. Ivankov, standing nearby, watched with great interest, perceiving Ian as a child eager to confront an adult. He admired Ian's indomitable spirit, while Bartholomew Kuma, though holding a book, seemed uncertain whether he was engrossed in reading or observing the duel between Ian and the soldier. Ian was now more focused than before. Initially, he regarded the revolutionary soldiers, depicted as mere background characters in manga, as weaklings. But he now realized that this was a tangible world where even the so-called weak were formidable, especially compared to his own underdeveloped physique. As the two engaged once more, the revolutionary soldier noted that Ian's speed had notably increased, making it increasingly difficult for him to evade. He had no choice but to retaliate, hoping to conclude this somewhat embarrassing skirmish. This time, he refrained from using kicks, opting instead for punches, which were easier to control, as he did not wish to genuinely injure Ian. However, in this moment of intense concentration, Ian's reflexes were remarkably sharp. As he saw the soldier's fist barreling toward him, he once again activated the flash skill. Just as the soldier's fist was about to connect with Ian, he suddenly vanished from sight. No one could discern how Ian had moved. They merely witnessed him instantaneously reappear beside the revolutionary soldier, raising his bamboo sword high and striking down with astonishing speed. The sword zipped through the air with a whooshing sound, leaving a shimmering trail, and forcefully struck the soldier's back. The revolutionary soldier, a tall adult, felt an overwhelming force upon impact. Under such pressure, his bones seemed to groan in protest as his body involuntarily crumpled to the ground, knocked down from a standing position, and he let out a pained cry in the process. Meanwhile, Ivankov, observing the scene, was even more astonished, not merely by the fact that a child could defeat an adult, but by the extraordinary phenomenon he had just witnessed. Clutching his cloak, he could not resist the urge to pirouette on one leg, revealing his muscular thighs clad in mesh stockings. What a surprise! The conqueror's haki has manifested. This boy has awakened such power at such a tender age. Unfortunately, Ian did not hear his exclamation. At the moment the revolutionary soldier let out a blood-curdling scream, Ian himself could not suppress a cry of agony. The difference lay in the cause. While the revolutionary soldier cried out in pain from his back, Ian was overwhelmed by a piercing headache. Indeed, Ian's flash had finally been successfully executed, yet he was unprepared for the excruciating headache that accompanied it, rendering him unable to maintain his grip on the bamboo sword. He finally understood why the description of the flash skill mentioned the potential for immense damage. After using the skill, his meager 15 points of psychic energy were utterly depleted. Simultaneously, he sensed a peculiar force enveloping the entirety of his sword when he struck. That must have been the power of haki. It was precisely this energy that empowered his strike, toppling a seasoned revolutionary soldier. It bore a striking resemblance to the sensation of armament haki, which elicited Eva's astonished remark. Regrettably, in his inaugural use of the flash skill and his initial encounter with psychic energy, he could not gauge the consumption of this energy, leading to its complete depletion and resulting in a severe, stimulating headache. Ian plopped down onto the ground, clutching his head tightly to alleviate the pain. However, to Eva, this moment became a defining sign of Ian's awakening of haki. Chapter 10. Do not use the head pat attack on young children. To wield haki is no trivial feat. Ivankov has encountered numerous individuals who possess this ability. What astonishes him, however, is Ian's age. Hockey is an inherent potential power that resides within all humanity, much like an instinct. Yet, most individuals remain oblivious to this force, and many will never harness it in their lifetime. Typically, one can only master the application of such power through rigorous training and arduous trials, which is why those capable of wielding hockey are generally adults. Today, though, Ivankov has encountered an exception, Ian. Judging by his stature, he appears to be no older than 12, perhaps even younger, yet this diminutive child exudes a formidable aura of hockey. At this moment, Ivankov gazes upon Ian as though he were a prodigy, nay, a veritable monster. Meanwhile, Ian squats on the ground, cradling his head. After a spell, he notices that the throbbing pain has somewhat abated. Yet, before he can inquire about the situation with the system, a flurry of notifications suddenly echoes in his mind. You have defeated an opponent of superior strength, earning 500 experience points. You have achieved a new milestone, first combat utilizing hockey. You have acquired the basic hockey training skill, current proficiency, 0. What is happening? Ian endures the lingering headache as he sifts through this newfound information in his mind. The surge in experience points is understandable. Initially, he had a small ulterior motive for selecting a Revolutionary Army soldier as his opponent. Beyond testing his flash skill, he hoped to see if he could defeat the foe and gain experience. He reasoned that as a mere child, his opponent would surely show restraint, thereby granting him a chance of victory. In essence, the revolutionary soldier had unwittingly fallen into Ian's trap. However, he had not anticipated that defeating an opponent of greater strength would yield such a substantial amount of experience. Ian's experience points have soared to 750, bringing him ever closer to leveling up, which will lead to another enhancement of his attributes. Moreover, after utilizing the flash skill, Ian received an achievement reward. Upon opening the achievement interface, he discovered that the reward consisted of 5 experience books. These tomes are not for Ian's direct use, but rather intended to elevate the level of his cards. Aside from the achievement rewards, Ian also noticed other accolades within the achievement interface, such as defeating 10 opponents, defeating 100 opponents, or reaching a vitality level of 50 or 100. The rewards for these accomplishments varied. The more commonplace ones yielded experience books, while the more prestigious ones offered advanced stones and diamond rewards. Among them, the diamond rewards were the rarest, and Ian was not surprised, for he was well aware of the game's frugality. The meager quantity of diamond rewards was, in fact, a ploy to entice players into making purchases. What truly astonished Ian was the recently acquired basic mental cultivation skill. When he first glimpsed his fundamental swordsmanship skill, he pondered whether there were other types of foundational skills. To his surprise, one had indeed emerged. Basic mental cultivation increases the hourly recovery rate of mental energy. Current recovery value, 1 point. Current proficiency, 1000. Upon reading the skill's description, Ian immediately comprehended its purpose. It was designed to replenish his mental energy. After all, skills derived from cards predominantly relied on mental energy to activate, and he had only a limited supply. What would happen when it ran out? With this basic mental cultivation skill, even if he exhausted his mental energy, he could gradually recover it by resting for a while. However, he was uncertain how to increase the skill's proficiency. Could it be that he needed to continuously consume his own mental energy to enhance it? This seemed highly plausible, especially considering how the proficiency of this skill was significantly lower than that of his swordsmanship skill. After reaching beginner swordsmanship, the proficiency required to advance to intermediate swordsmanship had skyrocketed to a staggering 1 million. When he first saw that number, he had gasped in disbelief. In comparison to the current mental cultivation skill, the figure felt utterly outrageous. Perhaps it was the gradual recovery effect of this skill that alleviated Ian's headache. Just as he was contemplating this, he suddenly noticed someone in front of him. Upon looking up, he was met with the striking visage of Ivankov. Seeing the face up close was even more startling, and Ian instinctively recoiled a couple of steps, inquiring, "What do you want?" Boy. Ivankov appeared to be in high spirits, twirling in place before addressing Ian. "It's truly astonishing. What is your name?" "My name is Ian. Ian, the little candy." Ivankov responded, "How are you feeling now? Do you require my assistance in healing?" No, I'm feeling much better. Ian quickly waved his hand. He dared not accept Ivankov's goodwill. After all, this individual, who had consumed the hormone fruit, was an enigma. He could not even ascertain whether Ivankov was male or female. Although his current appearance was masculine, he could easily transform into a female. Faced with someone who could manipulate hormones at will, Ian firmly resolved not to let him touch his body. Who knew what kind of healing hormones or gender hormones he might employ during treatment? Very well. Evakv nodded, saying, there is no need for excessive concern. Your headache is likely merely a residual effect of awakening your haki, nothing significant. By the way, do you know what haki is? If this question had been posed by anyone familiar with him in Frostmoon Village, Ian would have feigned ignorance. However, since the inquiry came from Ivakov, Ian felt no need for concealment and simply nodded, responding, I do. He understood that Ivakov might be conflating his nun abilities with haki, hence the question. Nevertheless, Ian was acutely aware of his own circumstances. He had been diligently contemplating his nun abilities, and in his estimation, there were likely distinctions between nun and genuine haki. While their essence might be somewhat similar, their manifestations were not necessarily the same. His nun could envelop his sword, simulating the effects of armament haki. Yet it was uncertain whether it could replicate the effects of conqueror's haki. Ivakov had likely intended to elaborate extensively on the subject of haki, but was momentarily stifled by Ian's succinct reply. Ian noticed the tremors coursing through Ivakov's body and the strained expression on his face. Ultimately, Ivakov remarked, you know? Ah, indeed remarkable. Then I shall refrain from further explanation. Just ensure you rest adequately over the next few days. Who are you? Although Ian was already aware of Ivakov's name, he feigned curiosity. Hee. I am Emporio Ivakov. Ivakov twirled around, adding, you may call me Eva or Ivan. Names are trivial matters. And it matters not even if you were to call me Feces. Suddenly, he exclaimed in irritation, I do not wish to be called Feces. Ian regarded him in bemusement, thinking, I never called you anything. At that moment, several other revolutionary soldiers gathered around, their faces alight with astonishment as they gazed at Ian. They likely understood the concept of haki but had failed to unlock it themselves, making them profoundly impressed by Ian's ability to wield it at such a young age. Simultaneously, they seemed to feel a twinge of regret for their own years having passed without such prowess, offering Ian their admiration. Everyone enjoys receiving compliments, and Ian was no exception. However, the issue arose when these individuals, while praising him as a remarkable little brat, attempted to pat his head, which he found intolerable. Just as Ian contemplated expressing his displeasure, the revolutionary soldier he had sparred with approached him. Observing Ian grimacing in pain, the soldier felt a sense of guilt and asked, Are you all right? Initially, the soldier felt somewhat humiliated for losing to a child, yet upon hearing Ian's question, he summoned his adult pride and managed a smile, his white teeth glinting in the light. To Ian's surprise, he then reached out and patted Ian's head as well. Can this now lead us to the dojo? The soldier inquired. Wow, another head pat. Ian blinked in astonishment, but nodded obediently, turning to walk away, prompting the others to hurry after him. However, what they did not anticipate was that under Ian's leadership, they would take an extended time to reach their destination. Strangely, I feel as though we have passed this place before. A soldier of the Revolutionary Army scratched his head in confusion. How could that be? You must be mistaken. Ian replied without turning his head. The others could only continue to follow him, unaware that they had been completely led in a circle around the entire village. This was a subtle act of revenge from a man harboring grievances against head pats. In truth, Ian's conscience had begun to stir. Initially, he had intended to circle the village several more times. Chapter 11. I have the iPhone 7 too. At last, Ian paused outside the dojo. It was midday, and Gung Shiro was basking in the sun in the courtyard. Ian spotted him immediately and rushed over, exclaiming, Master, someone has come to see you. As he spoke, Ian kept his gaze fixed on Gung Shiro, only to find that Gung Shiro maintained his usual cheerful demeanor, utterly unfazed by the arrival of Ivankov and his companions. Hello. Long time no see. Gung Shiro greeted Ivankov and Deshion with a smile. Mr. Gung Shiro. Deshion remained silent, while Ivankov jovially called out, Ian observed their interaction closely, initially believing that Gung Shiro might have some connection to the Revolutionary Army. However, the current atmosphere seemed rather incongruous. Gung Shiro, along with Ivankov and De Xiong, displayed an attitude toward Gung Shiro that lacked the familiarity one would expect among comrades. Rather, it appeared somewhat polite, as if they were ordinary guests. Upon reflection, it made sense. If Gung Shiro were indeed a member of the Revolutionary Army, how could he have remained in Frost Moon Village for so many years? Retirement? That was absurd. The Revolutionary Army had only begun its global endeavors in recent years. Thus, Ian concluded that Gung Shiro was likely not a member of the Revolutionary Army. Could it be that, as Ivankov suggested, they were merely acquaintances? Lost in thought, Ian failed to catch what Gung Shiro was discussing with Ivankov and the others. It wasn't until he noticed Gung Shiro gesturing for them to enter the dojo that he snapped back to reality. The group was ushered into the dojo, which lacked a designated reception area, so they settled in the main hall. Ian had intended to listen to their conversation, but to his surprise, Gung Shiro asked him to prepare tea. Reluctantly, Ian made his way to the kitchen to boil water for tea. He glanced around but did not see Guena. He was unsure where she had gone to train. As for Zoro, that fool was probably still up in the mountains. After some time, Ian managed to boil the water, brewed the tea in several cups, and brought them out on a tray. Upon his return, as he distributed the tea, he realized he was unaware of what had been discussed between the parties. Although Gung Shiro wore a smile, a hint of melancholy was perceptible on his face. Noticing Ian's arrival, Gung Shiro addressed him again, saying, "Ian, please check the storeroom and see how much grain we have left." Grain? All right. Ivankov and his companions had come to Frost Moon Village seemingly to procure supplies. As expected, Ivankov spoke up, "We will purchase it at market price." However, Gung Shiro shook his head, replying, "No need, it's not worth much. Consider it a gift from me to you." Ivankov did not decline the offer. Seeing that there were no issues, Ian turned to leave, preparing to head to the storage room to tally the grains. Behind him, he faintly heard Master Gung Silang's voice. "The one who just left is the eldest disciple of my dojo." Ian surmised that Master Gung Silang was introducing himself to Ivankov and did not take offense. The grains in the storage room were all produced from the dojo's fields. With only a handful of individuals dining at the dojo, consumption was minimal, resulting in a considerable surplus. After spending some time counting, Ian discovered there were over 100 bags. Calculating at about 50 pounds each, this amounted to over 5,000 pounds of grain, including both wheat and rice. He hurried back to report to Master Gung Silang, and in the end, Ivankov and the others decided to take 3,000 pounds of grain. Ian looked at them and noted that there were only 7 or 8 people. He wondered how they planned to carry such a hefty load. However, to Ian's surprise, Bear suddenly stood up and requested Ian to take him to the storage room. He tucked a thick book under his arm, then removed his right glove with his left hand, revealing a peculiar palm with what appeared to be soft, fleshy pads resembling a kitten's paw, evoking an irresistible urge to touch. Fleshy ball fruit. Ian's mind suddenly conjured the term. Could it be that Uncle Bear was truly the most hidden, adorable creature in the world of One Piece? The fleshy pads stirred in Ian a compelling desire to touch them. Bear approached the pile of grains and gently tapped it with his right hand. To Ian's astonishment, half of the pile vanished in an instant. He had been pondering how they would transport the grains, never anticipating such a method. Ian realized that the grains had been propelled away by Bear's fleshy pads and were likely already resting on their ship by the shore. How convenient. Ian gazed at Bear with envy, often wondering if he too could acquire and consume such an unscientific devil fruit. After launching the grains, Bear donned his glove once more. Ian assumed he intended to exit the storage room, but unexpectedly, Bear spoke in a deep voice, asking Ian, "If you were to travel, where would you go?" The moment he spoke, Ian shivered. What a familiar phrase. He quickly waved his hands, replying, "I don't wish to travel at the moment, and even if I do later, I would prefer to sail by myself." Bear looked down at him. The height difference was glaringly evident, reminiscent of an elephant gazing at a mouse. Although being likened to a mouse irked Ian, he felt an immense pressure as he suddenly recalled that Bartholomew Bear had another nickname and identity, the Tyrant, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Surely, He wouldn't be angered, would he? Ian contemplated that. Judging by the manner in which he had just flicked the grains of food, it was evident that the bear must have discovered his circling behavior around the village. After all, how else could he have so precisely propelled the food from the dojo to the coastline? Just as Ian was feeling apprehensive, the bear unexpectedly produced an object from his person, extending it towards Ian with his gloved hand. "I have taken your food. Consider this a token of gratitude," the bear intoned in his characteristic deep voice. Upon closer inspection, Ian realized that the object in the bear's hand was a small telephone bug. This diminutive creature was a soft pink, adorned with a shell featuring intricate patterns, connected by a thread to a tiny microphone. On one side of the shell, there was a circle of numbers resembling a dial pad, displaying the digits from 0 to 9. The telephone bug was currently slumbering, its large eyes tightly shut. Ian gently took it into his hands. Curiosity piqued as he poked it, only to find it unresponsive. "This is a juvenile telephone bug," the bear explained. "Keep it with you, and as it matures, it will take on your appearance." "How marvelous!" Ian exclaimed, cradling the delicate creature. "So when it grows up, it will be able to make calls?" "Indeed. When it matures, a new digit will appear on its shell, which will represent your number," the bear replied. It was the first time Ian had heard him speak so extensively. "Is this akin to the iPhone of the pirate world? Will it transform into the iPhone 7S when it grows?" Ian mused with excitement, astonished that the bear had gifted him a telephone bug. Unable to contain his gratitude, he blurted out, "Thank you, Uncle Bear." As soon as the words left his lips, Ian realized with alarm that Bartholomew Kuma had never introduced himself. To be precise, the only name Ian should have recognized among the Revolutionary Army was that of Ivankov. Sure enough, upon hearing Ian's address, the bear fell silent, casting a long, contemplative gaze upon him. Fortunately, Ian quickly regained his composure, tilting his head and feigning innocence. "Uncle Bear, is it all right if I call you that? I really like your hat. It looks just like a bear." When they entered the dojo, the bear had already removed his cloak, and now he wore a distinctive black and white patterned barriered hat. Using this hat as a pretext, the term Uncle Bear seemed less outlandish. After hearing Ian's words, the bear turned his head away, no longer looking at him. Just as Ian breathed a sigh of relief, the bear executed an action he could never have anticipated. He removed his barriered hat and placed it atop Ian's head. "If you like it, it's yours." At that moment, Ian was utterly bewildered, left to grapple with the absurdity of the situation. Chapter 12. Dorag and the severely wounded Sabo. Ian was perplexed by the thoughts of the silent bear, who had inexplicably bestowed his hat upon him. This enigmatic man had always eluded Ian's understanding, leaving him in the dark about his true intentions. After Bear exited, Ian removed the adorably whimsical barriered hat from his head. As he gazed at it in his hands, a lump lodged itself in his throat, leaving him at a loss for how to express his bewilderment. What an oddity it was. Did everyone in this world take such delight in gifting hats? Unsure of how he appeared donning this peculiar headgear, Ian envisioned the scene and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Yet, he recognized that Bear's gesture was likely one of goodwill. If the telephone bug was a token of gratitude for the provisions offered by the dojo, then this hat must represent a more personal form of thanks. Reluctantly, Ian donned the barriered hat. Upon returning to the dojo, Ian was met with the sound of laughter emanating from within, which astonished him. It was hard to fathom that the traditionally minded Master Gungshiro could engage so amiably with Ivankov. As he stepped inside, Ian addressed his master. "Master, it is done. We must take our leave now." Ivankov stood, repositioning his hood to conceal his flamboyant purple hair. Bear and the other revolutionary soldiers followed suit, covering themselves completely once more. Gungshiro, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Ian's hat, soon regained his composure and inquired, "Are you not staying a while longer?" "No. It would not be prudent to linger in the village," Ivankov replied. "We shall await the ship by the seaside." Gungshiro nodded and instructed Ian. "Ian, see them off." Of course, in truth, Ian had already resolved to do so. The mention of waiting by the sea undoubtedly referred to Dorag's arrival, and Ian was keen to accompany them and witness it. Leading the way out of the dojo, Ian was followed by Ivankov and Bear, while the other revolutionary soldiers bowed respectfully to Gungshiro before departing. As the dojo fell silent, Gung Shiro remained seated on the floor, contemplative and speechless, lost in his thoughts. Along the path, all the revolutionary soldiers, including Ivankov, regarded Ian's charming barriered hat with an air of astonishment. They were well aware it was Bear's hat, but they were intrigued by the notion that he would gift it to another. However, observing Bear without his hat, his wild curls on full display, even Ivankov refrained from inquiring about the circumstances, choosing instead to fixate on Ian. Feeling the intense scrutiny upon him, Ian experienced an itchiness throughout his body. Thus, this time, he refrained from meandering and headed directly toward the seaside, soon exiting the village. The revolutionary soldier who had previously sparred with Ian scratched his head in confusion and remarked, "Hey, it didn't seem this swift on the way here." Ian turned back with a serious demeanor and replied, "That is merely your perception." "Is it?" the soldier questioned, his confidence wavering. "Indeed," Ian nodded with certainty. "You must be hungry. That's why you're imagining things." Ivakov observed this scene and chuckled. What a character this boy is. Ian shrugged, well aware that his detour couldn't be hidden from Ivakov and Big Bear. However, considering his childlike appearance, he reasoned that the mischief of a child would be forgiven, wouldn't he it? Shuangyue village was not particularly large, and its population was modest. When Ian led the group to the seaside, they could see a few small fishing boats tethered to the beach, remnants left by the fishermen who had ventured out to sea. By this time in the afternoon, those fishermen had long returned home, rendering the beach rather tranquil. The group, therefore, felt no fear of being spotted. At this point in the timeline, the Revolutionary Army was still in a phase of gathering strength, conducting their affairs discreetly. For them, remaining unseen was paramount. Ian accompanied them, waiting by the shoreline. Ivakov initially intended to persuade him to return, but Ian shook his head. With a sense of resignation, the others decided to let him stay. As night fell, no boats appeared. Fortunately, Big Bear and a few revolutionary soldiers located the supplies he had previously sent flying and prepared a pot of rice on the beach, catching a few fish along the shore to complement their meal. Ian, feeling no need for formality, joined them in their feast. The moon had risen high in the sky, and Ian began to yawn, when suddenly he heard a revolutionary soldier stationed on a high lookout call out, "They're coming." Ian quickly scrambled to his feet and gazed into the distance, where a dark shape was approaching across the night sea. As time passed, the shadow loomed larger until, illuminated by the moonlight, the silhouette of the ship became clear. It was a magnificent three-masted vessel, its bow adorned with a dragon's head, its sinuous body forming the keel. And at the stern, a dragon's tail protruded, giving the impression that the ship was being carried by a dragon. Without a doubt, it was Dorag's ship. A revolutionary soldier had already raised a lantern, signaling to the vessel, which gradually slowed its pace and steered toward the shore. "Eva, may I go aboard and take a look?" Ian tugged at Ivakov's cloak, feigning innocence. "I've never seen such a large ship." Ivakov, not surprised by Ian's request, had already suspected as much when he saw Ian waiting with them. He chuckled, "Haha, little Candy, you may go up to see it. But let me make it clear, I cannot take you away. After you've had a look, you must return to the shore. All right?" "Absolutely." Ian nodded enthusiastically. Once the dragon boat came to a halt, a small skiff was lowered from the left side of the vessel. Ivankov and Bear began to ascend the gangplank, with Ian closely trailing behind. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers of the Revolutionary Army called for assistance from those aboard to help transport the supplies. Upon boarding, Ivankov shouted, "Hurry up. Dorag, how long must we wait?" Ian, following closely behind Ivankov, peeked over his towering figure to gaze ahead, where a silhouette clad in a matching green cloak was slowly turning around on the deck. Under the moonlight, Dorag's hood obscured his face, rendering it impossible for Ian to discern his features. "I apologize." Dorag spoke, his voice deep and resonant. "I was delayed by a matter concerning this child." As he turned, he revealed a small child lying on the deck behind him. At first glance, Ian noticed the thick bandages that enveloped the child's entire body, even wrapping around his head and face. The child's mouth hung open in a state of unconsciousness, and through the gaps in the bandages, dark burn marks were visible. The stark white moonlight illuminated the blood seeping from beneath the bandages, presenting a jarring sight. Even Ian shuddered at the grievous condition of the child. It was evident that this child was Sabo, whom Dorag had rescued from the sea. Upon witnessing Sabo's dire state, Ian felt a surge of anger. What kind of heart could inflict such cruelty upon a mere child? Had it not been for Dorag's timely intervention, Sabo might have perished. In that moment, Ian truly grasped the sheer brutality of the celestial dragons. Ivankov, too, noticed Sabo lying on the deck and leaped forward, crouching down to examine him. This is far too severe. Someone, quickly, come help treat his wounds. Ivankov shouted urgently. Ivan, can you heal him? Dorag inquired. No, he is too young. He requires specialized medication. Ivankov replied. I can only stabilize his condition for now. He must be taken for treatment immediately. With that, Ivankov removed his gloves and plunged his hands onto Sabo's body. Healing hormones, adrenaline. The child on the ground suddenly coughed, and upon witnessing this, Ivankov exclaimed joyfully, excellent. His heartbeat has returned. Several revolutionary soldiers seized the opportunity to lift Sabo onto a stretcher and carried him into the cabin. Ivankov raised his head and asked Dorag, who is this child? Why has he sustained such grave injuries? Dorag shook his head and replied, I do not know his name. He was attacked by the celestial dragons in that wretched country. Is that so? Ivankov fell silent for a moment. Just then, a voice broke through the tension, stating, his name is Sabo. Huh? Dorag was taken aback, turning toward the source of the voice, where he saw another child standing on the deck, none other than Ian. Who are you? Drag was somewhat curious. Do you know this injured child? As he posed the question, Drag naturally noticed the barrier it had adorning Ian's head, and could not resist casting a glance toward the large bear. Ian shook his head, replying, I only know his name. He was acutely aware that due to the severity of Sabo's injuries, he would lose his memory upon recovery. Mentioning this name was merely for the convenience of the Revolutionary Army to address him in the future. In truth, even if Ian remained silent, the members of the revolution would glean his name from the belongings Sabo possessed. Ian's utterance was, in fact, instinctive. Drag turned his gaze toward Eva, who shrugged and said, this is a boy from the village dojo, quite a spirited lad. I brought him aboard to take a look. Is that so? Drag regarded Ian for a moment, remaining silent, before turning to inquire, where is the food? A revolutionary soldier responded, the dojo in the village sent us some provisions. Very well, prepare for departure. Drag commanded. Return to Baldigo. Having seen Ian now, he felt no regret. Hearing Drag's words, he understood that he was being dismissed and remarked, I shall return to the dojo as well. With that, he made his way toward the dinghy at the side of the ship. However, after taking only a few steps, he suddenly heard Drag say, Eva, see him off. Eva followed Ian, escorting him down the ship. Upon reaching the shore, Eva said to Ian, Little Candy, do not speak of our encounter to anyone, understood? I understand. You are not ordinary people. Ian shrugged and added, by the way, Uncle Bear gave me a phone book. May I have your number? Eva was momentarily taken aback, then quickly responded, Uncle Bear? Is that what you call him? What do you need my number for? Ian nodded. Because I may need to reach you for something in the future. Chapter 13. The departure. The Revolutionary Army's vessel had set sail, navigating through the vast expanse of the ocean. Dracula stood at the bow, gazing into the distance. Having shed his cloak to reveal his commanding long hair and the peculiar diamond pattern adorning his face, upon hearing footsteps behind him, he addressed them without turning. Is that you, Kuma? Kuma stood silently behind him. When Dracula turned to face him, he noticed Kuma had donned a barriered hat once more, prompting a grin from him. So you have a spare. How rare it is that you would bestow your cherished hat upon a complete stranger. The Revolutionary Army requires more companions. Kuma spoke in a deep voice. That boy possesses great potential. Perhaps our paths shall cross again someday. You are indeed correct, Dracula replied, lifting his gaze to the star-studded night sky. As we amass strength, when the Revolutionary Army numbers like the stars above, we shall ignite a blazing fire of revolution. This journey is long, requiring years, perhaps even decades. By that time, we may have aged or passed away, leaving the youth to carry on our legacy. Kuma, I intend for you to undertake a crucial task. Dracula, having finished his contemplations, suddenly turned serious. This endeavor may prove arduous, but it is imperative that someone takes it on. Kuma remained silent, his eyes fixed on Dracul. 11 years ago, the pirate king Joel D. Roger was executed in Low Town of the East Blue. Dracul declared. The world government sought to intimidate the increasingly rampant pirates. Yet they failed to foresee that Roger's final words would yield the opposite effect. In the years that followed, more and more pirates have emerged along the Grand Line. The Navy's strength has gradually waned. According to my intelligence, they are currently deliberating the formation of the Warlords of the Sea, intending to use pirates to counteract other pirates. This is an opportune moment. I want you to become one of the warlords. Are you suggesting that I should gather intelligence on the world government under the guise of a warlord? Kuma inquired. Precisely. And if possible, I need you to find a way to make contact with one individual. Dracul's expression turned grave. Vegapunk, the genius scientist of the world government. I have a vested interest in him. At this point, Dracul turned back to face the sea, continuing, when the time comes. Your connections with the Revolutionary Army should be minimized. All decisions will be yours to make. When shall I depart? Kuma asked after a moment of silence. Quite soon. You shall disembark mid-journey. The Revolutionary Army cannot assist you, and you must rely solely on your own strength to secure your position among the warlords, Dracul explained. Do you need to say farewell to Ivankov? Not necessary, Kuma replied, clutching his book as he turned back towards the ship's cabin, leaving Dracul to stand alone, continuing to gaze quietly at the vast ocean. After bidding farewell to Ivankov and Kuma, Ian returned to the dojo under the moonlight. At this moment, Zoro was in the dojo, straining under a large stone as he mimicked Ian's relentless squats, counting aloud, 580, 581, 582. Not far from him stood Kuina, wielding a bamboo sword and relentlessly striking a vertical target, her body glistening with sweat, a testament to her prolonged practice. Upon noticing Ian's return, Kuina greeted him from a distance. Brother Ian, where have you been today? We haven't seen you for a while. At this point, Zoro also set down the stone and approached to stand beside Kuina, saying, Brother Ian, I finished your dinner. Before he could complete his sentence, Ian appeared before them, and both of them immediately noticed the barrier had perched atop Ian's head. Pft, pft. Zoro could no longer contain himself, pointing at Ian's head and bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. What an odd hat. It was not only him. Even Kuina wore a strange expression, likely stifling laughter. Her lips pursed in restraint. Ian was infuriated. While it was one thing for Kuina to laugh, how dare this green-haired fool Zoro mock him so brazenly? What are you laughing at? Without a moment's hesitation, Ian raised his hand and delivered a swift tap to Zoro's head. Ouch! Zoro's laughter instantly transformed into a cry of pain, a large bump swelling on his head. Why did you hit me? He retorted angrily, pointing at Kuina and accusingly stating, she laughed too. Ian shot him a glare. I just didn't like your face, so I hit you. Unable to contain herself any longer, Kuina turned away, covering her mouth as she giggled uncontrollably. Infuriatingly, Zoro realized he would not be able to seek justice this time. It was a clear case of preferential treatment. Once the laughter subsided, Ian inquired, where is the master? Wiping the tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes. Kuina replied, I don't know. He hasn't been around for a while. Ian stepped into the dojo, searching for Gung Shiro, needing to update him after sending off the Revolutionary Army. However, despite searching every corner of the dojo, he could not find him. By some twist of fate, Ian eventually found himself in the woods behind the dojo, where he finally located Gung Shiro. Yet, upon the first sight of his master, Ian understood that it was not the right moment to disturb him. Gung Shiro was kneeling motionless before a gravestone. Ian recognized the gravestone. It marked the resting place of Kuina's mother. Kuina's mother had passed away shortly after giving birth to her, and Ian, being quite young at the time, had no recollection of what she looked like, nor did he know much about her. In their usual conversations, Gung Shiro seldom mentioned Kuina's mother, only occasionally remarking that Kuina bore a striking resemblance to her. Ian was puzzled, wondering why Gung Shiro had come to pay his respects at the grave at night. It was an unusual act indeed. As Ian pondered, a sudden thought struck him regarding the recently departed Ivankov and his companions. A flicker of realization ignited within him, Could the peculiar behavior of Master Gung Silang be linked to the arrival of Ivankov and his entourage? Why would their presence compel Master Gung Silang to pay homage at the grave in the dead of night? Could it be that the mother of Guena, his own mentor's wife, had ties to the Revolutionary Army? The notion startled Ian, yet upon reflecting on Master Gung Silang's conduct throughout the day, he found this hypothesis not entirely implausible. Master Gung Silang was shrouded in mystery. His origins and prowess remained unknown. However, Ian had a keen understanding of his character, and he sensed that he lacked the rebellious spirit typically associated with the Revolutionary Army, making him an odd fit within that realm. Curiously, Ivankov and his associates were familiar with Master Gung Silang, who greeted them with a warm smile, yet his words carried an air of formality. The only connection Ian could surmise between the two parties was Guena's mother. Perhaps she was indeed a soldier of the Revolutionary Army, or even a cadre, possibly one of the earliest members. It seemed plausible that Ivankov and his group had known Guena's mother, thereby establishing their acquaintance with Master Gung Silang. This could elucidate the nuances in their interactions. As Ian contemplated this possibility, he quietly departed, resolved not to pry into matters that Master Gung Silang had chosen to remain silent about. There may be hidden truths, likely of a troubling nature, and Ian preferred not to unearth the scars of his mentor's past. Upon returning to the dojo, he retreated to his room, where he gazed at the small pink telephone bug that Big Bear had gifted him. The little creature was now peacefully asleep, its eyes closed. Ian attempted to playfully tease it, but to no avail, so he decided to wash up and retire for the night. As the night deepened, the tranquil village of Frost Moon appeared serene under the moonlight. The events of the day were but a minor interlude for the village, and with the rise of the sun on the morrow, life would inevitably return to its accustomed rhythm. Chapter 14. The Dream of Setting Sail the following day. Ian rose early once again. After leaving some vegetable leaves and weeds for the little phone bug, he donned his barrier hat, called upon Zaro, and embarked on yet another day of training. They jogged around the village, during which Ian continuously corrected Zaro's misguided path. Upon completing their run, they ventured into the forest on the mountain to practice their swordplay and strength exercises. Once these drills were concluded, Ian retrieved a length of rope and secured a stone to it, suspending it from a branch. With his right hand gripping a bamboo sword, he forcefully thrust the dangling stone forward. Utilizing the principle of a pendulum, the stone swiftly swung back towards him. Ian stood still, waiting for the stone to collide with him, and as it approached, he attempted to activate his flash skill. Then with a resounding thud, the stone struck Ian squarely in the face. "That hurt," he exclaimed, clutching his face, feeling as though his nose was bleeding, accompanied by a tingling numbness. To his dismay, he had failed to execute the skill once more. Mastering the timing for flash truly posed a challenge. Indeed, this was the method Ian devised to practice his flash skill. While potent, it possessed a significant drawback. It was entirely reactive, only usable at the moment an attack was imminent, rather than being proactively deployed. Lacking an opponent, Ian had conceived this method to simulate an enemy's assault by allowing the stone to swing towards him. Humans possess instinctive reactions when faced with an oncoming attack. The first instinct is often to evade. If Ian wished to overcome the fear-induced reflexes, he would need to relentlessly train himself. Rising to his feet, Ian wiped his nose, confirming that it was indeed bleeding. Zoro had been observing Ian's peculiar actions, puzzled by what he was doing. Upon witnessing Ian struck by the stone, Zoro couldn't help but exclaim, "Ian, why didn't you dodge? Has that hat made you foolish?" At that moment, Ian was tilting his head to staunch the bleeding and retorted, "You know nothing. I am contemplating sword techniques." "Wait, sword techniques?" Zoro's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Indeed," Ian affirmed, "remarkable sword techniques. Master Kushiru had never instructed them in any sword arts. Whether it was Kuna, Ian, Zoro, or the other young disciples in the dojo, their daily practice consisted solely of foundational techniques. Master Kushiru often proclaimed that all sword techniques stem from the basics, a statement of considerable truth. However, it was undeniable that such repetitive foundational training could become monotonous over time. This was precisely why Zoro's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. He believed that if he could learn sword techniques, perhaps he could defeat Kuina. "Ian, please teach me." Zoro rushed forward, gazing at Ian with admiration. I want to learn sword techniques too. Absolutely not. Ian shook his head. You devoured my meal just yesterday. Then I shall leave my meal for you today. Teach me. Zoro exclaimed. Ian, feeling overwhelmed, thought to himself that he had not yet mastered the flash technique, so how could he possibly teach another? However, a spark of inspiration ignited in him, and he inquired, Do you truly wish to learn? Absolutely. Zoro nodded eagerly. Ian, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, The essence of swordsmanship is that each individual comprehends it differently, hence I cannot teach you. However, what? Zoro tilted his head curiously. However, there is a solution. Ian pointed to the barriered hat atop his head, declaring, The answer lies in wearing a hat. You see, it was only after I donned this hat that I began to grasp the nuances of swordplay. Zoro was momentarily taken aback. Ian felt a swell of pride. This foolish green-haired lad always laughed boisterously at his own hat, leaving Ian, as the senior, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Now, however, he relished the thought of Zoro's laughter silenced. Crafting an elaborate justification for his actions was a surefire method to deceive naive children. Yet, before Ian could bask in his triumph, Zoro suddenly blurted out, I don't want it. That hat looks ridiculous. Ian coughed up a mouthful of blood, utterly flabbergasted that he was being ridiculed by Zoro, of all people. Without a second thought, he delivered a swift blow to Zoro's head. He realized that administering punishment to Zoro had become a habitual response. Ignoring the lamentations of the green-haired fool, Ian stood up and resumed his training. Throughout the entire morning, Ian was struck by stones countless times, his face becoming a ghastly sight, and the instances of successfully executing the flash technique were pitifully few. Nonetheless, he did not leave empty-handed. Practicing flash was, in essence, an exercise in refining his foundational nin skills, as activating flash required the expenditure of nin. During this process, not only did his proficiency in nin skills gradually improve, but he also began to sense the potency of his nin. After a night's rest, his nin energy had fully replenished to a maximum of 15 points. If left unchecked, he might deplete it all in one go. Thus, he attempted to regulate his nin output, and to his surprise, he found that he could indeed do so. It was entirely determined by his will, making it surprisingly simpler to manage. Through experimentation, he discovered that the minimum nin energy required to activate the flash technique was, in fact, 2 points. One portion was entwined around the sword's blade, while the other was affixed to his own body. This instantaneous movement necessitated immense explosive power from his muscles, and the nin energy served precisely that purpose. Upon the successful activation of the flash technique, Ian, bolstered by his mental energy, could achieve a sword-swinging velocity surpassing his usual capabilities, enabling him to execute instantaneous counterattacks. Had he wielded a real sword instead of a bamboo one, the rapid strikes would have manifested as a dazzling flash of blade light, thus giving the technique its name. While he could manage the output of his mental energy, discerning the precise moment to strike proved more challenging. After all, a stone is merely a stone. If faced with a genuine adversary, the opponent's attacks could vary in speed, complicating the timing of his own responses. Therefore, it was imperative for Ian to persist in his training. The repeated activation of the flash skill swiftly depleted Ian's mental energy, forcing him to pause and sigh in regret. His practice was currently constrained by 2 factors: his mental energy reserves and his mastery of mental cultivation techniques. Were he to possess a greater supply of mental energy and a swifter recovery rate, he could extend his training sessions considerably. Zoro, while also engaged in his own training, had been observing Ian's movements intently. Upon witnessing Ian successfully execute the flash technique for the first time, a stone he had been holding fell from his mouth, nearly landing on his foot. His mouth agape in astonishment, he could hardly believe that Ian had truly grasped the sword technique. Could the hat truly be that powerful? Zoro pondered, conflicted by the absurdity of the hat. Seeing Ian come to a halt, Zoro inquired, Ian, do you intend to slice through that stone? It seems rather improbable. At that moment, Ian felt utterly fatigued, his head throbbing faintly, an after effect of his depleted mental energy. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that his condition had improved significantly since the previous day. Shaking his head in response to Zoro's question, Ian remarked, What's the big deal about slicing through a stone? There are individuals in this world capable of cutting through steel. Really? Are there such extraordinary individuals? Zoro asked in surprise. This world is vast. filled with all kinds of remarkable people. Ian replied with a smile before rising to his feet. Let us head back for a meal. On their way back, Ian found himself utterly drained, lacking the strength to continue, and thus climbed onto Zoro's shoulders, instructing him to carry him back to the dojo, justifying it as extra practice. Zoro, the fool, actually believed him. He sprinted back to the dojo, Ian perched atop him. When Kuina saw the injuries on Ian's face, she gasped in shock and quickly fetched medicine to tend to him. After the treatment and a meal, Ian could no longer hold on and fell into a deep slumber on the dojo floor. Unbeknownst to him, Zoro had taken Ian's claim about individuals capable of cutting steel seriously. After dinner, he specifically sought out Master Yusaka to inquire. Master, is it true that there are people in the world who can cut through steel? Indeed, it is true, Master Yusaku confirmed with a nod. Rising from his seat, he produced a sheet of paper and said, Pay close attention to this paper. He then tossed the paper into the air and, seizing the opportunity before it descended, drew his sword and slashed at it. Then, that piece of paper remained completely intact. Master, you did not sever it at all, Zoro remarked in disbelief. Listen well, Zoro, there are swordsmen in this world who cannot cut through everything. Yet they possess the ability to slice through steel with the same blade. Master Gung Siro laughed. The so-called strongest sword is one that protects what you wish to safeguard and wields the power to sever what you intend to cut. For me, a sword that can slice through anything does not truly qualify as a sword. Do you understand? Master Gung Siro inquired. Zoro stared blankly at Master Gung Siro. Master, I aspire to become a swordsman who can cut through anything. A bead of sweat the size of a pearl formed on Master Gung Siro's forehead. Zoro, did you truly comprehend what I just said? At that moment, Zoro certainly did not grasp the meaning of those words. However, the conversation between Ian and Master Gung Siro sparked within him a newfound yearning for the outside world. One day, I will surely set sail and witness those extraordinary individuals. I am certain of it. Chapter 15. A year later, time flows quietly, imperceptibly, and before one realizes, more than 10 months have elapsed. In the Isen Dojo, a group of younger disciples are seated in 2 rows, their hands resting on their knees, gazing in awe at the fierce duel unfolding before them between 2 figures. Undoubtedly, the combatants in this clash are none other than Zoro and Kuina. At this moment, Ian sits nearby, observing their exchange. It has been a year since Zoro arrived at the dojo, and in comparison to the wild boar-like child who first entered, now stands a formidable swordsman proficient in the dual-wielding technique. Silence envelopes the dojo, broken only by the sound of their bamboo swords clashing. Zoro and Kuina have engaged in over 100 exchanges, each exerting their utmost strength in this contest. Ian, who has trained alongside Zoro every day, has witnessed his transformation. From being swiftly defeated by Kuina to now holding his ground in an extended bout, it is a testament to Zoro's growth, earning Ian's silent admiration. Yet, despite Zoro's advancements, Kuina has surpassed him in strength. Just as the spectators anticipated a prolonged battle, Kuina suddenly lowered her head, thrusting her bamboo sword towards Zoro. Upon noticing her movement, Zoro hastily swung his sword to parry, only to discover that Kuina's initial thrust was merely a feint. As Zoro adjusted his stance, Kuina executed a powerful upward strike, striking Zoro squarely on the face. A crimson mark materialized on Zoro's cheek, a testament to the force behind Kuina's blow, one he had endured more than once. 1 point. That's enough. Kuina wins. Instructor Zokiai announced. 2,000 victories, 0 defeats. With the outcome declared, Ian let out a sigh. Over the past year, Zoro had relentlessly challenged Kuina, seizing every opportunity to spar whenever he felt a hint of improvement. With an astonishing average of 5 to 6 encounters per day, he had engaged in 2,000 duels within a year, leaving Ian in awe of his perseverance. Despite the countless challenges, Zoro had yet to secure a single victory. Ian began to comprehend Zoro's mentality. Losing to a girl was a source of humiliation, particularly given the number of times he had been bested. Such stubbornness might have crushed others, yet here was Zoro, undeterred. Damn it, Zoro exclaimed, trembling as he rose from the ground. Kuina, pointing her bamboo sword at him, teased. You really are weak, Zoro. How can you be so useless? You're a boy, after all. The younger disciples in the dojo began to whisper amongst themselves, asserting, Zoro is not weak, all right. Aside from Brother Ian, he is undoubtedly the strongest among the boys, having even bested adults. Perhaps he spoke a bit too loudly. As this remark caught the attention of Kuna, who turned to them and declared, Yet he is still weaker than me. Even with 2 swords, a weakling remains weak. With that, Kuina dismissed the group and exited the dojo. Ian observed this scene with a faint smile, recognizing Kuina's relentless spirit. Each time she defeats Zoro, she cannot resist teasing him. Zoro, lost in thought, stood up in silence and brushed off the dust from his clothes. Master Gung Shiro approached him and remarked, You lost again, Zoro. It's clear that you have indeed grown stronger. Before Zoro could respond, a group of younger disciples surrounded Master Gung, clamoring, Master, you wouldn't be secretly training her just because she is your daughter, would you? That's just unfair. Master Gung quickly waved his hands. No. I would never do such a thing. Zoro has truly improved, but Kuina has also become increasingly formidable. At that moment, Zoro, bearing a flushed visage, silently made his way toward the exit. The onlookers watched him, and Master Gung called out to him, but he calmly replied, I'm going to wash my face, and strode out. Master Gung sighed and suggested to Ian, You should check on him. Nodding in agreement, Ian followed him outside, arriving at the well in the courtyard, where he found Zoro pouring water over his head vigorously. Damn it, why can't I ever win against Kuina? Zoro muttered to himself, then suddenly shouted, Why? I intend to become the strongest man in the world. Why is this happening to me? Observing Zoro's emotional outburst, Ian refrained from approaching, choosing instead to remain hidden behind a tree. After a spell of venting, Zoro finally calmed down, wiping the water from his face and silently resolving, Tonight, I will challenge her again. Later that evening, after dinner, Master Gung and his disciples Wujie sat in the room sipping tea, inevitably discussing the duel between Zoro and Kuina from earlier. Having only trained for a year, Zoro's progress was truly astonishing. Wujie remarked his training volume, alongside Ian's, far surpasses that of others. It's only natural for him to improve, yet he still cannot defeat Kuina. After pondering for a moment, Master Gung finally spoke. Female swordsmen face a significant barrier. Given the current situation, I cannot yet allow him to inherit the dojo. In the past, Master Gung, even when feeling regretful, had never expressed himself so candidly. Perhaps it was because only he and Wujie were present that he finally voiced his true feelings. However, unbeknownst to him, Kuina had arrived just in time to overhear his words from outside the door. Father, Kuina exclaimed, suddenly flinging open the door. Eavesdropping is not polite, Kuina. Master Gung Shiro looked at Kuina with a somewhat stern expression. Kuina, suppressing her excitement, declared to Gung Shiro, Father, I will become the strongest swordsman in the world. Similar to Gung Shiro, this was the first time Kuina had formally expressed her aspirations before her father, yearning for his genuine acknowledgement. However, to her surprise, after a moment of silence, Gung Shiro softly responded, Kuina, girls cannot become the strongest. Kuina gazed at her father in shock, unable to believe that he remained so obstinate. Her efforts had never garnered his recognition. Without uttering a word, she turned and left. And it was only when her figure disappeared into the darkness that her tears began to flow. Wasn't this remark exceedingly hurtful? Wujie looked at Gung Shiro in disbelief. How could you be so unyielding to Kuina? Gung Shiro sighed, lifted his teacup to take a sip, and replied, Do you think so too, Ian? Ian emerged from behind a tree, having observed the entire exchange. Upon being discovered by Gung Shiro, he was not surprised. As he sat down at the entrance, he asked, somewhat puzzled, Master, why do you insist that girls cannot become the strongest? The jovial expression on Gung Shiro's face vanished, replaced by profound sorrow. He began, Do you know? Kuina not only resembles her mother in appearance, but her strong-willed character is identical to hers as well. I understand her dream of becoming the strongest swordsman in the world, but how can she achieve that? Beyond physiological limitations, she must continually challenge stronger opponents. If anything were to happen to her, then I have already lost her mother and do not wish to lose my daughter as well. Gung Shiro gazed up at the ceiling. I do not desire her to be the strongest in the world, I only wish for her to grow up safely." Ian observed the glimmer of tears in Gung Siro's eyes, realizing the profound impact of these words. He finally understood that Gung Siro was not the antiquated figure he had imagined. His insistence that girls could not become the strongest was merely an excuse rooted in his unwillingness to let Kuina leave his side. This was a father's deepest love for his daughter, and no one dared to claim that Gung Siro was wrong. In this situation, Ian found himself at a loss for words and simply stood up, saying, "Master, I will go check on Kuina." Gung Siro remained silent, tacitly permitting Ian's actions. Ian closed the door behind him and stepped outside. He intended to search for Kuina, only to see her running toward the warehouse. Intrigued, Ian quietly followed her. After a moment, Ian saw Kuina exiting the warehouse, wielding a sword. It was the real deal. Having spent so much time at the dojo, Ian recognized it immediately. It was the famed sword, Wad Ichimonji. The knife is entirely white, with a matching white sheath and hilt. Although it is stored away in the warehouse, it is said to be a relic left to her by Guena's mother, a blade that rightfully belongs to Guena. On this late evening, Guena unexpectedly ventures out with this knife, prompting Ian to sigh. He realizes what is about to unfold. A sense of disbelief washes over him. He had hoped that his presence might alter the course of events, yet it seems that fate is unyielding. Zoro and Guena are destined to engage in their 2001 duel. Nevertheless, he decides to follow, as it would be an opportunity to witness the moment they solidify their vow to one another. Chapter 16. Inner Demons. On this night of the full moon, the bright moonlight cascaded upon the earth, rendering everything remarkably distinct. In the expansive meadow outside Frost Moon Village, Zoro and Kuina stood facing each other, swords in hand. Not far away, in a small grove, Ian observed the scene from a distance. The duel was finally underway. From Ian's vantage point, the round moon served as a backdrop to the confrontation, as their silhouettes intertwined in the brilliant light, engaging in a dance of strikes and parries, weaving a unique aesthetic amidst their movements. However, only the combatants understood the true peril of this battle. The bamboo swords had been replaced with sharp, genuine blades, and a single misstep could lead to severe injury. Perhaps it was this very danger that infused their combat with an added layer of caution, rendering their efforts increasingly earnest. After exchanging blows for several dozen rounds, Zoro found himself panting, his greatest accomplishment merely a severed lock of Kuina's hair. In contrast, Kuina appeared hardly fatigued. "Those swords must be quite heavy, Zoro," she taunted. "You truly are quite weak." Upon hearing her words, Zoro, filled with indignation, shouted and charged at Kuina. Unbeknownst to him, her provocation was deliberate, revealing an opening in his defense. Kuina swiftly closed the distance, executing an upward thrust that sent Zoro's swords flying. The force of the strike caused him to stumble backward, and Kuina's sword spun before plunging sharply beside his ear. "You've lost again. 2001 defeats to 0 victories," Kuina exclaimed with a smile. Lying on the ground, Zoro covered his face and growled, "Damn it! Damn it!" He had lost once more, and the bitterness of defeat nearly brought him to tears. Yet Kuina gazed at him silently before speaking up. "I'm the one who feels like crying." Zoro, surprised, lowered his hands to see Kuina with tears glistening in her eyes. She spoke softly. "As girls grow up, they become weaker than boys. You see, Ian understands this well. He has T-sparred with me in a long time, not because he doesn't want to, but because I refuse to compete with him. I know he is likely stronger than I am now. And you too, Zoro. I will soon be left behind by you." Kuina looked up at the sky, struggling to keep her tears at bay. "My father told me that girls cannot become the strongest swordsmen in the world. I understand that. I've known it for a long time. But you, Zoro, you have the advantage because you are a boy. I wish to be the strongest swordsman in the world as well, but..." She placed her hand on her chest. "My body is developing." Seeing this, Zoro couldn't help but blush. If only I could become a boy. Kuina lowered her head, and the tears she had fought against finally fell. This stirred Zoro's resolve, and he shouted, "You've already beaten me. Stop lamenting. That is too despicable. You are my goal. What does it matter if you're a boy or a girl? When the day comes that I defeat you, will you use that as an excuse? Your words imply that my victories are not solely a result of my own efforts, rendering my relentless training seem foolish." "Zoro," Kuina gazed at him in astonishment. Please refrain from such remarks. Zoro stepped forward, standing before Kuina, and declared, promise me that one day, either you or I will become the world's strongest swordsman. Let us compete and see who shall claim that title. Kuina stared at Zoro, noticing an unprecedented seriousness in his eyes. Zoro extended his hand towards her, beckoning her. Kuina smiled, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and murmured, Fool, you're so weak. Yet, she reached out her hand, firmly grasping Zoro's. Beneath the moonlit sky, this moment seemed frozen in time, transforming into a breathtaking tableau. Meanwhile, Ian, hidden among the trees, couldn't he help but cover his head in exasperation, exclaiming, Ah, such is youth. What was that saying? I recall the days of running beneath the sunset. That was my lost youth. This situation mirrors it. Though here the sunset is replaced by the moon. However, damn it, did you two forget someone when making that promise? As an observer, Ian felt a whirlwind of emotions. Zoro and Kuina already had their ambitions, but what of his own? Having arrived in this world, there was no turning back. Must he continue living as a mere spectator? Just as Ian grappled with his confusion, he noticed a figure approaching him. To his surprise, it was Kuina. Unbeknownst to him, Zoro had already departed, and Kuina, having spotted Ian, approached him and asked, Did you see everything, Ian? Ian nodded. Kuina smiled faintly, brushing her hair aside, and said, It was my father who sent you to find me, wasn't it? Do not worry, I am fine. Ian scrutinized Kuina for a moment before speaking. Though you made a promise with that fool, you still feel a twinge of regret, don't you? Kuina remained silent, averting her gaze. Unlike Zoro, who naively believed that a mere promise could alleviate Kuina's inner turmoil, Ian understood that her physical limitations hindered her from growing stronger. This was likely the torment within her heart. She was shackled by this notion, rendering her spirit unfree. How could she progress in her swordsmanship? Deep down, she realized that if things continued this way, she would one day find herself looking up at Zoro, witnessing his triumph over her and tasting the bitterness of defeat. The mere thought of such a scenario was akin to a needle piercing her heart, a painful reminder of her strong-willed nature. Among the villagers of Frostmoon, Ian perhaps understood Kuina better than anyone else, even more than Master Jinchuru. Thus, he posed that probing question to her. Observing Kuina's reaction, Ian sighed softly and said, Come with me. Ian returned to the dojo with Kuina, leading her to his room. Under her curious gaze, he gently lifted the sleeping phone bug that lay sprawled on the table. After a year, this little creature had grown considerably. If it were awake, one could observe its tiny eyes, now imbued with a semblance of Ian's own essence. Most amusingly, it now sported a diminutive barriered hat atop its head, resembling a miniature version of Ian himself. Moreover, a number, 9209, had appeared on its shell, corresponding to Ian's own identification. Ian, what do you need the phone bug for? Kuina inquired. Ian did not respond directly, instead caressing the little creature's head and saying, Kuina, do you recall that day when you hadn't seen me for a long time? And when you finally did, I was wearing this hat. Kuina nodded, her memory clear. That was because a group of outsiders came to the village. Ian continued, These individuals are revolutionaries. The hat is a gift from them, and among them was a rather peculiar person. Kuina listened intently as Ian shifted the topic, asking, Have you ever heard of devil fruits? My father once spoke of them, but I found it hard to believe. Do such things truly exist? Kuina queried. Ian affirmed, They do exist. Frostmoon Village is small, but the world beyond is vast. These devil fruits are real. And the peculiar individual I mentioned is a user of such a fruit. His name is Ivankov, a master of the hormone fruit. Ian spoke with gravitas, explaining Ivankov's extraordinary ability to manipulate human hormones, allowing him to transform freely between man and woman. Observing Kuina's astonished expression, Ian chuckled, and most importantly, his powers can affect others as well. At this revelation, Kuina turned her gaze to Ian, finally grasping the implications of his words. Yes, it was I who saw them off from the village. Ian confirmed. When they departed, I obtained Ivankov's phone bug number. Now that mine has matured, I can contact him. If you truly wish to become a boy, perhaps he could assist you. Indeed, this was the true reason behind Ian's inquiry about Ivankov's number during their farewell. Observing Guena's contemplative silence, Ian sighed. Though we are not blood siblings, I have always considered you my true sister. You harbor inner turmoil, and if left unresolved, your swordsmanship may falter. I do not wish for you to languish due to this matter, so I propose an alternative. This may be difficult for you to accept, and ultimately it depends on your personal desire. If you wish to transform into a boy, then venture forth to seek Ivankov. However, if you prefer to remain as you are, continue on this path. I refuse to believe that a girl cannot become the strongest, even if it requires 100-fold effort. There is always hope for success. I need to ponder this carefully. Guena rose to her feet and strode towards the door, appearing somewhat flustered. Ian's words had truly left a profound impact on her. As she was on the verge of closing the door, Ian removed his barriered hat with his right hand and bestowed upon her a charming smile, saying, "Remember, pursue your true self. Whatever decision you make, I shall support you." "Thank you, Brother Ian. You are most welcome. After all, I am your brother." Chapter 17. Unexpected that night, Ian drifted into slumber, pondering the choice that Guena might make. In truth, even Ian himself could scarcely envision what it would be like if Guena were to transform into a boy. However, when he initially left the option of Ivankov open, it was merely an experiment, for he understood that if Guena remained in Frostmoon Village, she would soon meet her untimely demise. He had grown accustomed to savoring the warmth of the water that Guena offered him, delivered with her radiant smile after a long day of toil in the fields. He had also become familiar with the gentle pressure she applied while bandaging his injuries after each training session. The thought of this seemingly strong yet tender sister disappearing from his life was unbearable. Thus, during this period, the phrase that echoed in Ian's mind was the butterfly effect. He yearned to see if he could alter this fate, willing to resort to any means necessary. The following day, as Ian rose from his slumber, he had yet to freshen up when Guena came to seek him out. They took their seats at the table, and at that moment, the telephone bug had awakened. Scuttling over to Guena, she smiled and caressed its large eyes, offering it a leaf of greens, watching it devour the offering with delight. "Guena, have you made up your mind?" Ian inquired after a prolonged silence. "I have." Guena lifted her gaze to meet his. "I can only express my gratitude for your kindness. Brother Ian, I pondered the entire night, although I have often thought how wonderful it would be if I were a boy, so that I wouldn't disappoint father, could train without restrictions, earn his acknowledgement, and inherit his dojo. However, when you told me yesterday that such an opportunity truly lay before me, I hesitated. If I were to become a boy, would I still be me? Even if I could ultimately become the world's strongest swordsman, would that swordsman still be Guena? I have come to a realization, Brother Ian." Guena smiled at him, her confidence shining through. "From this moment onward, I will no longer be troubled by my gender. Since father believes that girls cannot become the strongest, I shall prove him wrong. I aspire to be the world's most formidable female swordswoman." Ian gazed at Guena and noticed that her face was devoid of confusion and resentment, replaced instead by determination and self-assurance. Guena spoke sincerely. She had indeed overcome her inner turmoil. "Haha." Ian suddenly burst into laughter. "This is the Guena I have always envisioned, a girl of such fortitude. What does it matter that she is a girl? I have said that regardless of the decisions you make, I will support you," Ian declared with a smile. "Since you have resolved to become the strongest female swordswoman, then strive for it." "Yes. Thank you, Brother Ian. I shall take my leave now." Guena rose from her seat. "Guena," Ian called out to her, his expression turning serious. "This matter concludes here, but you must promise me something else." "What is it?" Guena asked, her curiosity piqued. "Do not venture into any perilous locations, especially elevated areas. Ian advised, it would be wise for you to practice alongside me and Zoro during this period." "Why?" Guena inquired, puzzled. Ian found it difficult to articulate a response. Merely stating, "I cannot quite explain it. Perhaps it is merely an unsettling premonition I possess." Upon hearing such reasoning, Guena felt a twinge of curiosity. Yet the prospect of training with Ian and Zoro did not appeal to her. "I refuse. That fool Zoro stinks after sweating. I won't practice with him. I smell just as bad when I sweat." Ian thought it rather unfair to be caught in the crossfire of her complaints. "You are different. You are Guena's kin," she teased, sticking out her tongue. That guy Zoro is my rival. If I train with him, he will uncover all my secrets. Very well. Ian, recognizing her reluctance, decided against pressuring her. After all, Kuina was a girl, and she was beginning to mature. It was indeed inappropriate for her to constantly be in the company of two men. Thus, he implored, "Promise me, do not venture into dangerous places, understood?" All right. I promise." Kuina waved her hand dismissively. "Farewell, I'm off to practice." Watching Kuina skip out joyfully while humming a tune, Ian couldn't help but sigh. He had intended to steer Kanao away from the sea to prevent her demise, yet unexpectedly, he had inadvertently resolved her inner turmoil instead. This turn of events left even Ian at a loss for words. For the next 2 days, Ian remained vigilant, ensuring that he returned promptly whenever Ka trained with Zoro, only exhaling in relief once he confirmed her safety. However, it was impractical for Ian to maintain a constant watch over her. He could oversee her for a fleeting moment but not for eternity. Consequently, he devised a plan, instructing the younger disciples at the dojo that if they ever saw Kana heading towards high places, they should either intervene or swiftly inform him. Out of respect for Ian, the young disciples earnestly agreed. What Ian did not anticipate was the rapid turn of events. On the third morning, Ian and Zoro each carried a young disciple and jogged around the village before arriving at their usual training spot on the back mountain. This method of carrying individuals during their run was a recent innovation by Ian and Zoro, as simple running had ceased to provide them with any significant training benefit. After setting the two disciples down to return on their own, Ian and Zoro commenced their daily regimen. Yet, inexplicably, as Ian observed Zoro performing resistance exercises with a rock clenched in his mouth, a sense of unease washed over him. Initially, he dismissed it as mere agitation. But when he spotted the two disciples they had carried up the mountain returning once more, Ian's heart began to race violently. "This cannot be good," Ian shouted and hurriedly sprinted down the mountain. Zoro, looking bewildered, watched Ian dash away, perplexed by the unfolding events. He turned to his two junior disciples and inquired, "Why have you returned?" The two juniors, gasping for breath and leaning on their knees, replied, Guena went up to the attic to find her sharpening stone. We recalled what Brother Ian had said and intended to stop her, but she insisted it was fine. Reluctantly, we had no choice but to run and call Brother Ian. Meanwhile, Ian raced down the mountain with all his strength, feeling it still insufficient. He channeled his nun into his legs, instantly enhancing his speed. After a year of relentless training, he had gradually mastered the art of using nun freely. However, due to his still limited nun capacity, he was unable to materialize it, thus could not replicate true armament haki. Rushing back to the dojo, Ian headed straight for the storage area, the very place where Guena had retrieved the sword of the Wado Ikamanji that night. Without a moment's hesitation, he burst through the door. As wood splinters flew, he spotted Guena on the second floor, seemingly about to descend, a black sharpening stone in her hand. But at that moment, she unexpectedly lost her footing and tumbled from midair. "Guena!" Ian leapt forward, reaching out to catch her as she fell, but the distance was too great, causing him to lose his balance and fall as well. Given Guena's position as she fell, there was a significant risk she could suffer a fatal neck injury. However, Ian's arms managed to break her fall, providing a cushion that spared her from serious harm, though her head struck the floor with considerable force. As the dust settled, Ian felt Guena's body go limp in his arms. Ignoring his own pain from the fall, he quickly got to his feet, cradling her and checking her condition. A wave of relief washed over him as he felt her breathing. He hurriedly carried her out of the storage area and into the dojo, calling out anxiously, "Master, Kungshiro." Kingshiro emerged at the sound of his voice, only to find Ian holding the unconscious Guena, which immediately sparked his concern. "What happened?" he asked urgently. "Guena fell from the attic. I caught her, but her head hit the ground." Ian carefully laid Guena on the dojo floor and said, "Master Kungshiro, please look after her. I will go fetch a doctor." "Thank you for your efforts," Kingshiro replied. Ian did not respond, rushing out in haste. Frost Moon Village was small, with only one doctor available, a practitioner who typically dealt with minor ailments. However, Ian could not afford to ponder such details. He dashed to the doctor's residence, hoisted him onto his back, grabbed the medical kit, and sprinted back to the dojo, where Zoro and a group of junior disciples had gathered, anxiously awaiting news. The doctor, an elderly man with a white beard, adjusted his spectacles and carefully examined Kuina. He could not help but shake his head, addressing the concerned onlookers. There is nothing seriously amiss, but she has sustained a significant head injury. It remains uncertain when she shall awaken. What do you mean? Zoro exclaimed, gripping the doctor's coat in urgency. Are you saying Kuina may not wake up? It is not that she cannot awaken, but rather that we do not know when she will, the doctor replied, shaking his head. This period could range from a few days to potentially much longer. Upon hearing this, Ian was momentarily struck with disbelief. How could this be? Although Kuina had narrowly escaped the clutches of death due to his intervention, she now faced the possibility of an extended state of unconsciousness. Was fate truly playing such a cruel joke? Chapter 18. The difficult path of the novice player. After the doctor attended to Kuina's bruises, he departed, his medical expertise proving ineffective against the severity of her concussion. In the dojo, a group of younger disciples gathered around Kuina, some of the younger ones already in tears. Master Jingshuru managed to coax them away, and once the group of mischievous children reluctantly left, only Ian and Zoro remained by Kuina's side. Master Jingshuru entered, addressing the two. You've both worked hard. Please take a moment to rest. I will look after Kuina. I refuse. Zoro gritted his teeth. I will wait for her to awaken. Ian, however, contemplated and said to Master Jingshuru, Master, I need to step out for a moment. Without waiting for a nod from Jingshuru, Ian hurried back to his room. Aside from meal times, the snail phone mostly dozed off, but as Ian picked up its shell, it instantly perked up, its large eyes wide open. Ian dialed Ivankov's number, and the snail emitted a series of beeps, as if calling out in anticipation. Before long, the call connected, and the snail transformed, taking on Ivankov's appearance. Complete with long eyelashes and purple lips, a rather remarkable sight that Ian had no time to ponder. Haha, who's calling? Is it you, Bear? Ivankov's voice echoed from the other end. It was no surprise that Ivankov mistook him. Perhaps the snail had mimicked Ian's form, or, rather, the original form of Ian's snail. And with Ian donning the barriered hat, Ivankov momentarily confused him for the big bear. It's not Uncle Bear, it's me, Ian. Ian replied into the receiver. The snail paused for a moment, adopting Ivankov's expression. Oh, it's you, Ian, my sweet candy. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to call me. Ivankov, enough small talk. Ian urged. The other day on the ship, I saw you perform first aid on Sabo. You must be a doctor, right? Kuina has had an accident. You must help me. Kuina? Ivankov initially expressed confusion, then realization dawned. Ah, she must be Master Jingshiru's daughter. What happened to her? Ian recounted the events, asking, Where are you right now? Can you come to Frostmoon Village? I'm terribly sorry, Ian boy. Ivankov replied regretfully. I am currently in the Kamabaka Kingdom, and it's quite a distance on the Grand Line. I'm uncertain how long it would take me to arrive. Upon hearing this, Ian's heart sank. Distant waters cannot quench immediate fires. However, Ivankov suddenly shifted his tone. But don't worry. I understand the situation you described. Little Candy Kuina has no external injuries, so it's likely there's some internal bleeding causing her unconsciousness. While I cannot be there, I can guide you on which medications to use. Ah, that is splendid. Please tell me, and I shall take note. Ian hastily procured paper and pen. Once Ivankov disclosed the medication he intended to use, he continued, There is one more thing, Ian boy, you must heed this closely. The medicine is merely a supplementary aid. Even if it could dissipate the cerebral hematoma, it does not guarantee her awakening. The doctor in your village spoke truthfully. Whether her consciousness can be revived remains an enigma. What shall we do then? Ian pressed urgently. We can only provide external stimulation. Ivankov contemplated for a moment and advised, during your leisure, converse with her frequently. Before long. This telephonic consultation concluded. Although Ian had managed to reach Dr. Ivankov, as he stated, the revival of consciousness lay solely in the hands of fate. As night deepened, Ian and Zoro remained vigil by Kuina's side. The medication mentioned by Ivankov had already been entrusted to their mentor, Zhuojie, to seek in a nearby town. How could this happen? Zoro murmured. Just yesterday, everything was well. We had just made a promise, and now. Master Gunk Sailang, kneeling opposite Zoro, softly remarked Zoro. Humans can be quite fragile at times. Master, what if Guena does not awaken? Zoro inquired, rubbing his eyes. You must have faith in her. Gung Siling smiled gently. Guena is a strong-willed child. She will not be easily defeated. However, you, Zoro, should consider that when she awakens, if she discovers you have made no progress, she may well mock you. At this juncture, who has the heart to practice? Zoro retorted. That cannot be your mindset. Gung Siling countered. Did you not make a promise with her? Do you not wish to surprise her upon her awakening? Zoro stared blankly at Guena's tranquil face for a moment before nodding and declaring, I understand. I shall strive to improve. Gung Siling nodded in approval. Ian remained silent, engrossed in his thoughts as he reviewed the system in his mind. According to Ivankov, traditional medicine held little efficacy in Guena's case, prompting him to search the system's cards for any that possessed mental abilities. Having spent over a year in this world, aside from obtaining a card of the Wise Zoma during the initial draw, Ian had subsequently accumulated enough time to draw 3 more times. However, these 3 draws underscored the lamentable reality for a struggling player in a money-grabbing game. In the card shop, drawing cards did not guarantee a card with each attempt. It was merely a matter of probability. The draws also included various other items. In these subsequent 3 attempts, Ian first received 5 enhancement stones, then a piece of green universal equipment, a fabric garment. The third draw was somewhat fortuitous, yielding character fragments, specifically 2 shards of Nakaruru from the Samurai Showdown game. Nakaruru is a 2-star card, requiring 20 card fragments to synthesize a complete card. Within the card shop, amidst such a plethora of cards, how long will it take to gather the remaining 18 fragments of Nakaruru, especially when the draws occur only once every 3 months? Furthermore, upon consulting the system, Ian unearthed a far grimmer revelation concerning 1-star and 2-star cards. According to the system, every card possesses a quality attribute, with 1-star and 2-star cards being the least qualified, followed by 3-star and 4-star cards, while the pinnacle is represented by 5-star cards. It is crucial to note that this refers specifically to the native cards. In other words, the inherent quality of a native 5-star red card is supreme, even if a 4-star card is advanced to 5 stars through various breakthroughs. Its quality will still fall short compared to that of a native 5-star card. Quality denotes growth, representing the attribute values a card gains with each level ascension and the overall enhancement of attributes during breakthroughs to 1, 2, and 3. Since these final attributes are ultimately conferred upon Ian, the host, they are intrinsically linked to his own growth. Although 1-star and 2-star cards can eventually be upgraded to 5-star cards, the process demands a significant expenditure of resources. Thus, the system does not recommend Ian invest in their development. The primary purpose of such cards is to enhance the fates and bonds of higher-star cards. While they can also be disassembled to obtain souls, which can be exchanged in a dedicated soul shop for desired card fragments, truly worthy cards for cultivation must be at least 3 stars. Given the low probability of drawing a complete card through time-accumulated single draws, resorting to 10 consecutive draws becomes necessary, which are said to offer better odds. However, this requires Ian to spend money to recharge. Ian finds himself in a paradox of fortune and misfortune, fortunate to have a system aiding him in becoming stronger in this world, yet unfortunate that this system is a domestic money-grabbing scheme. Despite these grievances, what irks Ian most is that while the system boasts a plethora of functionalities, the only aspect that falters is the storyline component. Anyone familiar with card-based mobile games knows they typically follow a fixed pattern, progressing through narrative chapters, colloquially known as pushing maps. Upon completing a chapter, players are rewarded with a chance to open treasure chests based on the stars they earned, which usually contain diamond rewards, an essential source for less affluent players. However, this wretched system lacks any narrative progression, dismissing Ian with a vague error message. In essence, for Ian to acquire diamonds for card draws, he must resort solely to recharging, his only avenue. Faced with such a seemingly money-hungry, shoddy domestic game that seems intent on a quick cash grab, Ian can only lament his predicament. System, are there any card characters embodying mental or psychic powers? Ian inquired. Yes. The system replied succinctly. Oh. Ian exclaimed with delight. asking, "What characters are there? What star ratings?" Card character, Yuri. 4-star orange level card. Card character, Kerrigan. The Queen of Blades, 5-star red level card. Upon hearing the system enumerate these two names, Ian's heart sank. He instantly comprehended that such card characters endowed with psychic abilities were predominantly high-tier rare cards, far beyond his current reach. Chapter 19. The hat transforms one into a hero. While the bald become invincible, let us first set aside the question of whether Ian possesses the means to draw cards, even if he does. The possibility of acquiring a desirable card remains a separate matter. The system has stipulated that all card draws will primarily match the skills already possessed by the host. In other words, given Ian's current mastery of swordsmanship, he stands a significantly higher chance of drawing character cards related to swordplay, with only a slim likelihood of obtaining cards of other types. With a sigh, Ian realized he was truly at a loss. Whether Kuna would awaken rested solely upon her own will. As he regained his focus, he noticed Zoro still gazing blankly at Kuna, lost in his thoughts, while their master, Kushiro, had already departed to rest. "Let us go," Ian said, patting Zoro on the shoulder. "Remaining here is not a solution. We shall wait for Master Kushiro to return and administer medicine to Kuna before making further assessments." Zoro looked up, his expression earnest. "Brother Ian, will you still practice with me tomorrow?" "Of course." Ian nodded. "What troubles you?" Zoro stood resolutely, clenching his fists. "Master Kushiro is right. Even if Kuna does not awaken now, our promise remains steadfast. I refuse to let her see my neglect upon her return. I must strive harder than ever to become the strongest swordsman in the world." Ian intended to respond to Zoro, yet unexpectedly. He caught a flicker of movement from the still figure of Kuna in his peripheral vision. He swiftly turned to her, noticing that her eyelids seemed to flutter slightly. In an instant, Ian was overwhelmed with joy and hurried closer, whispering, "Kuna, Kuna." He called her name twice, but to his dismay, she did not awaken. A twinge of confusion struck him. He had heard that during dreams, a person's eyelids could indeed show signs of movement. Could it be that Kuna was merely dreaming? But why had she not moved before? Looking up at Zoro, Ian pondered whether the words of this fool had somehow triggered a response from Kuna. "What is it, Brother Ian?" Zoro inquired, unaware of the significance of the moment. "Why are you suddenly calling for Kuna? She cannot hear you." "Zoro, repeat what you just said," Ian commanded, disregarding Zoro's confusion. "Why? Just say it," Ian snapped, exasperated by Zoro's incessant questions. Reluctantly, Zoro repeated his earlier words. This time, Ian fixed his gaze intently on Kuina's eyes. Initially, Zoro's words did not seem to elicit any reaction. However, when Zoro proclaimed his ambition to become the strongest swordsman in the world, Ian was astonished to see Kuina's eyelids flutter once more. It was that very phrase. Ian exclaimed in delight, slapping his thigh. Ivankov had spoken truthfully. External stimuli could indeed influence Kuina. Regarding the reason why Zoro uttered those words, Ian found it quite easy to comprehend. It appeared that becoming the strongest swordsman in the world had already become Kuina's obsession. Even in her unconscious state, she still harbored this thought deep within her subconscious. Clearly, Zoro had perceived Kuina's reaction this time, albeit faint, yet it was indeed noted, and for a moment, even Zoro felt a surge of joy. "It works, Brother Ian. It truly works," Zoro exclaimed excitedly, tugging at Ian's sleeve. "It seems Kuna might actually awaken." Ian wrapped his arm around Zoro's neck and playfully ruffled his mossy hair with his fist, saying, "Who would have thought? You, my foolish friend, actually have some utility." Zoro chuckled, and at that moment, he didn't mind Ian's teasing. "Remember, make sure to speak to Kuina every day," Ian urged him, "and you must mention this line, regardless of how long it takes, until the day Kuina awakens." "Understood." Zoro nodded solemnly. Thus, in the days that followed, the two continued their routine training as usual. Perhaps influenced by Kuina's unwavering spirit, both Ian and Zoro trained with increasing fervor. Following Master Kaishiro's advice, they had transitioned to practicing with real swords. Ian now wielded a simple katana, forged by the village blacksmith. While its craftsmanship and material were not particularly exceptional, it sufficed in terms of weight and feel for training purposes. With determination, he propelled a stone hanging from a branch, sending it swinging back at a faster pace. Gripping the sword, Ian focused intently on the returning stone. As the stone approached with imminent collision, Ian sprang into action, swiftly positioning his longsword in front of him. With a crisp clang, the stone struck the blade, causing Ian's body to jolt slightly. In the next moment, he moved with remarkable speed, harnessing the momentum from successfully parrying. Ian executed a sweeping arc with his sword, rising sharply in a vigorous motion. Swish! The blade sliced through the air with a soft whoosh, leaving a dark streak in its wake. The stone, now cleaved in two by the swift strike, fell apart and landed on the ground behind Ian. Phew! Ian finally exhaled the breath he had been holding, turning to gaze at the impeccably smooth surface of the severed stone. He knew that his skill, Bounce Flash, had finally been successfully activated. After more than a year of relentless sword practice, Ian's proficiency in swordsmanship had reached 1 million, allowing him to advance to intermediate sword techniques. Upon achieving this level, Ian gained the ability to utilize another skill from the Wise Left Horse card, Bounce Flash. In comparison to the previous True Flash, the activation of Bounce Flash was relatively simpler, emphasizing the moment immediately after successfully parrying an opponent's attack. Meanwhile, Ian discovered that after advancing to intermediate swordsmanship, he could freely unleash a flash strike in any posture, just as he had done moments ago, his body remaining still while concentrating all his thoughts on the sword. To his astonishment, the resulting slash was capable of cleaving through stone. Of course, this stone was not of the hardest variety. He doubted he could sever something like granite at this stage. Yet, upon inspecting his blade, Ian noticed fine cracks forming along the edge. At this rate, after a few more attempts, the sword would likely shatter. You truly managed to cut through stone. Zoro stared at Ian in disbelief. With that hat on, you really are formidable. What do you think? Ian replied with a smile. But still, how foolish. Zoro remarked. Ian, feeling too lethargic to retort, thought how children never seem to learn. Wait for me. Zoro suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and dashed down the hill. Moments later, he returned, panting, clutching a black scarf. Without waiting for Ian to speak, he tied the scarf around his head, knotting it at the back to conceal his green hair. How do I look? This is my hat now, Zoro proclaimed proudly, hands on his hips. Now I can comprehend the sword techniques, right? He then brandished his sword, swinging it a couple of times. It feels different. Everything around me seems to darken. Could this be a higher realm of swordsmanship? Ian nearly burst out laughing at his words. What did he mean by a higher realm of swordsmanship? It was merely the scarf obscuring his vision. The psychological suggestion was indeed absurd. However, what truly irked Ian was that this fool would rather don a mere scarf than wear a proper hat. Had his barrier hat left such a profound psychological impact on him? Come on, the barrier hat is adorable. Watching Zoro revel in his newfound understanding of sword techniques, Ian squatted down and teased. So, do you feel more powerful with the hat on? Indeed. Zoro nodded in satisfaction. Ian raised a finger and shook his head. However, you might not realize that merely wearing a hat isn't the pinnacle. Oh. Zoro's eyes widened. What could be even more powerful? Baldness. Ian said earnestly. If your head were to become bald, that would be something extraordinary. Invincibility. Is that true? Zoro looked at him skeptically. More genuine than pearls. Ian declared. Invincible. You could defeat any foe with just one punch. Zoro pondered for a moment, then suddenly, in a fit of embarrassment and anger, exclaimed, How infuriating. Do you think I'm a child easily deceived? Who would believe such nonsense? Ian burst into laughter, relishing Zoro's flustered expression. He had almost fallen for it. Unable to contain himself any longer, Zoro charged at Ian with his sword, declaring, Damn it, let us settle this once and for all. Ian blocked Zoro's slash and chuckled. Very well, before Kuina awakens, allow me to be your opponent. However, do be cautious. My strikes can be more painful than those of Kuina. Subsequently, on the hillside behind Frostmoon Village, two figures clashed with a flurry of sounds echoing through the air. Chapter 20. Setting Sail. Ian and Zoro, steadfast in their belief that Kuina would awaken, had not anticipated the prolonged wait that lay ahead. Time slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed. Throughout this duration, Kuina remained in her unyielding slumber. Aside from her inability to awaken, her body showed no signs of decline, continuing to grow. Now, she lay on the ground transformed into a graceful young woman. Given that the dojo was predominantly male, her care presented numerous challenges. Thus, Master King Shiro had enlisted the help of a local woman to tend to her, ensuring she was fed and bathed daily. Ian and Zoro made it a point to converse with Kuina every day. Zoro, in particular, frequently spoke of his daily progress and strength, hoping to spark her awakening. However, for reasons unknown, perhaps the intensity of his encouragement was insufficient. Kuina, although stirred by such discussions, remained unable to truly awaken. Zoro intensified his training, seemingly in an effort to alleviate the anxiety dwelling deep within him. He even obtained the Wado Ikamanji sword from Master King Shiro, embarking on his path of three-sword style, believing that since Kuina could not train, he would shoulder her share of the journey to strength. As for Ian, he sat in the dojo, facing Master King Shiro. Over the 6 years, Ian had matured. Relentless training had bestowed upon him a robust and upright physique. Now 18 years of age, he stood tall at 182 centimeters. His long black hair tied back in a ponytail. His demeanor was gentle, often graced with a smile, reminiscent of Master King Shiro himself. The person who had influenced Ian the most over the years was undoubtedly this mentor, who acted as both teacher and father. Yet, it was apparent that Master King Shiro had acquired more gray hair, and despite his ever-gentle demeanor, the situation with Kuina had added a layer of anxiety to his countenance. An old teacup held freshly brewed hot water, as tea leaves unfurled gracefully in the optimal temperature, creating a beautiful green hue. With Kuina unable to awaken, sharing tea with his master each noon had become a ritual for Ian. Lifting the teacup, he gently blew away the foam before taking a sip. Setting the cup down, he addressed Master King Shiro. "Master, I wish to set sail." Master King Shiro was not taken aback by Ian's declaration and replied with a smile. "If my memory serves me right, you expressed a similar desire 2 years ago." Indeed, Ian's eagerness matched Zoro's. He had longed to embark on a journey to seek a cure for Kuina. However, on that occasion, Master King Shiro had intervened, concerned for the safety of a mere 16-year-old venturing out alone. Now, 2 years later, Ian revisited the matter, resolute in his decision, prepared to disregard any objections from Master King Shiro. Strangely, however, Gung Shiro did not oppose after listening. He merely sighed and said, "Ian, do you know, I have always regarded you as my own child. The reason I initially hesitated to let Guena inherit the dojo was not solely because she is a girl, but because I genuinely wish for you to take over." Ian remained silent, simply gazing at Gung Shiro. "Yet over the years, I have come to understand that your heart is not in Shuangyue village," Gung Shiro continued. "A boy is a boy, even when physically present. His heart yearns for the world beyond." "I'm sorry, Master." Ian lowered his head to express his regret. "There's no need for apologies." Gung Shiro chuckled. "I am quite aware that in this era, no force can deter a man from setting sail. So, if you wish to go, then go. You have your own path to forge." "Indeed." Ian nodded. "Has the time been determined?" Gung Shiro inquired. "Tomorrow," Ian replied. "Such haste?" Gung Shiro expressed surprise. "The sooner, the better." Ian smiled, adding, "Guena has been asleep for so long. Surely she is eager as well." Ian was resolute in his decision to set sail promptly, motivated both by the quest to find a cure for Guena and the desire to seek a devil fruit for her. In her unconscious state, Guena could not train, and given her tenacious nature, if she were to awaken and discover the gap that had developed between herself and Zoro, she would undoubtedly struggle to accept it. As her elder brother, Ian felt it was his duty to consider her circumstances. The devil fruit would undoubtedly serve as the most effective shortcut to strength, though he wondered if Guena would be able to accept it. In truth, over the past 6 years, Ian had attempted to re-establish contact with Ivankov, but strangely, he had been unable to reach him. Recalling Ivankov's previous mention of matters in the Kamabaka Kingdom, Ian suddenly remembered that, on this timeline, Ivankov seemed to have been captured by the Navy and imprisoned in the underwater prison of Impel Down under dubious charges, utterly unreliable. Gung Shiro was aware of Ian's intention to find a devil fruit for Guena, as Ian had mentioned it before, but he had not taken it seriously. In his view, the devil fruits were a path of corruption, A true swordsman relies solely on his own blade. Nevertheless, recognizing Ian's good intentions, Gung Siro did not oppose, but simply asked, "What about the ship? What will you do about it?" "I've sought out Uncle Hell from the village. I've borrowed his old fishing boat." Ian replied with a smile. Uncle Hell is a good man. He did not ask for payment and even provided me with a sea chart to the nearby town. The sea is unpredictable. You must be cautious when alone, Gung Siro advised. In this regard, Ian was not overly concerned. Having grown up by the sea, he was quite adept in the water, possessing the ability to safeguard himself even amidst storms. "Since you have made your decision, then go," Gung Siro declared. "Embark on your journey alone. I shall not accompany you." The reluctance to bid farewell stemmed from the sorrow that accompanies parting, a sentiment Ian fully comprehended. He chose not to voice his thoughts. Instead, he bent down, gently bowed his head to Gung Siro, and then gracefully exited the dojo. The following day, by the seaside of Xuanyue village, Gung Siro's master was absent. Nevertheless, a multitude had gathered to see him off. Besides Zoro, all the other junior disciples from the dojo were present. Those once boisterous children, who had been unruly in their youth, had matured significantly, now bearing a more pleasing appearance. "Ian, you must remember to come back and visit us. Ian, we will miss you." The younger disciples encircled Ian, chattering excitedly, a scene that had not changed over time. The youngest among them was on the verge of tears. Although Ian often displayed a mischievous side, frequently teasing Zoro, he treated these junior disciples with kindness. With Kuina unable to awaken, he had taken on the responsibility of caring for the younger ones. Thus, as he prepared to set sail, their reluctance to see him go was palpable. Ian comfortingly patted their shoulders, feeling a twinge of sentiment himself. Without the system, he mused, his aptitude would likely have left him in a similar position as these younger disciples, for in their faces, he saw reflections of his 10-year-old self. Sensing a gaze upon him, Ian turned to find Zoro standing nearby, arms crossed. Zoro had arrived at the dojo at around 9 years of age and had faced Kuina for a year, accumulating a record of 2,001 defeats and no victories. Now, 6 years later, he was 16, already exhibiting the early traits of the formidable swordsman he would become. His green, algae-like hair remained a striking feature, unkempt as he had taken to trimming it himself with a blade, resulting in a disheveled appearance. He had discarded the dojo's uniform for a short-sleeved t-shirt, a belt cinched around his waist, and 3 long swords slung at his side. Fortunately, he had not yet pierced his ears, likely out of concern for Gung Siro's reprimands. Noticing Ian's gaze, Zoro huffed and turned away, refusing to acknowledge him. What a show-off. Ian couldn't help but chuckle. "I told you I wouldn't take you along." Upon learning that Ian was to set sail, Zoro had insisted on accompanying him, but Gung Siro forbade it, just as he had once prohibited Ian from leaving prematurely. Concerned that Zoro was too young, Ian heeded his master's words and declined Zoro's request to join the journey. This had left Zoro fuming the entire night prior. Approaching Zoro, Ian placed a hand on his shoulder. "Just wait a little longer. I will first set out to seek a way to heal Kuina. If I have not returned in 2 years, then you may venture out on your own." "Stop rambling. I know that without you saying it," Zoro retorted, still refusing to look at Ian, but added, "If Kuina wakes up during your absence, don't blame me for speaking ill of you." "Huh, say what you will." Ian winked at him, saying, "Do not forget, I am the elder brother of Kuina, and you are her rival. Whom do you think she would trust?" After speaking, Ian pressed down his barrier hat, which was about to be blown away by the wind, and chuckled. "Well, I shall take my leave." "Wait," came Zoro's voice, stopping him. He extended a hand, offering a long sword sheathed in white, and remarked, "This is Wad Ikamanji. Why not take it with you?" Though his words were bold, was he not also concerned for himself? After all, why would he think to give Ian a fine sword? Ian smiled but declined the offer, saying, "No need for that. This sword does not suit me. You should keep it and return it to Kuina when she awakens." Reaching the shore, Ian untied the mooring rope and tossed it into the boat. He then pushed the small fishing vessel, taking a few vigorous strides to send it into the sea before leaping aboard. "Farewell, I am off." Ian waved to the crowd on the shore. Amidst the reluctant farewells from the onlookers, he grasped the oars and began to row the little boat, gradually drifting away. Chapter 21. The first recharge gift pack. Ian chose a splendid day to set sail, an exquisite day graced by brilliant sunshine. The sky displayed a profound azure hue, occasionally adorned by drifting white clouds, while the vast expanse of the ocean beckoned invitingly. The gentle caress of the sea breeze instilled a sense of tranquility within him. After rowing for a while, Ian decided to unfurl the small sail atop the fishing boat, allowing the wind to guide him forth. Reclining within the boat, he gazed at the unknown birds soaring above while perusing the system interface. His venture into the sea was not solely to seek a remedy for Kona, but also because he had reached an impasse in his growth. Upon accessing the system's attribute interface, he noted that he had attained level 5, a testament to 6 years of relentless training against Zoro in Frostmoon Village. With the advantage of mastering Haki before Zoro and having trained longer, Ian often emerged victorious in their encounters. However, it was important to acknowledge Zoro's extraordinary talent. In the subsequent years, he had indeed developed his own sword techniques. Initially, Zoro could only wield the Tiger Hunt and Bull Needle moves. Yet Ian could unmistakably sense the pulsations of Haki within those strikes. Through these techniques, Zoro gradually harnessed his internal power, making it a challenge for Ian to maintain parity in their duels. A moment's lapse in concentration could result in Ian being caught off guard and defeated. Zoro's strength was steadily increasing, and each time Ian triumphed over him, his own experience marginally improved. It could be said that Ian's current level was largely a product of Zoro's contributions. However, upon reaching level 5, Ian discovered that defeating Zoro no longer granted him experience points. The system seemed to impose a limitation on acquiring excessive experience from a singular opponent. Additionally, the island of Frostmoon Village harbored no formidable beasts, which meant that for the past 2 years, he had been unable to level up, one of the reasons he had wished to set sail earlier, only to be thwarted by his master, Kungshiro. It seemed that within the system, Ian was categorized as a card, and based on his star rating and aptitude, he was likened to a novice 1-star green card. This was evident from the attribute points he received upon leveling up. Each increment in level granted him 5 in strength and 5 in speed. Thus, reaching level 5 equated to a total increase of 20 points in both attributes. This phenomenon likely related to the issue of aptitude mentioned by the system. When Ian utilized an experience book to elevate the card of the Wise Zoramaki to level 5, he discovered that this 3-star card received 15 in strength and 15 in speed, along with 20 in health and Haki. This card appeared to be balanced, with equal enhancements in strength and speed upon leveling up, serving as an exemplary point of comparison. Ian had once attempted to inquire with the system whether his host could utilize advanced stones to enhance his star rating and qualifications, only to be informed that it was not possible and that other special items were required, but the system refrained from specifying what those items might be. Despite the slight disappointment, the system's response still offered Ian a glimmer of hope. According to a 30 ratio, the Wise Left Horse card would grant him a total attribute bonus of 5 points for each level he ascended, which meant Ian's attributes were currently as follows. Name: Ian level, 5 vitality, 217 strength, 82, base 5 level up 20 card, 35 self-training 22, speed, 78, base 5 level up 20 card, 35 self-training 18, life, 89, base 10 level up 40 card, 39, mind, 99, base 0 level up 40 card, 39 mind training 20, skills, advanced swordsmanship, sword draw speed 30, destructive power 30, proficiency 10, 000, 000, 10, 000, 000, intermediate mind training. Increases the amount of mind value restored per hour, current restoration value, 5 points. Increases total mind energy by 25. Proficiency, 6,811.50, 000. Among the 2 skills that Ian currently possessed, the proficiency of advanced swordsmanship had long since reached its maximum. Yet, curiously, it could not be enhanced further. This was what one might refer to as a bottleneck. Ian understood that there were certainly higher realms of swordsmanship beyond this point, but he lacked the insight and opportunity to advance. The mind training skill was accumulated through his daily practice with the bamboo sword, and due to the limitations of mind energy, it could not be elevated as swiftly as the proficiency of swordsmanship. Thus, it remained at an intermediate level for the time being. Nonetheless, the enhancement of the mind training skill could proportionally increase Ian's total mind value, which was quite a pleasant surprise. Whether it was advanced swordsmanship or mind training, both skills influenced Ian's vitality. Otherwise, with his current attribute values, it would be impossible for him to possess over 200 vitality points. Of course, it was said that one needed around 500 vitality points to be considered a superhuman. Ian's over 200 vitality points might seem low at first glance, but in truth, it was not so, for through prolonged practice of sword techniques, Ian had discovered a remarkable phenomenon. When utilizing mind energy for a flash strike, there would be an instantaneous change in his vitality. This change was, of course, an increase. And the degree of this increase varied depending on the magnitude of the mind energy Ian summoned. For instance, if you were to envelop all 99 points of his mind energy around the sword to execute a flash strike, in that fleeting moment, his vitality could at least double. As the flash strike skill was instantaneous, such an increase in vitality was difficult to discern without careful observation. Ian had stumbled upon this insight, quite by accident. After reviewing his attributes, Ian turned to his card inventory to examine the cards he had obtained. The system allowed for a free card draw once every 100 days, which amounted to approximately 7 draws over 2 years, and during the span of 6 years, Ian had drawn a total of 21 times. Although the probability of drawing a card singly is quite low, with repeated attempts, one is bound to succeed eventually. Ian, during his 21st draw, managed to acquire 3 complete cards consecutively. While obtaining cards is certainly a positive outcome, the unfortunate reality was that all of them were either 1-star or 2-star cards. Specifically, Rantong, 1-star green card, derived from Yu Yu Hakusho, Shinpachi Shimura, 1-star green card, derived from Gintama, and the Unicorn Seat Evil Warrior, 2-star blue card, derived from Saint Seiya. When Ian drew these cards, he was momentarily taken aback. He was aware that such low-tier cards lacked cultivation value. Yet it was only upon examining their attributes and skills that he fully comprehended the reason behind their lack of potential. Low base attributes were one thing, but having only a single skill was another matter entirely. The Rantong card was somewhat better off, possessing the skill Shrink spell, though he was uncertain of its practical effect. What truly left Ian speechless was the Shinpachi Shimura card, which had but one skill, Retort. The Unicorn Seat Evil Warrior card was no better. Despite the fact that all Saint Seiya characters harness the power of small universes, this card bizarrely possessed a psychic attribute as well. Thus, Ian realized that within the system, regardless of the type of card drawn, their skills were categorized under psychic abilities. It seemed that in the system's conception, psychic powers had become a universal standard. Although Ian still had 1 card slot available, he was reluctant to waste it on these cards. The percentage bonuses were already minimal, and with such low base attributes, even equipping these cards would yield negligible enhancements. It was far more prudent to save them for a future 10-draw event, when he could equip a 4-star orange card instead. After drifting at sea for quite some time, Ian felt hunger pangs and decided to rise and open his satchel. This satchel contained his travel belongings, including a few changes of clothes and 3 days' worth of provisions. Ian had prepared these supplies based on Uncle Hell's advice from the village, who mentioned that it would take 3 days by boat to reach the nearby town from Shuangyue village. Taking out some rations and a bottle of water, he settled on the boat to eat. It was at this moment that he noticed a small cloth pouch in his satchel. He was certain he had not packed such an item, so out of curiosity, he picked it up and opened it. To his astonishment, the pouch contained a stack of green bills and a white envelope. Counting the money, Ian discovered it amounted to 20,000 berries, a sum he had never held before. Upon opening the envelope, he found a letter from his master, Gung Shirlang. Although he had not come to see him off, Gung Shirlang had evidently been thinking of him. This 20,000 berries represented the entirety of his master's savings, generously given to Ian for his journey. A warm sensation enveloped Ian. Although 20,000 berries was not an overwhelming amount, it symbolized his master's concern for him. Just as Ian was savoring this heartwarming thought, he suddenly heard a voice echoing in his mind. Currency detected. Would the host like to recharge? Upon your initial deposit, you shall be bestowed with a grand gift package. Chapter 22. Worth 88 diamonds? The initial recharge gift package. Ian inquired with a hint of confusion. Is that the additional reward for the first recharge? Indeed. The system responded. By recharging any amount for the first time, one can obtain the initial recharge gift package valued at 8,888 diamonds. Any amount. Ian protested. Why didn't you mention this sooner? If he had known about such a generous gift package, he would have recharged while in Frostmoon Village. Although his monthly allowance was meager, he had managed to save a bit. Spending a few hundred belly to secure this initial recharge gift package would have seemed worthwhile. However, the system retorted, the minimum purchase for diamonds in the diamond shop is 100 diamonds. Ian was immediately left speechless. If it were possible, he would love to ring the system into a tight ball and stomp on it 1,000 times. Is this what you call any amount? You could have simply stated that the minimum recharge is 100 diamonds. Well played, my brother. In the face of such wordplay from the system, Ian could only express his profound admiration in capital letters. No wonder the system never mentioned the initial recharge gift package when he had belly in hand. It turned out that the minimum recharge threshold was 20,000 belly, which conveniently equated to exactly 100 diamonds. They judge by appearances. Without money, you get nothing. The system truly had a knack for being insidious. Never mind. Ian had already come to terms with the nature of this money-grabbing system and was too disinterested to engage in further complaints. He asked, what does the package contain? He had learned to navigate the system's linguistic tricks. Its claim of an 8,888 diamond-valued gift package was dubious at best. He needed to ascertain whether it was truly worth that much upon opening. The package includes a fixed number of breakthrough stones, a fixed number of advancement stones, a fixed amount of random 5-star red card fragments, and a randomly selected exclusive treasure, the system replied. Ian widened his eyes and asked, is that it? Just that for 8,888 diamonds? The system remained silent, seemingly acquiescing, and Ian felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He realized he should never have trusted this system. Over 8,000 diamonds equated to nearly 20 million belly, yet the items in the package hardly seemed worthy of such a sum. Well, this is par for the course for game developers. For them, such marketing ploys barely qualify as false advertising, as virtual items are inherently difficult to appraise. Whatever they claim their worth to be, that's what it is, and there's no way to dispute it. Should he recharge or not? Ian hesitated as he looked at the 20,000 belly in his hand. Frostmoon Village is small, and most of its inhabitants are self-sufficient. The island's economy is hardly thriving. Moreover, having frequently bought medicine for Guena over the years, Sensei Gung-shiro's savings were surely limited. Parting with this 20,000 belly for Ian was already a stretch. It was meant for his travel expenses, not for recharging. After setting sail, Ian found himself utterly oblivious to the circumstances he now faced. With money in his possession, he felt somewhat reassured about his ability to navigate challenges. Yet, he remained uncertain whether his current capabilities would suffice for self-preservation, especially since he had yet to engage in combat with any adversaries. It was essential to remember that this was a world rife with pirates, even in the weakest region, the East Blue. It was said that the average bounty for pirates hovered around 3 million berries. Ian lacked a clear understanding of the correlation between bounty amounts and strength. Nevertheless, adopting a cautious approach seemed prudent, and enhancing his power through purchasing packages was undoubtedly a sensible choice. At that moment, Ian found himself grappling with a dilemma, unable to make a decision. Why, of all things, did the package cost precisely 20,000 berries? If it had been even slightly more or less, he wouldn't have felt such inner turmoil. After consuming the last of his rations, Ian ultimately resolved to proceed with the purchase. After all, what was money if not a means to advance? Even if he ran out, surely there would still be opportunities to work and earn again. However, it was the 5-star crimson card within the package that truly captivated Ian's attention. Once he made his decision, he felt his berries vanish, seemingly absorbed by the system. Moments later, a voice echoed in his mind. You have purchased 100 diamonds, with an additional 10 diamonds as a bonus. You have a package awaiting collection. Focusing on the system interface in his mind, he saw a shimmering gift icon and chose to claim it. You have received 100 breakthrough stones. You have received 100 advancement stones. You have obtained 60 fragments of the 5-star red card, Orochi. You have acquired the exclusive treasure, Sword Saint's Long Blade. Ian was taken aback. Orochi? Could it really be the Orochi? He quickly navigated to his inventory to inspect the card fragments he had acquired. Indeed, a striking image of a white-haired man appeared, marked by a fragment icon in the upper left corner, indicating that this card was not yet capable of synthesis. To the right, a notation read 60, signifying the number of fragments he possessed. Ecstasy washed over Ian. This was indeed the boss Orochi from King of Fighters 97. He had hit the jackpot. According to the system, this Orochi card was a genuine 5-star red card, boasting exceptional attributes and potential. Nurturing such a card would undoubtedly yield significant benefits for Ian. Although he could not yet see Orochi's skills due to the incomplete synthesis, he had no doubt they would be formidable. This was the first top-tier card he had ever encountered. After admiring it for a while, he inquired of the system. By the way, how many fragments are required to synthesize the Orochi card? The synthesis requirement for a native 5-star red card is 180 fragments, the system replied. What a disheartening feeling it was to be caught in such a predicament. Previously, the system had indicated that the synthesis quantity for the Samsung Purple card was 30 fragments. Thus, Ian speculated that the synthesis requirements for 4-star and 5-star cards, while perhaps a bit higher, would not be excessively so. He estimated that it would take around 80 fragments to synthesize a 5-star card. With 60 fragments in his possession, he felt a flicker of hope for achieving this goal. However, to his dismay, the system now informed him that a staggering 180 fragments were required. Ian felt a surge of frustration. How could they deem something worth 888 diamonds when they only provided him with a mere third of the necessary fragments? It was akin to being taunted with a tantalizing glimpse of potential that remained just out of reach. Ian understood the system's intentions clearly. They offered just enough fragments to entice players into spending more money for additional draws, a quintessential consumer trap. It seemed that even the life of a paying player was fraught with challenges. As he repeatedly patted his chest in a bid to calm himself, Ian reassured himself, do not overthink. It is merely a matter of getting accustomed to it. It was futile to be angry with the system, as such emotions would achieve nothing but exacerbate his agitation. With no other recourse, Ian temporarily set aside the snake fragments and navigated to the backpack option to inspect the so-called exclusive treasure. What was this? He had speculated it might be the Sword Saint's Long Blade. Upon viewing the exclusive treasure in his backpack, Ian couldn't help but gasp softly in surprise. The name alone might not conjure an image, as many games feature a character known as the Sword Saint, and Ian had no way of knowing which one it referred to. However, upon seeing the weapon, he immediately recognized it. He was intimately familiar with it. It was the very blade wielded by the Sword Saint Samuro from Warcraft, and it was the red version to boot. The name of this long blade eluded him. Seemingly untraceable, it had an elongated hilt with a circular iron ring at the end and a slender, straight blade that extended forward significantly. The blade bore a rusty red hue, adorned with intertwining black and gold patterns, while the sharpened edge gleamed with a stark white sharpness. Just gazing upon it conveyed a sense of its piercing ferocity. The entire long blade exuded a rugged charm. And Ian understood that, logically, this red version should be used by the Blackrock tribe's Sword Saint. Yet perhaps the system itself was unaware of which long blades were employed by the Blackrock tribe's Sword Saints, thus assigning it to Samuro. The Sword Saint's Long Blade card. Samuro's exclusive treasure star level. 3-star treasure, upgradable strength, 100 speed, 50 destructive power, 25. These attributes were undeniably impressive, yet Ian lamented, I do not possess Samuro's card. He felt that his day had commenced poorly. After much effort, he had finally obtained a gift package. But aside from one breakthrough stone, nothing within it was useful to him at present. Just as Ian began to feel overwhelmed with frustration, he suddenly received a notification from the system. The host may equip any card's exclusive treasure. Ian was taken aback. Can I truly use it? Indeed. The host is capable of equipping any exclusive treasure associated with a card, yet only one can be equipped at any given time, the system responded. With a spirit of experimentation, Ian switched to his character's interface and was greeted by a small empty box adorned with a red dot next to his attributes. This red dot was familiar to Ian. It signified that an item could be equipped, much like when the Wise Left Horse card displayed a similar indication. Ian selected the small box, and to his delight, the item list unveiled the Sword Saint's long blade. Upon equipping it, Ian immediately noticed a transformation in his attributes, a 30 enhancement, a surge in strength by 33 points, an increase in speed by 15 points, and an additional destructive power boost of 7.5. Before he could fully absorb the changes, he suddenly felt a weight in his hand. Looking down in astonishment, he discovered that the Sword Saint's long blade had materialized in his grasp. Ian bit his tongue in disbelief. How could this be? How was it possible for an exclusive treasure to manifest in reality after being equipped? Chapter 23. The Pirate Crew of Baki. What is happening? Ian stared in astonishment at the Sword Saint's longsword in his hand, utterly bewildered, and hurriedly inquired of the system. The system explained, exclusive treasures can produce a manifest projection. Ian quickly grasped the implication. In other words, the longsword he held could not deliver the full effects of a genuine weapon, correct? Gazing at the Sword Saint's longsword, he noted its impressive length. This weapon, which could scarcely be defined as either a sword or a blade, originally belonged to the Sword Saint of the Beast Kin in the realm of magical beasts. Given the imposing stature of the Beast Kin, this weapon appeared normal in their grasp, yet in Ian's hands, it seemed rather colossal. The sword was nearly as long as Ian himself. However, in terms of visual impact, there was no denying its allure. Though it appeared somewhat rugged, its curvature and sharpness were unparalleled, simple yet effective. This was indeed a deadly instrument forged for the art of combat. With a gentle flick of his finger against the blade, Ian heard a resonant hum, indicating the uniform quality of the material. The weight of the long sword was predominantly concentrated on the spine, making it particularly suited for cleaving. In Ian's estimation, this constituted a heavy sword, requiring both hands for a proper grip. Initially, Ian had set sail with only a crudely crafted sword, influenced deeply by his master, Yosuke. During his years at the dojo, he believed that a true swordsman must possess a fine blade. Thus, he felt a tinge of regret for the sword he had brought along. Yet now, fortune had smiled upon him. Just as he pondered obtaining a superior weapon, the system had providentially presented one to him. Although the Sword Saint's longsword was entirely different from the katana he typically wielded, the principles of swordsmanship were universally applicable. The longsword was not only adept at cleaving, but also capable of thrusting and slashing. With a modicum of time to acclimate to its weight, Ian anticipated no difficulties in mastering it. But the most compelling aspect was its flair. Although lacking a scabbard, the moment he sheathed the longsword at his back, his prestige surged. Wielding the longsword, Ian attempted a few practice swings, relishing the sound of the blades slicing through the air. He felt a profound satisfaction, considering this to be the only item in the initial reward package that had not deceived him. What pleased Ian even further was the fact that this Sword Saint's longsword could vanish in an instant by removing it from the equipment slot, only to reappear upon re-equipping. Much like spatial gear, it was exceptionally convenient. As the small boat traversed the water propelled by the wind, Ian practiced his swings with the longsword aboard the vessel. This served a dual purpose: to swiftly adapt to the weapon and to maintain the habit cultivated over many years, as wielding a sword had become instinctual for him. Seizing the opportunity to practice was imperative. Without it, he felt a sense of discomfort. Regrettably, however, his intense focus on practice often resulted in neglecting other matters. Unbeknownst to Ian, the winds at sea had shifted, and his small boat unwittingly followed suit. A change he failed to perceive as he became wholly absorbed in his physical exertion. As evening approached, the sea breeze grew increasingly tempestuous, and the atmospheric pressure began to drop, a clear indication to any knowledgeable individual that a storm was brewing. It was only at this juncture that Ian finally regained his awareness and hastily stowed his sails. The capriciousness of maritime weather was evident. Scarcely had he folded the sails when the tempest struck. Fierce winds assailed his tiny vessel, generating towering waves that relentlessly battered against it. Initially, Ian was apprehensive about capsizing, so he donned a raincoat and positioned himself at the center of the boat, desperately relying on his own strength to stabilize it. However, it was not long before he was compelled to rise, seizing a water bucket left aboard and frantically bailing out the inundating seawater. How resilient can a small fishing boat truly be against the tumult of the ocean? This is common knowledge. Seasoned fishermen typically embark at dawn to catch fish and return by dusk, confining their endeavors to coastal waters. Ian, however, had been misled by the comic tales he had once read, where characters like Luffy, Ace, and Sabo seemed to set sail on small boats with ease, leading him to believe he could replicate their adventures. It was only through the genuine experience of navigating the sea that Ian recognized his grave underestimation of the complexities of maritime navigation. Surrounding him was an expanse of dark, turbulent waters, rendered ominous by the gloomy weather. The sun was obscured from view, leaving Ian devoid of any reference points. Despite his struggle to endure the storm, his clothing and provisions aboard were thoroughly soaked. While his garments could be dried in the sun once it re-emerged, his food supplies were entirely lost. The following day, with the sun ascendant, Ian realized he had lost his way. When he set out, he had been heading north, yet the sun's position now indicated he was traveling westward, leaving him utterly unaware of how far he had strayed from his intended course. In exasperation, he slapped his forehead, recalling his frequent admonition to Zoro back in Frost Moon Village: never trust one's sense of direction, and if lost, remain stationary and await rescue. Ironically, he found himself ensnared in the very predicament he had warned against. Ian's geographical knowledge was lamentably scant, yet he understood that continuing westward was ill-advised, for it appeared there were no islands in that direction, merely the encroaching windless zone of the Grand Line, a notorious gathering point for formidable sea kings. With his frail frame, venturing there would spell disaster. Thus, he resolved to alter his course and continue northward. However, deviating from his intended path meant he would have to endure a prolonged sojourn at sea, and with his provisions depleted, his only recourse for sustenance lay in the depths of the ocean. This predicament starkly highlighted Ian's lack of nautical knowledge. He had astonishingly forgotten to prepare a fishing rod for his journey. Uncle Hel's generous gift of a fishing boat was indeed commendable. It was unrealistic to expect him to also provide fishing rods. However, when Ian set sail, he neglected to consider this detail, leaving him unable to fish. By midday, hunger gnawed at him, and in a moment of desperation, he devised a plan. He tied his samurai sword to a length of rope and cast it into the sea in hopes of catching fish. Yet, how could he expect any fish to bite? The rope was too thick, lacking both hooks and bait. What kind of foolhardy fish would be lured by such a contraption? Perhaps it was the hunger clouding his judgment. For after a fruitless wait, Ian slapped his forehead in realization of his folly. In a fit of determination, he stripped down to his underwear, clutched the samurai sword in his teeth, and plunged into the ocean. With no fishing rod, he had to rely on his own skills to catch fish. Fortunately, Ian possessed ample lung capacity, allowing him to hold his breath for an extended period underwater. Surely, he thought, he would manage to catch something. However, unbeknownst to him, as he submerged, another ship emerged on the surface behind him. It was a grand vessel, its mast adorned with a black pirate flag, emblazoned with the image of a round, red-nosed skull. A lookout perched atop the mast, peering through a telescope, soon spotted Ian's small boat bobbing on the waves. "Captain Buggy, there's a small boat over there." The lookout called down. "It's a fishing vessel, but curiously, there's no one aboard." On the deck below, a figure clad in a captain's hat and a long coat, with an exaggerated clownish appearance and a strikingly large red nose, sat with his chin resting in his hands. Indeed, this was the pirate ship of Buggy the Clown. Upon hearing the lookout's shout, he paused, pondering, an unattended boat? Perhaps it's a shipwreck? The storm last night was fierce. It could very well be. A nearby man with dark hair, balancing on a unicycle, crossed his arms and chimed in. "Let us send someone to investigate. There might be treasure to be found." With a flourish, Buggy commanded, "We are a pirate crew renowned for plundering. Not even the smallest fish should escape our grasp." "Aye, Captain Buggy." The crew responded in unison, standing at attention. Soon, a small boat was lowered from the pirate ship and set course towards Ian's vessel. Meanwhile, Ian remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events above the water. He was still submerged, searching for fish. Little did he know that fishing in the ocean was an arduous task. For how could a human outpace fish in their own domain? Despite the multitude of fish swimming around him, Ian had yet to catch a single one. Unable to hold his breath any longer, he surfaced for air before diving once more, driven by insatiable hunger to persist in his pursuit of sustenance. Emerging briefly only to submerge once more, Ian remained oblivious to the small vessel of the Blackbeard pirates approaching. Likewise, his target was insignificant, and the pirates aboard the ship failed to notice him. Consequently, several pirates stealthily boarded Ian's ship, searched it thoroughly, yet found nothing of value, and ultimately departed, taking with them his clothing and hat as proof of their endeavor. Chapter 24. The Fortunate Day of the Unfortunate What? Where are my clothes? When Ian finally caught an oddly shaped fish from the sea and climbed aboard the boat, his eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Initially, he thought a mischievous seabird had snatched away his garments, but upon spotting the distant ship of the buggy pirates and the small boat in motion, he quickly comprehended the situation, feeling as though he had been thoroughly wronged. Goodness, as if encountering a tempest last night wasn't enough misfortune. Now he finds himself robbed on the vast ocean. Was this a sign that he had failed to consult the calendar before venturing out? Tossing the fish into the boat, Ian seized the oars and rowed furiously towards the pirate ship. From a distance, he couldn't discern precisely which pirate crew it belonged to, but his heart was ablaze with fury, for among the stolen items were not only his clothes, but also the hat gifted by Uncle Bear, along with the snail he had concealed within it. All these had been taken from him. Without the snail, how could he possibly keep in touch with Zorro to inquire about Quina? And how could he feel comfortable without the hat he had grown accustomed to? As for his clothes, the prospect of arriving ashore in such a state was utterly deplorable. This was unforgivable. Ian was on the verge of exploding with rage, exerting every ounce of strength as the oars spun rapidly through the water. Meanwhile, several pirate lackeys, tasked with investigating Ian's small boat, had already boarded Buggy's pirate ship. Upon their arrival, Buggy casually inquired, "So, what did you find?" "Captain Buggy." One lackey wearing a circus hat stood at attention and reported, "We searched thoroughly, but there was no money or treasure, just a few pieces of clothing and hats. Oh, and there was a snail inside one of the hats." "Oh," Buggy responded with a hint of surprise. Initially, he had not held high hopes for the small boat's contents, merely adhering to the principle of leaving no stone unturned. But to discover there was indeed something of value was unexpected. The snail was relatively rare. He hadn't anticipated finding such an item on that small vessel. "Bring it to me," Buggy commanded, sprawling comfortably in his chair. "Yes, sir." The lackey promptly handed over Ian's hat, ingratiatingly stating, "The snail was right inside this round barriered hat." However, before he could finish his sentence, Buggy suddenly interjected, "What did you say? Repeat that." "The snail was right inside this round barriered hat," the lackey repeated, bewildered. Buggy's face turned crimson with rage as one of his hands detached from his body, flying over to grasp the lackey's neck, bellowing, "Who are you calling round-nosed?" I didn't say that." The pirate lackey was on the verge of tears, realizing his captain had misheard him. Due to his sensitivity regarding his round, red nose, Buggy despises any mention of it. Whenever the subject arises, he is consumed by anger, and over time, this has rendered him exceedingly sensitive. The crew of the SH pirate ship is well aware of their captain's taboo. The keywords round and red are strictly off-limits. Even synonyms are forbidden. However, knowing this is one thing, avoiding slip-ups is quite another. One pirate, enamored by Ian's barriered hat, couldn't resist the urge to describe it, but alas, the barriers were round. For an uncultured pirate, finding an alternative descriptor for round proved impossible. Ignorance is indeed perilous, and ignorance begets punishment. Captain Buggy's wrath was ignited. How could he allow his subordinates to speak ill of him without consequence? Maintaining his authority as captain demanded a lesson. Without a glance back, Buggy commanded, "Prepare the cannon." "What?" "Yes." The crew shivered but dared not defy him, promptly standing at attention. Buggy, often cold-hearted towards others, had the cannon execution as a signature event aboard his pirate ship. His crew had witnessed it numerous times, so despite their panic, they executed their tasks with practiced precision. Spare my life," pleaded the pirate, grasped by the neck and lifted into the air, struggling for breath and desperately attempting to pry Buggy's hand away. Perhaps in his panic, he clutched Ian's hat tightly. At that moment, Buggy's gaze fell upon the hat, and he paused in surprise. In the next instant, he released his grip, causing the pirate to tumble down, staring blankly at his captain, bewildered by the sudden change of heart. Was he spared? Yet Buggy paid him no mind. Instead, he snatched the hat and affixed it back onto his own head. Contemplating, he mused, Odd, this hat seems familiar. With that, Buggy appeared to recall something and dashed toward the cabin, leaving his crew in a state of confusion, unsure whether to proceed with the execution. Logically, Buggy's disregard for the pirate should have been a reprieve, but before relief could set in, the figure of Kabaji, the ship's strategist, emerged. Draped in black and white checks and obscuring one eye with his hair. With a grim expression, he ordered, "Hang him. The execution continues. It is Captain Buggy's will." "Yes." The crew hastily replied, scrambling to bind the unfortunate soul and suspend him from the ship's railing. They then maneuvered the cannon into position, aiming it at the condemned pirate. Torches aloft, ready to ignite the fuse. At that moment, a figure suddenly leapt onto the ship's railing, landing with a thud on the deck. The crowd stood in stunned silence, gazing at the sudden apparition before them. Clad only in a pair of shorts, the figure was drenched, his dark hair tied back, and wielding a katana. Indeed, it was Ian, the unfortunate soul who had been suspended. Fortune had smiled upon him today, having been released by Buggy for the first time. And narrowly escaping cannon fire, he had boarded the ship just in time, diverting everyone's attention and thereby saving his own life. Surely, today was a day of serendipity for him. Ian, however, was oblivious to the grateful, tearful gaze of the man he had just saved. Upon leaping onto the vessel, he bellowed in fury, "Who has stolen my clothes and possessions? Step forward." The crew members exchanged bewildered glances, slowly piecing together the situation. It dawned on them that the small boat had not been empty. Rather, its occupant had merely plunged into the sea. As realization struck, a wave of laughter erupted among the crew. "What a fool," they guffawed. "It's understandable to be angry about your belongings being taken, but to pursue us and demand them back, that's beyond mere foolishness. Have you any idea how outnumbered you are? Do you even recognize a pirate flag?" Their laughter was raucous, mocking him as they reveled in their perceived superiority. Despite their trepidation in Buggy's presence, the crew displayed their pirate nature with unrestrained malice toward Ian. At that moment, Ian surveyed the crew and found himself perplexed. They did not resemble pirates at all. Instead, they appeared more akin to a circus troupe. Their garb a cacophony of colors and styles. Hearing their jeers, Ian instinctively turned his gaze toward the sails, and upon spotting the round, Renault's emblem, he was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 25. Are you responsible for the comedy? It turns out to be the Buggy Pirates. Upon closer inspection of the ship's bow, Ian was astonished to find it shaped like an elephant, its long trunk ingeniously fashioned into a cannon. Indeed, this was none other than Buggy's pirate ship, the Bardop. Ian could hardly fathom that the culprits behind the theft of his belongings were none other than the notorious Buggy Pirates. This revelation caught him entirely off guard. This predicament proved to be rather troublesome, for Ian held a vivid recollection of Buggy. Setting aside Buggy's subsequent accomplishments, it was well known that he had first emerged as a pirate with a bounty in the millions. Ian had set sail earlier than Zorro, and consequently, before Luffy as well. While he was uncertain of Buggy's current bounty, it was reasonable to assume it remained substantial. Lacking a clear understanding of his own capabilities, Ian found himself questioning whether he could face Buggy in combat. Under different circumstances, he might have chosen to avoid confrontation, but at this moment, he had no choice. He needed to reclaim his clothing, hat, and transponder snail. As Ian contemplated his situation in silence, the ruffians of the Buggy Pirates misinterpreted his demeanor, believing he was intimidated. One by one, they brandished their weapons and approached him with malicious grins. "Hey there. Since you've come, why not stay a while?" One jeered. "Put down your weapons and await Captain Buggy's judgment." Haha, if the great Captain Buggy is in a good mood, perhaps he'll allow you to serve as a lowly deckhand, scrubbing the deck for us every day. But if the captain is in a foul mood? Another chimed in with a laugh. Then you might just end up as a substitute for that unfortunate soul hanging there. when the cannon fires. Boom. The gang of ruffians boisterously discussed Ian's impending fate, oblivious to the grim expression that had settled upon his face. At that moment, one impetuous pirate could no longer contain himself and raised a cutlass, aiming a vicious strike at Ian, intent on injuring and binding him. Ian stood motionless, eyes fixed on the descending blade, as if paralyzed by fear. Just as the onlookers believed he had been rendered speechless, he suddenly sprang into action. With a deft sidestep, Ian evaded the pirate's attack, swiftly repositioning himself behind the assailant. Drawing his katana with a flash of gleaming steel, he delivered a powerful downward strike. The pirate let out a blood-curdling scream as Ian's blade carved a deep gash into his back, causing him to collapse to the ground in a spurt of crimson. Yet, this was merely the beginning. After dispatching that pirate, Ian moved with remarkable speed, weaving through the throng of ruffians. Each shift in position was accompanied by a dazzling arc of his blade, whether slashing, stabbing, or slicing, each action distinct, yet each resulting in a pirate falling to the ground with a cry of anguish. As the last of the 8 or 9 pirates who had surrounded him lay vanquished at his feet, Ian's movements finally ceased. In that moment of stillness, his blade, having completed its dance, returned to its sheath. Perfection. Though he was merely a lowly minion, the sheer number of enemies posed a significant threat, especially as he stood alone and cornered. Thus, Ian swiftly employed his most formidable sword technique, the flash of connection. This move, truly befitting an advanced swordsman, demanded impeccable coordination in the execution of attacks. As he felled the first adversary, he simultaneously needed to harbor the intent to strike the next, while also preparing his stance. Failure to do so would result in interruption. Ian had practiced diligently in Frostmoon Village before finally mastering this technique. Its advantage lay in the ability to divide a single application of mental energy into multiple strikes, rather than depleting it with each individual hit. Most crucially, it proved extraordinarily effective against the numerous pirate henchmen. Meanwhile, the remaining members of Buggy's crew, who had yet to close in, stood in stunned silence, gazing at Ian, who maintained his sword-drawing posture, at a loss for how to convey their astonishment and disbelief. They had initially perceived him as a mere castaway adrift at sea, but in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a merciless harbinger of death. The shift in dynamics was astonishing. Unbeknownst to Ian, the pirates were grappling with their thoughts. After witnessing his first act of violence and the sight of blood, he felt none of the nausea often described in novels. Instead, a subtle thrill coursed through him, a sign of adrenaline surging within. He realized he seemed to thrive in such combat. Of course, the fallen pirates were not dead. Ian had only inflicted severe injuries, deliberately avoiding vital areas. Most of his mental energy had been focused on enhancing his own abilities rather than empowering his blade, resulting in diminished lethality. If these pirates received timely medical attention, they would likely survive. He had not yet reached the point of cold-blooded murder. However, the other pirates were unaware of this, believing their fallen comrades had been slain by Ian. Upon regaining their senses, they erupted in outrage. Charge. Eliminate him. Yes. Offending Buggy's crew, he is doomed. Yet, despite their fervent cries, none dared to advance, having been intimidated by Ian's swift dispatch of 8 or 9 foes. They instinctively understood they were no match for him, and as they shouted, their gazes involuntarily drifted toward their strategist, Kabeji, hoping he would take action. Kabeji, arms crossed, remained perched on his unicycle, his mouth concealed by a checkered scarf, obscuring his expression. A closer look revealed a glint of intrigue in his eyes. Since Ian had boarded the ship, he had remained silent, initially dismissing Ian as a mere novice unworthy of his attention, allowing his subordinates to handle the situation. Now, however, words eluded him. After observing Ian's swift and lethal movements, he realized with dismay that he had no confidence in defeating him. The speed at which Ian executed his techniques was utterly astonishing. Just as Kabaji hesitated, contemplating whether to strike, a resounding roar echoed from the rear of the ship. Ian, hearing the noise, turned to see a figure on a lion gradually approaching. What was happening? Why was there such a pungent scent of blood? Were they not concerned about alarming the others? The newcomer, visibly displeased, spoke up. Upon seeing this individual, Ian burst into laughter, pointing and exclaiming, "Huh, your hat is even odder than mine." The newcomer donned a fur-lined headpiece that enveloped his cheeks, making his head appear almost sheep-like, covered in a thick coat of fur. Moreover, the lion he rode had its mane styled into a long, braiding tuft that stood upright, an utterly ridiculous sight. "How rude! That is my hair." The man, seething with rage at Ian's laughter, felt his temper flare, veins bulging on his forehead. After all, anyone would be incensed if their hair was likened to a fur hat. However, after a moment of fury, he composed himself and inquired, "Who are you? What are you doing on our ship?" This individual was none other than Machi, the vice-captain of the buggy pirates and a beast tamer. The world of pirates was indeed filled with peculiar characters, and as Ian gazed at Machi's fur-like hair, he suddenly wondered if he belonged to a fur tribe. If so, which tribe could it be? The sheep tribe, perhaps? As Ian's thoughts wandered, Machi finally noticed the pirates lying in pools of blood on the deck. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the bare-bodied youth before him was an intruder. "You have quite the nerve to provoke the buggy pirates on our ship," Machi snarled through gritted teeth. "Nonsense. I will not take the blame for this. You clearly stole my belongings yet dare to accuse me of provocation," Ian retorted. However, Machi, unfazed by Ian's rebuttal, knew as the vice-captain, he could not let Ian escape unscathed. Otherwise, his position on the Baikadaupu would be in jeopardy. Ignoring Ian's protest, he urged his lion, "Take him down." With an earth-shattering roar, the lion, Ricky, leaped forward, claws poised to strike. Ian, anticipating the fierce attack, swiftly stepped back to evade the onslaught. Feeling a gust of wind brush past him, causing him to break into a slight sweat, while he was unafraid to confront humans. Facing a beast as formidable as a lion in direct combat was a first for him. When Ricky missed its strike, it lunged again, attempting to bite Ian. The lion's predatory speed was far superior to that of a human, and in a moment of desperation, Ian could only raise the sheath of his sword to block the attack. To his astonishment, Ricky managed to bite the sheath cleanly in two. Ian stared in astonishment at the remaining hilt of the shattered sword in his hand, momentarily at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that the subpar katana he had brought with him would endure for long, yet he certainly did not expect it to break so swiftly. Humph. Do not underestimate the formidable biting power of Licky. Machi, arms crossed, looked down at Ian and declared, "Licky is a fearsome beast. The number of lives claimed by its jaws is beyond counting." However, before he could finish his statement, Licky abruptly halted its movements, lowered its head, and sniffed at the severed blade of Ian's sword. In the next moment, it astonishingly extended its tongue and began to lick the broken blade. Ian gazed in disbelief at Licky, the lion that resembled a large dog, licking the sword. It was with this very katana that he had speared fish in the sea, leaving traces of the fishy scent on the blade. Presumably, upon catching a whiff of that odor, Licky deemed it time for a meal. Though he hesitated to voice his thoughts, Ian could not resist the urge to comment, "Are you truly pirates? To me, it appears more akin to a circus." Chapter 26. Whose hat is it anyway? Licky, the lion, was on the verge of tears, gazing at Machi with indignation. "I do not recall ever teaching you any of this." It seemed that Licky finally sensed his master's resentment and, feigning ferocity, let out a roar towards Ian to demonstrate his might. However, Ian saw through the facade. Despite Licky's fearsome appearance, he was, in truth, rather foolish. Although their earlier encounter had been brief, Ian could tell that his own strength and speed were comparable to the lion's. In defeating it would pose no significant challenge. The crux of the matter was that his sword had been bitten in two. Though Ian possessed commendable physical attributes, his martial skills were deficient, lacking training in hand-to-hand combat. Aside from swordsmanship, he had yet to develop any alternative means of battle. "Never mind, I shall wield the sword of the sword saint," Ian mused, mentally equipping the treasured blade within his mind. In the next moment, as he opened his hand, a crimson longsword materialized in his grasp. Since Machi had engaged Licky and Ian, the pirates aboard the ship had been keenly observing their confrontation. When they witnessed Ian's sword being severed, excitement surged among the crew, convinced that the young man would soon meet his end. However, when the formidable sword of the sword saint suddenly appeared in Ian's hand, a palpable shock rippled through the onlookers. What just happened? Where did that long blade come from? He was unarmed. Could it be? The power of a devil fruit. Indeed, this lad must be a monster like the captain, having consumed a devil fruit. Shoo, how dare you call the captain a monster? Do you wish to meet your demise? Not only were the pirate underlings whispering among themselves, but even Machi and Kabaji, spectating nearby, were taken aback. As members of Buggy's crew, they were acutely aware of their captain's prowess, and thus, they instinctively feared anything beyond their comprehension, such as the devil fruits. The sword of the Sword Saint, with its rugged yet menacing appearance, caused even Leaky to take a step back, with a blade in hand. The world is mine. Ian felt an overwhelming confidence surge within him. Now, let us see if you can still bite. With both hands gripping the hilt, he pointed the blade towards Machi and Leaky, challenging, "Come at me." Machi, provoked by the relaxed expression on Ian's face, felt a surge of anger. He had always been the one to dominate alongside Captain Buggy. When had he ever been so openly scorned by a mere novice? Drawing his whip, Machi struck Leaky's rear, shouting, "Kill him." Stung by the pain, Leaky disregarded the threat posed by Ian's long blade and lunged fiercely towards him. Just as Ian prepared to brace himself for the impending clash, he suddenly heard a whooshing sound from his right and instinctively tilted his head back to evade an unexpected attack. The assailant turned out to be none other than the previously silent Kabaji, a truly despicable character. Not only did he launch a stealthy attack, but he also aimed directly at Ian's vital head. Had it not been for Ian's quick reflexes, he would have likely suffered a grievous wound to his face. In his attempt to evade Kabaji's strike, Ian failed to defend against Ricky's assault, which struck his blade with tremendous force, forcing him to stagger back several steps. The pirate lackeys, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in cheers for their vice-captain and strategist, as if they had already triumphed over Ian. "Let's all take him down." Kabaji finally spoke, addressing Machi. "Otherwise, when Captain Buggy emerges, we shall face punishment." Machi understood the gravity of the situation. The 8 or 9 members of their crew sprawled on the deck were still drenched in blood. If they could not capture the culprit, they would surely face their captain's wrath upon his arrival. Thus, both men cast aside any notions of honor and began to launch a concerted assault on Ian. Lacking experience in battling multiple opponents, Ian found himself struggling against the fierce attacks of both Ricky and Kabaji. He could only maintain his footing while fending off their relentless strikes. Throughout the confrontation, Ian's animosity towards Kabaji intensified. Not only were his attacks treacherous, but they were also aimed at Ian's vital points, indicating a clear intent to kill. If memory served, in the original timeline, after Zoro joined Luffy's crew, he encountered Buggy's gang in Orangetown, where Kabaji specifically targeted Zoro's injuries. Though Ian had often teased Zoro during their time in Frost Moon Village, a bond had formed between them over the years, and Ian had come to regard Zoro as a brother. The mere thought of Zoro being mercilessly struck at his wounds by that scoundrel Kabaji sent a surge of fury coursing through Ian's veins. Kabaji could not be spared. With this thought in mind, Ian sprang into action. He evaded Ricky's claw swipe, suddenly stepping forward, leaning into the attack. His sword swung in a fierce diagonal arc, its gleaming blade transforming into a massive arc of light aimed directly at the unprepared Kabaji. Although Kabaji attempted to defend himself, it was in vain. Ian infused his long sword with an immense amount of energy, and with a single stroke, he severed Kabaji's pitiful rapier, leaving a gaping wound across his chest. Kabaji looked at Ian in disbelief, confronted by the icy resolve in Ian's eyes. He could not comprehend why Ian harbored such lethal intent solely towards him. With a loud crash, the door to the cabin swung open, and Buggy burst forth, shouting, "Oh no. This is terrible, that hat." Before he could finish his sentence, he beheld the sight of Kabaji collapsing to the ground, blood erupting from his chest. Bucky's eyes were bloodshot. Although he was indifferent to his subordinates, he held a different regard for his 2 trusted officers, Kabaji and Machi, who were the very foundation of the Bucky pirates. Kabaji, in particular, with his cunning nature, suited Bucky's taste perfectly. Otherwise, he would not have been appointed as chief of staff. Yet now, right before his eyes, his chief of staff Kabaji had been struck down by a bare-bodied youth wielding a large red sword. "Who are you?" Bucky roared. "How dare you kill Kabaji? Are you tired of living?" After delivering that exhilarating blow, Ian noticed Bucky's presence and, instead of being angered, chuckled at the absurdity of the situation. "What are you talking about, you big-nosed fool? You had your things stolen, and now you dare to bite back?" This world is rife with pirates. Yet the nature of piracy varies greatly. There exist those with ideals and conscience, and there are those who are malevolent and commit heinous acts. Clearly, the Bucky pirates belong to the latter category. Thus, Ian had no intention of sparing Bucky. As for Kabaji, he had already been dispatched without hesitation. Ian would not show mercy merely for Bucky's sake. "Do not call me big-nosed." Bucky growled fiercely, then suddenly realized. "Did you say we stole your belongings? What are they?" "My clothes, my hat, and the transponder snail inside the hat." Ian scoffed. "Isn't that what just transpired? You can't deny it, can you?" Bucky raised the barrier hat in his hand and inquired, "Are you referring to this hat?" "Indeed." Ian nodded. At that moment, Bucky was struck dumb. The reason he had rushed back to the cabin was to confirm his memory. As a pirate, aside from evading the Navy, it was essential to be aware of his peers. Thus, he had always kept bounty posters from old newspapers in his cabin. This was to ensure that he could tread carefully when encountering fellow pirates and avoid unnecessary trouble. The barrier hat that seemed so familiar to him was, in fact, associated with a notorious pirate. Bucky dashed into the cabin to sift through the bounty posters to ascertain whose it was. He found it, and upon seeing the photograph on the bounty poster, he began to tremble. The individual depicted had been summoned by the world government 2 years prior, becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea, with a staggering bounty of 296 million berries, known as the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. Bucky glanced at the photograph and then at the barrier hat in his hand. There was no mistake. This hat was identical to the one worn by the tyrant Kuma. In that instant, Bucky turned pale. He realized that the small ship he had sent his men to plunder was occupied by one of the 7 warlords. It was over. Bucky felt as though his entire life was about to be ruined by today's moment of greed. Although he had once been a member of the crew of the Pirate King, Roger, and had fought alongside both Roger and Whitebeard, the present situation was a stark contrast to those times. Now, he had ventured out on his own without the support of Roger, surrounded by a band of fools. Confronted by the tyrannical adversary, Bartholomew Kuma, the outcome was all too predictable. This was the reason for his frantic rush. He hoped to have everything returned promptly, seeking some semblance of restitution. However, to his dismay, upon emerging, he witnessed Kabaji being felled, and then heard Ian claim that the hat belonged to him. Buggy's mind momentarily faltered, a profound confusion etched across his face, accentuated by his prominent red nose, a scene both comical and absurd. Chapter 27. A refusal to recruit. It took some time for Buggy to comprehend the situation. Since this hat belonged to the lad before him, it indicated that Bartholomew Kuma, the tyrant, was not present. This revelation brought an immense sense of relief to Buggy. The emergence of a pirate with a bounty nearing 300 million would spell disaster for all pirates in the East Blue. The reasoning was simple, generally speaking. The amount on a bounty not only reflects a pirate's strength but also signifies the extent of their threat to the world government. A pirate with a bounty close to 300 million would typically attract the attention of a vice admiral tasked with their capture. Should a vice admiral venture into the East Blue, it would be sufficient to eradicate all pirates in that region. Even though Bartholomew Kuma was already a member of the 7 warlords, the Navy might not actively pursue him. Nevertheless, his presence or that of the Navy would yield similar consequences. However, Buggy remained somewhat perplexed and inquired of Ian, "Why do you possess this hat? What is your connection to Bartholomew Kuma?" Ian cast him a sidelong glance and retorted, "What concern is it of yours? Return my hat and clothes." Contemplating for a moment, Buggy surprisingly tossed Ian's garments, including his hat, back to him. Ian did not hesitate to accept them. Inspecting the items to find the transponder snail inside the hat was unharmed, albeit a bit frightened, with its large eyes brimming with tears upon seeing Ian. After soothing the creature, Ian placed it atop his head and donned the barriered hat. Typically, transponder snails were dormant, so the darkness within the hat posed no issue for it. It would merely retract into its shell. Before the gaze of many, Ian began to dress. Truth be told, no one relished the idea of battling in the nude under the scrutiny of a group of men, as there were no beautiful women to appreciate the display of physique. Thus, once he was clad in his attire, Ian felt a sense of reassurance, no longer subjected to the chill of exposure. During his dressing, Machi had also moved closer to Buggy. The earlier incident where Ian had effortlessly dispatched Kabeji had left him quite shaken. Seizing the opportunity while both parties had paused, he approached Buggy and cautioned, "Captain, be cautious. This lad is also a devil fruit user." Buggy halted in surprise. "He is too?" Machi nodded, stating, "Most likely. When he boarded, he only carried an ordinary sword. But after that sword was severed by Leaky, he suddenly conjured that large red blade from thin air." Before he could finish, Buggy abruptly seized Machi by the collar, bellowing, "Who are you calling a red-nosed fool?" No, I meant the sword, the sword." Machi quickly clarified, realizing he had inadvertently broached a sensitive topic with the captain. Only then did Buggy release him, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "So you say his sword appeared out of nowhere?" Machi confirmed, "Indeed. He was originally bare, so that sword could not have been concealed. Neither Kabeji nor I stand a chance against him. A devil fruit user, indeed?" As Buggy chuckled, he mused, what kind of devil fruit could it be? Unbeknownst to them, they mistook Ian for a wielder of such powers. Meanwhile, Ian had already dressed himself. Observing this, Buggy promptly addressed Ian, "Hey there. Would you be interested in joining my Buggy Pirates? If you do, the position of combat captain will be yours." It seemed that after much contemplation, Buggy had concocted this scheme, choosing to overlook the fate of Kabaji and his band of pirates, who lay on the deck, uncertain of their survival. As he boldly extended his invitation to Ian, Buggy was well aware of Kabaji's combat prowess. However, the fact that this young man could slice through Kabaji with a single blow indicated that his own strength was formidable. What intrigued Buggy the most was the barriered hat. Although Ian did not disclose its significance when questioned, Buggy instinctively suspected that this young man might indeed have some connection to Bartholomew Kuma. The Buggy Pirates had maintained a rather low profile for two primary reasons. Ever since the execution of Pirate King Roger, although Buggy had ventured out on his own, he had concealed his past as an apprentice crew member aboard the Pirate King's ship, even from his own subordinates. The rationale was simple. If this information were to come to light, one could only imagine the number of high-ranking Navy officials who would pursue him. This was the first reason for Buggy's discretion. The second reason stemmed from Buggy's fervor for treasure. His dream as a pirate was to one day plunder every treasure in the world. This ambition made him reluctant to confront the Navy or attract undue trouble. Currently, Bartholomew Kuma presented a considerable inconvenience for him. Although he was unaware of the true relationship between the young man before him and Kuma, to avoid complications and provide his crew with an explanation, inviting Ian into his pirate crew seemed the most prudent course of action. Not only would this afford him another capable ally, but it would also help evade confrontation with a figure of Kuma's stature, a win-win situation. However, when he confidently extended his invitation to Ian, he was taken aback by Ian's immediate refusal. "No, I will not become a pirate." Before setting sail, Ian had come to the realization that for him, a life of piracy held little promise. Despite the seemingly carefree existence of pirates, often associated with wealth and treasures, the reality was that most pirate riches were acquired through plunder. Genuine treasure-seeking pirates were a rarity indeed. Ian was in dire need of money. Ever since the onset of this troublesome system, his growth and strength had been directly correlated with his financial resources. If he were to truly become a pirate, he could not fathom how long it would take to attain wealth. Moreover, Ian possessed his own moral compass. He had no desire for riches obtained through violence and theft. Preying upon the weak was not the mindset of a true champion. Thus, Ian had never contemplated the life of a pirate. On the contrary, he discovered that as long as his strength continued to grow, the infamous pirates with bounties placed on their heads by the world government could serve as the most lucrative targets for him. Indeed, a bounty hunter, this was Ian's current ambition. He had no intention of joining a pirate crew, especially not one as absurd as Buggy's, which seemed to exist solely for comedic purposes. Buggy, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in disbelief. You dare to refuse the great Captain Buggy?" Ian shook his head, responding, "I fail to see what is so great about your oversized red nose." Buggy, infuriated, shouted, "How many times must I tell you? Do not call me red-nosed." As he spoke, Buggy drew numerous daggers from his sides, gripping them between his fingers. He crossed his arms over his chest and glared fiercely at Ian through the gaps in the daggers. "In that case, you shall remain here. I will hang you up and let you experience the taste of my specially crafted buggy bomb. With that, Buggy lunged at Ian, daggers in hand. Ian, calmly wielding his sword, watched as Buggy approached. When Buggy's fist, adorned with daggers, swung towards him like a claw, Ian was not caught off guard. Just as the daggers were about to strike, he executed his signature move, the true flash. He darted past Buggy, and his sword cleaved horizontally at Buggy's waist. In an instant, Buggy's body was severed into two halves, collapsing to the ground with a thud. The minions of the Buggy pirates observed this scene with concealed smirks, eager to witness Ian's surprised reaction. However, they were taken aback when Ian suddenly pivoted, slashing his sword towards the right. His blade struck an object, Buggy's disembodied wrist, clutching a sharp dagger, which had attempted to stealthily ambush Ian moments before. Neither Buggy nor his crew anticipated that Ian would remain vigilant, despite having cleaved Buggy in two. He had foreseen the possibility of Buggy's counterattack. After severing the wrist once more, Ian pointed his sword at the fallen Buggy, declaring, "Do not feign death. I know you are unscathed." Buggy, surprisingly, floated his upper half in the air, exclaiming, "How did you know? Is it the chop-chop fruit?" Ian chuckled, "Indeed. It seems you cannot be killed." Though he laughed, Ian harbored a shred of astonishment within. He had long been aware of the properties of Buggy's fruit, and logically, he should not have attempted to strike him. Yet, he could not resist the urge to test whether the energy he had infused into his sword could inflict damage on Buggy. However, experiments have demonstrated that it indeed proves ineffective. He could sense that when his blade struck Buggy, there was astonishingly no resistance. It was as if his body instinctively began to disintegrate upon encountering the sharp edge, the intent entwined with the blade seemingly never having made contact with Buggy at all. It is no wonder that even an attack imbued with hockey was futile against him. Even the formidable Mihawk could not slay this individual. Buggy's fruit ability truly is the bane of many swordsmen. Buggy himself was rather surprised. He had not anticipated that he would not catch Ian off guard. Could it be that this young man had heard of his reputation somewhere, thus coming prepared? As such thoughts crossed his mind, Buggy chuckled maliciously and remarked, "Do you know? My greatest delight lies in battling swordsmen like you. Once you descend into the depths of hell, you will regret opposing the illustrious Captain Buggy." With that said, Buggy suddenly twisted his upper body, and in an instant, his head and torso detached, his arms spinning like windmills, the knife blades hurtling towards Ian. Shattered and fragmented, the assault commenced. Chapter 28. Retreat. When outmatched as Ian beheld the whirlwind-like blade hurled by Buggy, he hastily positioned his longsword in an upright stance, only to be met with the resounding clang of metal upon metal. Sparks flew from the blade's surface, just as Ian successfully deflected the upper half of Buggy's makeshift guillotine. He was taken aback when Buggy launched his legs at him, the tips of his shoes concealing sharp blades that spiraled towards Ian's legs in a similar fashion. With his attention occupied by the earlier attack, Ian could not adjust his sword in time to counter the incoming threat from below. He was compelled to leap into the air, narrowly evading the ground-level assault. In that suspended moment, with Ian airborne, the upper half of Buggy's guillotine abruptly halted, and a wrist clasping a dagger was propelled towards him like a cannonball. Ian found himself unable to evade this attack, and, gritting his teeth, he swung his sword towards the descending wrist. This instinctive action, however, overlooked the fact that Buggy's body could separate at any moment. Though Ian succeeded in cleaving the wrist in two, the severed halves continued their trajectory, slicing past Ian's face and leaving two deep gashes. Upon landing, Ian wiped his face, discovering it smeared with blood. This marked his inaugural confrontation with a devil fruit user, and he found the experience exceedingly peculiar. The strategies effective against ordinary opponents proved utterly futile against one endowed with such powers. "Aha! Now you've witnessed the might of Captain Buggy," he bellowed with mirth. Ian remained silent, tightening the brim of his hat and charging towards the location of Buggy's head, sword in hand. "Humph! Did I not warn you? Blades are ineffective against me," Buggy sneered. Ian, uninterested in banter, closed the distance, swinging his sword in a sweeping arc towards Buggy's face. "Still not giving up?" Buggy exclaimed upon observing Ian's approach. "Very well, let me show you what it means to be invincible." He assumed Ian merely aimed for a vital strike. But as Ian's sword neared Buggy, he unexpectedly twisted his wrist, redirecting the blade from its edge to its flat side. The blade of the longsword, unlike an ordinary katana, possessed a broader surface. This sudden maneuver caught Buggy off guard, and he was struck squarely on the face. The impact was tremendous. Buggy's visage contorted, and his entire head was sent flying, akin to a cannonball, crashing through the wooden planks of the ship's cabin with a resounding boom. Ian's current strength was formidable. Equipped with the Sword Saint's longsword, even a mere 30 attribute boost elevated his power beyond 100 points. It was no surprise that he could deliver such an effect. If slashing was ineffective, then blunt force would suffice. This time, Buggy's body did not separate again. Witnessing this scene, Ian surmised that Buggy's disjointed fruit might be influenced by pressure. The sharper the blade, the greater the pressure, which would further incite Buggy's body to fragment. Conversely, lesser pressure would inhibit such division, unless he chose to do so voluntarily. The crew aboard the pirate ship stood in stunned silence, alternating their gaze between the gaping hole in the cabin and Ian, unsure of what to say. This was a clash between monsters, far beyond their capacity to intervene. Even their seemingly invincible Captain Buggy had been sent flying. What were they to do now? If possible, they would have preferred to lie down and feign death. A sudden sound of splintering would echoed as Buggy's head floated in midair, wobbling as it emerged from the doorway. However, this time, one side of Buggy's face was swollen, indicating that Ian's earlier strike had indeed been effective. "You hit me so hard," Buggy grimaced at Ian. "You've successfully angered me." Ian was surprised to see this fellow seemingly unscathed. It appeared that Buggy's resilience was not as feeble as he had anticipated. Unlike Luffy, who, as a user of the Paramecia-type devil fruit, felt no pain from ordinary attacks and was impervious to bullets due to his rubbery constitution. Buggy's fruit did not alter his physical form in the same manner. Although he was immune to slashing attacks and could regenerate from being shattered into pieces, his body remained unchanged. When intact, he could still feel pain from assaults. The potency of a devil fruit's abilities is derived from the user's training, and Buggy likely understood his vulnerabilities, perhaps even undergoing targeted training. Otherwise, the force of Ian's earlier blow to his face would have surely knocked him unconscious, or at the very least, caused him to lose a few teeth. Yet, all that had happened was a slight swelling. Ian found the situation troublesome. Buggy's abilities were not only peculiar, but also quite vexing. Unless one employed Sea Prism Stone or possessed an overwhelming advantage in strength to incapacitate him, this fellow was like a piece of chewing gum, nearly impossible to eliminate, persistently clinging on, leaving Ian with little recourse. At that moment, Buggy's disembodied wrist lunged towards Ian. Initially, Ian intended to replicate his previous maneuver, using his sword like a baseball bat to send Buggy's wrist flying. However, unexpectedly, Machi chose this precise moment to act. He maneuvered the lion, Ricky, to leap at Ian, not with claws, but by entirely pinning him to the ground. Ricky's forelimbs pressed firmly on Ian's shoulders, immobilizing him. Buggy erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Well done, Machi. Keep him pinned." As he spoke, he directed his disembodied wrist, gripping a dagger, and thrust it forcefully towards Ian's face. As the dagger threatened to pierce his eye, Ian experienced an unexpected surge of energy, drawing upon years of mastery over his mental abilities. Though he did not utilize a swift movement, he was able to imbue himself with his mental power, resulting in a sudden burst of strength that toppled the lion like Ricky above him. Ian swiftly turned his head, narrowly avoiding the dagger that Bazzi had thrust dangerously close to his ear. That was a close call. He rolled to his feet, only to discover that Machi had also joined the fray, unexpectedly aiding Bazzi. Ian had assumed that he and the foolish lion posed no threat, but his carelessness nearly cost him dearly. Gazing at the malicious expressions of Machi and Bazzi, Ian felt an increasing headache. How could he not eliminate this troublesome Bazzi? Despite all his efforts, the rascal seemed impervious to defeat, and now with Machi and Ricky assisting him, the situation had become even more dire. Suddenly, Ian froze, smacking his forehead in realization. What on earth was he doing? Why was he so entangled with Bazzi? His original intention was simply to reclaim his clothes, hat, and phone bug. Now that he had retrieved his belongings, why linger any longer? Bazzi was a notorious pirate with a bounty of several million. Surely it was reasonable to momentarily evade him. Did he really expect to vanquish this pirate crew upon his first venture at sea? Having recognized his mental misstep, Ian felt a wave of clarity wash over him. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped out of the combat zone, swiftly grabbed the incapacitated Kabaji from the ground, and dashed to the top of the ship's cabin, where the helm of Bazzi's pirate vessel was located. With a decisive swing, he severed the helm from its mount. Bazzi and Machi were momentarily taken aback by Ian's sudden shift in focus, allowing him to execute this series of actions without interruption. Farewell. I shall not indulge you any longer. Ian chuckled, addressing the bewildered members of Bazzi's pirate crew. Until we meet again. With that, he seized Kabaji by the collar of his shirt and leaped over the ship's railing. Seize him. Bazzi finally grasped the gravity of the situation, bellowing furiously. Don't let him escape. The pirate lackeys scrambled toward the edge of the ship, peering over to see Ian already aboard his small boat, where he casually sliced Bazzi's vessel in two. What are you staring at? Jump into the sea and pursue him, Bazzi shouted, kicking one of the pirates overboard. Consequently, the crew members leaped into the water like dumplings. However, Ian paid them no mind. His small boat had limited space, and he had no doubt that any attempt to board would be met with a swift strike. He was confident that these pirates lacked the audacity to approach him. As for sabotaging his boat, he doubted their swimming speed could match his rowing prowess. If they couldn't catch up, how could they possibly damage his vessel? The pirates seemed to share this sentiment. Despite diving into the sea, they merely shouted excitedly, none daring to exert themselves to pursue him. To Ian's surprise, Bazzi unexpectedly emerged from the water, hurling a dagger toward him from midair. Ian tilted his head to evade, grinning as he waved at Buggy. He was well aware that Buggy could levitate his upper body while keeping his feet on the ground, yet his range was limited to a mere 200 meters. Beyond that, he would be out of reach. Thus Ian felt no concern. Kid, state your name, for I shall one day eliminate you. Buggy bellowed from midair. He hesitated to pursue too far, for the sea lay beneath. Should he fall into the water, although his devil fruit powers would remain, he would be rendered utterly powerless, unable to swim and liable to drown. Buggy feared that if he approached Ian too closely, he might be thrust into the ocean with a single stroke, which would spell disaster. I'm Ian. Remember this name, Ian declared, bringing his index and middle fingers together in a salute reminiscent of General Patton, a smile adorning his face. He then swiftly rowed away, leaving Buggy suspended in the air, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Chapter 29. Ian's grand scheme. As the small boat gradually receded into the distance, the crew of the Buggy pirates cautiously inquired of their captain, Captain, shall we fire the cannons? Without a moment's hesitation, Buggy delivered a swift kick, exclaiming, Are you fools? With your skills, could you possibly hit such a small vessel? Machi interjected, We cannot fire upon them. Kabaji has been taken aboard their ship, and we do not even know if he is alive. If we were to strike, he could very well perish. Despite his less than amiable relationship with Kabaji, who often bullied his lion, Ricky, Machi understood that Kabaji held the position of chief strategist within the Buggy pirates, and thus warranted some consideration in Buggy's eyes. Immediately repair the helm, Buggy bellowed to his crew. Once it is fixed, pursue them at once. Aye, Captain Buggy. The crew, intimidated by their captain's ire, sprang into action. In a hushed tone, Machi leaned towards Buggy and mused, Captain, do you think that fellow who took Kabaji has motives beyond merely holding him as a hostage? Buggy paused, perplexed. What do you mean? I mean, could it be possible he intends to deliver Kabaji to the Marines for a reward? Since he does not appear to be a pirate, yet seems unlike a Marine, he might very well be a bounty hunter. Indeed, that is quite plausible. Buggy stroked his chin thoughtfully. We must hasten our pursuit. If Kabaji is dead, it may be manageable, but if he is alive and that fellow hands him over to the Marines, we shall have to stage a prison break. At this juncture, Buggy suddenly queried, By the way, Machi, you mentioned that fellow might possess devil fruit powers, but why have I not witnessed him exhibiting any peculiar abilities? Aside from that seemingly elongated sword, he bears no remarkable traits. Machi appeared taken aback, as if realizing the truth in Buggy's observation. A nearby pirate with thick lips could not contain himself and spoke up, Captain Buggy, It seems that man is not a devil fruit user. He was drenched when he boarded, likely having swum over from the sea. Furiously, Buggy seized Machi by the collar, spitting out words in indignation. Are you an imbecile? How could you miss something so obvious? My apologies. Machi quickly responded, but that large sword truly appeared in his hand out of nowhere. I assure you, I did not misinterpret that. Oh. Buggy's interest was piqued. Could it be that this fellow possesses some treasure that conceals the weapons he carries? The mere mention of treasure ignited a fervor within Buggy, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He was resolutely determined to pursue, eager to see if he could seize whatever so-called treasure Ian possessed. Meanwhile, while Buggy and his crew busied themselves with repairing the helm, Ian had already rowed his small boat far away. Once he confirmed that Buggy and his crew would not be able to catch up in the short term, he ceased rowing, unfurled the sail, and harnessed the wind to propel himself forward. Only then did he find the opportunity to ascertain Kabaji's fate. To speak frankly, he found this battle somewhat bewildering. When his belongings were stolen, he never anticipated encountering the Buggy pirates here. However, since fate had brought them together, he felt compelled to engage in battle. Yet, it was crucial that there be some gain from it. Ian's prize was none other than Kabaji. Machi had guessed correctly. The reason Ian insisted on taking Kabaji with him was undoubtedly for the bounty. Although he was unaware of Kabaji's worth, it stood to reason that if Buggy had a bounty on his head, his subordinates would also be valued. Generally, bounties target entire pirate crews. And when Ian had struck Kabaji, he couldn't ascertain whether he had killed him. Yet, in most cases, pirates with bounties are often indifferent to life or death. One might wonder why he didn't take Machi down too for the bounty. That would be absurd. Ian was alone, lacking even a rope. Even if he could manage to carry 2 individuals, his small fishing boat couldn't accommodate them, so he could only take Kabaji for now, leaving Machi and Buggy for another time. Indeed, in Ian's eyes, the entire Buggy Pirates crew represented a target for his bounty hunting. If possible, he would not hesitate to capture them all. Following this skirmish, Ian had gained some confidence in his abilities. He realized that, despite his current low level and only having a single card for enhancement, he could still handle these ordinary pirate subordinates without much trouble. As for Buggy, a user of a devil fruit, he was quite a headache, yet not insurmountable. All he needed to do was wait for Buggy's body to split and then leap into the sea with his head to ensure the pirate would drown. The decision to retreat stemmed from the belief that prolonged entanglement served no purpose. He had contemplated that even if he managed to subdue Buggy, the other pirates would likely flee into the ocean, leaving him alone and unable to commandeer Buggy's ship. His small fishing vessel simply could not accommodate so many people, making it more prudent to capture one at a time. As a bounty hunter, earning bounties was akin to conducting business. It was better to maintain a steady flow. Although Kabaji's value remained unknown to Ian, he needed little. Even a bounty of 100,000 berries would suffice for his first 10 consecutive draws. With that, an additional 4-star orange card would significantly enhance his strength. Kneeling down, Ian tested Kabaji's breathing and was surprised to discover that the man was indeed still alive. The wound Ian had inflicted was a long gash running from shoulder to chest. However, upon inspecting the injury, he found it wasn't as deep as he had imagined. It seemed Kabaji had instinctively recoiled when the blade struck, preventing Ian from delivering a fatal blow. Nonetheless, Kabaji had lost considerable blood and was now quite weak. Ian, indifferent to the fate of one he held no affection for, reached out and patted him on the face, saying, "Wake up, wake up." Kabaji slowly regained consciousness, his complexion pale and his eyes sunken. Dazed, he glanced at Ian and then surveyed his surroundings. Realizing he had been captured, a weak, sardonic smile escaped his lips as he remarked, "So, you intend to hand me over to the Navy, huh?" "Indeed, it seems my future meals depend on you." Ian nodded with an amused smile. "Humph." Kabaji scoffed, but the movement tugged at his chest wound, causing him to gasp in pain. After a moment, he managed to speak. "You've crossed the Buggy Pirates. Do you think you can escape unscathed? Just wait. Even if you hand me over to the Navy, Captain Buggy will come to rescue me, and then I shall relish watching how you meet your demise." To his astonishment, Ian let out a whistle, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he exclaimed, "Oh, that's simply splendid." "Splendid?" Kabaji stared at Ian, bewildered by his reaction. Ian began counting on his fingers, explaining, Look, if I turn you over to the Navy, I collect a bounty. When Buggy rescues you, your bounty will surely increase due to your escape, right? Then I can capture you again and earn even more. If Buggy keeps rescuing you, your bounty will just keep rising, and I can continuously capture you for profit goodness. Just capturing you alone could make me wealthy. Ian's eyes gleamed with visions of a prosperous future as he earnestly patted Kabaji's shoulder, saying, "Don't let me down. Once I hand you over to the Navy, you must escape. My grand fortune relies on you." Kabaji was left dumbfounded, utterly unprepared for Ian's unexpected words, and for a moment, he was at a loss for how to respond. Finally, he incredulously murmured, You must be out of your mind with greed." Ian sighed, realizing Kabaji's words held a grain of truth. In a sense, with such a money-grubbing system at play, Ian might be even more avaricious than Buggy himself. Setting aside those thoughts for the moment, Ian inquired, "By the way, you must possess some nautical knowledge, yes? Which island with a Navy presence is closest to here?" "Of course I do." Kabaji sneered. "I am the chief strategist of the Buggy pirates. Having spent so much time at sea, I am far beyond the likes of you, a mere novice. But why would I tell you? So you can deliver me to the Navy?" Ian nodded. "Precisely, understandable. Were I in your position, I certainly wouldn't provide directions to someone trying to imprison me. Nevertheless, I must caution you. If your wound remains untreated, you will bleed to death. I have no medical supplies aboard to tend to you, so unless you provide directions, you may wait in vain. And don't expect Buggy to arrive in time to save you. I severed the ship's rudder before I left. The choice is yours." Kabaji fell silent, and after a long pause, he reluctantly spoke. "Turn east. That is where the nearest Navy base is located. It seems that between life and integrity, Kabaji has chosen the desire to survive, even if it means facing imprisonment in a naval penitentiary." Ian is not particularly surprised by this. It would indeed be strange if this despicable character had made a different choice. Thus, gazing at the sun above, Ian located the east, adjusted the sails, and set forth, harnessing the power of the wind. Chapter 30, Shellstown. As Ian traversed the path, he was simultaneously examining the system within his mind. After a 2-year hiatus, Ian's experience had finally surged once more. Aboard Buggy's pirate ship, he had vanquished 9 pirate lackeys, each contributing 150 experience points to his tally. The experience gained from defeating Buggy was even more substantial, amounting to an impressive 300 points. It had long been established that stronger adversaries yield greater rewards and experience. And with this latest influx, Ian was on the cusp of reaching level 6. However, the level itself was of secondary concern. What Ian truly yearned for was the acquisition of superior cards for his use. Contemplating this, he cast a glance at Buggy, whose bounty he could scarcely recall, realizing that only a visit to the Navy could unveil such information. Curiosity piqued, Ian inquired of Buggy, "By the way, what is your crew doing in the East Blue?" If memory serves, Buggy possesses a map to the Grand Line. For most pirates, venturing to the Grand Line might pose significant challenges, yet for Buggy, it should be a trivial matter, as he had once traversed it alongside the Pirate King, Roger. It is perplexing that he possesses a chart, yet chooses to linger in the East Blue for such an extended duration. I wonder what scheme he is concocting. Ian's curiosity was genuine, as he presumed Buggy, being a high-ranking member of the crew, might possess some insider knowledge. Buggy, however, was in a state of extreme blood loss. His body growing cold, it could be said that he was now even more eager than Ian to reach solid ground. For once on land, even if Ian turned him over to the Navy, they would provide him with medical care. Upon hearing Ian's query, Buggy weakly retorted, "How should I know? We merely follow Captain Buggy's orders. I must ask, can't your vessel move any faster? I haven't eaten, and I lack the strength." Ian shot him a glance, unwilling to exert himself to paddle faster. After all, it was precisely the hunger that had led him to the sea in pursuit of fish, only to have his belongings pilfered, resulting in a hunger-induced skirmish. The thought of this only served to sour Ian's mood further towards Buggy. Buggy was on the verge of tears, feeling as though Ian had become his personal nightmare. Even his pleas to be captured by the Navy were contingent on Ian's approval. Yet, perhaps fortune favored Buggy that day, for as they exchanged words, a distant island began to emerge on the horizon. At the island's dock, A diminutive and frail youth was seated in a small boat, engaged in fishing. He sported a shock of pink hair and wore round glasses that gave him a somewhat dazed appearance due to his nearsightedness. His fishing rod had been submerged for an extended period, yet there had been no signs of activity. Fatigued, he tilted his head back and yawned, the tears elicited by his yawn rendering his vision somewhat blurred. At that moment, he appeared to notice a small boat approaching in the distance. He initially thought he had misread the scene, hastily wiping the mist from his eyes. Upon a closer inspection, he was astonished to discover a small boat approaching. Could it be fishermen returning from the sea? He pondered. As the vessel drew nearer, the young boy noticed a figure rising from the boat, waving towards him and inquiring, "Hey, young lad, is there a naval base on this island?" The boy was taken aback, having never been addressed in such a manner. For a moment, he felt a sense of maturity wash over him, scratching his head and breaking into a silly grin. The newcomer on the boat was none other than Ian. Spotting the boy, he asked casually, but was taken aback when the lad merely chuckled in response. Ian thought to himself, could this child be a bit simple-minded? As the boats drew alongside one another, the boy's gaze fell upon Kabeji, bloodied and lying in Ian's cabin, causing him to gasp in horror. What happened to him? How could he be so badly injured? Ian, recognizing the pink-haired boy as somewhat familiar, replied, "Oh, this fellow is a pirate whom I've apprehended to turn over to the Navy. Do you know the way to the naval base?" Upon hearing this, the boy felt a wave of relief and eagerly offered, I can show you the way." Ian beamed with delight. That would be splendid. Guided by the boy, Ian docked the boat and secured it with a rope before swiftly jumping ashore, lifting Kabeji with ease. "You're incredibly strong," the boy exclaimed, gazing at Ian with admiration. "Are you a pirate hunter?" "Indeed." Ian nodded affirmatively, "but I'm just starting out. This is my first captured pirate." After a moment, he suddenly recalled, "By the way, what is your name?" "My name is Kobe," the boy responded. "Kobe," Ian said, astonished. What a coincidence. Upon closer inspection, he noted the boy's somewhat vacant expression. Though aware that this child would eventually cross paths with Luffy and join the Navy under the guidance of Admiral Garp, Ian felt no concern. After all, Kobe was merely an underdeveloped boy at this stage. "All right, Kobe, I'm Ian. Can you lead me to the naval base?" Ian asked. Sure," Kobe replied, casting a wary glance at Kabeji before instinctively positioning himself on Ian's other side. The surroundings appeared to be a small town, far more bustling than Ian's Frost Moon village. The streets were tidy, lined with shops, and buzzing with activity. He wondered if this was the same town where Zoro had gone to fetch medicine for Quina, due to the bloodied Kabeji being held by Ian. Passers-by looked on with curiosity, making an effort to steer clear of the trio. However, Ian noticed that although they avoided them, there was little fear evident on their faces. Could it be that the presence of a naval base on the island instilled a sense of security? He inquired of Kobe, who nodded and replied, "Indeed, Brother Ian. This is Shell's Town. The island is currently home to the 153rd Navy Division, and just a few days ago, a naval hero emerged from here. Hence, the locals harbor little fear of pirates." Shell's Town? Ian was taken aback, realizing he was indeed in Shell's Town. He quickly asked, "What naval hero? Could it be Monka?" "Ah, so you've heard of him too, Brother Ian?" Kobe responded with mild surprise. "Yes, it's Chief Petty Officer Monka. Oh wait. He has since been promoted to ensign due to his commendable service. Recently, he captured the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro. His valor has led to his promotion. And now the entire town is abuzz, calling him a hero." The names Black Cat Pirates, Captain Kuro, and Monka stirred a wave of recognition in Ian, causing him to furrow his brow. Unbeknownst to Kobe, who was eagerly recounting the tale, Ian's expression shifted. "I heard that battle was dreadful," Kobe continued. "The entire ship of naval soldiers perished, and even Ensign Monka had his jaw shattered by the vicious Captain Kuro. Fortunately, he managed to apprehend the scoundrel and bring him back. The people of Shell's Town idolize him." Kobe's eyes sparkled with admiration. "I feel the same way. I aspire to join the Navy and become a hero like Monka, capturing all the nefarious pirates." Ian observed the festive atmosphere in the town, confirming Kobe's words. Indeed, the townsfolk were celebrating the downfall of the Black Cat Pirates. He gazed at Kobe, who was lost in dreams, feeling a twinge of pity. He yearned to caution him, to dissuade him from idolizing Monka, for soon this axe-wielding Monka would ascend to the rank of captain, and the people of Shell's town would then taste his tyranny. This man was no true naval hero. Even the captured Captain Kuro was a facade. Once Monka became captain and took command of Shell's town, his arrogance would run rampant in this naval haven, and those who presently revered him would soon tremble in fear. Of course, Ian refrained from voicing these thoughts to Kobe. Even if he did, no one would believe him. Instead, he casually remarked, "I noticed you were fishing earlier. Do you enjoy it?" "Yes." Kobe nodded enthusiastically. "Be cautious when fishing at sea in the future," Ian subtly advised, leaving Kobe in a state of vague comprehension. He wondered if this gentle reminder would prevent Kobe from naively boarding the wrong ship and falling prey to that pirates, Alrita, who would exploit him as a laborer. As they spoke, the naval base came into view, resembling a tower that tapers at the top, reminiscent of a nuclear power plant's cooling tower. However, its structure was adorned with a camouflage-like pattern and numerous windows. Prominently displayed was the distinctive M-shaped seagull emblem of the Navy, and atop the tower fluttered the naval flag, accompanied by an array of cannons. When Kirby and Ian approached the vicinity of the tower, they caught the attention of patrolling naval soldiers. Noticing the weapon Ian carried and the injured person he held, the soldiers instantly became alert, raising their rifles and directing them at Ian, demanding, "Halt. This is a naval base. What is your purpose here?" Chapter 31. A great blunder. Upon witnessing the soldiers aiming their weapons at him, KB understood they were Navy personnel. Yet he could not suppress the tremors in his legs, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Such was his cowardice. Ian, too, was encountering Navy soldiers for the first time, and could not help but scrutinize them further. This contingent of sailors appeared to be ordinary lower-ranking soldiers, clad in white short-sleeved shirts, adorned with Navy caps emblazoned with a seagull insignia, each exuding an air of disciplined training. "Speak. Who are you, and what brings you here?" questioned a middle-aged sailor with a bushy beard, clearly of a higher rank than the others. Observing this, Ian raised his kabaji, gesturing toward him. "I have apprehended a cadre member of the buggy pirate crew, here to exchange for a bounty. The handover should occur at your Navy base, correct?" The middle-aged sailor looked utterly astonished, gazing at Ian in disbelief. "You are a bounty hunter? At such a young age?" Irritated, Ian felt his youthful appearance was a source of constant underestimation. He was, after all, an adult at heart. "What? Is there an age limit on being a bounty hunter?" he retorted. "Not at all." The bearded sailor quickly waved his hands in protest. "I was merely surprised." He then cleared his throat and, adopting a serious demeanor, declared, "The capture of the pirate will indeed be processed here at our Navy base. Follow me, and I shall assist you with the necessary paperwork." With that, the Navy soldiers parted to clear a path, watching as Ian, clutching his kabaji, strode forward, while KB trailed closely behind, gripping Ian's garment like a frightened creature. Once inside the base, Ian took in his surroundings, noting that it appeared to be an administrative area for the Navy. Numerous desks were cluttered with piles of documents, equipped with lamps and telephones. "Who exactly is this individual you claim to have captured?" inquired the middle-aged sailor. "I need to verify." "The chief of staff of the buggy pirate crew, named Kabaji," Ian replied. "The buggy pirate crew, you say? Please hold on." The sailor retrieved a stack of bounty posters and began to sift through them. Before he could find what he was looking for, Kabaji, held tightly, weakly lifted his head and murmured, "I say, could someone first attend to my wounds? I truly am Kabaji, but I am on the verge of death." The middle-aged sailor glanced at the long gash on Kabaji's body, clucking his tongue in dismay, and summoned several Navy soldiers to assist. Amidst the ensuing commotion, Ian observed as they rushed to bandage Kabaji's injuries, when suddenly a gruff voice pierced through the noise. "What is happening? What is all this ruckus?" Turning around, Ian spotted a Navy officer descending from the second floor. This man was bald, with an iron jaw brace affixed to his chin, exuding an intimidating presence. His right arm was missing, replaced instead by an axe. Upon witnessing the arrival of the individual, the middle-aged naval officer, who had been conversing with Ian moments ago, immediately straightened his posture and saluted with an expression of reverence, inquiring, "Lieutenant Monka, is your injury any better?" "Indeed, much improved," Monka affirmed. nodding as he raised his right hand. Though this hand has now become accustomed to wielding a weapon, I still find it slightly disconcerting. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Monka pressed further. What is happening here? It is quite chaotic, after all. We are in our base. The middle-aged officer chuckled, gesturing towards Ian. Ah, this young man is a pirate hunter. He claims to have captured a member of the buggy pirates to collect the bounty. And he was just tending to the pirate's injuries. Casting a glance at Ian, Monka scoffed lightly. A pirate hunter, you say? Truly. Such individuals are nothing more than bloodthirsty hyenas, motivated solely by greed. I cannot fathom what the higher-ups are thinking, allowing such people to exist. The middle-aged officer found it difficult to respond, opting instead for a few awkward chuckles, while Ian scrutinized Monka, noting that the latter seemed to lack the authoritative demeanor one might expect. Perhaps it was due to his incomplete grasp of power within the naval base. Yet his words were laced with an unmistakable air of superiority, unabashedly revealing his disdain for pirate hunters. This individual's arrogance was becoming increasingly apparent. Ian remained silent. But Monka continued, in my opinion, combating pirates must rely on us, the Navy. Pirate hunters are driven by monetary gain, while we embody absolute justice. The middle-aged officer, eager to flatter, interjected, indeed, just like Lieutenant Monka's eradication of the Black Cap pirates. This remark struck a chord with Monka, serving as the pinnacle of pride that had facilitated his promotion, prompting him to burst into hearty laughter. By the way, have you located the bounty poster? Monka inquired eagerly. I'm most curious to see what sort of character this pirate hunter has captured. Ian couldn't suppress an eye roll, fully aware that Monka was currently basking in his own self-satisfaction, and his contempt for pirate hunters was entirely predictable. Ah, I am still searching, the middle-aged officer exclaimed, hastily rummaging through the bounty posters. After a thorough search, the officer's expression shifted to one of confusion, prompting him to search once more. Strange, there appears to be none, he finally declared, looking at Ian. All bounty posters for East Blue Pirates are here, yet I cannot find anyone named Kabaji. Are you certain of the name? Ian's eyes widened. How could that be? Please check again. This fellow is indeed named Kabaji, a member of the Buggy Pirates. I have verified, the middle-aged officer replied. The captain of the Buggy Pirates, Clown Buggy, does have a bounty of 700,000 berries, but he is the only one from that crew listed. With a laugh, Ian exclaimed. 700,000 berries. What nonsense is this? Shouldn't it be 15 million berries? Ian found himself in a state of bewilderment, realizing that he had miscalculated several aspects. He had set sail 2 years prior to Zaro, which naturally meant he had embarked 3 years before Luffy. Thus, the current Buggy Pirates were not the same as those from 3 years hence. At this moment, the bounty on the Clown Buggy had not even reached the figure of 15 million. In fact, even his 2 subordinates had not been assigned any bounty at all. To his astonishment, he discovered that the captured Kabaji was devoid of any bounty as well. Observing Ian's dazed expression, Monka could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter while clutching his stomach. Haha, you are clearly a novice pirate hunter, completely unaware of whether these pirates have any bounty on their heads. I thought you might be formidable, but it turns out you've merely captured a petty thief. The middle-aged Navy officer also struggled to suppress a smile, though he refrained from outright laughter. He handed Ian a stack of bounty notices, saying, you can look for yourself. There is indeed none. Additionally, you may keep these bounty notices to avoid such errors in the future. Frustrated, Ian took the bounty notices and began to scrutinize them carefully. As he suspected, there was no bounty for Kabaji. Not only was Buggy absent from the list, but Ian also spotted the bounties for the Fishman Arlong and Pirate Admiral Kuro, both of which were far lower than he had remembered. The bounty notice for Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates was entirely missing, likely due to Monka having captured him, resulting in the cancellation of his bounty. Ian's anger surged, and he kicked Kabaji, who was currently being bandaged, exclaiming, damn it. Why didn't you mention you had no bounty? Why didn't you say anything? Kabaji, who had been sitting quietly while the Navy soldiers tended to his wounds, was taken by surprise by Ian's sudden outburst. He let out a cry of pain as his injuries reopened. By the time the Navy personnel restrained the agitated Ian, Kabaji was barely conscious, weakly retorting, it's not that I didn't want to say. It's that you wouldn't let me, you insisted on taking me away. Upon hearing Kabeji's words, Ian felt an urge to kick him once more. How dare you say that? What point is there in being a pirate without a bounty? You might as well just perish. Kabeji was on the verge of tears. In his eyes, Ian had become a more fearsome demon than Captain Buggy himself. Enduring physical torment was one thing, but now he faced psychological torment as well. Was it his fault for being a pirate without a bounty? Amidst this commotion, the Navy base was increasingly chaotic, with many soldiers peering out to witness the spectacle. Upon learning of this absurdity, they could not help but stifle their laughter. Monka was laughing so heartily that he could hardly stand upright. Initially, when he learned that Ian was a bounty hunter, he harbored hostility towards him, especially since he had just captured the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, whom he believed to be his own claim to fame. Suddenly, a bounty hunter emerged, claiming to have apprehended a member of the Buggy Pirates, leaving Monka with an uncomfortable sense that his glory was being diluted by another. However, upon discovering that Ian had made a blunder, his animosity vanished instantly. In a moment of unexpected kindness, he advised Ian, "Youngster, there is little future in being a bounty hunter. Why not consider joining our Navy instead?" Ian, feeling quite irritable at that moment, paid no heed to Monka's suggestion. He marched over and seized Kabeji by the collar, declaring, "Never mind, since this fellow has no bounty, I shall simply take him with me." "Wait." Before the Navy officers could respond, Kabeji cried out in terror, "I truly am a cadre of the Buggy Pirates. You must arrest me. I refuse to go with this guy." The middle-aged Navy officer replied to Ian, "Young man, this indeed contravenes the regulations. Although this individual bears no bounty, he is still a pirate. His mere presence here necessitates his apprehension, both morally and logically." "No." Ian shook his head firmly. "I intend to wait until this fellow has a bounty before I bring him in." The middle-aged officer was about to argue further, but unexpectedly, Monka interjected in support of Ian. "Let it be," he said. "If he wishes to take him, then let him take him. Our prison cannot accommodate too many individuals. And a small-time pirate without a bounty is unlikely to be processed anytime soon, merely wasting our base's resources." As a lieutenant, albeit newly promoted, Monka held a position of authority, and thus the middle-aged officer ceased his objections, allowing Ian to take Kabeji away. Chapter 32. The assault of the Buggy Pirates. After Ian and his companions departed, Monka chuckled at the middle-aged Navy officer, exclaiming, "How amusing. The rookie managed to capture a pirate from that circus like Buggy Pirates?" "Indeed." The middle-aged officer nodded in agreement. Their seemingly disdainful exchange inadvertently revealed the truth at that moment. Buggy's true identity had yet to be uncovered by the Navy headquarters, and the Buggy Pirates were indeed quite deceptive, with Buggy resembling a clown and his subordinate Moji, a veritable beast tamer, alongside Kabeji, who rode a unicycle as if performing acrobatics. This band of pirates appeared far from menacing. Rather, they exuded a comical aura. Furthermore, Buggy's penchant for treasure hunting and his infrequent direct confrontations with the Navy led them to perceive his crew as mere nuisances, posing no substantial threat. Consequently, only Buggy, as the captain, had a bounty placed upon him, and it was rather modest. Unaware of this, Ian eagerly captured Kabeji, only to find himself in an unfortunate mix-up. Afterward, as he reflected on the situation, his frustration grew. He unleashed his anger upon the bound Kabeji with punches and kicks, while Kabeji, like a meek lamb, could only weep silently, enduring Ian's wrath and emerging with a bruised head. Had it not been for the Navy personnel at the base who treated and bandaged his wounds, Kabeji might have genuinely feared for his life under Ian's onslaught. Once Ian had vented his frustrations, a loud rumble emanated from his stomach, prompting him to realize how long it had been since he had last eaten. The tantalizing aroma of food wafting from an unknown source on the street made his eyes glimmer with hunger. Kobe, having heard the stomach growl, initially hesitated to speak to the irate Ian, but quickly shifted the topic, saying, "Ian, are you hungry? How about I treat you to a meal?" "No need," Ian replied, casting a mischievous glance at Kabeji. "Let this fellow pay for it." I have no money," Kabeji weakly protested. "I don't care." Ian grinned. "Aren't you skilled at riding a unicycle? Perform some tricks on the street and earn your meal. If you can't make enough, then sell some flesh." At that moment, Ian had fully embraced a darker persona, and Kabeji trembled in fear upon hearing such chilling words. What manner of individual could utter such terrifying sentiments with a smile? However, a more daunting experience awaited Kabeji. Under Kobe's guidance, they entered a quaint and distinctive restaurant in town. Without hesitation, Ian began to order lavishly, selecting the most expensive dishes available. By the time a grand feast was laid out before them, Kabeji felt on the verge of fainting. Just how long would he have to perform to earn enough to cover this extravagant meal? Even Kabe was taken aback. Holding a cup of drink while watching Ian devour food with the fervor of a starving man, as if he had a vendetta against the dishes laid before him. Unable to suppress his sympathetic gaze, he glanced at Kabaji, who was tethered nearby. The meaning in his eyes was unmistakable. You're in for it now. Ian, however, paid no heed, relentlessly indulging in the feast. Whenever he stumbled upon something particularly delectable, he would bellow to the restaurant owner, "This is delightful. Bring me 10 more servings." Kabaji, on the brink of despair, exclaimed, "Can you possibly eat that much?" To which Ian shot him a glare, retorting, "If I can't finish it, I can always take it to go. You should be more concerned about how to earn some money. If you can't collect the bounty, then it's your job to ensure I get it." Kabaji wept, truly wept, raising his head in silent desperation, calling out deep within, "Great Captain Buggy, where are you? Please come to my rescue." Perhaps Kabaji's cries were indeed heard, while Ian was gorging himself at the restaurant. A pirate ship, adorned with the visage of a long-nosed elephant at its prow, lay anchored on a coastline outside Shell's town. This vessel was none other than the Baikadupu of the Buggy Pirates, and the cliffs surrounding the coast ensured that no one would stumble upon them. A small boat swiftly approached the Baikadupu, and several agile pirates climbed aboard via the gangway. Upon spotting Buggy seated on the deck, they breathlessly shouted, "Captain Buggy." We've gathered the information. Buggy straightened up and inquired, "What is the situation?" The pirates reported that Kid indeed took Chief Kabaji to the Navy's 153rd branch base. We didn't dare approach the Navy base, but we asked the townsfolk, who confirmed they saw that brat. So we surmise that Chief Kabaji has been detained. Excellent. Buggy laughed heartily. Set sail, my crew. Let us assault Shell's town, rescue Kabaji, and capture that wretched boy. Ooh. All the members of the Buggy Pirates chorused, their voices rising in unison as they energetically maneuvered the ship toward Shell's town. Meanwhile, Buggy directed the remaining crew to position the cannons along the ship's edge, while also bringing forth a crate filled with specially crafted Buggy cannonballs. After all, Kabaji was a high-ranking officer in his crew, though Buggy usually maintained a low profile. For Kabaji's sake, and to exact revenge on Ian, he had no choice but to make a bold statement. Buggy, a figure returned from the Grand Line, typically avoided provoking the Navy, not because he couldn't, but simply because he preferred not to. Even a cornered rabbit can leap over a wall. What more could be said for Buggy? Machi, however, exhibited hesitation, questioning Buggy, "Captain Buggy, that is a Navy branch base. Is this really a wise course of action? Why worry?" Buggy shot him a fierce look. "It's just a branch. It's not the main headquarters. How could there possibly be formidable figures stationed there? The highest military rank in the 153rd branch is merely that of a colonel, and he is merely an aging officer awaiting retirement. Indeed, Buggy harbors no concerns. The true elite forces of the Navy are concentrated along the Grand Line, where the naval units are directly subordinate to the headquarters. Such branches bear a prefix in their numbering, such as G2 and G5. In contrast, the naval forces in the East China Sea cannot compare to these direct branches, even if they hold the same rank of colonel. Their capabilities are worlds apart. Perhaps if it were a colonel from a direct branch, Buggy would need to deliberate carefully before launching an assault on Shell's town. However, he dismisses the soon-to-retire colonel of the 153rd branch entirely. Machi nodded, feeling somewhat reassured, yet he cautioned, "By the way, Captain Buggy, I've heard there's a naval soldier named Monka in Shell's town. Recently, he eradicated the Black Cat pirates and captured Captain Kuro. He is someone we should be wary of. Is that so?" Buggy paused for a moment, then stroked his chin with a cold smirk. "Very well. I shall handle this individual myself. You all focus on storming the base to rescue Kabeji." The Baika Daupu ship sailed away from the cliff, making its way toward the dock of Shell's town, and soon it appeared along the coastline, within the base of the 153rd Navy branch. The soldiers stationed at the lookout atop the tower quickly spotted Buggy's pirate ship its pirate flag unmistakably visible. They immediately raised the alarm. Whale, whale. The warning of a pirate assault echoed throughout Shell's town. The townsfolk initially stood in bewilderment, but soon grasped the gravity of the situation and frantically poured out of their homes and shops, rushing towards the Navy base with their families in tow. Meanwhile, soldiers from the Navy base emerged, armed and ready, organizing teams to usher the panicked townspeople into the safety of the base while simultaneously reporting buggy-as pirate crews approached to their superiors. Colonel Rod of the 153rd Branch is an elderly naval officer who has served in the East China Sea for 2 to 3 decades. His rank has been earned through sheer perseverance. In the peaceful East China Sea, he had never encountered a pirate attack on a naval station, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Fortunately, Monka, the newly promoted ensign, though arrogant, displayed some courage. He promptly reported to Colonel Rod while volunteering to lead a counter-assault against the pirates. Without hesitation, Colonel Rod granted his approval. To be honest, Monka had no idea how he managed to capture Captain Kuro initially, but that achievement propelled his promotion, igniting his ambition. Secretly, he had set his sights on Colonel Rod's position, contemplating how he might supplant him upon the Colonel's retirement to become the leader of the 153rd Branch. The recent incursion of the buggy pirates presents an opportune moment. If he can lead the Navy to repel these marauders, his achievements will be undeniable. With such accolades, attaining the rank of colonel should pose no challenge. Thus, Monka, brimming with confidence, hastens towards the dock accompanied by the naval soldiers. Meanwhile, Ian, still dining in the restaurant, finds himself in utter bewilderment. After indulging for a while, he lifts his gaze only to discover that the establishment is devoid of patrons. Not a single soul remains. Not even the owner. Where has everyone gone? Ian, overcome by hunger, failed to heed any alarms that may have sounded. At that moment, Kobe bursts through the door, visibly distressed. It's terrible, brother Ian. The buggy pirates are attacking. Upon hearing this, Ian turns to his companion Kabeji, a smile playing on his lips. Kabeji, sensing the gravity of Ian's demeanor, immediately feels a sense of foreboding. Indeed, the next moment, as Ian absent-mindedly picks his teeth with a toothpick, he inquires, "Would you prefer to hear the good news or the bad news first?" What do you mean? Kabeji stammers apprehensively. The good news is, it appears you won't need to perform for your supper anymore. As for the bad news, well, it's quite possible you may find yourself in prison, and likely alongside your captain. Chapter 33, Monka in the thicket as Ian and Kabaji engaged in conversation. The clash between the buggy pirates and the Navy commenced upon the tumultuous sea. The Navy struck first. Their cannons, positioned at elevated heights within their base, unleashed a barrage capable of reaching the nearshore. The thunderous roars of the cannons echoed, and the solid cannonballs whizzed through the air with a piercing sound, erupting upon impact in the sea and sending towering columns of water skyward. However, it proved quite challenging for the cannons to hit the moving vessels on the water. And thus far, the buggy pirate ship had evaded all cannon fire, advancing at remarkable speed toward the dock. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Monka had also established a defensive position at the dock with the Navy soldiers. They constructed barricades with sandbags, each soldier gripping their muskets, intently watching the approaching buggy pirate ship. The moment the vessel docked and the pirates disembarked, they would not hesitate to open fire. Unexpectedly, as the buggy pirate ship neared the dock, they retaliated. A specially designed buggy cannonball was loaded into the cannon, aimed at the Navy's shelter along the shore, and the fuse was ignited. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the cannonball soared through the air. One party was in motion upon the sea, while the other remained stationary on land, resulting in the cannonball striking the Navy's shelter directly. The destructive force was immense. The point of impact on the Navy's barricade was obliterated, sending soldiers who had taken refuge behind it soaring into the air, some tragically reduced to mere fragments. The specially designed cannonball, after breaching the Navy's defenses, continued its trajectory, striking the houses of the townsfolk and causing a series of structures to collapse. This was the potency of the specially designed buggy cannonball, immense in power and possessing formidable penetrating capabilities. Observing this from his ship, Buggy erupted into boisterous laughter. Thoroughly pleased with his creation, a sentiment echoed by the jubilant pirates aboard. Yet for the Navy on shore, it was a calamitous scene, particularly for Monka, whose eyes nearly bulged from their sockets upon witnessing the devastation of their shelter. The heavy casualties inflicted upon the Navy compelled him to recall the harrowing moment when he had captured Captain Kuro, where countless Navy soldiers had met their demise. "Get down. Everyone, down," Monka urgently commanded the remaining soldiers. The buggy pirates fired 2 more specially designed cannonballs toward the shore. However, these misfired, grazing the Navy's barricade and landing in the town behind, resulting in yet another 2 rows of houses collapsing. Monka keenly observed the destruction wrought upon the town by the buggy pirates' assault, realizing the magnitude of devastation. Yet, he found himself powerless, relying solely on the hope that the artillery atop the base's tower would finally strike the buggy pirate ship. Perhaps the prayers of Monka bore fruit, for a cannonball fired from the battlements finally struck Buggy's ship, exploding upon impact on the deck. The pirates in that vicinity were sent soaring into the air, and the deck was left with a gaping hole. Buggy, feeling a pang of sorrow for his vessel, jumped up and down, shouting, "Charge ashore! Rush to the shore!" At that moment, the Baikadaupu had already reached the dock, and a throng of pirates, wielding various weapons, leaped from the ship's side, bellowing as they charged towards the remnants of the Navy's defenses. "Fire! Quickly fire!" Monka commanded the naval soldiers. With renewed courage, the soldiers rose from their cover and began firing upon the pirates, the cacophony of gunfire erupting all around. Many of the foremost pirates were struck, blood blossoming from their wounds as they fell. The brutal reality of combat between the Navy and the pirates unfolded, with heavy casualties on both sides. However, the pirates under Buggy were merely hastily recruited scoundrels, their deaths eliciting little grief. While the Navy's soldiers had undergone extensive training, their loss represented a significant investment squandered. Relying on their numerical superiority, the pirates pressed through the hail of gunfire, reaching the barricades, leading to a fierce melee where blades clashed with flesh. The scene grew increasingly grim, with pirates falling beneath the swords just as naval soldiers were ambushed and cut down. Atop the naval base, the gunners hesitated to fire, fearful of hitting their own comrades. In such tumultuous moments, Monka shone brightest. His iron axe swung with ferocity, felling every pirate that approached him. In a short span, more than a dozen pirates lay defeated at his feet. This man was indeed valiant, and his presence invigorated the spirits of the naval soldiers. Yet, misfortune loomed, as he became a target for Buggy's crew. Just as Monka dispatched a pirate charging at him, he felt the light above him dim. Turning, he was met with the sight of a massive lion lunging towards him. It was none other than Machi, the first mate of Buggy's pirate crew, accompanied by his lion, Ricky. While Ricky appeared bumbling when faced with Ian, he proved fearsome in earnest battle. With a single pounce, he knocked Monka to the ground. Although Monka managed to use the surface of his axe to shield himself from Ricky's fearsome jaws, he found himself overpowered, unable to flip over. "Are you the axe-wielding Monka, the Navy ensign?" Machi sneered, perched atop Ricky. "I've heard you captured the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro. Who are you?" Monka shouted in response. "I am Machi, the beast tamer and first mate of Buggy's pirates," he declared. "I had even warned Captain Buggy to be cautious of you. Yet here you are, proving to be rather unimpressive. How dare you underestimate me?" Monka let out a fierce cry, suddenly delivering a powerful kick to the lower body of Ricky. Seizing the moment of Ricky's pain, Monka strained every muscle in his arm, exerting all his strength to throw Ricky aside, and took the opportunity to rise to his feet. However, just as he managed to stand, a sharp pain surged from his shoulder, prompting a scream as he turned to see a bizarre hand floating in midair, clutching a dagger from which blood dripped ominously. What is this?" Monka was utterly stunned. The hand then swiftly flew back and reattached itself to a figure, none other than Buggy. The unmistakable red nose immediately revealed Buggy's identity, causing Monka to exclaim in disbelief, "Buggy, you are a devil fruit user?" As a member of the Navy, Monka had certainly heard tales of the devil fruits, yet the East Blue Navy remained unaware of Buggy's abilities, as they had never engaged in direct confrontation with the Buggy pirates. "Ha, indeed. I am Buggy," he proclaimed, draped in his cloak and donning his captain's hat, the crossbones on his forehead giving his grin a menacing appearance. He questioned Monka. "Tell me, where is that kid with the barrier hat? And what of my chief of staff, Kabeji? Have you imprisoned him in the Navy base?" Realizing he was in grave trouble, Monka understood that the fighting prowess of the buggy pirates was not to be underestimated. They were far from a mere comical circus. The pirate hunter who had previously brought Kabeji to the Navy base was no novice, and it was clear that such a strength was not possessed by an amateur. As the cries of his fellow soldiers echoed in his ears, Monka recognized the dire situation. The Navy was defeated. Not only were they outnumbered, but they also faced a devil fruit user. Victory was impossible. Thus, he made a decisive choice. Suddenly, he turned and fled toward the Navy base. Buggy, taken aback by Monka's sudden silence and retreat, momentarily froze. By the time he regained his composure, Monka had already fled a considerable distance. Furious, Buggy shouted, "Pursue him! Do not let him use Kabeji as a hostage." Misinterpreting Monka's escape as a strategic retreat to leverage Kabeji against them, Buggy was oblivious to Monka's true intent. In actuality, Monka sought assistance. Relying solely on the strength of the 153rd Division would not suffice against the buggy pirates. He needed to call for reinforcements from the nearby 16th Division or, more prudently, directly from the Navy in Logetown. The timing of the reinforcements was beyond Monka's control. He could only do his utmost and leave the rest to fate. From this perspective, Monka had not yet allowed his ambition to cloud his judgment. He still functioned as a competent Navy soldier. Meanwhile, Buggy's lackeys swiftly dispatched the remaining Navy soldiers, leading the charge toward the Navy base under the command of Buggy and Machi. Meanwhile, Ian was struggling to rise from the chaotic debris surrounding him. It was truly unfortunate that a specially crafted Pakistani shell had struck a house in the town, fortuitously piercing through the very restaurant where Ian had been dining. Although it had not directly hit him, the walls on either side were left with gaping holes, causing the structure to collapse. Had Ian not acted swiftly to pull Kirby beneath the table, he might have been gravely injured. As Ian got to his feet, he was momentarily disoriented. But upon noticing that Kabeji was attempting to make a stealthy escape, he charged forward without hesitation, wielding his sword with a decisive strike that rendered Kabeji unconscious. Gripping the scarf around Kabaji's neck, Ian seethed. "How dare you try to flee? If you escape, who will compensate me for my lost wages?" Chapter 34. Selling out to the pirates as Ian secured Kabeji once more, leading him like a pet on a leash in preparation for their departure. Kobe's legs trembled with trepidation. Ian, are you truly going to the Navy base? The buggy pirates have already laid siege there. Isn't this akin to walking into a trap? Perhaps we should hide instead." Ian shook his head resolutely. "We must proceed. Do not forget that the townsfolk have taken refuge within the Navy base. Should the Navy falter, those innocent people would be in grave peril." Kobe stared at Ian, astonished that he still harbored concern for the innocent. Indeed, while Ian could be rather ruthless at times, he was not devoid of principles. The buggy pirates had pursued them here primarily due to Ian capturing Kabeji, and it was evident that the townspeople were unwittingly caught in the crossfire, prompting Ian to feel a sense of responsibility to rectify the situation. I will accompany you." Kobe, uncertain of what spurred his resolve, suddenly shouted, "My home is in this town, and I too wish to defend it." Ian cast a glance at him, but remained silent, merely adjusting the brim of his hat slightly. "Then you must stay close." As they traversed the path, the ground was strewn with the fallen bodies of both Navy personnel and pirates, while some were merely gravely injured. None stirred. The scene was undeniably harrowing. Among the fallen, the Navy appeared to be in greater numbers, and Ian instinctively understood that the Navy had suffered a defeat. Consequently, both of them quickened their pace, leaving poor Kabeji nearly dragged along the ground. The buggy pirates had already breached the main gate of the base, and the remaining Navy soldiers were taking cover behind the fortifications within, valiantly attempting to repel the onslaught of the pirates. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Monka rushed inside the base to report the dire situation to Colonel Rod. Upon hearing the news of their defeat, Colonel Rod was overwhelmed and fainted. This elderly officer was ill-equipped to withstand such distressing news. In a state of desperation, Monka disregarded Rod's condition, grabbed the transponder snail from the desk, and dialed the number for the Navy South 16th Division, urgently seeking assistance. However, the response from the 16th Division was disheartening. Their colonel was reportedly on vacation at the Baratai restaurant. Enraged, Monka nearly smashed the transponder snail, but had no choice but to request aid from Roguetown. Upon learning of the buggy pirates' assault on Shell's town, Roguetown took the matter seriously and promptly pledged to send reinforcements, notably the esteemed Vice Admiral Garp. This revelation nearly sent Monka into a jubilant frenzy. He had long heard tales of the Navy headquarters hero, Vice Admiral Garp, who frequently visited the East Blue. But he never imagined that Garp was currently in Roguetown. With Garp on their side, the buggy pirates were as good as doomed. However, after the initial excitement, Monka suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Roguetown was too far away, and by the time Admiral Garp arrived, it would be anyone's guess when that would be. The crisis facing the 153rd Division had yet to be resolved. He had to find a way to endure. Setting down the telephone bug, Monka summoned a middle-aged naval officer with a scruffy beard, instructing him to lead the townsfolk to a safer location. He himself descended the stairs, determined to continue leading the remaining Navy and resisting the buggy pirates. Yet, upon reaching the ground floor, Monka discovered the situation was dire. The buggy pirates had already breached the base. The defensive fortifications had not held them back for long. With Buggy, a user of a devil fruit, lurking around, the Navy personnel hiding behind cover were ambushed, and those who ventured out with knives struck true with deadly precision. Only a handful of Navy soldiers remained within the base, taking refuge behind desks as they exchanged fire with the pirates. Bullets flew chaotically through the room, turning stacks of documents into a flurry of confetti. The buggy pirates cackled maniacally, while the naval soldiers, amidst the cacophony of laughter, continued to fall one by one. Upon Monka's arrival, the surviving Navy soldiers were momentarily reinvigorated, managing to hold on a little longer. Yet, regrettably, they could not escape their fated downfall. Monka stood alone. The pirates ceased their gunfire as Buggy stepped through the crowd, grinning. "Well, Lieutenant Monka, it's just you now. Tell me, where have you locked up Kabeji? Speak, and I shall spare your life." Monka shook his head. "Kabeji is not imprisoned here. He was taken away by that bounty hunter." "Nonsense," Buggy retorted, jumping up in anger. "My men clearly reported that the brat brought Kabeji to the base. How could you not have detained him?" "I'm telling the truth," Monka replied cautiously, inching closer to Buggy. "Kabeji isn't worth a bounty. The bounty hunter took him away when he realized he wouldn't receive any reward." Buggy froze, pondering the truth of Monka's words. Indeed, Kabeji had not been on the wanted list. Then where has that brat gone? Buggy ground out through clenched teeth. "Ask him in hell." Monka finally closed the distance, raising his axe high and bringing it down towards Buggy. To Monka's astonishment, Buggy stood there, seemingly dazed, watching the axe descend without attempting to evade. With a swift motion, Monka's sharp axe cleaved Buggy in two from head to toe. After the blow, Monka erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! I've taken you down." In that moment, only his voice echoed in the vicinity, while the other pirates stared at him with strange expressions. As he laughed, Monka felt a twinge of unease. Buggy had been defeated. Yet the pirates showed no signs of panic. Just then, two blades suddenly pierced through his arms from either side, and Monka cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. As Buggy's bisected body reassembled, he rose to his feet, gazing down upon Monka with a mocking expression. "Apologies for disappointing you. I am indeed immortal." The pirate lackeys behind him erupted into laughter, having witnessed this spectacle numerous times before, yet it never failed to amuse them. At that moment, Monka finally grasped the true nature of Buggy's devil fruit ability. Previously, when Buggy had stabbed him at the docks, Monka had foolishly believed that Buggy could merely detach his limbs. He had never anticipated that even when cleaved in two, Buggy would remain unscathed. His arms hung limply at his sides as he tilted his head to look at Buggy, disbelief etched across his face. "Since you are unaware, you shall perish," Buggy sneered, raising the knife in his hand. In that instant, a wave of fear washed over Monka. The haunting memory of the Black Cat pirates' annihilation at the hands of the Navy resurfaced in his mind. Had it not been for his encounter with Captain Kuro, Monka might have remained a fervent naval officer, willing to embrace death in battle against Buggy. However, after his promotion to ensign, Monka suddenly found a desire to survive. Colonel Rod, that useless old fool, was on the brink of retirement, and Monka held aspirations of ascending to the rank of captain. He could not allow himself to perish now. Thus, he shouted, "You cannot kill me. I am a naval officer. Should you dare to take my life? It would be a grave crime. Even across the ends of the earth, Vice Admiral Garp would hunt you down. The weight of his words was substantial. Upon hearing the name Garp, Buggy nearly spat out his drink, his face a mask of terror. Garp. Where is he? Instantly, Buggy realized something amiss. Why had his words conjured two identical voices? Turning around, he was struck with horror, instinctively stepping back to behold Ian, who had appeared behind him without his notice. Why you? How did you get here? Even the pirates behind him were rendered speechless. Ian, on the other hand, was taken aback by the encounter. Upon entering the base, he had learned from Monka that Garp was on his way, which explained why he had echoed Buggy's words. However, he soon found solace in the thought that Garp's presence in the East Blue was not unusual, considering his grandsons, Luffy and Ace, resided there. He likely visited from time to time. Upon hearing Buggy's words, Ian finally acknowledged him and raised a hand in greeting. Hey, Buggy. Long time no see. Long time no see, my foot. Buggy spat, his anger palpable. Sneaking up behind others without a sound, do you wish to scare them to death? Yet. Upon regaining his composure, Buggy unexpectedly chuckled. Well, what a coincidence. I was just looking for you. I didn't expect you to come right to me. Perfect. I'll dispose of you here, and even if Garp arrives, he'll need time to catch me. After I eliminate you, I'll make my escape and see how he pursues me. Yet, before Buggy could take action, Ian suddenly tugged at the rope in his hand, pulling someone from the crowd. It was none other than the bound and contorted Kabaji. Kabaji! Buggy exclaimed in astonishment. I apologize, Captain Buggy. I have brought shame upon you. Kabaji, appearing utterly dejected, weakly lifted his head to glance at Buggy. Meanwhile, Ian unsheathed the sword from his back and pressed its blade against Kabaji's neck, addressing Buggy. Do you desire your chief strategist? Buggy, drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth and replied, Release him at once, or I shall surely take your life. Rest assured. Ian waved his hand dismissively. I brought him here with the intention of returning him to you. Oh? Buggy's spirits lifted. It seems you have finally seen reason and no longer wish to oppose the great Captain Buggy. Is that so? Do not misunderstand. Ian shook his head. That is not my intention. I am not giving him to you for free. This fellow is without a bounty, so the payment must come from you. What do you mean? Buggy asked, bewildered. What I mean is, you pay, and I will hand him over to you. Ian elucidated. You must have a fair amount of money, right? This fellow is priced at 5 million berries. As long as you can provide that, I will release him immediately. You rascal. Are you mocking me? Buggy's teeth ground together in frustration. Is the price too steep? Ian inquired, puzzled, before proactively beginning to lower the cost. If 5 million is too much, how about 4 million? 3 million? What? 3 million is unacceptable. Then how about 2 million? By heaven, 1 million is the lowest price. A clearance sale. Any less, and I shall tear up the ticket. Throughout this exchange, Buggy shook his head, attempting to find an opportunity to speak. His intention was to refuse the threat, but little did he know that Ian misinterpreted his stance, believing he found the price excessive. When Buggy heard Ian's final statement, he nearly lost his composure. Will you allow me to speak or not? Just as Buggy was about to voice his refusal, Moji suddenly pulled him aside and whispered, Captain Buggy, Kabaji is in his grasp. We must tread carefully. It may be wiser to temporarily acquiesce to him. Once Kabaji is returned, we can deal with this brat, avenging ourselves and reclaiming the money in the process. Buggy stroked his chin, contemplating the suggestion, and thought it rather astute. Thus, he conceded, fine. 1 million it is. Upon finishing his statement, he turned to a pirate under his command and instructed, go fetch the money from the ship. Chapter 35. From Africa to Europe. To Ian's surprise, the notoriously stingy Buggy agreed so readily to pay him. Ian was well aware of the underlying reasons for this. Yet he found himself entirely unperturbed. His inaugural experience as a bounty hunter was indeed peculiar. Astonishingly, his first bounty was not acquired from the Navy, but rather from a pirate. He pondered whether he might consider engaging in kidnapping jobs in the future. As he stroked his chin, he felt a surge of elation at the prospect of receiving a substantial sum of money, 1 million berries. Choosing to set sail was undoubtedly the right decision. Had he remained in the quaint Frost Moon village, he might never have encountered such wealth. With this newfound fortune, he could finally indulge in his first series of 10 consecutive draws. The empty card slot was an unbearable sight for someone with obsessive tendencies like Ian, who had long yearned to fill it. Soon enough, a pirate henchman dispatched to retrieve the money returned, panting and clutching a bag of coins. Buggy, filled with trepidation, opened the bag and counted its contents. Upon confirming the amount was indeed 1,000,000 berries, he reluctantly handed it over to Ian, grumbling, "Here you go. Can I release him now?" "Ah, thank you, Boss Buggy," Ian exclaimed in excitement, momentarily forgetting his composure. Accepting the bag, he extracted a stack of green bills, moistening his fingers to begin counting the money with a series of crisp, audible slaps. His mannerisms were strikingly ostentatious, reminiscent of a newly wealthy landlord, leaving Buggy's crew, including the bewildered monk, speechless as they watched him. After all, Buggy had already counted the money. Why did Ian feel the need to do it again? Yet Ian was unconcerned. Money was something one had to verify personally to feel secure. He believed that if Nami were present, she would surely understand his sentiment. Once he had completed his verification, Ian pushed Kabaji towards Buggy, saying, "Thank you, Boss Buggy. I appreciate your patronage." Buggy tossed Kabaji aside, and a swarm of pirate henchmen eagerly set about untying him. Meanwhile, Buggy grinned wickedly at Ian, saying, "Don't thank me just yet. You'll come to loathe me." He then commanded his crew, "Boys, take him down." As anticipated, Buggy reneged on their agreement. With a single command, his crew erupted in excited shouts, rushing towards Ian with menacing intent. These fools had apparently forgotten the earlier incident where Ian had dispatched 8 or 9 of them aboard their ship. However, Ian raised his palm, exclaiming, "Wait." The sudden interruption caught Buggy and his crew off guard, leaving them puzzled about Ian's intentions. They soon witnessed him solemnly stuffing the bag of coins into his pocket, declaring, "Hold on, let me secure the money first." Buggy and his crew could only stare in disbelief. However, little did they know that Ian's act of depositing money was merely a FAAD to conceal his own recharge process. He could not possibly allow a bag of money to vanish in plain sight before so many witnesses, could he? "System, I wish to recharge," Ian communicated within his mind. "Very well. Would you like to deposit 1,000,000 belly in full?" For some inexplicable reason, Ian sensed that the system's voice had risen slightly in pitch. "Leave 20,000 belly," Ian replied. Previously, during his initial recharge, he had deposited precisely 20,000 belly, and by retaining this amount, he aimed to guard against unforeseen expenses. Recharge completed. You have acquired 4,900 diamonds, with an additional 10 bonus, totaling 5,390 diamonds. As the system's voice resonated, Ian felt the contents of his purse vanish in an instant. He observed that due to the extra 10 bonus, it seemed more advantageous to deposit larger sums at once. If 1,000,000 yielded an additional 500 diamonds, then depositing 10,000,000 would amass enough diamonds for 10 consecutive draws. Yet, ultimately, it all amounted to a mere ploy to stimulate consumption. Shaking his head discreetly, Ian navigated to the card draw interface, commencing his first 10 consecutive draws. The moment to validate his lineage arrived. Although the initial 10 draws guaranteed a 4-star orange card, the specifics of what card he would receive still hinged on Ian's luck. If memory served him correctly, the drawn cards would primarily reflect the foundational skills possessed by him as the host, though there was a slight chance of obtaining cards of other types. Should he draw such a card without the corresponding foundational skills to utilize it, it would spell disaster. Upon selecting the 10 consecutive draws, the interface rapidly displayed 10 cards arranged in 2 rows of 5, all bearing identical backs. Subsequently, these cards were revealed one by one. You have acquired blue equipment, Knight's Blade Fragment 5. You have obtained Breakthrough Stones 50. You have received a unique treasure, Zampakudo Ice Wheel Fragment 3. You have gained 2-star card fragments, Shelley 5. You have acquired 3-star card fragments, Robert Garcia 3. Congratulations. You have obtained a 4-star orange card, F.I. Ing. You have received Advancement Stones 20. You have gained 2-star card fragments, Shelley 5. You have acquired 4-star card fragments, Misaka Makoto 1. You have received 2-star card fragments, Shelley 5. The speed of the 10 consecutive draws was remarkably swift, with only the 6th draw shimmering briefly upon revealing a complete card. The rest were swiftly laid out in succession. Ian felt a surge of excitement, for he realized that these 10 consecutive draws were indeed distinct from the single draws that accrued time for free. The free single draws yielded only 1-star and 2-star card fragments, whereas the 10 consecutive draws not only included 3-star card fragments, but even 4-star ones. Though the numbers are scarce, with Samsung possessing merely 3 fragments and 4-star cards containing only 1, this remains a channel to acquire high-level rare cards. Fei-ying, oh Fei-ying. Eagerly, he rushed to behold his first orange 4-star card. Ian switched to the card inventory interface and instantly spotted a card adorned with 4 stars. The card's frame was orange, featuring a figure, a man facing away, sporting a head of gravity-defying black hair, clad in sleeveless black attire, with one hand wrapped in bandages. As he turned slightly, Ian glimpsed the white headband resting upon his forehead. Fei-ying card star level, for stars title, Son of the Forbidden. Spirit World Thief level, 1 strength, 40 speed, 160 health, 80 nung, 120 skills. Evil Eye Master, pseudo passively perceives the strength of enemies. When activated, increases Nang energy by 100 while simultaneously depleting health at a rate of 10 per second. Shadow Thief, passive effect enhances sword drawing speed by 50 and movement speed by 50, can be activated with advanced swordsmanship skills. Evil King Flame Killing Fist, infuses flames into the fist. Damage varies based on Nang energy consumed during the attack, can be activated with basic Nung cultivation skills. Evil King Flame Killing Sword, infuses flames into the sword. Damage varies based on Nung energy consumed during the attack, can be activated with intermediate Nung cultivation skills. Ultimate Technique, Flame Killing Black Dragon Wave, summons a black dragon from the depths of the demon realm to incinerate all enemies in its path. Can also be consumed by the caster to temporarily increase their Nung energy by 300, requires expert level Nung cultivation, activated when the card evolves into a 5-star red card. Bond, acquire Shelly, health 42, acquire Yusuke Urameshi, strength 38, acquire Karama, speed 25, acquire Body, Ning 36, 5-star red card bond. Currently locked. After perusing Fei-ying's card in one breath, Ian found himself on the verge of an ecstatic shout. He had finally witnessed the formidable power of a 4-star orange card. Not only were its base attributes superior to those of 3-star cards, but it also boasted more skills, including a unique ultimate skill. Although the requirements for this ultimate skill were substantial, Ian remained optimistic that one day he would meet them, requiring only a significant amount of currency for cultivation. This Fei-ying card is not only aligned with Ian's current swordsmanship, but also complements his Nung cultivation skills. Thus, it was no surprise that he drew this card. Ian calculated that aside from the ultimate skill, Flame-Killing Black Dragon Wave, which he could not yet utilize, he was capable of employing all other skills, making it a perfect fit for him. What a remarkable turn of events. Ian was overwhelmed with gratitude. Having wealth truly was a blessing. In the past, during free single draws, he had only encountered worthless cards, leaving him to question his existence, even pondering whether he bore African ancestry. Now, however, the emergence of a rare card suited to him made Ian feel as though he had transcended the realm of African chieftains, successfully breaking through to become a European. Chapter 36. Crushing Pakistan. Indeed, Ian was acutely aware that this troublesome system would categorize anyone as European, provided they possessed sufficient wealth. With a mere investment of 1 billion belly, one could instantly transform into a European monarch. Without further ado, he promptly equipped the card of Fei-ying and utilized the remaining experience tomes to elevate the card's level to that of his Wamaji card. The initial experience required for card upgrades was relatively modest. A single experience tome could elevate a card by approximately 3.5 levels, while 2 tomes would suffice to reach level 5. During the process of upgrading, Ian discerned that the innate growth potential of a 4-star orange card indeed surpassed that of a 3-star card. The balanced Swamaji card garnered an increase of 15 points in both strength and speed per level, totaling 30 points. In contrast, Fei-ying's card, upon leveling up, yielded an impressive 10 points in strength and 30 points in speed, culminating in a total of 40 points. If this pattern were to hold, then a 5-star red card, once upgraded, should provide a total of 50 points in attributes. based on the percentage bonuses associated with different card star ratings. Fei Ying's card granted Ian an attribute increase of 4 points in strength and 12 points in speed per level. During the recent 10 consecutive draws, he had seemingly acquired 15 fragments of Shelly's card. If memory served him correctly, a 2-star card required 20 fragments for synthesis. Hastily, Ian checked and confirmed that the fragments of Shelly's card were indeed one of Fei Ying's bond attributes. If only he could procure 5 more fragments of Shelly, he mused, as he navigated to the Soul Shop interface. This shop offered various card fragments, and he wondered if Shelly's fragments might be available for purchase. The shop featured only 6 types of fragments at a time. Upon inspection, Ian was disheartened to find no sign of Shelly's fragments. Just then, the system prompted him. The host can refresh the Soul Shop using diamonds, costing 20 diamonds per refresh. Ian felt a surge of frustration. It seemed that everything required diamonds. Did they expect him to be made of money? However, he also recognized the nature of the system. No amount of complaints would alter its behavior. Fortunately, he had a few diamonds remaining, which were insufficient for another round of 10 draws, but could be utilized to refresh the Soul Shop. Thus, Ian commenced the refresh process. The first refresh yielded nothing. The second refresh, still nothing. The third and fourth refreshes followed suit, producing no results. Suddenly, Ian grasped the situation, for reasons unknown. The current Soul Shop was only offering various 1-star and 2-star card fragments. The sheer abundance of these cards made it exceedingly difficult to obtain a specific fragment. One more try. Ian resolved, determining that 5 refreshes would consume exactly 100 diamonds. Beyond that, it would not be worthwhile. Upon confirming his choice, the list of items available in the Soul Shop shifted once more. Perhaps fortune was finally smiling upon Ian, for he had indeed managed to refresh and secure 5 fragments of Shelly's card. To acquire these 5 Shelly fragments, 200 souls are required. Ian promptly sold his unused cards, such as the Rockish Child and Shinpachi Shimura, which had no relevant bonds, amassing 400 souls to purchase the fragments. Upon selecting to synthesize, a radiant light enveloped him, revealing a blue-bordered 2-star card depicting a gentle and adorable white-haired girl. She sat gracefully in a kimono by the window, with several small birds frolicking before her. As a bond card, it bore no special requirements. Merely retaining this card within his inventory would activate the corresponding bonds. Ian's initial intention was simply to enhance the Fei Ying card, for it was evident that this card typified speed but possessed alarmingly low health. However, when Ian inadvertently examined the attributes of the Shelly card, he was taken aback. Shelly, card star level, 2 stars title, Snow Woman level, 1 strength, 10 speed, 12 health, 25 energy, 75 skills. Healing, consumes energy to heal a single target, with the healing value equating to energy points multiplied by 10. Ice Tier Stone, consumes all current energy points to conjure an Ice Tier Stone. Shattering the stone restores 20 of energy. Bonds, grants Fei Ying. Health 21 grants SG. Energy 18. This card represented Ian's first healing type card. Though its 2-star classification suggested low base attributes and growth potential, rendering it seemingly devoid of cultivation value. Ian realized that perhaps 2-star cards were not as ineffectual as he had presumed. He could not guarantee that he would remain unscathed in future battles with foes, and notably, the Shelly card's ability to store energy through Ice Tier Stones was a remarkably advantageous skill. Although the conversion efficiency stood at a mere 20, he could strategically expend energy during his leisure to amass a collection of Ice Tier Stones, thereby equipping himself with a means of recovery akin to utilizing blue potions when confronted with formidable adversaries. Can cards that have been equipped be unequipped? Ian inquired. Yes. The system responded affirmatively. However, once unequipped, the skill effects of the original card will cease to apply. Ian began to comprehend the implications. The system's message was unmistakable. For instance, if he equipped the card of Aizawa Zima and learned the flash skill, upon removing the card, he could still execute the same technique in battle. Yet, it would no longer be classified as a flash, for the unique damage effects that accompanied the card's skills would vanish, rendering his strike merely a standard attack. The same principle applied to the Fei Ying card. Where would the flames of the Evil King Flame Kill Fist and the Evil King Flame Kill Sword originate? Were they not derived from the special effects tied to the card's skills? Once Ian removed the Feying card, how could he summon flames to enhance his fist and sword? Unless he can find a fruit akin to the burning fruit to consume and transform into a wielder of devil fruit abilities. However, Ian was not particularly worried. As his level increased, additional card slots would unlock. The Shelly card could be utilized interchangeably during ordinary times, and when it came to combat, he could simply switch to a battle-type card. The mental exchange with the system was remarkably swift, so to Bucky and his crew. It appeared that Ian was merely taking his time to stow the coin pouch into his coat pocket before lifting his head. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but when Ian raised his head, Bucky sensed a subtle change in him, though he could not articulate what was different. Grasping the blade of the Sword Saint, Ian flicked it lightly a couple of times, noticing its newfound lightness, and then struck a pose, beckoning to Bucky and his crew. Come on. The crew members of the Bucky Pirates, obedient as they were, leaped over the table at his command, weapons of various kinds in hand, eagerly advancing towards Ian. However, at that moment, Ian's form suddenly became indistinct. The scene resembled a video communication disrupted by interference, quite conspicuously so. This left Bucky, observing from a distance, momentarily stunned. But before he could comprehend the situation, he was startled by the cries of his crew, and upon closer inspection, he found that the foremost pirates had dropped their weapons to the ground, clutching their bleeding wrists. What just happened? Bucky exclaimed, his mouth agape in bewilderment. The remaining pirates were equally taken aback. The previous ordeal was rather bizarre. They suspected that Ian had acted, yet they had failed to discern how he had done so. His stance remained unchanged, as though he had not moved at all. Monka rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to fathom why the pirate hunter had not budged, while his comrades suffered injuries, suspecting he was merely hallucinating. Only Ian felt a sense of secret satisfaction within. He had simply attempted to mimic the rapid draw of the blade, as demonstrated by Feying, with the passive skill of extreme Shadow Thief enhancing his abilities. Ian discovered a significant increase in his speed. His advanced swordsmanship skill already provided a 30 boost to his draw speed, and now, with an additional 50, it amounted to an impressive 80, nearly doubling his normal speed. With the further enhancement of his mental fortitude, Ian's velocity had reached the limits of the naked eye. He was capable of executing techniques akin to Aido. So this is what it feels like to possess superhuman abilities, Ian mused, glancing at his Tau power value with a sense of wonder. A level 5, 4-star orange Feying card had directly augmented his Tau power by over 200 points, bringing it past 500, hence his astonishment. It is somewhat regrettable that he has yet to reach the level of the elusive Flying Shadow, who can strike with 16 swift blows in an instant. The true Flying Shadow, even after delivering a blow, leaves his opponent unaware, as if he had never moved at all. In contrast, Ian's movements, when observed with focused attention, reveal his mobility, particularly the moment when his form became indistinct. At best, he can only deliver 7 strikes in that fleeting instant. Any more is beyond his current capability. What astonished Ian the most was that after equipping the card of Flying Shadow, he could faintly perceive a subtle glow surrounding all individuals present. This was likely the effect of the skill belonging to the pseudo-evil master, allowing him to discern the relative strengths and weaknesses of his foes. Naturally, the lowest tier consisted of the lackeys from the Buggy Pirates, who were enveloped in a white luminescence, indicating their status as negligible threats. In contrast, Kabaji and Moji emanated a faint green light, suggesting they posed a minor threat. Monka also fell into this category. Buggy, however, was distinct, radiating a deep green glow. Ian assessed his own strength against Buggy S and surmised that he was indeed a more formidable adversary. Contemplating further, Ian speculated that this might be related to Buggy S Devil Fruit abilities. As a Devil Fruit user, Buggy was presumably classified as a superhuman. While his combat prowess may not surpass Ian's current abilities, he certainly outmatches an ordinary person. Judging by the colors, whether pale green or deep green, all present were opponents Ian could easily overcome. He deduced that those with strength exceeding his own would likely manifest warning colors of yellow or red. This skill of the Evil Eye Master functioned almost like a radar detector. Although, as a pseudo-ability, it could not reveal precise combat values, it was nonetheless immensely useful. Having gauged the level of threat posed by Buggy, Ian resolved not to waste any more time with the pirate lackeys and charged directly at Buggy. This time, his speed was not so swift as to be imperceptible. Buggy even managed to react, attempting to raise his weapon in defense. However, his efforts proved futile. To the onlookers, it appeared that Ian had merely swung his blade at Buggy, yet in the next heartbeat, Buggy's body was cleaved into numerous fragments. With a series of vertical and horizontal slashes, Ian unleashed 6 or 7 strikes in an instant, as if he were butchering meat. This method of combat felt undeniably impressive. Chapter 37. Reselling to the Navy. What have you just done? Thanks to the powers of the chop fruit, Buggy was not dead. His dismembered body parts floated in midair, gazing at Ian with a hint of terror. I'll chop you, Ian replied with a smile as he turned around. Buggy, still confident in his fruit abilities, believed that while the chop fruit lacked defensive power, it excelled in defense. As a swordsman, Ian would find it difficult to deal with him, so Buggy defiantly declared, "Did I not say that I am immortal? You cannot kill me." As if to validate his claim, Buggy utilized the assembly of his dismembered parts, rejoining them to return to his original form. Is that so? Ian smiled faintly, suddenly sheathing his sword behind him. With a powerful surge of energy, he lunged forward, delivering a swift punch to Buggy's abdomen. Although Ian was not skilled in martial arts, he knew how to throw a punch, and this strike combined his strength with incredible speed, delivering a substantial impact. Buggy's eyes bulged as he was struck in the stomach. With a resounding thud, Buggy was sent flying, crashing through numerous tables. Captain Buggy. The pirate crew rushed over, eager to assess Buggy's condition, but also seeking to distance themselves from Ian. However, before they could reach him, Buggy suddenly sprang back to his feet. Ouch! It's so hot! It's so hot! To their astonishment, Buggy was ablaze. Flames of orange engulfed his entire being as he frantically spun in place, slapping at the fire that refused to extinguish. The onlookers were bewildered, unaware of why Buggy had caught fire after receiving a punch, until they turned to Ian. At that moment, they beheld him standing there, his fist wreathed in blazing flames, exuding an aura of divine might. Flame King's Killing Fist. Ian had merely tested the skill on Buggy, and he was quite satisfied with the outcome. Raising his right hand, he marveled at the flames, feeling an extraordinary sensation, though the fire clung to his hand. It brought no heat. He sensed that the flames were steadily consuming his willpower, just as those on Buggy were doing. As long as he maintained his focus, the flames would not extinguish. Moreover, he perceived that increasing his willpower would elevate the flame's temperature. Once Ian withdrew his will, the flames on Buggy vanished instantaneously. Buggy, now charred black, gasped out a cloud of smoke before collapsing to the ground. The entire Buggy Pirates crew was struck with terror at Buggy's plight. But what frightened them more was Ian's fiery hands. Didn't he claim he was not a devil fruit user? Moji found himself in a state of confusion, his meager intellect once again teetering on the brink of alarm. After Kabaji was freed, he had initially anticipated witnessing Captain Buggy exact his revenge, only to be taken aback as, in the blink of an eye, his once great idol lay battered and charred. Kabaji's eyes darted around, contemplating whether he should seize an opportunity to escape. Only the lion, Ricky, remained unfazed. He yawned widely and sniffed the air, detecting the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat, concluding it was nearly time for a meal. Meanwhile, Monka, observing from behind, trembled with apprehension. Due to his pride as a Navy officer, he had underestimated Ian, the fledgling bounty hunter, believing that even if Ian had captured Kabaji, it was merely a stroke of luck. However, upon witnessing Ian cleave Buggy into numerous pieces with a single stroke and subsequently deliver a devastating blow with his flaming fist, he finally realized the sheer terror embodied in the young man adorned with a barriered hat. Approaching, Ian stepped upon Buggy's form, drawing his sword, the Sword Saint's blade. As he activated the Evil King's flame-killing sword, a fierce blaze erupted from the weapon, the flames coalescing at the tip into a sharp, blade-like point. Ian pointed it at Buggy, demanding, "Do not feign death. The temperature of my flames is not excessively high. I am aware you are unscathed." Buggy, weak and defeated, gazed up at him and stammered, You are also a monster?" Ian offered no rebuttal, instead grinning as he queried, "Shall we continue this fight? Do not say I did not warn you. Should we proceed, I will not hold back. With this fiery blade, I shall slice you into dozens of pieces, and we shall see if you can ever reassemble. And no, please do not." Buggy trembled at the thought of being reduced to fragments, realizing the futility of facing Ian. Despite his ability to split into multiple parts, he still felt pain and was fearful of blunt impacts, as well as the searing burns. He now comprehended that he stood no chance against Ian. The flames alone rendered him utterly powerless. Yet, he pondered, why had Ian not employed this technique aboard the Berkadop? Ian's flaming fists and sword led Buggy to mistakenly believe he was facing a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. However, recalling how Ian had swum to the ship, his mind became muddled. Weren't devil fruit users incapable of swimming? Was it possible that this young man named Ian was an exception? Buggy felt utterly bewildered. "Since we shall not continue fighting, may I bind you? I trust you won't mind." Ian smiled at the beleaguered Buggy. "And no, I do not mind," Buggy replied, feeling quite frustrated. Ian nodded in satisfaction before turning to the remaining members of the Buggy pirates. His sword ignited and pointed at them. "And you all?" Yes, yes." The members of the Buggy pirates raised their hands in surrender, waiting with tearful eyes for Ian's judgment. Even the lion, Leaky, was in a similar predicament, displaying an almost human-like gesture that was quite remarkable for a creature of its kind. "Find some rope and bind yourselves," Ian commanded. The sheer number of pirates overwhelmed him, necessitating such an approach. Yet, under the threat of his fiery blade, not a single soul dared to utter a word of dissent. They complied without hesitation. The sight of one individual subduing an entire pirate crew left Monka in utter disbelief. After a flurry of activity, all the pirates who stormed the base found themselves securely bound. Surprisingly, these foolish pirates displayed a rare moment of cleverness. Realizing the flaw in Ian's command that they could not tie themselves, they ingeniously resorted to binding one another, prompting Ian to nod in admiration at their unexpected ingenuity. Buggy received special treatment, as Ian personally secured him with a length of rope. Upon consulting Monka, Ian discovered that their base was devoid of seastone handcuffs, compelling him to use ordinary rope instead. However, due to his concerns regarding Buggy's chop fruit abilities, fearing that he might split and escape, Ian ultimately ensnared Buggy like a mummy, wrapping him tightly in layers of rope, rendering even the slightest movement a considerable challenge. Once this task was completed, Ian tossed Buggy before Monka and proclaimed, "Ha! I have come to claim the bounty. Surely, this time there can be no mistake." Monka gazed at Ian, utterly baffled, unable to comprehend the young man before him. Just moments ago, he had exchanged 1 million for a deal with Buggy, and now he had apprehended Buggy and presented him for a bounty? It felt as though he had devoured both the plaintiff and the defendant in a most unscrupulous manner. Was this young man truly so infatuated with wealth? Chapter 38. Monka's proposal. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and give me the money," Ian urged. "Oh, right." Monka finally snapped back to reality, flustered as he attempted to process the transaction for Ian. However, at that moment, a thought struck him. He paused, leaned closer to Ian, and whispered, "By the way, young man, are you aware of the procedure for claiming a bounty?" "I'm not." Ian shook his head. "Isn't it just a matter of handing it over to the Navy?" "That's one way to put it. But you may not realize that ordinary branches cannot dispense bounties. Our base has limited funds," Monka explained softly. "Typically, when a bounty hunter delivers a captured criminal to a nearby naval base, they merely receive a capture certificate. This document specifies the identity of the captured criminal, the bounty amount, and includes a detention confirmation from the local naval base. Once you have these documents, you must go to a larger naval base to actually claim the bounty. So, the bounty is still disbursed by the naval base. But I need to find a more financially robust one?" Ian inquired. "Precisely." Monka nodded. "The nearest major base in the East Sea is the naval base at Logetown. There is also the base at Mirabel Island, but it's quite far. If you wish to claim your bounty, Logetown is your best bet." Ian couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. This was unexpected news. He had assumed that any naval base would suffice for claiming his bounty. He was familiar with Logetown, but Mirabel Island was unfamiliar territory. To be frank, after experiencing a violent storm, Ian had come to realize that seafaring requires meticulous preparation. The myriad challenges one faces at sea are daunting: climatic conditions, food supplies, health issues, and even encounters with sea monsters. Let us not forget that this world is home to sea kings, although most of these creatures dwell in the calm belts near the Grand Line. One can never be certain that a sea king won't venture into the blue sea. What would he do if he encountered one? He now understood why so many isolated islands existed in this world. Navigating these waters was exceedingly difficult. The news that he needed to sail to Logtown to claim his bounty meant that he would have to venture out to sea once more, which made him frown. Noticing Ian's troubled expression, Monka lowered his voice again. "I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it?" "Oh, do share," Ian replied, somewhat taken aback by his sudden initiative. As for Monka, Ian felt neither fondness nor aversion towards him. At the very least, he deemed Monka competent enough to lead soldiers against Buggy's pirate crew. For capable individuals, Ian generally refrains from passing judgment, as long as they do not infringe upon his interests. Hand over the members of the Buggy pirates to me, and I shall directly provide you with the bounty, foregoing any documentation for their detention. How does that sound?" Monka whispered. In an instant, Ian grasped the implications of his words. This man sought to claim the accolades for capturing Buggy as his own. The absence of documentation would imply that the apprehension of the Buggy pirates was not the doing of this bounty hunter, and Ian could not remain at the naval base indefinitely. Eventually, he would have to depart, and with the naval soldiers either injured or deceased, none would witness this event. Monka could easily assert that it was he who had vanquished and captured the Buggy pirates. Should Ian acquiesce to this transaction, Monka could utilize the remaining funds within the base to settle the bounty owed to Ian. If anyone were to later discover the missing funds, Monka could conveniently attribute the loss to the chaos wrought by the pirates, or even report it to higher authorities as a theft, ensuring that the base would receive additional funding to maintain operations. What a cunning scheme Monka devised. It seemed he was willing to resort to any means necessary for a promotion. Ian surmised that had he not demonstrated his remarkable abilities while capturing Buggy, Monka might have outright embezzled the credit, withholding any payment from him. The thought made Ian narrow his eyes, bowing his head in feigned contemplation to conceal the murderous intent flickering within. He despised such individuals, feeling as though he were being exploited. Yet upon reflection, what was Ian's purpose in capturing Buggy? Was it not for the sake of monetary gain? Although he had completed his initial 10 consecutive draws, what truly motivated Ian to set sail? He sought a remedy for Kuina's ailment and yearned to procure a devil fruit for her, intending to compensate for the strength she had lost during her years of unconsciousness. How, then, could one acquire a devil fruit? Aside from relying on luck along the Grand Line, the only alternative was to purchase one. A devil fruit of uncertain effects commanded a price of 100 million berries in the black market. This price dating back to the time when Shanks was aboard Roger's ship, approximately 2 decades prior. It was likely that the current price had escalated beyond that sum. Thus, Ian required an immense amount of money, which was why he had resolved to become a bounty hunter when he set sail. Compared to becoming a pirate and engaging in rampant pillaging, Ian found the path of a bounty hunter to be far more reliable. Of course, there was another avenue: the world government. It appeared that the proliferation of devil fruit users among pirates had prompted both the world government and the Navy to consciously control and collect these fruits. They undoubtedly possessed some. If Ian could join the Navy and achieve significant merit, perhaps he could request a devil fruit as a reward. There were numerous strategies, but they must be approached systematically. With this clarity of purpose, Ian made his decision, raising a finger towards Monka. 10 million. The bounty on Buggy is 7 million berries. Add 3 million to meet the 10 million I require, and we have a deal. You gain the fame, and I gain the fortune. Anything less, and we shall not discuss it further. In truth, Ian intended to set the price at 15 million, a figure that resonated with him as the original bounty on Buggy. However, he surmised that the 153rd branch under Monka likely lacked such substantial funds, prompting him to propose a sum of 10 million instead. Should Monka manage to procure that amount, it would indeed be a mutually beneficial arrangement, granting Ian an additional 3 million while sparing him the trouble of a trip to Logtown. Yet, Monka found himself in a predicament. His earlier inclination to negotiate privately with Ian stemmed from the recollection that the base's remaining budget stood at 7 million. a sum intended for the base's operations in the latter half of the year. He had been grappling with his anxiety, contemplating the risk of securing the funds for Ian. But to his dismay, Ian's initial offer included an extra $3 million, leaving him utterly powerless. "I can't manage it," Monka despondently declared. "Then there has nothing to be done," Ian replied with a hint of regret. Reputation mattered little to him. However, if the compensation remained the same, he would undoubtedly opt to seize the opportunity along with the acclaim. Capturing the buggy pirates would surely elevate his standing as a bounty hunter, enabling him to intimidate lesser pirates. The notion of granting Monka any favor had never crossed Ian's mind. After all, what had the ambition of a mere junior lieutenant in the East Blue to do with him? Upon receiving the proof, Ian scrutinized the amount and, upon confirming its accuracy, flicked the paper and gestured to Monka, saying, "All right, these fellows are yours now. I'm leaving." With that, Ian turned and exited the base, leaving Monka staring at his retreating figure, his eyes filled with a sense of foreboding. The failure of this transaction further impressed upon Monka the significance of power. Had he been in charge of the base, there would have been no need for such clandestine negotiations with Ian. He could have simply stated his terms, and rest assured, he could have procured any amount, as long as it didn't exceed the annual budget of the 153rd branch. As Ian approached the exit, he spotted the previously concealed Kobe and waved him over. Kobe's face radiated excitement and exhilaration, although fear had kept him from following Ian inside. He had witnessed Ian's display of authority from the window. Upon seeing Ian, he rushed forward, eyes sparkling, and exclaimed, "Brother Ian, you are incredible." He gestured animatedly. "Just a moment ago, when you pointed that blazing sword, those fearsome pirates actually tied themselves up. Oh my. When will I be able to intimidate pirates with just my words like you?" Kobe's gaze was filled with admiration for Ian, fully immersing himself in the fantasy of emulating him. The thought of wielding such power was exhilarating. Ian smiled gently, ruffling Kobe's pink hair, and said, "It's nothing extraordinary. Don't you aspire to be a Marine? If you become an admiral, you too can achieve such feats." "Really? I can become a Marine admiral?" Kobe asked incredulously. "There will come a day, as long as you do not give up on yourself." Ian smiled and said, "However, if there ever comes a time when you truly become a member of the Navy, remember to be an upright sailor, never to be like that fellow over there." The identity of that fellow remained a mystery to Kobe, for he could not overhear the conversation between Ian and Monka, leaving him to nod in vague understanding. Ian's words to Kobe stemmed from his discussion with Monka. He believed that a person of integrity would find it far easier to earn the respect of others. Just as there are good-hearted individuals among pirates, there are also scoundrels within the Navy. Ian held no respect for Monka, despite his rank as a Navy lieutenant. For a man devoid of respect would find it difficult to receive assistance from others. Aware that Monka sought recognition to elevate his position, Ian remained unwilling to lend a hand. This is the essence of gaining support through righteousness and losing it through wrongdoing. In contrast, Kobe, though timid and weak, possessed a kind heart. Ian was reluctant to see him lose such a noble trait in the future, thus offering a piece of advice, hoping that he would grow into a person deserving of respect. Chapter 39. The title is unveiled subsequently. Ian resolved to depart from Shellstown and journey to Rogtown to claim his bounty. Upon hearing of Ian's imminent departure, Kobe expressed a sense of reluctance and implored, "Can't you stay a few more days?" When Ian shook his head, Kobe clenched his teeth and suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Ian, why not take me with you? I want to join you as a pirate hunter." "Absolutely not." Ian chuckled lightly. "You are still too young. I have no desire to carry you as a burden. Moreover, did you not wish to become a Marine? What would following me signify?" Ultimately, Ian did not acquiesce to Kobe's request. Although Kobe would indeed make a commendable companion at sea, having already acquired considerable navigational knowledge in his pursuit of becoming a Marine, his youth and lack of self-defense skills rendered him more of a liability than an asset. Reluctantly, Kobe accepted the situation and assisted Ian in gathering the necessary supplies for their maritime venture. It seemed that Monka had already announced the capture of the buggy pirates, and the residents of Shellstown slowly began to return. However, many of the town's buildings had been devastated by specially designed buggy cannonballs, prompting numerous individuals to engage in the arduous task of rebuilding their homes. The people of this world appeared to have grown accustomed to the incursions of pirates. The advent of the Grand Line was exhilarating in theory, yet the true victims remained the impoverished commoners. Among the countless pirates, there undoubtedly existed those who yearned for freedom. Yet more were driven solely by the desire to plunder. In this respect, the existence of the Marines holds its significance. Guided by Kobe, Ian discovered a restaurant that had survived relatively intact. With the remaining 20,000 berries, he procured various food items, along with rum and beer, before also purchasing a modest supply of medical supplies, swiftly exhausting his funds. Kobe informed him that potable water could not be preserved aboard a ship for long, perhaps only a few days, whereas alcohol could endure for an extended period, making it an essential provision for long sea voyages. Although Ian, accustomed to consuming spirits in his previous life, found the taste of the rum and beer rather unsatisfactory. Their affordability and substantial quantity made them appealing. 3,000 berries could procure an entire barrel. "Brother Ian, this is my favorite fishing rod. I now gift it to you," Kobe declared, extending a fishing rod towards Ian. While at sea, a fishing rod can be immensely useful. Ian accepted the rod without hesitation, stowing it away. Suddenly, he paused, smacking his forehead in realization. Wait, what about the Buggy Pirates ship? He had completely forgotten that when Buggy redeemed Kabeji, he had instructed his subordinates to retrieve money from the ship. This indicated that Buggy's funds might still be aboard. Now that the members of the Buggy Pirates who had set foot on land had been apprehended, he wondered if the ship had received word of the situation. If it remained intact, Buggy's money could potentially become his own. Ian hurriedly raced towards the dock, with Kobe trailing behind, perplexed by his sudden urgency. Upon reaching the shore, they discovered that the Baki pirate cruise ship, the Baikadaupu, had vanished, likely sailed away by the remaining pirates who had received word of impending danger. Ian's frustration boiled over as he stomped his foot, lamenting, "Damn it, my money just like that gone?" He had come to regard the treasures aboard Baki's ship as his own. Never mind, I shall see if I can catch up to that vessel. With this thought as solace, Ian leapt into his small boat, carelessly tossing his purchases aboard. He waved farewell to Kobe and, without a second thought, paddled away from Shell's town, his impromptu departure exuding an effortless charm. Kobe was still in a daze when Ian had already ventured far into the distance. Unbeknownst to Ian, the ripple effects of his actions in Shell's town were far from dissipated. The incident involving the Baki pirate cruise attack on the 153rd base had been reported by Monka and Colonel Rod. And while awaiting the arrival of Vice Admiral Karb for a handover, the Navy had no choice but to confine the Baki crew within the base's prison. However, in an unexpected turn of events, 2 days later, the members of the Baki pirate crew orchestrated a prison break. Lacking seastone handcuffs, ordinary ropes proved ineffective in containing Baki, a devil fruit user. His fragmented fruit powers were ideally suited for an escape, allowing him to effortlessly slip a hand free, not only freeing himself from his bindings, but also stealthily acquiring the keys. Coupled with the assistance of the pirates from the Baikadaupu who had fled earlier, Baki made his escape with little resistance. When Ian had entrusted Baki to Monka, he had anticipated the possibility of a jailbreak, though he was taken aback by its swiftness. Baki's concern was primarily that once Karp arrived, their chances of fleeing would dwindle. Without Ian's intervention, no one at the 153rd base could impede Baki and his crew. Colonel Rod fainted once more, unable to withstand the continuous shocks to his system due to high blood pressure. With numerous injured personnel within the base and insufficient manpower to mount a defense, the Navy higher-ups, upon learning of the events, did not hold them accountable. Instead, Monka was promoted to the rank of major for his contributions, turning adversity into unexpected fortune. Currently, at the 153rd base, aside from Colonel Rod, Monka held the highest rank. Yet, he felt a twinge of regret, knowing that the Baki pirate crew had been apprehended by a bounty hunter, with his role being merely supportive. Monka did not dare to embellish the truth and reported the events accurately. Had he struck a deal with Ian to claim sole credit for capturing the Baki pirate crew, he might have been promoted directly to colonel. Now, he would have to endure several more years of service before he could ascend to Rod's position. In light of the recent attack on Shell's town and the subsequent prison break, the Navy headquarters reassessed the threat posed by the Baki pirate crew. recalibrating Baki's bounty to 1,500,000 berries, thus establishing him as one of the few notorious pirates in the East Blue with a bounty exceeding 10 million. Due to the inadequate support from the 16th Division, the colonel who was originally set to vacation at the seaside restaurant has been demoted and reassigned, replaced by the former Lieutenant Colonel Mouse, who has now assumed the role of the 16th Division leader. Concurrently, the Naval Headquarters has recognized the necessity of having a skilled officer stationed in the East China Sea, as although Karp is currently in the region, being a rear admiral, he cannot remain in such a small area indefinitely. Consequently, the Naval Headquarters has decided to dispatch Colonel Smoker, known as the White Hunter and directly affiliated with the headquarters, to the Roguetown Naval Base for permanent assignment to deter the pirates in the East China Sea. In this incident, Ian, a renowned pirate hunter, has also come to the attention of the Navy. However, due to Monka's failure to provide a photograph of Ian during his report, the Naval Headquarters is unaware of the appearance of this pirate hunter, only hearing rumors of his fists ablaze and his long sword similarly ignited. Thus, Ian has acquired an official title and codename within the Naval Headquarters, Flame Blade Ian. The Navy holds a supportive view towards pirate hunters, considering them a valuable complement to their forces of justice. Although individuals like Akainu Sakazuki, who adhere to an ideology of absolute justice, regard both pirate hunters and bounty hunters as mere scavengers pursuing rewards with disdain, this does not detract from the overall attitude of the Navy. At this moment, Ian has yet to capture the attention of the Naval Headquarters. They have merely filed a record of him in the Intelligence Department, subsequently relegating him to obscurity. Similarly, for the residents of Shell's Town, the narrative they have heard differs somewhat. They believe that with the assistance of the pirate hunter known as Flame Blade Ian, Major Monka managed to apprehend the notorious buggy pirates. Although this group ultimately escaped due to the Navy's manpower shortage, it does not diminish the townspeople's admiration for Monka. In contrast to his report to superiors, Monka cleverly altered the narrative when recounting events to the residents of Shell's Town, flipping the master-servant dynamic between himself and Ian. Only the child, Kobe, understands the truth and ardently defends Ian. However, his typically timid and cowardly demeanor renders his words largely unheeded. Amidst the chorus of adulation, Monka's prestige soars, and his influence within the naval base continues to grow. These matters are of little consequence now. Having returned to the sea, Ian searched for a time for the main ship of the buggy pirates, the Baikutop, within the coastal waters, only to regretfully ascertain that the vessel has indeed fled. Having narrowly missed Buggy's treasure, Ian is left in despair, pulling at his hair in frustration, pondering that had he acted sooner, he might have seized the opportunity. However, lamentation is futile. Ian drifts upon the sea, seeking the position of Roguetown, allowing the winds to guide his sails, while he diligently practices his swordsmanship aboard the ship. Upon completing his routine training, Ian finally calms his mind and begins to contemplate a new training regimen. Now possessing a card of shadow flight and having experienced its substantial speed enhancement, he is inspired to devise fresh strategies. Is it possible to combine the techniques of flash and rapid strike to execute a breathtaking 7 strikes in a single moment? Alternatively, could one unleash the evil King's Flame killing sword simultaneously with flash? Such a feat would undoubtedly amplify the destructive power significantly. Moreover, Ian dares to envision the possibility of merging all 3 techniques, delivering a staggering 7 strikes of the evil King's Flame killing sword in an instant. If he could achieve this, Ian would truly earn the title of a formidable swordsman. After all, card skills are granted by the system, and what Ian desires now is to transform these skills into his own. He remains uncertain if he can accomplish this, yet one must attempt to discover the potential. Mustn't one? Chapter 40. King of the Near Sea. In the ensuing 2 days, Ian diligently pursued the validation of his hypotheses while aboard the ship. Initially, he discovered that utilizing the evil King Flame killing sword to execute 7 strikes in an instant posed no challenge, as the number of strikes depended solely on his speed. However, when he attempted to simultaneously employ the evil King Flame killing sword during a flash maneuver, he encountered frequent failures. He initially presumed that these 2 skills could not be merged, yet upon closer introspection, he realized the issue stemmed from his own mastery of mental energy. The flash technique of the Wise Left Horse card primarily allocates mental energy to three areas: the legs, arms, and sword blade. The allocation to the legs facilitates swift movement. The arms enable quicker and more powerful strikes, and the enhancement on the sword amplifies its destructive capacity. When using flash independently, Ian could effectively achieve this distribution. However, the scenario changed when he sought to combine it with the Evil King Flame Killing Sword. The Evil King Flame Killing Sword skill essentially concentrates all mental energy on the blade, or more precisely, on the outer ring surrounding the blade. There remains a slight distance from the blade itself. This phenomenon arises because the Evil King Flame Killing Sword relies entirely on mental energy to sustain the flames, forming a high-temperature flame blade around the blade's periphery. This high-temperature edge is far sharper than the weapon itself, relying on extreme heat to melt and cut through objects. It is akin to a flame cutter. Thus, when mental energy is concentrated on the sword's body, a conflict arises between the Evil King Flame Killing Sword and Flash. Ian attempted to withdraw the mental energy allocated to the blade from the flash technique, aiming to maintain the flame edge solely around the sword's periphery. However, he found this endeavor exceedingly challenging. It was not that it was impossible, but rather that it proved to be remarkably difficult. Although Ian had nearly mastered the control of mental energy output, allowing for flexible application, he discovered that any attempt to modify the interaction between these two skills resulted in a perplexing operation of his mental energy. This endeavor consumed an astronomical amount of his mental energy. After merely one experiment, Ian felt as though his mental reserves had been nearly depleted, and the long-unfelt headache resurfaced once more. Upon assessing his mental attributes, he found that he had only 2 points of mental energy remaining. Goodness, did I just expend over 100 points of mental energy in one go? Ian was taken aback. While the proficiency of his intermediate mental energy cultivation skill had indeed increased somewhat, he still felt that the outcome was not worth the effort. After sitting down to contemplate, he reached a conclusion. This fusion of skills was not unattainable, but rather constrained by the limitations of his foundational skills. Indeed, it was restricted by his mental energy cultivation abilities. Perhaps when his cultivation ascends to an advanced level, the consumption will diminish. At that time, the intricacies of application may also lessen considerably. Upon contemplating this, Ian had no choice but to temporarily abandon his aspirations of creating a unique skill. At present, he could not even attempt it and could only wait for his aura to gradually recover. From the provisions he had purchased, Ian retrieved an apple, took a bite, and reclined on the boat, delving into his mind to examine the system. This endeavor of inventing a skill likely bore other restrictions. Setting aside other considerations, Ian could immediately surmise that once either the Wise Left Horse card or the Flying Shadow card was removed, his self-created skill might lose its efficacy, as his so-called unique skill was fundamentally based on these two cards. Replacing the Flying Shadow card with Shelly's card, Ian utilized his remaining 2 aura points to attempt to emulate the Evil King Flame Killing Sword. As anticipated, even with his aura enveloping the blade, he could not elicit any fiery reaction. This seemed to be the reason behind the lack of enhancement effects following the removal of the card. Ian found no surprise in this. It was precisely what he had expected. Gazing at Shelly's healing card, Ian recalled that upon initially drawing it, he had pondered whether he could use his healing card to assist Guena. However, he soon remembered what Ivankov had once said: ordinary healing would be ineffective for Guena, as she bore no physical injuries. Her wounds resided entirely within the realm of consciousness. Even if equipping Shelly's card could heal through aura, it would likely not reach the domain of her awareness. What kind of stimulus could awaken Guena? Ian felt a wave of frustration wash over him, and the more he pondered, the more troubled he became. Consequently, he re-equipped the Flying Shadow card, exited the system interface, rose, and rummaged through his pack to retrieve a book, then lay back in the cabin to read. This book was a parting gift from Kobe, who had discerned Ian's lack of nautical knowledge and thus thoughtfully presented him with this tome, intriguingly titled 3,000 Questions of the Great Voyage. Upon seeing the title, Ian felt a jolt akin to thunder. At that moment, it reminded him of Blue Cat's Mischief 3,000 Questions. However, the contents of the book were quite valuable, listing numerous essential nautical considerations, such as the importance of regularly cleaning the ship's deck and the signs that herald an impending maritime storm. Initially, Ian found it captivating. Yet having not engaged with such written works for many years, he gradually began to feel drowsy. Although the afternoon sun was intense, the sea breeze rendered the atmosphere remarkably pleasant. In this delightful setting, Ian soon succumbed to slumber, the book resting upon his face, trembling slightly with each of his snores. If Kobe were present, he would likely be in awe of Ian's audacity, sailing alone while so carefree, even sleeping without dropping anchor. Did he not fear being lost should the wind change direction? Perhaps misfortune was simply Ian's fate, for shortly after he drifted into sleep, a colossal shadow emerged beneath the surface of the sea. The shadow loomed large, comparable in size to a naval warship, a staggering multitude of times larger than Ian's modest vessel. It glided beneath the surface, vanishing and reappearing intermittently. An experienced observer would immediately recognize this as a harbinger of an impending hunt by a ferocious marine predator. The target, of course, was Ian's small boat, which, given its diminutive size, was likely to harbor human presence, a rather appealing meal for the creature. Meanwhile, Ian remained blissfully asleep, utterly oblivious to the peril lurking beneath the waves. As the beast surged toward Ian's boat, its rapid movement stirred the water's surface, creating tumultuous waves that jolted Ian from his slumber. However, before he could grasp the gravity of the situation, the sea suddenly bulged, and a massive maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, erupted from the depths. Lunging toward the bow of Ian's ship, with a resounding crack, the once sturdy vessel disintegrated into a flurry of splintered wood. Ian, startled awake by this shocking spectacle, found himself in a state of utter bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the unfolding chaos. It was only when the assailant leaped from the depths that Ian beheld its true form, a creature over 100 meters long. Reminiscent of a sea serpent or an electric eel, yet with a head akin to that of a crocodile, its gaping jaws lined with menacing teeth. A long fin extended down its spine, and its girth surpassed that of Ian's vessel. This was none other than the fabled king of the near seas. Indeed, it belonged to the same species that had once bitten off Shank's arm. This colossal predator was notorious for its ferocity in the East Sea, coiling around coastal islands to prey on fishermen and solitary travelers. For ordinary folk, encountering such a beast typically meant a grim fate. Waiting for death was often the only option. The book that Kobe had given to Ian contained an account of the king of the near seas. It was noteworthy that, despite its immense size and ferocity, it was merely classified among marine beasts, not among the sea kings. Even among sea kings, there existed distinctions of ordinary, large, and gigantic. Ian, having spent considerable time in this world, was witnessing such a colossal marine creature for the first time, leaving him to ponder just how vast the true sea kings must be. Having shattered the bow of the boat without securing its intended prey, the king of the near seas arced through the air, sending a cascade of water splashing around before crashing back into the depths. It had miscalculated, mistaking Ian's vessel for a fishing boat, which typically cast nets from the bow or stern. Having previously attacked fishing vessels numerous times, it followed its usual strategy, failing to realize that Ian was sleeping in the midsection of the boat, thus avoiding its initial assault. Nonetheless, Ian was gripped by a surge of fear. His trepidation quickly morphed into rage as he witnessed water beginning to flood into his cabin. The king of the near sea shattered the bow of his vessel, signifying the ship's demise. In the vast expanse of the ocean, Ian, even if somewhat dim-witted, understood what this meant. Flustered, he hastily secured his food supplies and salvaged a barrel of rum to hoist upon his shoulder, yet his small craft was on the verge of sinking. Meanwhile, the king of the near sea resurfaced, its serpentine body twisting in the water, its ferocious, carnivorous gaze fixed upon Ian. In the next instant, it opened its maw, lunging once more to devour Ian. Gritting his teeth, Ian propelled himself off the vessel, narrowly evading the creature's attack as its massive jaws crushed his boat into a myriad of splinters. "Beast, did you truly think I was your next meal?" Ian seethed, his anger boiling within him as he descended. In a swift motion, he drew the blade from his back, the cold gleam of steel flashing as he aimed for the creature's neck. A chilling roar erupted from the king of the near sea, echoing across the waters, for it had not anticipated encountering such resistance in its hunt. A thin line of blood traced a deep gash across its neck, spilling forth in a crimson spray as the creature howled in agony. By the time its massive form plummeted into the depths, its head and body were entirely severed. Even without the invocation of any skills, Ian had slain it with a single strike. As he executed a somersault in midair and landed atop the carcass of the king of the near sea, his boat had already sunk, leaving this as his sole refuge. Strangely, the slain creature did not sink. Perhaps Ian's swift attack had left air trapped within its lungs or swim bladder. Its nearly 100-meter-long body became a makeshift floating island. Drifting upon the surface of the water, Ian felt a wave of despair wash over him. What was he to do now? Chapter 41. Salvation. Ian once doubted whether his misfortune stemmed from neglecting to pay homage to the gods before setting sail. From the very moment he embarked on his journey, he was met with a tempest, and subsequently, while attempting to fish, he fell prey to pirates who stole his belongings. Now, as he lay down to rest on the ship, he awoke to find it vanished. Was there anyone more unfortunate than he? With a heavy sigh, he gazed at the lifeless body of the Sea King beneath him. The blood oozing from the corpse had already stained a vast expanse of the surrounding waters, and the pungent scent of blood had attracted several circling sharks. These sharks, however, seemed hesitant to approach, likely intimidated by the sheer size of the Sea King. Yet, this was only a temporary reprieve. Once the sharks realized their prey was deceased, they would swarm to devour its flesh. Observing the distant schools of sharks, Ian understood that time was of the essence. Should the Sea King be consumed entirely, leaving nothing but its skeleton, he too would find himself without a foothold. If he were to plunge into the sea, he would undoubtedly face a fierce battle against these predators. But was the Sea King's body truly so immense? The estimate of nearly 100 meters might be exaggerated. It could well be shorter. Nevertheless, it was evident that it spanned several dozen meters. Could it be a mutant of some kind? Shaking his head, Ian dismissed the thought and stood up to scan the horizon, hoping to catch sight of a vessel that might rescue him. To his surprise, his vigilant gaze was rewarded. In the distance, a mast broke the surface of the horizon. Due to the spherical nature of the planet, one typically first sees the mast of an approaching ship before the hull, indicating that the vessel is still quite far away, with the distance appearing curved. Yet, the sight of a ship was a stroke of fortune. Ian quickly rummaged through his belongings, recalling that Kobe, during his procurement spree, had purchased several distress flares for him. In this world, maritime disasters were as common as the tides, so most sailors equipped themselves with distress signals to mark their location in times of peril, facilitating their rescue. Flares were as commonplace as daily necessities. Of course, these flares were essentially fireworks containing gunpowder that would become ineffective if wet. Should they become soaked, the unfortunate individual would have to resort to other means of signaling for help, such as lighting a signal fire. Ian discovered that the flares remained dry-end. In a moment of gratitude, he kissed one, appreciating his young companion Kobe's foresight in preparing these items for him. The flares required no special ignition tools. Merely removing the cap would ignite the gunpowder within. With a muffled bang, a burst of force propelled the flare into the sky, leaving a straight trail of crimson smoke that lingered in the air despite the winds. Thank heavens! How grateful he was for the marvels of technology in this world. After signaling for help, Ian could only hope that the ship would perceive his distress call. However, when he gazed out once more, he discovered not merely one ship on the horizon, but 3 in total. The other 2 seemed to lag behind, which accounted for Ian's earlier oversight. From such a distance, he could not discern the nature of the vessels, let alone the flags atop their masts. Thus, he was left in uncertainty about their identity. If they were merchant ships, they would generally respond to distress signals, yet he harbored concerns about the possibility of encountering pirate vessels. It was not that Ian feared pirates. In fact, should he cross paths with them, he would relish the opportunity to overpower them and seize their ship. His apprehension stemmed from the dread that the pirates might choose to ignore his plight, overlooking his signal, which would be disastrous. While scanning the horizon, Ian was suddenly startled by the sound of splashing waves nearby. Lowering his gaze, he saw that a school of sharks had begun to feast upon the corpse of the coastal king. Alongside the sharks were other ferocious carnivorous fish, all vying for a share of the flesh, churning the surface of the sea into a frothy turmoil. At this rate, even if the coastal king's body were to double in size, it would soon be devoured. Thus, Ian realized he must resort to self-preservation. He crouched low, striving to stay close to the water's surface. When a shark approached to bite, he swiftly struck it down, dispatching several within mere minutes. Though these few kills were but a drop in the bucket for the shark school, they at least served to momentarily slow the consumption of the Coastal King's remains. Ian's sole hope was for the three ships to swiftly notice his distress signal and come to his aid. Time passed, though Ian lost track of how many sharks he had slain. Unexpectedly, the blood from the fallen sharks intensified the metallic scent in the water, attracting an even greater number of predatory fish. The corpse of the Coastal King was on the verge of being entirely consumed. During this frantic struggle, Ian found himself too occupied to glance back at the ships, knowing he could not allow the carnivorous fish to feast unchecked. He could only kill as many as he could, buying himself time. With the loss of considerable flesh, the Coastal King's body had begun to sink, and Ian no longer needed to crouch to reach the water's surface. Perhaps in a few more minutes, he would have to confront the grim reality of submerging into the ocean. Just then, he was suddenly alerted by the sound of whistling, sharp and familiar, the unmistakable sound of cannonballs slicing through the air. Yet, he noted there was no sound of cannon fire accompanying it. As he puzzled over this, several cannonballs landed nearby, exploding upon impact. The tremendous shockwave startled the previously agitated sharks, causing them to retreat into the depths with a sudden splash. The precision of these cannon shots was remarkable, striking the densest concentration of sharks, resulting in a significant reduction of the predatory population in the waters. Then, Ian finally discerned the three grand vessels approaching in the distance. Truly magnificent ships, remarkably large. Moreover, not only were they colossal, but their blue and white paint scheme, adorned with seagull motifs on the billowing sails, unmistakably signified that these were three high-ranking naval ships. Ian was somewhat taken aback. He had considered the possibility of these ships being merchant vessels, cruise liners, or even pirate ships, yet he had never imagined them to be naval warships. Thus, he stood in a daze as one of the warships drew nearer, observing a naval soldier clad in white attire and a hat, brandishing a firearm while vigilantly scrutinizing him from the ship's railing. A naval officer, draped in a naval trench coat, sword in hand, and adorned with a hat, resembling a secret agent, appeared at the ship's edge and coldly inquired, "Did you send the distress signal?" "Ah, yes," Ian replied. "Who else could it be but me?" "And who are you? A pirate?" The officer, resembling a spy, examined Ian's attire closely, noticing the long knife gripped in one hand, the wrapped package in the other, and a barrel of liquor tucked under his arm. It was evident that Ian was not an ordinary traveler or fisherman. Consequently, the officer instinctively tightened his grip on his weapon, poised for action. "Not at all." Ian hastily shook his head. He wouldn't be foolish enough to admit to being a pirate in front of a naval officer, even if he were one. That would be sheer folly. Thus, he quickly clarified his identity. "I am a bounty hunter." It was apparent that the soldiers' vigilance eased somewhat upon hearing the words bounty hunter. Yet their weapons remained unwaveringly aimed at him, a clear indication of their rigorous training as elite naval personnel. Observing the size of the naval warship they were aboard, Ian realized that this group of sailors was not to be taken lightly. If the 153rd Naval Division stationed in Shellstown had such a formidable contingent, how could Buggy possibly breach their base? The officer still harbored doubts about Ian's declaration. He understood that no one would dare confess to being a pirate in front of the Navy. However, before he could voice his suspicions, a hearty laugh resonated from the rear of one of the ships. "Aha! Schroeder, do not be so tense. Even if he truly is a pirate, are you still afraid? Let him come aboard." Upon hearing this voice, Colonel Schroeder, the officer resembling a spy, said nothing further. With a wave of his hand, a small boat was lowered from the warship, and several soldiers, wielding firearms and paddles, rowed towards Ian's position. Relieved, Ian leapt onto the small boat as it approached. The armed soldiers kept a watchful eye on him as the boat made its way to the warship. Once they reached the ship's railing, Ian climbed up the rope ladder. Ignoring the group of soldiers eyeing him with suspicion, Ian plopped down onto the deck as soon as he set foot on it. The sensation of being firmly grounded is truly delightful. Just moments ago, while atop the corpse of the Sea King, he was nearly overwhelmed by the undulating motion. feeling as if he might succumb to dizziness and nausea. "Ah, what a magnificent sea beast, young lad. Did you vanquish this creature?" The familiar voice resounded once more. And suddenly, a figure landed with a thud before Ian. Upon looking up, he was nearly tongue-tied. For the person who had leapt from the ship behind him was none other than Carp, Vice Admiral Carp of the Navy, known as the Iron Fist. At that moment, Ian recalled the words of Monka back at Base 153, who had mentioned that Carp would come. Ian had thought he was merely attempting to frighten Buggy, but who would have imagined it was indeed true? As Ian was making his way towards Rog Town, Carp approached from that very town. It was hardly surprising that their paths would cross, provided neither strayed from their course. Chapter 42. The eccentric old man before Ian stood Carp, his hands tucked into the pockets of his trousers, draped in a navy coat that seemed to suggest that high-ranking officers at the naval headquarters favored wearing their uniforms like capes. The sea breeze rustled the coat's hem and sleeves, creating a captivating spectacle. Adorning Carp's head was his iconic dog-shaped hat, from beneath which a few unruly strands of gray hair peeked out. A scar grazed the corner of his left eye, yet he did not exude an air of menace. Instead, he flashed a broad smile, revealing a set of gleaming teeth, while his gaze drifted toward the distant Sea King, remarking, "That appears to be a sea creature unique to the East Blue. I wonder what it tastes like?" At this point, he suddenly pounded his right fist into his left palm and suggested to Ian, "How about we host a barbecue feast?" Ian, still reeling from Carp's unexpected appearance, found himself at a loss for words in response to such a proposal. Colonel Schroeder, standing nearby, looked equally exasperated and interjected, "Vice Admiral, please maintain some decorum." "Ah, I was merely jesting." Carp chuckled heartily, stroking his dog hat. "Besides, it seems that fellow over there has already run out of meat to consume." While the jest may have been lighthearted, Ian couldn't help but feel that there was a grain of truth in Carp's latter statement. Carp then turned serious, addressing Ian directly. "Young man, who are you? What is your name?" "I am Ian, a bounty hunter," Ian replied, "and I am grateful for your assistance." He had come to understand why he had only heard the sound of cannonballs flying without the accompanying sound of cannon fire. It was undoubtedly the work of this peculiar old man, for the method of tossing cannonballs with one's hand was unique to him. "You ventured out to sea alone?" Carp inquired with curiosity. "How did you encounter that creature?" The creature he referred to was, of course, the Sea King. Ian felt a sense of helplessness. He hadn't intended to find himself in such a predicament, so he recounted the events to Carp. Upon hearing the tale, Carp erupted into laughter, tears streaming down his face. Colonel Schroeder, meanwhile, buried his face in his hands, muttering, "Vice Admiral, please maintain some decorum." Once Carp had sufficiently composed himself, he clapped Ian on the shoulder and said, "Young man, you underestimate the ocean. The East Blue may seem manageable, but on the Grand Line, far worse things await. This sea is unforgiving to humanity." Thus, Carp earnestly urged Ian, "Join the Navy." Ian was at a loss for how to respond. The ocean's harshness had little to do with becoming a naval officer. This method of recruitment felt rather forced. Colonel Schroeder continued to cover his face in disbelief. "Vice Admiral, please maintain some decorum." "Nonsense. What should a man do at sea if not join the Navy?" Carp shot Schroeder a glare. "Indeed." Schroeder conceded, surrendering the argument. Ian finally grasped the essence of Carp's character. He was indeed as eccentric as the rumors suggested, and it was quite challenging for a normal person to keep pace with his erratic thought processes. Shaking his head, Ian replied, "I require money, so for the time being, I must remain a bounty hunter." The curious Carp inquired, "What do you need money for?" "The Navy offers a salary. After all." Ian shrugged. "I need at least several billion berries. How long would it take to earn such a sum in the Navy?" Carp's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. "What on earth do you need such a vast amount for?" "To save lives and purchase devil fruits." Ian contemplated, revealing half the truth. He was aware that procuring devil fruits on the black market was somewhat unreliable, yet this excuse served him well, as his system required considerable financial resources to function. Upon hearing this, Carp turned to Schroeder and asked, "Is being a bounty hunter lucrative?" "Indeed, if one possesses strength." Schroeder nodded. "However, the risks are substantial. Attracting the attention of a notorious pirate can be perilous." After pondering for a moment, Carp suddenly slammed his palm and exclaimed, "Ah, Why don't we also become bounty hunters? I'm not afraid of being targeted by powerful pirates. This proclamation incited a chorus of protest from the soldiers aboard the ship. Commander, please refrain from such jest. It seemed Carp's eccentric nature had indeed taken a toll on his subordinates. Fine, let us not do it then. Why shout at me? Carp grumbled, digging his pinky into his ear. Turning to Ian, he remarked, from the moment you boarded, I felt your hat looked remarkably familiar. As if I had seen it somewhere before. He plopped down onto the deck, crossed his legs, and rested his chin in thought. Where could that have been? Let me ponder this thoroughly. With that, he disregarded Ian, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The ship fell into a hushed silence as everyone awaited his revelation. Ian glanced around, uncertain how to articulate the bizarre scene unfolding before him. After a while, Carp suddenly slammed his palm again, and just as Ian and the crew believed he had remembered, Carp exclaimed, I simply cannot recall. Never mind. Would you like some tea, young man? Ian collapsed onto the deck in exasperation. When he finally lifted his head, he was astonished to see Carp miraculously producing a complete tea set from seemingly nowhere, leisurely commencing the tea-making process. He was entirely serious. Turning to Schroeder, Ian regarded him with sympathy. Having such a superior must be quite taxing for you, I presume? Schroeder nodded helplessly. Isn't that obvious? Their silent exchange was interrupted as Carp pulled out a plate of pancakes, asking Ian, by the way, do you enjoy pancakes? They are my favorite. Faced with Carp's hopeful expression, Ian found himself at a loss for how to refuse and ultimately sat down to share tea with Carp. In the serene dojo of Frostmoon Village, Ian often indulged in tea with Master Gung Shiro. However, Master Gung adhered to a rather traditional tea ceremony, laden with rules. Unlike Carp, who casually brewed tea in any cup. Yet, for reasons unknown, Ian found a certain comfort in Carp's tea. It was not that Carp's brew was superior. Despite his eccentric character, Ian felt a warm familiarity with the old man. Although Carp held the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy, he never imposed his authority upon Ian, instead embodying the demeanor of a kindly neighbor, which made Ian feel at ease. In other words, he was approachable. Indeed, this was perhaps the unique charm of Carp. As Ian sipped his tea, he noticed Carp crossing his arms, lost in thought. Ian was curious about what occupied Carp's mind, but felt it inappropriate to inquire, so he continued to drink, having grown parched after spending so long at sea. Moments later, Carp broke the silence, stroking his chin as he asked Ian, Young man, did you just say you were a bounty hunter? Ian nodded in affirmation. Yes. Didn't I mention it earlier? To take down such a massive sea beast, you must possess considerable strength. As Carp spoke, he suddenly pointed at Ian and turned to Schroeder beside him, declaring, Get him. Startled, Ian, who had just taken a sip of tea, spluttered, spraying tea across Carp's face in disbelief. What did you say? However, before Ian could fully process his astonishment, Schroeder had lunged at him, delivering a swift sidekick that struck Ian squarely in the face. With a resounding impact, Ian was sent flying, crashing against the bulkhead of the warship, leaving cracks in the wall that attested to the force behind the kick. As he rose, Ian felt a numbness on the left side of his face and tasted blood in his mouth. He must have been injured. He glared darkly at Schroeder, utterly unprepared for such an abrupt attack. Though the soldiers under Carp often jested about his eccentricities, they held a deep respect for the Rear Admiral. Upon receiving Carp's command, even though Ian had just been enjoying tea as a guest, Schroeder wasted no time in executing his orders. As Ian regained his footing, Schroeder charged at him once more. Drawing his long blade from behind, Ian met Schroeder head-on. Despite not understanding why Carp had commanded him to be assaulted, it was not in Ian's nature to remain passive. Through the passive skill of Evil Eye, he sensed a dense crimson aura emanating from Carp, indicative of a strength far beyond his own. Meanwhile, Schroeder, though also surrounded by a red aura, radiated a much lighter hue. Intrigued by this formidable adversary, Ian resolved to gauge his opponent's caliber. With that, he unleashed his full speed, and in an instant, both combatants closed the distance, Ian swinging his blade with ferocity, executing a flurry of 7 slashes aimed at Schroeder. In that moment, Schroeder instantly recognized the formidable nature of Ian's maneuver. He abruptly halted, fists clenched tightly, assuming a stable stance. Iron block. With a resounding shout from Schroeder, Ian's blade struck him. After all, they were aboard a Navy vessel. Should Ian take Schroeder's life, escape would be impossible. Thus, Ian aimed his blade with precision, deliberately avoiding any lethal targets. However, upon contact, the sound that reverberated was akin to the clanging of metal, accompanied by a jarring recoil, devoid of the sensation of striking flesh. Turning his gaze, Ian noticed that aside from a few torn garments, Schroeder appeared entirely unscathed. "Oh, ha, ha, ha." At that moment, Karp wiped the tea splatters from his face and erupted into laughter once more. "Young man, do not underestimate Schroeder. He is my direct intelligence officer, a colonel from the CP-5 headquarters. You would do well to exercise caution when facing him." Iron block. The 6 forms of the Navy? Ian gazed at Schroeder in astonishment, pondering whether that metallic resonance indicated that this iron block truly endowed the body with the resilience of steel. Chapter 43. The conditions of Karp. The so-called 6 styles is a universally acknowledged martial technique within the Navy, comprising the iron block, paper drawing, moonwalk, gale foot, finger gun, and shave. Upon reaching a certain level of mastery, practitioners can transcend the limits of the human body, unleashing an extraordinary combat prowess. More precisely, the 6 styles can be regarded as a substitute training method, primarily designed for naval officers who were unable to awaken haki, as well as intelligence personnel from CP-0 to CP-9. In contrast, officers of higher ranks within the Navy almost invariably employ haki, rendering the 6 styles less significant for them. What Colonel Schroeder utilized earlier was the iron block, a formidable defensive technique that enables one to harden their body to the consistency of iron by controlling all of their muscles. This makes it exceedingly difficult for bullets or blades to penetrate such defense. Although Ian's previous strike, which consisted of 7 slashes, was thwarted, he was not overly surprised, as he had not infused any haki into that blow. Previously, due to the experimental fusion of skills, Ian had exhausted his haki. However, after resting for over an hour aboard the ship, he had regained a modicum of his energy, sufficient to execute either a flash or the Evil King's flame-slashing sword technique. Impressive speed. Schroeder remarked upon observing the gash in his clothing. "And your strength is adequate, but you still lack the means to deal with me." Ian remained silent, gripping his sword and preparing to confront Schroeder as he anticipated an assault. Shave. In an instant, Schroeder's figure vanished from sight. The principle of this technique involves striking the ground at an extraordinary frequency of more than 10 times, leveraging the tremendous recoil to achieve explosive speed, creating the illusion of disappearance. Ian felt a jolt of surprise, yet his reflexes were sufficiently swift, allowing him to detect Schroeder's new position and to raise his blade defensively to the side. Schroeder reappeared, pointing a finger toward Ian. Finger gun. The force of this strike, directed at Ian's sword, unleashed a tremendous power from his fingertip, sending an overwhelming shock through Ian's hand, causing it to tingle. Nevertheless, Ian gritted his teeth and flicked his blade upward to dissipate the force, seizing the fleeting opportunity from the successful block to launch a counterattack with a flash. With a swift horizontal slash, Ian's sword, known as the Sword Saint, transformed into a glimmering arc aimed at Schroeder's waist. The speed of the flash was remarkable, yet Schroeder perceived it clearly and intended to employ the iron block once more. However, at that moment, Karp suddenly shouted, "Get out of the way." Schroeder hesitated for an instant, and that brief moment of distraction left him no time to react. As Ian's blade approached, he could only brace himself with the iron block. A faint sound sliced through the air. This time, there was no metallic clash as Ian's blade glided past Schroeder, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Schroeder stared in disbelief at the wound that had appeared at his waist. Though the cut was shallow, the ironclad defense he had prided himself on had been so effortlessly breached. At that moment, Karp admonished him loudly, "Fool. Can't you even recognize that this kid's technique is so elementary? You should have evaded with paper. Why resort to iron?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Schroeder bowed slightly and replied, "I apologize, Vice Admiral Karp. I was careless." Karp, seething with frustration, exclaimed, "How many times must I remind you that the 6 forms are not invincible? Your overconfidence in your technique will inevitably lead to your downfall one day." Schroeder remained silent, humbly accepting the lesson. After a lengthy reprimand, Karp turned his attention to Ian and said with a serious tone, "Kid, you possess considerable skill. That strike just now incorporated hockey. Did you truly intend to cleave SCHR Dinger?" Ian shook his head and replied, "No, I know that Colonel SCHR Dinger wasn't genuinely attacking me." He touched his cheek, still stinging from the earlier blow, and added with a hint of frustration, "Aside from that kick to my face." Indeed, SCHR Dinger had not truly engaged Ian. As Karp had mentioned earlier, it was a beating, not a lethal strike. Ian clearly discerned the distinction. In this world, there seemed to be a prevailing notion that, due to the existence of hockey, when confronted with a force capable of altering the atmosphere, individuals instinctively attributed it to hockey rather than considering other possible powers. Although Ian's aura was distinct from hockey, it ultimately stemmed from the life force fluctuations inherent within the human body. Thus, when Karp sensed the energy Ian had imbued in his blade, he mistakenly equated it with the vibrations of hockey, much like Ivankov had done previously. Hockey requires extensive training to develop and demands a certain level of talent and fortune for true awakening. Some individuals awaken with relative ease, while others, like SCHR Dinger, struggle significantly. He had yet to successfully awaken his hockey and had thus devoted himself to mastering the 6 forms. Upon hearing Karp claim that Ian had indeed utilized hockey in his earlier strike, he looked at Ian in astonishment. He finally understood why Karp had urged him to evade and why his ironclad technique had proven ineffective against Ian's blade. It was because the young man had employed a hockey-infused slash. The notion that someone so young could proficiently wield hockey was beyond SCHR Dinger's comprehension. Just then, Karp burst into laughter, declaring, "He kicked you, and you struck him. That should even the score. Kid, your use of hockey surprises me, but based on your recent attack, it seems your training in hockey is still lacking, as you were unable to achieve its full manifestation." Ian nodded, acknowledging the truth in Karp's words. His current mastery of the skill was insufficient, yet he could roughly surmise the direction in which his development was heading. The materialization of one's aura is indeed one aspect of development. According to Ian's conjecture, when one's aura materializes and intertwines with weapons or the body, it should yield effects akin to that of armed hockey, enhancing the destructive power of weapons and bolstering one's defensive capabilities. Another direction for the evolution of aura is its diffusion. By dispersing one's aura into the surrounding air, a circular aura field can be formed. In such a scenario, any object capable of disturbing or affecting the aura field can be sensed, achieving a level of foresight and danger evasion comparable to that of observation hockey. These developmental paths elucidate why aura and hockey are often likened. They serve to achieve similar ends. As for the distinguishing factor, it may very well be Conqueror's hockey. Ian feels that his aura may not possess the capacity to instill fear in enemies or render them unconscious. Conqueror's hockey leans more towards a formidable aura of dominance. Nevertheless, he refrains from elucidating these distinctions to others, be it Ivankov or Garp. If they regard their aura as hockey, then so be it. Having concluded his tests, Ian sheathed his sword and sat back down on the deck, inquiring of Garp, "Well, old man, what is it that you require of me?" At this moment, Ian was somewhat vexed with Garp. Although he understood that Garp's instruction to have Schroeder strike him was merely a test of his strength, the abruptness of the command, without any prior warning, was rather jarring. Had his physique been weaker, that sudden kick might have left him dazed. Thus, in his frustration, the term old man slipped from his lips. "Ha, old man? That title truly brings back fond memories." Garp laughed heartily, and after a moment, he composed himself to address Ian. "All right, let's get down to business." Ensign Monka at Base 153 reported that the captured members of the Buggy Pirates were apprehended by a pirate hunter wielding a flaming sword and wearing a barriered hat. "That would be you, I presume?" "Indeed," Ian nodded, not denying it. It appeared Monka had relayed the information already. "Your sword doesn't emit flames, does it?" Garp inquired curiously. "Why do you concern yourself with such details? At your age, you should refrain from asking a multitude of questions like a 3-year-old. Ian retorted, somewhat exasperated. "Just tell me what you need to say." Schroeder, who was tending to his wounds nearby, chimed in, "Admiral, please maintain some decorum." Cough, cough. Garp cleared his throat and continued, "Originally, We were dispatched to respond to a distress signal from the Navy base in Shell's Town. However, en route, due to Ensign Monka's report about the capture of the buggy pirates, our objective shifted to escorting them. Yet, just hours before encountering you, Monka reported that the buggy pirates had escaped from prison. How troublesome. With so many changes, I am beginning to lose the desire to pursue this. S.C. Chardinger solemnly remarked. We must go, Admiral Karp. The matter of Buggy the Clown's escape from prison remains shrouded in uncertainty. We must investigate to ascertain whether Base 153 has misreported military intelligence. Ian, taken aback, responded, Buggy has escaped? So soon? It has only been 2 days since he was captured. Regardless, we need to proceed to Shell's Town. Karp interjected. However, since you originated from Shell's Town, you may not wish to return there. Ian nodded in agreement. Indeed, although he had been rescued by Karp's navy, returning to Shell's Town aboard their vessel would render his 2 days of travel futile. Thus, Karp proposed, I can provide you with a small boat for your departure, but you must assist me with the task in return. Surprised, Ian inquired, Oh, you can provide a boat? What task do you require of me? Karp chuckled, revealing a gleaming smile, his expression one of cunning satisfaction. You are a bounty hunter, are you not? Then help me capture someone, a pirate. Ian, without much thought, readily agreed. Very well. What is the name of this pirate? However, in the next moment, Karp revealed, the pirate is named Ace. He is my grandson. Chapter 44. The deal is sealed. I have an announcement to make. This book is undergoing a title change. The prefix pirate will be removed. According to my editor, this alteration is a response to protests from the ACG animation, comic, and game channel, as the thematic elements have proven to be rather ambiguous. This tale could easily be classified as one of gaming in an alternate world or as fan fiction. Ian vigorously dug at his ears, fearing he had misheard, and hesitantly asked again, What did you just say? Kapu lifted his cup to take a sip of tea and replied, You heard me correctly. The pirate I want you to capture is my grandson, a little rascal named Ace. Ian glanced around at the surrounding naval soldiers, questioning the propriety of such a declaration in public. Is it truly appropriate for you to say this out loud? Stop looking around. It's not a big deal. Kapu chuckled heartily, sensing Ian's concerns. They are my subordinates. What could possibly come of it? Indeed, this was a point Ian had overlooked. Kapu's character was such that he had no qualms about discussing his grandson's piratical endeavors, even in the presence of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. However, he had consistently concealed Ace's true identity. Observing the nonchalant expressions of Schroeder and the nearby naval soldiers, Ian decided to press on with his curiosity. You are a naval officer. Why not capture him yourself instead of sending an outsider like me? At this, Kapu became somewhat agitated, exclaiming, Do you think I wouldn't want to bring him back to serve in the Navy? That little rascal is as stubborn as they come. I heard he recently set sail and established a crew called the Spade Pirates. What a ridiculous name. Ian was left speechless. What someone chose to name their crew was hardly his concern. However, from Kapu's tone, it was evident that Ace had recently embarked on his journey. Ian began to mentally calculate. Zaro was currently 16 years old, making Luffy 14. And if Ace was a few years older than Luffy, that would make him 17 this year. The timing matched up perfectly. To Ian's surprise, he had not anticipated that his own departure would coincide with Ace's. Ace, Luffy's brother, had set sail this year, and Ian, as Zaro's mentor, was also embarking on his journey. Was this year destined to be dubbed the Year of Brothers Setting Sail? At this moment, Kapu gazed at Ian and continued. If I were to bring him back to the Navy, he would undoubtedly resist. But you are different. You are of a similar age. If you defeat him and capture him, showcasing just how arduous a pirate's life truly is, perhaps he would reconsider his path. Ian stared at Kapu, mouth agape, thinking to himself, Well, your reasoning is indeed formidable, yet rather implausible, don't you think? Are you certain that if I capture him, he will reconsider his choices? Ian retorted, If I capture him, I certainly cannot hand him over to other naval forces. He must be delivered to you. Once he sees you, he will undoubtedly recognize this as your scheme, and that would be a blunder, wouldn't it? Karp nonchalantly picked his nose, replying, If capturing him once is insufficient, then we shall seize him dozens of times. Eventually, he will tire of being a pirate. Ian burst out in disbelief. Staring at Carp in astonishment, "What did you say? Dozens of times? So you intend to release him if he refuses to yield?" Carp erupted in hearty laughter. "What can I say? After all, I am his grandfather. I cannot truly imprison him, can I?" Indeed, although Carp professed a desire to capture Ace, his affection for this grandson, who bore no blood relation to him, was profound. He explored every avenue to alter Ace's fate, even enlisting the aid of an outsider like himself. Such emotion stirred a sense of envy within Ian. However, envy aside, this arrangement was untenable, prompting him to shake his head. "Capture him dozens of times? You must be jesting. Not only would it require considerable effort, but there would be no bounty to gain. Merely a small vessel, and such meager recompense is hardly worth my while." "Ah, now that you mention it, a small ship does seem rather inadequate." Carp paused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "What is it that you desire?" "Money," Ian replied succinctly. "But I have no money." Carp shrugged. "How about this? Since you are a bounty hunter, I could provide you with a pair of sea stone handcuffs. In the future, when you encounter those with devil fruit abilities, you can easily capture them without fear of escape." Ian's eyes brightened. "Sea stone handcuffs? Now that is a fine item." Sea stone is a peculiar mineral that exists only in certain regions of the Grand Line. It can be described as the solid form of the sea, emitting energy waves akin to those of the ocean, rendering the powers of devil fruit users ineffective. Due to its unique properties, the Navy strictly regulates this stone, employing it to manufacture prisons or handcuffs to combat pirates endowed with devil fruit abilities. However, it cannot be said to be merely regulated, as sea stone is not a directly processed mineral. It resides within various volcanic rock layers on the ocean floor. The extraction methods are solely known to the Navy's scientific department, making it accessible primarily to them. The refined sea stone is exceptionally hard, impervious to ordinary attacks, and thus, when one is shackled with sea stone handcuffs, the only means of liberation is to obtain the key. Ian was aware of the existence of such items. Hence, when he captured Buggy, he inquired if Monka possessed sea stone handcuffs. Unfortunately, the 153rd base was too small and located in the East Sea, a region with few devil fruit users, hence it lacked such equipment. Otherwise, Buggy would not have escaped so easily. Before Ian could respond, Colonel Schroeder interjected, expressing concern to Carp. "Vice Admiral, how can sea stone handcuffs be given away so casually? The regulations are so stringent. How will you explain this to the headquarters?" Carp shot him a glare and retorted, "What's the fuss? Don't listen to their nonsense about strict oversight. That crocodile fellow managed to extort the government, and in the end, he received quite a sum." The mention of a familiar name piqued interest. "Crocodile, the sand crocodile of the Seven Warlords, right? He sought Sea Prism Stone from the world government, presumably intending to construct a prison utilizing it. If memory serves, the Seven Warlords possess permission from the world government for detainment, meaning these notorious pirates can imprison others. It's akin to private prisons." Ian remained composed, concealing his emotions, and shook his head at Carp, saying, "But that's still insufficient. A single ship, a pair of handcuffs, how much value do they truly hold? Kid, don't push your luck." Carp directed his glare at Ian this time. "That's exactly the point." Ian scoffed. "Your demand is to capture Ace multiple times. Setting aside his strength and whether I can defeat him, if he escapes to the Grand Line, I would have to pursue him, expending both time and energy. Tell me, is this meager reward sufficient?" Engaging in negotiations with someone as boisterous as Carp was quite the experience. Upon hearing Ian's reasoning, Carp seemed to reconsider, albeit reluctantly, stating, "But I don't have anything else to offer. How about I set you up with a date?" "Huh." Ian was taken aback. "What are you talking about?" "Old man, a stunning beauty," Carp exclaimed, patting Ian's shoulder with an inappropriate grin. "And she's a colonel from our Navy headquarters." Colonel Schroeder, overhearing this, felt an ominous chill and quickly inquired, "Vice Admiral Carp, you can't possibly mean?" Carp looked up at him and said, "Exactly. That little girl Tina. What's wrong?" Colonel Schroeder and the other Navy soldiers collectively shouted, admonishing Carp, "Please, don't make such jokes." At that moment, every Navy personnel aboard felt a surge of indignation. "Vice Admiral Carp, you've gone too far. To think you would try to set this kid up with our goddess. they exclaimed, incredulously questioning his sanity. Ian, drenched in cold sweat, gazed at Carp, wondering how someone whose name sounded dependable could be so utterly unreliable in speech and action. He was well aware of who Tina was. The mention of her name conjured the image of a striking woman with pink hair, sunglasses perched atop her head, and a cigarette dangling from her lips. If memory serves, this captivating figure was the object of admiration for all men of her age in the Navy headquarters. To suggest that he pursue Ace in exchange for a chance with this goddess was outrageous. Did he not fear a rebellion among the soldiers of the Navy headquarters? Seeing Carp still wearing a bewildered expression, Ian realized that the old man was utterly oblivious to the error he had committed. Noticing that the Navy aboard the ship would likely cast their ire upon him, Ian hastily shifted the topic, saying, "All right, let us put this aside for now. I have a proposal, let me share it with you." "Go ahead," Carp replied, crossing his arms. "As long as it doesn't involve money, I'm all ears." Cough, cough. Ian was momentarily taken aback by this remark, leading to a fit of coughing. After regaining his composure, he spoke. "Capturing Ace multiple times is simply out of the question, and I currently have no idea of his whereabouts. However, I can assure you that whenever I encounter him, I will make every effort to apprehend him. Consider this small vessel and the sea prism stone handcuffs as the remuneration for our first commission. If I manage to capture him again and deliver him to you, we can negotiate the terms of compensation then. What do you think?" "So, you're saying that for each capture, there will be a payment, correct?" Carp pondered, stroking his chin. "That could work. But let us be clear. The reward must be something I can actually provide." "Agreed." Ian extended his hand toward Carp, who chuckled heartily and clasped Ian's hand in his large grip. Chapter 45. Rogtown. A small boat was lowered from the warship, gently landing upon the sea's surface. It swiftly commenced its journey, charting a course contrary to that of the warship. At the ship's rail, Captain Garp, adorned with his signature dog-headed hat and arms crossed, watched the small vessel recede into the distance. Colonel Schrod stood beside him, observing in silence until he finally murmured to Garp, "Admiral Garp, that young man's hat resembles." "I know." Garp interjected suddenly, "That hat is identical to the one worn by the bear." "Then why did you say you couldn't recall?" Schrod inquired, perplexed. "Is it necessary to articulate such a thought?" Garp turned to him with a slight smile. "It's merely a hat. Can you prove any connection to the bear?" "I cannot." Schrod shook his head. "I merely worry that another pirate of the warlord caliber may emerge, which would be troublesome." "Precisely. Sometimes it is wise to feign ignorance," Garp chuckled. "Do not fret. While I cannot ascertain his connection to the bear, it is evident that this lad is not a pirate. By the way, having just sparred with him, what do you think of his strength? His swordsmanship is fundamentally flawless. It is clear he has been trained by a master." Schrod replied, "His strength is commendable, yet his speed surpasses it. Alas, his style of swordsmanship is ill-suited for such a large blade." "How does his swordsmanship compare to yours?" Garp queried. "It's hard to say." Schrod contemplated before responding. Upon hearing this, Garp erupted into hearty laughter, increasingly convinced that his decision to enlist Ian in capturing Ace was astute. If even Schrod acknowledged the young man's swordsmanship, then surely he would fare well against Ace. Now, he merely had to await the outcome. Returning to the deck, Garp waved his hand, declaring, "Set sail, destination, Shell's Town." Meanwhile, aboard the small boat, Ian was vigorously massaging his hand, filled with regret. He lamented his impulsive decision to shake hands with Garp. That iron fist Garp, just from the name alone. One could discern the immense strength behind that old man's grip. In a moment of excitement, having reached an agreement, Ian instinctively shook Garp's hand, only to find that Garp's ironclad grasp left his entire hand swollen. Even now, as they resumed their journey, Ian's hand remained puffy. This led him to ponder whether Garp had sensed something amiss, imparting a subtle lesson. Indeed, in his dealings with Garp, Ian had not suffered any loss. Rather, he had gained significantly. Without even having fulfilled the terms, he had already secured a small boat and a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs. As for capturing Ace, that weighed little upon his mind. It wasn't that Ian wished to backtrack, it was simply that he had no idea where Ace was. In such a vast world, amidst a sea of humanity, what were the odds of encountering Ace? One could easily surmise the answer. Ian had never truly considered diligently pursuing Ace's whereabouts. Since a meeting seemed impossible, the agreement with Karp would remain in abeyance for the time being. In other words, the desire to capture Ace was entirely contingent upon Ian's whims. Lying in the cabin, Ian dared not read, fearing that he might doze off and subsequently fall victim to a sea creature attack. His previous encounter had been fortuitously salvaged by Karp's naval vessel. Should a similar event transpire, it would indeed be dire. Thus, although reclining, he remained vigilant, constantly observing the surrounding waters. The journey to Lobe Town, with favorable winds, would likely take 1 to 2 more days. Seizing this opportunity, Ian contemplated his future training directions. Reflecting in his mind, he acknowledged that he had reached a level of 6.5, an achievement granted upon vanquishing Buggy. However, his recent skirmish with Colonel Schroeder aboard Karp's ship had yielded no experience points. It was evident that Schroeder had not exerted his full strength during their confrontation, for his true expertise lay in swordsmanship. Ian recalled that upon boarding, Schroeder had wielded a sword, yet had not employed it in their duel. Despite the lack of experience gained, Ian had gleaned valuable insights, particularly regarding his deficiencies in physical combat. Although bolstered by the enhancement effects of his cards, Ian's speed and strength were commendable, yet his training in these areas lacked structure and formality, falling short of true martial arts. This was akin to a bodybuilder who, despite appearing muscular, might lack martial prowess. The benefits of mastering physical combat were manifest. It would enhance Ian's resilience and significantly influence his swordsmanship, allowing for swifter and more ferocious strikes. This realization led Ian to comprehend that the stagnation of his basic swordsmanship skill, which had reached full proficiency but failed to progress to higher levels, was likely due to his shortcomings in physical training. Thus, the cultivation of physical combat must ascend to the forefront of his training agenda. However, Ian presently lacked effective methods for physical training. The Navy's 6 styles were commendable, yet they required a mentor for proper instruction. Perhaps capturing Ace to present to the old man Karp would facilitate his learning? Ian mused that Karp's physical prowess must be formidable. In addition, there was the card system to consider. The next card slot would unlock at level 10, allowing Ian to equip a new card. If he were fortunate enough to draw a character proficient in physical combat, he wondered if that would enable him to initiate his foundational physical training abilities. After all, basic skills and cultivation originated from such means. The thought of needing to spend money to draw cards struck Ian as an endless cycle of pitfalls. He pondered whether the bounty of 7 million for capturing Buggy would yield him anything worthwhile. If he failed to acquire a card with physical skills, would that not mean he would be compelled to continue drawing indefinitely? A saying suddenly resonated in his mind. Do not waste your time challenging the pocket money of the wealthy. However, upon reflection, even if one were born into wealth, it seems nearly impossible to fill the void within the system. Thus, Ian concluded that reliance on oneself is paramount. He must hasten the integration and creation of his own sword techniques. Consequently, during the ensuing days, whenever his aura regained some energy, he would practice the Evil King Flame Killing Fist, striking the air aboard the ship to refine his aura training skills. He aspired to elevate his aura mastery to an advanced level, hoping that at that juncture, he could unleash his flame flash technique. Indeed, the name he had chosen for his self-created sword technique was Flame Flash. By executing a swift strike with the Evil King Flame Killing Sword, was it not aptly named? As for the prospect of achieving more formidable techniques, such as a 7-flash strike, he would rename it Flame 7 Flash. 8 strikes would be called Flame 8 Flash. And if he were to reach the level where he could unleash multiple strikes in rapid succession akin to the Flying Shadow, he would refer to it as Flame Chaotic Flash, as calling it Flame Several Flash seemed rather unappealing. He silently applauded his own naming prowess, feeling a swell of pride. After 2 days of navigation, no further mishaps occurred. Aside from slightly heightened waves, Ian arrived safely at the island where Lobe Town is situated. When he first glimpsed land on the horizon, he surmised that Lobe Town must be quite substantial, and upon landing, he discovered it to be even larger than he had anticipated. At the harbor of Lobe Town, a myriad of vessels were docked, large and small, numbering no fewer than 1,000. These ships included fishing boats, merchant ships, cruise liners, and naval warships. In more secluded corners, one could even spot imposing vessels adorned with black flags, unmistakably pirate ships. Initially, Ian found it peculiar that these pirate ships could anchor so brazenly in the harbor without consequence. Yet, once he set foot on shore, he realized that Logtown was far more bustling than he had envisioned. It was no mere town. In truth, Logtown was akin to a small city, with broad streets lined with thriving shops and signs. Amidst the throngs of people, he often encountered fashionable women flaunting chic attire, clutching stylish handbags as they meandered through boutiques selling luxury brands, selecting their treasures and entrusting the dapper men accompanying them to foot the bill. The ambience was reminiscent of a modern metropolis. How could such a commercially vibrant city possibly shun pirates? After all, pirates represent a lucrative consumer demographic, seeking provisions and leisure, and they tend to spend their money with greater abandon than the average person. This reality allowed Logtown to welcome pirates openly. It was, after all, the site where the pirate king Gold Roger met his end, lending a significant deterrent to piracy in this town, which was also home to the East Blue's largest naval base, rendering it relatively secure from pirate disturbances. Upon entering Logtown, Ian was engulfed by a sense of familiarity. Compared to Frost Moon Village, he found himself more at ease in this lively urban environment. Certainly, to reside in such a place, one must first possess wealth. Ian is affluent, though his riches presently exist only on paper, yet to be realized. Consequently, Ian seized the opportunity to accost a passerby, inquiring about the direction to the naval base. Thereafter, he ambled along, observing his surroundings as he made his way towards the base. Chapter 46. The Art of Deception and Interference. Ah, how splendidly beautiful that lady is with her long, elegant legs. She would surely look exquisite adorned in fishnet stockings. Goodness, what a tantalizing outfit she wears. Viewed from the side, one can almost glimpse a generous portion of her décolletage. This restaurant is bustling with patrons. It appears to be quite delectable. Should we indulge in a meal after acquiring some funds? Oh dear, what peculiar fish is that vendor selling? It appears to be an elephant's trunk. As Ian strolled along the streets of Logtown, he gazed about with wide eyes, feeling an insatiable curiosity. This vibrant locale starkly contrasted with the serene and tranquil Frostmoon Village. It could be said that after years of residing in this world, Ian was witnessing such a throng of people on a single street for the very first time, and he found himself exhilarated by the experience. Not only was he captivated by the beautiful women on the street, but he also marveled at the myriad of oddities around him. With the naval base conveniently located nearby, he felt no urgency to rush there. Instead, he relished the novelty of his surroundings. Little did he know, his demeanor portrayed him as a rustic bumpkin, unaccustomed to urban life. Stylish individuals passing by could not help but cast a sidelong glance at him, often stifling laughter once they had moved on. Ian, of course, overheard some of these remarks but dismissed them with indifference. Those who mock others were, after all, a superficial lot, and he had no time to waste on such trivialities. As he continued his leisurely stroll, two figures approached, one portly and the other slender. The stout man donned a snug leather jacket that left his rotund belly exposed, while the lean one sported a mohawk and was bedecked with an array of shiny trinkets. Both bore weapons, each wielding a machete, unmistakably marking them as nefarious characters. As they ambled towards him, their gait was unsteady, prompting passers-by to swiftly sidestep their path, eager to avoid trouble. Ian noticed the pair but paid them little mind, as his trajectory was set to circumvent them. However, unexpectedly, as they neared, the portly fellow staggered towards Ian and rudely collided with his shoulder. Sensing something amiss, Ian braced himself and met the impact with his own shoulder. To his astonishment, the stout man, despite his robust appearance, was easily toppled, crashing to the ground with a thud. "Hey, how do you walk, you clumsy oaf?" Before Ian could respond, the slender man erupted with indignation, his face alight with excitement as he accused, "Look what you've done. You've injured my friend. You must pay for this." As he spoke, the lean man marveled at the stout fellow's dramatic performance, thinking to himself how convincingly he had fallen. Little did he realize, the portly man had indeed been genuinely knocked over. This was no act. Ian stared at the duo in disbelief. pondering how he had stumbled into a scheme of deception upon his arrival in Rogtown. He initially intended to disregard the two individuals and leave without a fuss. But unexpectedly, as Ian lifted his leg to depart, the lanky man suddenly seized Ian's shoulder and shrieked, "Help! This fellow has injured someone and is attempting to flee." At the sound of his loud exclamation, the passers-by hurriedly dispersed, revealing a vast open space. The residents of Rogtown had grown accustomed to such disturbances, aware that it was best to avoid any potential fallout by steering clear of the chaos. Ordinarily, one would think that a shout from a person like the lanky man would not attract attention, yet peculiarly, while the onlookers cleared a path, a large group of individuals emerged from the corners and shadows of the street, each wielding a weapon, aligning themselves with the portly and lanky men, effectively encircling Ian. What was happening? Among the newly arrived crowd, a burly man sporting a small mustache pretentiously declared, "How can one simply flee after injuring someone? Indeed, one must compensate appropriately." The others chimed in agreement. Observing this group attempting to portray themselves as virtuous bystanders, albeit with a lack of skill in their performance, Ian found the situation somewhat amusing. He finally realized that he was not only encountering a scam, but was also entangled in a coordinated effort. In truth, when Ian first disembarked, he had an inkling that someone was tailing him. At that moment, he assumed the person might be a local law enforcement officer and paid it no mind, considering he was armed and that the officers would naturally monitor any potential trouble from pirates. However, upon the arrival of this group, Ian recognized that he had misjudged the situation. The person following him was not a town officer, but rather these con artists. It was unclear whether these individuals were local thugs or members of a pirate crew, yet Ian found it curious that they had singled them out. He hardly appeared to be the type one would target for wealth. Just as Ian was musing over this perplexity, the lanky man exclaimed, "You think you can just walk away after injuring someone? Such a bargain is unacceptable. I fancy that fine blade of yours. It shall cover my friend's medical expenses." Ian was taken aback, realizing that they coveted the long knife strapped to his back. Could it be that his weapon held considerable value? Unbeknownst to Ian, while this gang might lack discernment when it came to assessing people, they possessed an exceptional eye for valuable items. The style and design of Ian's long knife were distinctly different from the commonly used weapons of this world, radiating an unusual aesthetic appeal. Moreover, in terms of quality, it was undoubtedly a fine weapon. To draw a comparison, this long knife was at least of superior craftsmanship, with a starting price of 1,000,000 berries. A youth appearing to be merely 17 or 18, bearing a weapon worth a fortune, and displaying an innocent curiosity while gazing around the street. No wonder this crew had fixated on Ian. Ian was no fool. The moment he heard the intention to disarm him, he sighed inwardly. Such was the nature of a bustling city. Despite its vibrancy, it was rife with all manner of individuals. Compared to the tranquility of Frostmoon Village, encountering such troubles was indeed vexing. Thus, he lowered the brim of his hat and raised his head to regard the group before him. His eyes shrouded in the shadow of the hat as he coldly declared, "Mere lackeys, be gone." Upon hearing these words, the gang surrounding Ian momentarily froze. In their eyes, this unsophisticated bumpkin should have been overwhelmed by panic in such a situation. With their numbers, surely a reasonable person would comply and relinquish their weapon in hopes of escaping unscathed? This scenario was not unfolding as expected. How could this lad utter such bravado? At that moment, the portly man whom Ian had knocked down earlier grimaced and spoke. "Be cautious. This lad possesses considerable strength." "Ouch, that hurt." "Humph, what of his strength?" retorted a leaner thug, regaining his composure. "I refuse to believe he can take on all 30 of us alone." The burly man with the mustache seemed to grow impatient with the theatrics and straightforwardly addressed Ian. "Boy, hand over your weapon, and we will let this matter slide. Otherwise, we shall beat you to a pulp." Realizing that their initial ploy had failed, Ian felt pity for the lack of intelligence displayed by these thugs. There are always those who believe that sheer numbers equate to strength. These individuals were nothing more than lowly ruffians, and engaging with them would be a waste of time. Thus, he chose not to engage in further banter and unsheathed his blade, ready to strike. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind, proclaiming, It is truly disgraceful to see so many bullying a single individual. Joseph, what say you? Another voice responded, such despicable acts cannot be overlooked. Wouldn't you agree, Johnny? Was there truly someone brave enough to intervene? The group of thugs immediately turned to look, as did Ian. Although these small-time criminals posed no threat to him. It was remarkable that, in a situation where bystanders would typically avert their eyes, two individuals dared to step forward. Upon hearing the familiar names, Ian felt a flicker of intrigue. Turning around, he beheld two figures. To the left stood a man sporting stylish black sunglasses, a tattoo of an ocean wave on his cheek, his right arm casually crossed while his left hand rested in a fist beneath his chin. To the right stood another, wearing a bandana, smoking a cigarette, clad in a long trench coat, yet donning shorts that revealed his hairy thighs. Both men bore long knives, one sheathed at the left hip and the other at the right. Ian gazed at their ostentatious poses with bemusement, realizing that these were none other than Johnny and Joseph. Though they appeared somewhat youthful and inexperienced, their attempts at bravado were undeniably on point, to the extent that even the thugs were momentarily daunted. Eyeing them warily as they inquired, "Who are you? I advise you, it is best not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you." "Who are we? You ask." "Humph." Johnny adjusted his sunglasses, drew forth a long knife from his waist, and pointed it at the group, declaring, "I am Johnny." Joseph mirrored Johnny's action, introducing himself as well. Together, they proclaimed, "We are bounty hunters of pirates." "Pirate hunters?" The group of thugs exchanged glances, then suddenly erupted into laughter. "Ha ha, pirate hunters? The very ones we fear the least." The burly man with a small mustache chuckled, adding, "Especially not a couple of nobodies like you." "Hey," Johnny, incensed, shouted at them, "do not underestimate us. Although we are just starting out, we are quite formidable. It seems we must teach them a lesson." Joseph remarked to Johnny. "Indeed." Johnny nodded. "It is perfect. We shall capture this lot and make a name for ourselves." Afterward, Johnny even cautioned Ian, saying, "Rest assured, we will handle this. But you'd best step aside. You wouldn't want to be splattered with blood and be frightened." Ian remained silent, stepping aside to clear a path. Soon, Johnny and Joseph charged at the opposing group with their knives, and amidst the gasps of onlookers, they engaged in a fierce melee. After a cacophony of clashing sounds, Johnny and Joseph quickly found themselves bested by the opposing group. Chapter 47. Capturing the crew of the Crick pirates. Johnny and Joseph lay sprawled on the ground, their faces swollen like that of pigs, limbs twitching uncontrollably. The reason for their plight was their reckless charge. After delivering only a few strikes, they were unceremoniously kicked to the ground. The group of thugs, deeming their opponents too feeble, had lost interest in using weapons against them and instead surrounded the duo, mercilessly trampling them with their feet. Ian, witnessing this scene, felt a deep sense of pity and instinctively covered his face, unwilling to bear further witness. He had initially assumed that Johnny and Joseph, bold enough to step forward and meddle in affairs, must possess some skill. Thus, he had granted them a clear path. Had he known they were this inept, he would have resolved the matter himself without their interference. However, Ian's gesture of covering his face was misinterpreted by the thugs, who believed he was so horrified by Johnny and Joseph's predicament that he could not bear to look. Their laughter grew even more boisterous at this misconception. In that moment, Johnny, trembling, managed to prop himself up on one elbow and urged Ian, cursed, "We were so close to victory. Take this chance to escape." Ian was taken aback. What did this mean? Were Johnny and Joseph not merely seeking to flaunt their bravado, but genuinely attempting to assist him? After all, why else would Johnny still be urging him to flee at such a critical juncture? "Huh, you think you can escape?" bellowed a burly man with a small beard. Laughter erupting from the group as they closed in on Ian once more. "Hand over your weapons." Ian tilted his head, querying them. "Didn't you just claim that you fear nothing, especially not pirate hunters? Are you not pirates yourselves?" "No, quite the contrary. We are pirates," the lanky one declared proudly. "Oh, I see." Ian began to understand, exclaiming, "I thought you were merely common ruffians. So, you must belong to a larger pirate crew. Which explains your disdain for pirate hunters." "Indeed, we are," the thin man attempted to continue, but Ian interrupted him with a shake of his head. "Regrettably, I have no time to listen to your introductions." Ian brandished his sword, the blade pointing menacingly at them, regardless of whether you feared pirate hunters in the past. "From this day forth, you shall have cause to fear." What do you mean?" The lanky one stammered, bewildered. "Quite simply, I am also a pirate hunter," Ian declared, and without further ado, he struck. The flat of his blade crashed down upon the thin man's shoulder, a horrifying crack resounding as the bone shattered beneath the blow. With a tormented cry, the thin man collapsed to the ground. Ian deemed these lowly pirates unworthy of a lethal strike. After all, this was a bustling area, and a bloody scene would be undesirable. Thus, he chose to wield the back of his blade instead. "Charge! Kill him!" The thin man's agony did not deter his fellow pirates. Rather, it ignited their ferocity. A throng of 20 or 30 pirates brandished their weapons and surged toward Ian. Ian raised his long blade to parry the axe swung by a pirate before him. With a swift kick to the pirate's chest, he sent him hurtling like a cannonball, crashing into a nearby shop with a thunderous crash. These foes were utterly ineffectual. Aside from their numbers, they possessed little merit. Individually, they were likely inferior even to the minions of Buggy's crew. Even when they attacked as a group, their efforts were futile against Ian's unparalleled speed and reflexes. With a graceful arc of his blade, he delivered precise strikes to the wrist of each pirate, effortlessly disarming them. Seizing the moment of their bewilderment, he struck the backs of their shoulders with the hilt of his sword. The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed, and the nearest group of pirates suffered the same fate as the thin one before them, collapsing to the ground with anguished cries. While one scream might seem inconsequential, the combined wails of 7 or 8 men became overwhelming. The remaining pirates, finally gripped by fear, stood frozen, weapons in hand, uncertain whether to continue their assault. However, while they hesitated, Ian did not. He was determined not to let a single one escape. He plunged into the fray, deftly maneuvering through the crowd, delivering sharp blows to shoulders that rendered them kneeling in agony. In a matter of mere seconds, the 30 or so members from this unknown pirate crew were all incapacitated. He hadn't even needed to employ any skills. They were simply unworthy opponents. Although the bystanders had initially kept their distance, they were secretly observing the spectacle. When they witnessed Ian single-handedly dispatching so many formidable-looking men in such a short span, they were left astounded. They had thought the cap-wearing youth was doomed, only to find the tables turned in his favor. It seemed this young man was far more formidable than he appeared. Once Ian confirmed that all resistance had ceased, he sheathed his blade and approached Johnny and Joseph, lowering his head to inquire, "Are you both unharmed?" "And no, we're fine." Johnny and Joseph stared at Ian in astonishment for a moment before hastily scrambling to their feet, gazing at the pirates sprawled on the ground, wailing in pain. Ian felt a headache coming on, unsure of how to handle the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he asked Johnny and Joseph, "Do you have any rope?" Yes." Johnny and Joseph, momentarily taken aback, quickly responded, "We do, big brother." After witnessing Ian's prowess in battle, the two finally grasped that he did not require their assistance. His strength surpassed theirs by an unfathomable margin. Thus, they instinctively referred to him as Big Brother. Ian was well aware of their nature. They would address anyone stronger than themselves as such, so he was not surprised when he instructed them to bind the pirates with rope. Johnny and Joseph promptly set to work, and before long, they had fulfilled Ian's request. "Let us proceed to the naval base." Ian beckoned to his companions. A remarkable scene unfolded on the streets of Rogue Town. 2 or 3 dozen pirates were bound together by a rope tied around their waists, with Ian confidently leading the way, tugging at the rope. Each of these pirates bore the grim mark of shattered bones in their right shoulders, groaning in agony as they limped along, their bodies leaning to the right. To an uninformed observer, it would seem as if they had encountered human traffickers. Moments ago, these pirates had caused a ruckus, and it was likely that someone had alerted the Navy. Just as Ian was escorting the group of pirates, naval soldiers arrived, startled by the sight, and promptly raised their guns toward Ian and his captives. Johnny and Joseph, frightened, raised their hands in surrender, but Ian remained unfazed, declaring, "I am a bounty hunter, here to claim my reward at the base. These individuals are pirates, so I suggest you refrain from aiming your weapons at me." The leading naval sergeant, upon hearing Ian's words, glanced at the disheveled group being towed behind him, and it was evident there were no upstanding citizens. With a wave of his hand, he commanded his men to lower their firearms. "Young man, it appears the pirates you've captured are merely third-rate scoundrels," the naval sergeant remarked. "Though their numbers are considerable, their bounties may not amount to much, or perhaps not even exist at all." "That is of no consequence," Ian replied, shaking his head. "These ruffians were merely an opportunistic snag. They attempted to rob me. I am not here to collect their bounty." "Oh?" the naval sergeant, taken aback, inquired. "Whose bounty are you here to claim, then? Do you possess any proof?" "Certainly." Ian produced the capture certificate issued by Monka and presented it to him. "I have apprehended the buggy pirates." The sergeant's eyes widened in astonishment as he hastily examined the document. After a prolonged moment, he lifted his gaze. Disbelief etched on his face. "This document is authentic. So, you are indeed the bounty hunter Ian mentioned in the 153rd Division?" "Indeed, that is I," Ian affirmed with a nod. "I have come to Rogtown to claim my reward." Johnny and Joseph, standing behind Ian, exchanged glances filled with excitement. They were well aware of the notorious reputation of the buggy pirates, led by the clown Buggy, who carried a bounty of 7 million berries. Having witnessed Ian's prowess in battle, they recognized his strength, yet they had not anticipated that he was capable of capturing a pirate with such a substantial bounty. Their resolve to regard Ian as their elder brother solidified even further. Upon hearing Ian's intent to collect his bounty, the naval sergeant hesitated. "Indeed, bounties in the million-berry range are typically claimed here in Rogtown. However, it appears, unfortunately, that you may need to wait a while longer." "What do you mean?" Ian raised an eyebrow. "Please do not misinterpret my words. It is not that your bounty will be withheld," the sergeant quickly clarified, waving his hands. "It is merely that the head of our base has been reassigned. This matter is indeed related to the pirate crew of Buggy, who audaciously attacked the 153rd branch. Consequently, the headquarters deemed it necessary to dispatch a formidable individual to the East Sea for oversight. The order has been issued, and Colonel Smoker from the headquarters is already en route. He is traversing the doldrums, thus he shall arrive here shortly, in just 2 days." "Colonel Smoker?" Ian was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Smoker was reassigned to Logtown as the commander due to his involvement in capturing Buggy? He comprehended the implication behind the captain's words. The substantial expenditures of the base required the signature of the newly appointed commander for approval. Fortunately, there were only 2 days to wait, which posed no issue. However, Ian found himself short of funds. He twisted the rope in his hands and inquired of the naval captain, "Is there any possibility that these pirates could at least exchange for some money? If the amount is modest, wouldn't it be unnecessary to seek approval?" The captain replied, "I am unaware of that. You may accompany me to the base to inquire further." Thus, Ian led a string of pirates as he followed the captain towards the base. "How impressive, Brother Ian!" Johnny exclaimed enthusiastically. "I can't believe you captured Buggy, who has a bounty of 7 million. If only we could capture pirates with such high bounties in the future." Joseph, standing nearby, dreamily added, "Then we wouldn't have to rely on fishing for our livelihood." Despite their earlier reckless yet commendable bravery, Ian permitted their company. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but ponder their dire circumstances. What was this about fishing for sustenance? Weren't they supposed to be bounty hunters? Before Ian could voice his thoughts, he heard the small bearded man among the pirates feebly exclaim, "What is so remarkable about capturing a pirate with a 7 million bounty? You best release us quickly. We are members of the Creek pirate crew. If you dare to keep us, Captain Creek will undoubtedly seek retribution." Chapter 48. The Ship's Dilemma. Who did you mention? The man with the small beard, likely suffering from severe shoulder pain, spoke with a noticeable lisp, causing Ian to miss the words momentarily. However, Johnny and Joseph clearly heard him and exclaimed in astonishment, "What? What did you say? The Creek pirate crew?" "Indeed." The small bearded man and several other pirates sneered. "We have long proclaimed that although we are pirates, we fear no bounty hunters. We are the supreme rulers of the East Sea, the Creek pirate crew. Here in the East Sea, not a single bounty hunter dares to covet our treasures." Before the words could settle, a foot suddenly emerged from the side and landed directly on his face. Thud. The small bearded man's head jerked to the side, a tooth mixed with blood flying out. This kick, of course, was executed by Ian, who, Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, calmly retracted his foot and declared, "Enough. Did I not say before? Scum like you should just scurry off." Are you insane?" Another pirate shrieked. "We have already stated that we are members of the Creek pirate crew, and you dare to strike us?" Ian, seething with anger, advanced and poked this pirate in the forehead, retorting, "So what if you're from the Creek pirate crew? I've made it clear. I am a bounty hunter. How dare you proclaim that no one would dare to challenge you in my presence? Are you slapping me in the face?" With that, Ian launched into a flurry of kicks against the group of pirates, deeply irritated by their reliance on their so-called backing. The nearby naval soldiers turned to witness Ian beating the pirates, and in that moment, they finally believed that this seemingly 17 or 18-year-old youth had managed to capture such a large band of pirates. Many of the naval soldiers shrank back, intimidated by Ian's volatile temper that led him to strike at the slightest provocation. Ultimately, it was Johnny and Joseph who managed to restrain Ian. Johnny produced a stack of bounty notices and flipped through them for Ian to see, saying, "Brother Ian, please listen to me. The Creek pirate crew is not to be compared with the Buggy pirate crew. Their leader, the pirate Admiral Creek, is a genuine 10 million belly pirate, notorious for his brutality in the East Sea. Provoking them would indeed lead to considerable trouble." Upon glancing at the bounty notice, Ian discovered that Creek's bounty was indeed, as he had remembered, a staggering 17 million berries. It was worth noting that Ian had set sail 3 years earlier than Luffy. With Buggy's bounty only being 7 million, he was astonished that Creek had amassed such a bounty. What Ian did not realize was that bounty amounts largely depended on the government's stance toward pirates. Creek, originally a naval soldier, had defected to become a pirate, frequently disguising his crew as naval or merchant vessels to catch villages and ships off guard. To the government, he was not only a disgrace to the Navy but also a persistent smear against its reputation, categorizing him as a significant threat. This elucidates why Captain Krieg's bounty has surpassed that of Buggy, reaching the million mark. Buggy, known for his penchant for treasure plundering, prefers to avoid provoking the Navy, thus maintaining a low profile. In stark contrast, Krieg is notorious, and their reputations are not comparable. Infamy, however, has its advantages. The Krieg pirates are currently recognized as the dominant force in the East Blue, with numerous pirates opting to ally with him. Through the explanations provided by Johnny and Joseph, Ian finally comprehended the source of their apprehension towards Krieg. It is said that the Krieg pirates are thriving, boasting over 30 large vessels and 2,000 to 3,000 subordinates. Such a force could easily surpass some of the smaller Navy branches. Ian turned to the Navy Chief Petty Officer and inquired, "Is the Navy truly allowing the Krieg pirates to expand unchecked?" The Chief Petty Officer shrugged, responding with a hint of resignation, "What can we do? Our elite forces are concentrated in various direct branches along the Grand Line, not only in the East Blue, but even in the South, North, and West Seas. The Navy's presence is relatively weak. We are aware but powerless. Perhaps things will improve with the arrival of Colonel Smoker from headquarters." Upon hearing this, Ian could not help but shake his head. Even the Navy feared Krieg. Yet, Ian was acutely aware that Krieg was, in fact, a tragic figure. In terms of strength, he was inferior to Buggy. At least Buggy possessed the powers of a devil fruit, while Krieg was merely a regular man, distinguished only by his greater physical strength. As for cunning, he paled in comparison to Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates, whose tactics of ambushing ships could not be attributed to strategy, but rather to a certain craftiness. Krieg's so-called power was merely an illusion created by sheer numbers, perhaps a reflection of his internal weakness, as he constantly relied on external equipment to bolster himself. Thus, when Krieg fancied himself capable of challenging the Grand Line 2 years later, he tragically encountered Dracul Mihawk, who single-handedly defeated his entire fleet. Krieg returned home in despair after merely 7 days on the Grand Line. Ian held little regard for the so-called Krieg pirates. He could sense his own strength and knew he was considerably more formidable than when Zoro set sail. If the so-called pirate captain dared to cause him trouble, he would simply eliminate him. As for Krieg's purported thousands of subordinates, a glance at the motley crew in front of him revealed their true nature. Their methods of extortion and petty theft hardly qualified them as true pirates. Consequently, Ian dismissed any threat they posed, effortlessly escorting them to the Navy base. The chief petty officer, accompanied by his men, proceeded to interrogate these pirates one by one to ascertain whether they were wanted. The results nearly provoked Ian to kick someone again. He had anticipated that these individuals were nothing more than insignificant pirates. And the interrogations confirmed his suspicions. Almost none of them had bounties, meaning they were not even worth a single reward. Aside from the burly man with the small mustache, this fellow was once a mountain bandit. During a robbery, he inadvertently inflicted serious injury on someone and subsequently fled to the sea, joining Captain Creek's pirate crew. He is the only one among them with a bounty, but it is not a Navy-issued wanted poster. Rather, it is a reward posted by the victim's family, amounting to a mere 50,000 berries. Were it not for the substantial bounty on the small mustache, Ian would have been tempted to thrash this band of pirates once more. The 7 million berry bounty on Buggy could only be claimed when Smoker arrived in 2 days, making the 5,000 berry bounty on the small mustache Ian's only source of income at the moment. Fortunately, the Navy was prompt and directly disbursed this sum to Ian. With his 50,000, he felt assured that he could manage in Logtown for the next couple of days, which lifted Ian's spirits somewhat. He turned to Johnny and Joseph, saying, "Come, I shall treat you to a meal." "Splendid!" Johnny and Joseph exclaimed in unison, raising their hands in cheer. Despite their apparent frailty, the two were quite loyal. And Ian noticed that even though they were newcomers, they seemed well-versed in many matters, akin to local informants. Ian intended to seize the opportunity during their meal to inquire about various topics. He led them to a bustling restaurant he had spotted earlier on the street. Before they could even place their orders, Johnny and Joseph were already banging the table, shouting, "Beer? Bring us 3 large mugs of beer first." It seemed that those who ventured out to sea were indeed adept at drinking. Ian did not mind. Once the beer was served, he clinked glasses with Johnny and Joseph, declaring cheers. After downing a hearty mug of beer, he took advantage of the server refilling their drinks to ask them, "Do you know if there are any shipyards in Logtown that sell large vessels?" "What's this, Brother Ian? Are you looking to buy a ship?" Johnny inquired with curiosity. "Indeed. To be precise, I seek a medium-sized vessel, as I plan to venture into the Grand Line," Ian replied. He had been contemplating this since his journey to Logtown. It seemed he indeed needed to brave the Grand Line, for devil fruit users were exceedingly rare in the East Blue. Even Buggy had acquired his devil fruit from the Grand Line. Thus, to seek out more devil fruits, one must venture into the Grand Line. Gueno had lain in bed for so many years. Even if she were to awaken, it would surely be with great reluctance. As her brother, he felt compelled to either refrain from assisting or to support her wholeheartedly. He hoped to procure the strongest Logia-type devil fruit for Gueno. Although the abilities of devil fruits are linked to the user's training, Logia fruits are generally acknowledged to be superior. Unless one encounters a devil fruit user with a countering ability, Logia fruits are typically insurmountable, unless faced with a formidable user of hockey. The inherent characteristics of Logia fruits undoubtedly place them at a higher starting point compared to Paramecia and Zoan types. To seek out devil fruits, one must journey to the Grand Line. However, Ian realized that his small vessel would not suffice for such a venture, thus deeming it necessary to acquire a larger ship. However, large vessels cannot be operated by a single individual. Thus, Ian thoughtfully concluded that a medium-sized ship would be most suitable. Johnny took a sip of his beer, wiped the corner of his mouth, and remarked, "Forgive my candor, Brother Ian, but even if you were to acquire that 7 million bounty, purchasing a ship would still pose a significant challenge." "Is that so?" Ian inquired. "How exorbitant can a medium-sized vessel be?" "It is not merely a matter of cost," Joseph interjected, shaking his head. "It is about availability. Ready-made ships cannot be purchased directly from the shipyard, only by reservation. However, once reserved, the wait for a ship can span from 5 to 6 months, and in some cases, up to a year. Are you willing to wait that long, Brother Ian?" "That long?" Ian exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed," Johnny replied. "Constructing a vessel is no simple task. The timber requires drying. Then it must be painted and dried again. The entire process is quite extensive. Frankly, I would suggest that rather than purchasing a new ship, you might inquire if anyone in Rogtown is selling a used vessel. It would not only be more economical but also immediately accessible." Chapter 49. The feast. As the three conversed, the restaurant owner brought forth the main course. The popularity of this establishment stemmed from its unique business model, reminiscent of the bustling street stalls in Ian's memory. All the dishes were renowned for their generous portions. And this main course was no exception. A sizable chunk of bone-in roasted meat, the origin of which remained a mystery, presented in an appealing shade of pink, enhanced by an array of spices that wafted a tantalizing aroma upon its arrival. Accompanying the roasted meat was a serving of rice, seemingly drenched in the savory juices of the meat and wrapped in a vibrant green leaf, an enticing sight that stirred one's appetite. Upon noticing the leaf, Ian was reminded that he had neglected to feed his pet bug, the telephone bug, for the past few days, prompting him to swiftly remove his hat. To his surprise, the little creature was hanging upside down, firmly adhered to the top of the hat, its large eyes peeking timidly from its shell. A gentle nudge revealed its steadfast grip, a testament to its resilience during Ian's recent skirmishes. With a light tap on its shell, the bug's eyes emerged, gazing at Ian with an expression of delight. It was astonishing how the creatures of this world seemed to possess an almost sentient quality. The telephone bug, inherently lazy, seldom moved, and rarely sought food on its own, thriving instead under human care that ensured a consistent food supply. Its modest appetite allowed it to go several days without nourishment after a hearty meal. Regrettably, the telephone bug was a living creature rather than an industrial product, thus its numbers were limited, preventing widespread ownership akin to mobile phones. Otherwise, Ian could have easily conversed with Master Gung Siling and Sauron from Frostmoon Village at any moment. However, the inability to make phone calls did not equate to a lack of communication. Ian could still resort to letter writing. The cruise ships docked at the port of Rog Town facilitated such exchanges, enabling the delivery of correspondence and documents. Tearing off the leaf from his plate, Ian placed it in his hat to feed the telephone bug while he savored his own meal. After days aboard the ship subsisting on cold food, the warmth of a freshly prepared meal was an unprecedented delight. Johnny and Joseph were equally engrossed in their feast. All three possessed hearty appetites, ordering more when one serving proved insufficient. In no time, a towering stack of plates had accumulated before them. When they finally paused to catch their breath and beheld the mountain of dishes, Ian was taken aback. How did we consume so much? With just over 50,000 berries in his pocket, he feared he might not have enough to settle the bill. What a disgrace it would be for a pirate hunter to wash dishes to pay off a debt. Are you pigs? He couldn't help but exclaim, giving both Johnny and Joseph a solid rap on the head. The two were nearly bursting, yet they continued to eat. The scene unfolded as if one were determined to consume a lifetime's worth of meals in a single sitting. Brother Ian, didn't you say you would treat us? Johnny, still chewing with his hand on his head, stammered, You wouldn't back out now, would you? Nonsense. Ian replied in a hushed tone. I only have 50,000 berries here. If we overindulge, what will we do when the money runs out? Then we shall flee. Joseph whispered, After all, this isn't our first time dining and dashing. Ian found Joseph's reasoning compelling, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, the trio was startled by a sudden uproar from behind them. The bustling atmosphere of the restaurant, reminiscent of a lively street stall, had always been noisy, but this commotion was significantly louder than usual. Curiosity piqued. They turned to see what was happening. At another dining table, a crowd of more than 20 patrons had formed a semicircle, animatedly pointing and debating something. What is going on? Why has that person suddenly stopped moving? Indeed, they were just fine a moment ago. Could they be dead? Their faces buried in the food, utterly motionless. Look, they still have food in their hands. It seems they collapsed mid-bite. Hey, owner, is it possible your food has caused food poisoning? The diners speculated about the cause, and their suspicions gradually turned towards the restaurant owner. The owner, fearing the implications, quickly waved his hands in denial. Impossible. With so many patrons, why has no one else been affected? Hearing the patrons' discussions, Johnny remarked, Brother Ian, it seems someone has suddenly died. Joseph, crossing his arms, asserted, I suspect it might be a heart attack. It could have struck while they were eating. Johnny, displeased, retorted, How can you be so certain when you haven't even seen the person? As their debate continued, they remained oblivious to Ian's peculiar expression, which was a mixture of confusion and disbelief, reflecting a strange intensity. This scene felt eerily familiar. Ian hastily rose and made his way towards the table surrounded by patrons. pushing through the crowd to glimpse the situation. Upon arriving, he beheld a figure seated with their back to him, hands clutching a knife and fork, raised high above the table, still impaled with food, yet the individual's head hung limply, their face resting against the plate. The suspected victim wore black shorts, chained at the sides, but was bare from the waist up, adorned with an orange cowboy hat. A tattoo on the left arm bore the letters ASC, with an X marked over the letter S. Upon seeing that tattoo, Ian instantly recognized the individual. It truly was him. Upon overhearing patrons discussing a customer who had suddenly ceased movement while dining, Ian felt an unsettling premonition. Upon discovering the identity of this individual, he was overwhelmed by an urge to express his frustration. In his memory, the only person who could possibly don such an appearance was none other than Ace. The reason for his vexation stemmed from the fact that although Ian had agreed to assist Carp in locating his grandson Ace, he had never anticipated encountering him so swiftly. As previously stated, amidst the vast sea of humanity, the likelihood of stumbling upon a specific individual is exceedingly slim. Yet, Ian's current experience serves as a testament to the improbability of fate, remarkably significant to the point where he found himself at a loss for words. "General Carp, do you possess the gift of foresight?" he mused. Just moments after accepting a task, he unexpectedly came face to face with Ace himself. What perplexed Ian even further was that he had just been quietly discussing the topic of dine and dash with Johnny and Joseph, only to immediately encounter the very epitome of such behavior in Ace. This world is indeed a curious place, one that defies comprehension for mere mortals. As Ian stood in a whirlwind of confusion, Ace, buried in his plate, suddenly lifted his head. The surrounding diners, who had presumed him lifeless, were taken aback, their jaws agape in astonishment. Unaware of the commotion he had caused, Ace exhaled deeply and resumed chewing, expressing his relief. "That was close. I accidentally dozed off and almost suffocated." Upon hearing this, the patrons and the restaurant owner collectively gasped in disbelief. Had he truly fallen asleep? Although the town of Rogue often attracted its fair share of eccentric individuals, none had been quite as peculiar as this. With a few hearty bites, Ace polished off the food on his plate, stacking it atop a precariously high pile of dishes, his appetite nearly rivaling that of Ian and his companions combined. "Ah, I am full," Ace declared, patting his stomach and turning to reveal his freckled face, adorned with two whimsical circular badges on his cowboy hat. The long ties of the hat dangled down to his chest, from which hung a skull. Noticing the gathering crowd, Ace inquired with genuine curiosity, "What is happening?" The crowd could no longer contain themselves, erupting in unison. "What do you think? We were all worried about you, and you act as if nothing happened." Ace, unfazed or perhaps oblivious to their ire, simply stood, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and bowed respectfully to the restaurant owner, stating graciously, "The meal was delightful. Thank you for your hospitality." The owner, momentarily taken aback by Ace's unexpected politeness, instinctively replied, "Not at all, as long as you were satisfied, dear guest. Farewell." Ace bowed once more. "Very well, take care, and we look forward to your next visit," the restaurant owner instinctively responded. Once Ace had exited the establishment, the owner felt an unsettling sense of forgetfulness, which was finally alleviated when a vigilant waiter gently reminded him, "Boss, that gentleman hasn't settled his bill yet." The owner snapped back to reality and immediately dashed towards the entrance, only to discover that Ace had already bolted away. In a fit of frustration, he shouted, "Seize that freeloader." At that moment, Ian, who had been lost in thought as Ace departed, recalled the task assigned by Carp. Without a second thought, he snatched his hat and rushed out the door in pursuit. Johnny and Joseph exchanged glances and promptly followed suit. Thus, by the end, Ian heard the restaurant owner's shouts transform into, "Capture those freeloaders." Chapter 50, Can We Still Be Friends? Johnny caught up from behind, excitement illuminating his face as he exclaimed, "Ian, you are truly clever. Seizing the opportunity while someone else feasts without cost." He continued, "If we are caught by the constable, that fellow will be the one held accountable." Joseph chimed in from the other side, "Exactly. We can just make him pay for it." Ian felt a surge of frustration and waved his hands dismissively. "Silence. I'm not merely seeking to indulge in a free meal." Observing Ace's rapid retreat from the establishment, it was evident that he was no stranger to such escapades. Had Ian waited to settle the bill before pursuing, Ace would have likely vanished into the distance. Having finally encountered Ace, Ian could not allow him to escape so easily. In truth, Ian had no obligation to be so concerned. Although Garp had entrusted him with a mission in exchange for a small boat and handcuffs, he had not assigned anyone to supervise him. Logically, Ian could have chosen to ignore Ace altogether. Even if Garp inquired later, he could simply claim he had not seen him. However, matters were not so straightforward. In the days following his departure from Garp's ship, Ian contemplated a pressing question. Given that Garp was a vice admiral, he must possess considerable authority, especially as a friend of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Could he not seek Garp's assistance in introducing him to Vegapunk? It was not merely a desire to meet the enigmatic scientist. Ian believed this technological prodigy, who had surpassed human innovation for 5 centuries, might possess the means to revive Kuna. If Vegapunk could modify the human body, might he also have insights into the realm of the soul? Had Ian been oblivious to such individuals and affairs, it might have sufficed. Yet, as a traveler from another world with knowledge of this realm's notable figures, he was compelled to explore every conceivable avenue. This fantastical world undeniably harbored souls. The most evident example being Brooks Yomi Yomi no Mi. If Vegapunk was indeed as brilliant as rumored, he would surely possess an understanding of the soul. With this thought in mind, Ian realized he could not sever his connection with Garp. Yet, Ian was not Garp's subordinate. They were merely acquaintances. The only leverage he had to solicit Garp's assistance rested upon the pursuit of Ace. This urgency fueled his determination to follow closely behind Ace, intent on capturing him before Garp departed the East Blue. However, Ace was remarkably swift. As Ian trailed behind, he observed Ace's smooth back, unmarked by the tattoos of the Whitebeard pirates, for at this time, Ace had yet to join their ranks. Ian had set sail 3 years prior, and many events had yet to unfold. It remains a mystery why Ace would appear in Logetown. Ian initially presumed that Ace intended to venture toward the Grand Line, which is why he docked at Logetown. However, Ian found it rather perplexing that the timing was too coincidental, coinciding precisely with the moment his grandfather, Garp, departed for Shellstown. Ace's sudden appearance was indeed curious. "Stop!" Ian shouted towards Ace. "Halt!" Yet, it seemed that Ace mistook Ian and his companions for the restaurant owner's pursuers. Instead of complying, he quickened his pace and ran even faster. Johnny and Joseph, though they followed Ian, were panting heavily. Upon witnessing Ian shout at the individual ahead, they inquired, Ian, are you trying to catch that guy?" "Yeah," Ian replied curtly, too preoccupied to engage with their antics. Consequently, Johnny and Joseph fell silent, pushing themselves to run even harder. "Ace, stop right there," Ian continued to yell, this time channeling his energy into his legs, accelerating further and finally closing the gap between them. Strangely, Ian noticed that Ace's speed matched his own enhanced pace, leaving him merely keeping up with Ace. When Ace glanced back and saw Ian gaining on him, he was startled and exclaimed, "Don't chase me. Even if you catch up, I have no money for you. It's not about a free meal." Ian panted as he pursued. "I need to talk to you. What could be so urgent that you'd chase me for 2 blocks?" Ace retorted, skeptical. "Besides, I don't even know you." Indeed. In such a brief span, Ian had chased Ace for 2 full blocks, showcasing his remarkable speed as countless pedestrians gaped in astonishment, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Remarkably, both Ian and Ace were extraordinary individuals. Ian's prowess needed no elaboration, while Ace, having honed his physical abilities through battles with beasts in the wilderness since childhood, was equally impressive. Despite their rapid pace over such a considerable distance, neither seemed to be out of breath. Realizing that this relentless pursuit was futile, Ian's mind raced, and he devised a new strategy. "Ace, do you want to know what happened to Sabo?" Ian called out. With a sudden screech, Ace abruptly halted, causing Ian, caught off guard, to collide with him, and they tumbled together like rolling gourds. Dazed from the fall, Ian barely regained his senses when he felt Ace gripping his collar tightly. "What did you just say?" Ace asked urgently, twisting Ian's arm. "How do you know about Sabo?" "Isn't he already dead? Let go of me first," Ian retorted irritably, pushing Ace's hand away. "I'm sorry. I acted impulsively. I apologize." Ace responded hastily, "Please, tell me." Ian picked up his hat, checked the little snail inside to ensure it was unharmed, then placed it back on his head and said to Ace, "Who told you Sabo was dead?" In a moment of urgency, Ian sought to halt Ace. Yet invoking Garp's name seemed futile, for Ace would likely flee even faster at the mere mention of it. Instead, Ian decided to invoke Sabo's name, knowing that it would undoubtedly bring Ace to a standstill. He bore no qualms about revealing this to Ace. In truth, ever since he saved Quina, Ian was aware that his intervention had irrevocably altered the course of history in their world. Hence, disclosing that Sabo was alive held little consequence. Whether Ace would embark on a quest to find Sabo upon learning the news was beyond Ian's control in the original timeline. Ace had never seen Sabo again before his demise. Perhaps his presence could remedy this lamentable gap? He did not perish? Splendid news indeed. Upon hearing Ian's words, Ace was instantly overcome with emotion, tears cascading down his face as he repeatedly murmured, if Luffy were to know, he would surely be overjoyed. Ian remained silent, simply gazing at Ace, understanding the profound bond shared among the three brothers and comprehending Ace's current sentiments. After a spell of weeping, Ace suddenly recalled something, clutching Ian's garment to wipe his face, leaving tears and snot on Ian's attire. Before Ian could express his irritation, Ace sat cross-legged on the ground, deeply bowing his head to Ian, exclaiming, "Thank you. This is the best news I've received since setting sail. But please, tell me if Sabo is alive. Where is he now? To be honest, I do not know where he is." Ian shook his head. "That was many years ago. I was merely a 10-year-old child at the time. The ship that rescued Sabo docked in our village, which is how I learned of it. If memory serves, he was saved by the Revolutionary Army." "Is that so? The Revolutionary Army?" Ace's face broke into a smile. "Then it seems I have another person to thank, in addition to the one who saved Luffy." Ian, sensing something amiss, quickly interjected, Hey, the Revolutionary Army is an organization, not an individual. Don't get it twisted." "Really? No wonder that name sounded so peculiar." Ace paused. "Where would one find the Revolutionary Army?" "How would I know?" Ian shot him an exasperated glance. Suddenly struck by an unsettling thought, he whispered, "I hope you aren't thinking of joining the Revolutionary Army?" "Certainly not. I still aspire to be a pirate." Ace laughed. Ian sighed in relief. He hoped Ace wouldn't abandon his pirate dreams to join the Revolutionary Army, for it would not bode well for him. After all, Garp was resolutely determined to see Ace and Luffy become Navy officers. The two continued their conversation in the street, drawing peculiar glances from passers-by. At that moment, Ace suddenly had a revelation, tilting his head with a puzzled expression as he gazed at Ian. "It's strange, no matter how I try to recall. I can't remember having met you before. What is your name? How do you know about me and Sabo?" This question was certainly challenging for Ian to explain. After all, it was improbable that he could confess to being a traveler from another realm who knew them. Thus, he replied ambiguously, "Don't concern yourself too much. Consider this as destiny's arrangement. We are of similar age. You can call me Ian." "How profound." Ace burst into laughter, "Since you prefer not to elaborate, I shall refrain from inquiring further." While Ace occasionally exhibited a playful demeanor, it did not imply he was foolish. Although he found it peculiar that this unfamiliar individual was aware of his existence, even knowing his name and Sabo's, he could discern that Ian was not deceiving him. And that was sufficient. He extended his hand towards Ian, saying, "Hello, Ian. From this day forth, we are friends. Thank you for bringing me such good news." "Hold your thanks for now," Ian replied, also reaching out to shake his hand, but added, "Just don't scold me afterward." "Why?" Ace asked, perplexed. "Because of this." As Ian spoke, he retrieved a pair of sea-stone handcuffs from behind his waist with his left hand, snapping them shut around Ace's wrist, which he had been holding. The shift in tone was indeed abrupt, and Ace wore a bewildered expression. "What does this mean?" "It's quite simple. Someone commissioned me to capture you." Ian shrugged. "That someone being your grandfather, the old man Garp." "Ah." Ace's astonished exclamation echoed throughout the entire rogue town. Chapter 51. The execution stage. "Are you a Navy officer? One of my grandfather's men?" Ace gazed at Ian in astonishment, never having anticipated the cascade of familiar names spilling from Ian's lips. No, don't get me wrong. I am not a Navy officer. I am a pirate hunter," Ian proclaimed, pride swelling within him as he successfully shackled one of Ace's hands. "And I'm not one of your grandfather's subordinates. I merely received a commission from him." "He commissioned you to capture me?" Ace tilted his head, curiosity etched across his face. "What for? What else could it be?" Ian shrugged nonchalantly. "To have you join the Navy. Thus, you must accompany me to meet him." "No, I have no desire to become a Navy officer." Ace immediately began to struggle. "I refuse to meet the old man. He will surely thrash me." Ian tightened the other end of the handcuffs, fearful of Ace breaking free. Yet he was taken aback by Ace's unexpected strength. Unable to contain his surprise, he inquired, "How do you still possess such strength? Aren't you a devil fruit user?" Ace blinked in confusion. "Devil fruit? Are you referring to the kind that guy Luffy consumed?" "I am not one." "Ugh, what a blunder." Ian winced, realizing he had mistakenly assumed Ace had eaten the flame fruit, which led him to use sea stone handcuffs to restrain him. Little did he know, Ace was not yet a devil fruit user. Indeed, it seems so, Ian mused. Ace had not yet entered the Grand Line, where devil fruits typically appeared. It would be quite normal for Ace to not possess such abilities at this stage. Consequently, the sea stone handcuffs would hold little significance for him, merely serving as a sturdier pair of cuffs. "Hey, let me go," Ace yelled at Ian, "or I will knock you out." "I cannot release you." Ian shook his head, simultaneously exerting more force. Thus, the two began to engage in a contest of strength, leveraging the sea stone handcuffs. At that moment, however, Ian suddenly heard a shout from behind. "Ian, big brother." It was Johnny and Joseph who had caught up with them. Earlier, in the pursuit of Ace, Ian had accelerated his pace, inadvertently leaving Johnny and Joseph behind, and he had almost forgotten about them. The two arrived, panting heavily before Ian and Ace. You really run fast," they gasped. Upon observing the altercation between Ian and Ace, and the handcuffs on Ace's wrist, they quickly grasped the situation. Without waiting for Ian to speak, Johnny and Joseph immediately shifted into a dramatic mode. Standing back to back, Johnny rested his fists on his chin. "Hey, Joseph. It seems that Ian's target is unwilling to surrender." Joseph crossed his arms, a cigarette perched between his lips. "Johnny, given the circumstances, we cannot refrain from intervening." With that, the two lunged at Ace from either side, attempting to subdue him to the ground. However, they overlooked the fact that Ace was merely handcuffed by his right hand. His left hand and both feet were still free to move. Furthermore, Ace was unfamiliar with the two individuals. As soon as he saw them lunging towards him, he immediately retaliated. He raised his leg and delivered a kick to Johnny's face, then swiftly turned and struck Joseph on the nose with his left fist, causing both men to collapse instantly. Initially, Ace had taken the situation with utmost seriousness, but upon witnessing how easily his adversaries were dispatched, he was momentarily taken aback. After falling to the ground, Johnny, still gasping for breath, managed to utter, We almost won." Beads of sweat trickled down Ace's forehead as he looked at Ian and inquired, "Are they fools?" Ian, covering his face, replied, "Don't ask me. I don't know them." Seizing the opportunity created by their conversation, Ace suddenly exerted force, yanking the other end of the handcuff from Ian's grip, and then bolted. "Don't run." Ian quickly reacted and began to pursue him. "Only a fool would run," Ace shouted over his shoulder, desperately flailing his arms as he sprinted forward. The chase ensued, and before long, they had left the original location far behind, leaving Johnny and Joseph sprawled on the ground. Johnny bore a prominent shoe print on his face, while Joseph's cheek was swollen. Once they managed to rise, Johnny remarked with a sense of awe, "No wonder they sent for Ian to handle it personally. He truly is formidable." "Indeed, we were so close to victory. What a pity," Joseph echoed. Just as they were lamenting, Johnny and Joseph suddenly noticed a crowd had surrounded them without their realization. They turned to find a peculiar man, adorned with a round iron shield both front and back, grinning sinisterly at them. "You might want to worry about yourselves first." Meanwhile, Ian pursued Ace through the streets until they reached the center of Rogue Town. This expansive square was bustling with people, primarily tourists, many of whom were wielding cameras. Initially oblivious, Ian only realized the significance of the location when Ace abruptly halted. In the center of the square stood a tall wooden scaffold. In an instant, Ian recognized this place. It was the most famous site in Rogue Town, the execution platform. 19 years prior, the pirate king Joel D. Roger had been executed atop this very scaffold, where he proclaimed his renowned words that ignited the world's fervor. Do you wish for my treasure? If you desire it, you may have it all. Seek it out. I have left everything there. Although Ian had grown up in the remote village of Frostmoon, he had heard numerous tales about Roger, the most popular being the legend of the Pirate King recounted by the village elders. Thus, upon sighting the scaffold, Ian's mind became momentarily disoriented. Ace had also come to a stop before the scaffold, gazing up at its summit in silence, lost in thought. Upon witnessing this scene, Ian could not help but exhale a sigh. He finally comprehended why Ace had come to Rogue Town, and particularly why he chose this moment when Garp was absent. It was not merely because Rogue Town is in close proximity to the entrance of the Grand Line, but rather because Ace wished to visit the place where his ostensible biological father, Roger, was executed. Ian could empathize with Ace's current emotions. After all, he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Roger, the Pirate King, who had neglected all paternal responsibilities. Instead of bestowing upon Ace any glory, he had instead brought upon him the relentless pursuit of the Navy. To evade their scrutiny, Ace's mother endured a harrowing 20-month pregnancy before bringing him into the world, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. Having grown up without a father or mother, and burdened with the infamous lineage of the Pirate King, Ace was only met with disdain and hatred from others who spoke of Roger. This led him to contemplate ending his own life. Had it not been for the presence of Luffy and Garp, who offered him familial affection, Ace might have indeed succumbed to despair. Regarding Roger, Ace was filled with rage. He vehemently refused to acknowledge himself as Roger's son. Yet, despite this, he felt an inexplicable urge to visit the site of that man's demise. It is a profoundly complex psychological state, one that even many psychologists might struggle to articulate. In truth, Ace is a pitiable individual. Approaching Ace from behind, Ian placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "Would you like to take a look? I'll accompany you." At that moment, Ian was somewhat swept up in a fervor, impulsively disregarding the potential uproar that could ensue from ascending the execution platform with Ace. He merely considered that perhaps it was time for Ace to see it for himself. However, to Ian's surprise, Ace remained even more composed than he had anticipated. He lowered the brim of his hat to shield his eyes and replied, "No need. It's enough to just look from here." Strangely, Ace did not inquire as to how Ian had discerned his feelings. Perhaps after hearing familiar names from Ian's lips, he subconsciously believed that Ian had learned certain things about him from Garp, feeling a deeper connection to Ian. Indeed, the next moment, Ian shrugged and remarked, "It's up to you, but if it were Luffy, he would definitely go up there." Ian was referring to the incident 3 years later when Luffy would ascend the execution platform. To Ace, however, it affirmed his suspicions, prompting him to chuckle and respond, "Yes, if it were my foolish brother, he would surely do just that." Chapter 52. The True Combat of the Tortoise Fist. It seemed that merely mentioning the simple-minded Luffy had uplifted Ace's spirits somewhat. He turned his gaze to the bustling tourists surrounding him, observing groups of them gathering together, posing for photographs against the backdrop of the execution platform. With a hint of sarcasm, he remarked, "Look, if the Pirate King knew that the place where he was executed would, after so many years, transform into a tourist attraction, exploited by petty merchants for profit, I wonder what his thoughts would be? Perhaps he would demand protection fees from these merchants." Ian shrugged in response, eliciting hearty laughter from Ace. Ian himself found his retort to possess a touch of dark humor, and couldn't help but join in the laughter. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the surrounding tourists, Ian and Ace unabashedly shared their mirth beneath the execution platform. After a considerable time, Ian finally ceased his laughter, clearing his throat. "All right, we've seen and laughed enough. I trust you have no regrets now? It is time to attend to serious matters. So follow me to meet with Garp." "No." Ace vehemently shook his head. "I have sworn to live freely and without regrets in this lifetime. I aspire to be a pirate, not a marine, thus I cannot accompany you." With that, Ace clenched his fists, his right hand still shackled with seastone handcuffs, and assumed a stance directed at Ian, clearly indicating that if he wished to take him away, he would have to defeat him first. Ian could only shake his head. It appeared that Sabo's experiences had profoundly influenced Ace. Even the revelation of Sabo's survival had not altered his convictions. Despite his animosity towards his father, He was willing to tread a path reminiscent of his father's. It seemed that a genuine confrontation was inevitable. Ian drew the long sword from his back. Ace had his principles, and Ian had his own. With a clash of ideals now evident, it was clear that only the weaker party would concede to the stronger. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly tense, and several tourists in the square began to notice the escalating standoff between the two. Upon seeing Ian wielding a weapon with a fierce gaze, some timid women even let out screams, understanding that a personal duel between pirates was about to commence. Indeed, in the next moment, Ian and Ace suddenly sprang into action, both unleashing tremendous force as they charged at one another. Ian swung his sword diagonally towards Ace, disregarding the potential for harm, wielding the blade with lethal intent. Though Ace bore no weapon, Ian could perceive the faint yellow aura emanating from him, a manifestation of his formidable spirit. This indicated that, in terms of sheer power, Ace was his equal. Against such an opponent, to consider holding back and attacking with the blade's spine would be a profound disrespect to both Ace and himself. As Ian's blade came slicing through the air, Ace did not falter. Instead, he swiftly swung his left arm, delivering a powerful blow to the broad side of Ian's weapon. A tremendous force surged forth, causing Ian's descending sword to veer off course, narrowly missing Ace. Seizing the moment, Ace unleashed a fierce strike with his right fist aimed directly at Ian's face. When Ian's blade was deflected by Ace's punch, he realized that the strength of Ace's fist exceeded his expectations. Thus, in response to the impending blow, Ian instinctively executed a swift sidestep just as the punch was about to connect. He repositioned himself to Ace's right side, executing an upward slash with his sword. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Despite his rapid movement, Ace appeared to anticipate it, performing a sudden somersault while delivering a kick that struck Ian's wrist. Ian sensed a peculiar energy emanating from Ace, akin to a wave of hockey, and it dawned on him that Ace had begun to master a fragment of hockey's application, specifically observation hockey. The kick to Ian's wrist disrupted his momentum, and the tingling sensation coursing through his arm indicated Ace's martial prowess was formidable. It was evident that his grandfather, Garp, being a master of martial arts, had undoubtedly imparted his skills to both Ace and Luffy during their training. The initial defeat ignited a competitive spirit within Ian, prompting him to elevate his speed to its zenith, vanishing from sight in an instant. Although Ace's observation hockey allowed him to sense Ian's movements, he was astounded to discover that Ian had unleashed 7 swift slashes in a heartbeat, his hand speed eclipsing that of his footwork. Ace realized he could not evade the onslaught and braced his entire body, enduring Ian's barrage of strikes. Sizzling sounds echoed as Ian's blade made contact with Ace's body. But to Ian's surprise, the sword encountered substantial resistance. While 6 droplets of blood erupted from Ace's form, the wounds were not deep. Ignoring his injuries, Ace seized the opportunity, tackling Ian to the ground and delivering a fierce elbow strike to Ian's face. Blood spilled from Ian's nose as he struggled to rise, yet Ace held him firmly down, delivering another punch. Now incensed, Ian recognized that Ace was employing a crude fighting style reminiscent of a child. Yet it proved effective against him. Being pinned down rendered his swordsmanship ineffective. In response, Ian discarded his long sword and retaliated with a punch aimed at Ace's face. This time employing his signature move, the Evil King's Flame Kill Fist, enveloped in blazing flames. Ace was startled by Ian's punch, quickly tilting his head to evade it, allowing Ian's fist to narrowly miss his chin, almost igniting him. Seizing the opportunity, Ian suddenly exerted force from his waist, flipping Ace onto the ground and pinning him down. "You cheat," Ace shouted as he was pressed down, attempting to leverage his knee against Ian's back. "I don't need to use flames to strike you." Ian retaliated with a punch to Ace's face, settling the score for earlier. This time, he refrained from employing the Evil King's flame-killing fist. After taking a hit, Ace countered, landing a punch to Ian's side, and in Ian's moment of pain, he managed to overturn him. Thus, the two engaged in a series of back-and-forth blows, wrestling on the ground. The surrounding spectators kept their distance, initially filled with terror, now barely suppressing laughter at the absurdity of the situation. What began as a serious duel had devolved into a comical brawl reminiscent of a children's game. After an indeterminate number of rolls, both fighters bore bruised faces, bloodied but unyielding. Despite the shift in their combat style, they believed they could still determine a victor. Neither wished to truly harm the other. Thus, this method of fighting was deemed acceptable. However, amidst their chaotic tussle, both suddenly heard a faint cracking sound. Stunned, they looked down to discover that the source of the sound was the sea stone handcuffs on Ace's wrists, which had closed, not released, but rather, they had inadvertently secured Ian's left wrist. It seemed the intensity of their earlier scuffle had caused the handcuffs to malfunction. One end had snapped open and clamped onto Ian's wrist. How did this happen? Both stared in disbelief at their intertwined arms, momentarily at a loss. With their hands now shackled together, how could they possibly continue fighting? Perhaps we should pause and unlock the cuffs first? Ian suggested to Ace. Ace nodded in agreement. All right. Let's do that. They rose, enduring the pain coursing through their bodies, retrieving their hats that had fallen during the scuffle. Your hat is ridiculous. Ace couldn't resist mocking. Ian shot him an annoyed glance, retorting, yours isn't any better. He then began rummaging through his pockets for the keys. When Garp had given him the handcuffs, he had also provided the keys, which Ian had kept in his pocket. However, as he searched, he discovered that the keys were missing. Oh no! Ian exclaimed in a panic, desperately searching again, but they were truly gone. What if they fell out during the fight? Ace speculated, equally anxious. It's possible. Ian slapped his forehead and said, we need to look for them. In their urgency, they attempted to split up to search, momentarily forgetting that their hands were still shackled together, resulting in them being painfully yanked back together. Let us search over here, Ian suggested. No, let us check over there first, Ace countered. Ace held a differing opinion. Just moments ago, he had rolled over from this direction. After a brief dispute, the two decided to proceed together in the same direction, for the reason behind their quarrel had caused the surrounding crowd to disperse, allowing them to take their time. If something were to fall out, it would undoubtedly be easy to locate in the open space. However, unbeknownst to them, during their scuffle, they had rolled a considerable distance away. The original spot was now occupied by a group of tourists, all gathered to witness the spectacle. Among the throng, a diminutive man resembling a pirate was quietly stepping on a key lying on the ground, feigning nonchalance as he bent down to pick it up. Once he was certain that no one had noticed his actions, he slipped through the crowd and swiftly departed the scene. Chapter 53. Forgotten what? Where? Where has it gone? What now? After more than half an hour, Ian and Ace had nearly scoured the entire square, yet the elusive key remained unfound. Why not check your pockets again? Ace suggested. Ian retorted with irritation, I've lost count of how many times I've searched. If it's not there, it's simply not there. Regret washed over him. Since embarking on this journey, he had encountered Buggy, followed by Johnny and Joseph, and ultimately Ace. It was said that prolonged association with clowns would lead to contagion, and indeed, the absurdity of these three had unwittingly infected him, leading to a childish scuffle with Ace, resulting in the loss of the key. These fools are truly terrifying. Now, faced with the reality of the handcuffs being locked, Ace chuckled and remarked, well, in that case, why not join me as a pirate? My Spade Pirates crew currently consists of just me. If you come aboard, I shall make you the first mate. Get lost. Ian shouted in response. Why don't you go ahead and join me to meet Garp then? Upon uttering these words, Ian suddenly paused. Indeed, if the key was lost, seeking Garp might just yield a solution. He might have a spare key or something. However, when Ian eagerly shared this prospect with Ace, he was met with a fist aimed squarely at his face. Caught off guard, Ian barely managed to dodge, turning away in anger. What are you doing? Don't you want to unlock the handcuffs? I told you, I refuse to meet that old man, Ace declared, clenching his fist earnestly. While I understand he means well by wanting me to become a Marine, that is not my true desire. If these handcuffs truly cannot be removed, then severing my wrist will suffice. Feeling the determination behind Ace's words, Ian experienced a wave of frustration. Garp had indeed assigned him a daunting task. Who would have imagined Ace could be this obstinate? Enough, enough. Ian sighed in defeat. Let us put the meeting with Garp aside for now. We must find a way to unlock these handcuffs. It's inconvenient for both of us. He motioned for Ace to sit cross-legged on the ground, and they placed their handcuffed wrists together. Ian seized his sword, aiming at the central part of the handcuffs, preparing to strike. Wait, 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 Ace suddenly exclaimed. Are you sure you're steady? What if you miss and hit me instead? Ian nearly fell over in exasperation, bellowing. Weren't you just saying you'd rather chop off your wrist if it couldn't be opened? Why are you afraid now? Ace scratched his head. Well, that would be a last resort. Since you're not taking me to see that old man right now, why should I maim myself? Ian was at a loss for words. Conversing with Ace could be quite exhausting at times. He opted to redirect the conversation. Don't worry, I won't tee at you. With that, Ian summoned all his strength and brought the sword down with a decisive strike. Clang. A metallic clang reverberated as the blade struck the handcuffs, sending sparks flying. After years of sword practice, Ian sensed something amiss the moment the blade made contact with the surface of the cuffs. The sea stone was even harder than he had anticipated. It surpassed the hardness of ordinary steel. Indeed, despite the sparks that erupted, the handcuffs bore no marks whatsoever. Is it truly so? Ian furrowed his brow, raising his long sword once more. This time, he infused his blade with a surge of energy. With another decisive strike, a minuscule dent appeared on the connecting chain of the cuffs, though it was barely perceptible. Could it be? Ian exclaimed in astonishment. Is it impossible to damage the sea stone cuffs without materializing the energy? Ha ha ha. This is quite the predicament. Ace chuckled heartily. Ian glanced around, noticing that a number of onlookers were still fixated on them. Perhaps it was due to the fact that only 2 individuals were engaged in combat, that no one had reported their skirmish to the town's law enforcement or the Navy. Or perhaps reports had indeed been made, but the authorities had chosen to remain indifferent. Until now, no one had intervened. They merely watched the spectacle unfold. However, Ian understood that the next moment could well attract attention. Listen closely, Ace. Ian said earnestly, I shall attempt one more time, and regardless of the outcome. We must depart from this place. All right. Ace nodded, though somewhat perplexed. Clutching the sword of the Sword Saint, Ian took a deep breath and declared, Evil King's flame-slaying sword. Suddenly, flames surged fiercely along the blade. Oh wow, Ace exclaimed in awe. So you are akin to Luffy. Meanwhile, the spectators who remained captivated by the unfolding drama gasped in shock. A monster. For sailors, such phenomena as the devil fruits were comprehensible. They understood their nature. However, for ordinary townsfolk, such matters were far removed from their reality. Given that they were in the East Blue, a region devoid of the rampant presence of devil fruit users found along the Grand Line, the extraordinary sight before them transformed Ian into a figure of monstrosity in their eyes. The same would apply to Smoker, who would eventually govern this area. As realization dawned upon the crowd, they immediately shrieked and scattered in fear, and it would not be long before the Navy of Logetown arrived. Ian remained unperturbed, yet Ace, being a pirate, faced the risk of capture should the Navy discover his identity. This was precisely why Ian had warned Ace to leave after one final attempt. He could not allow the Navy to apprehend Ace, only he himself could do so. Not yet satisfied, Ian gritted his teeth, feeling the energy coursing through the flames, and continued to amplify his output. The flames flickering along the blade, fueled by Ian's mental energy, began as a loose blaze but gradually solidified into a more concentrated form. The orange flames transitioned into a pale blue hue, a transformation prompted by the rising temperature as the mental energy surged. In a matter of moments, Ian had expended nearly 100 points of mental energy, a resource he had only recently replenished over the past 2 days. Feeling that the time was ripe, he positioned the blade vertically and brought it down forcefully upon the handcuffs. He had anticipated that the intense heat would melt the sea prism stone, yet to his astonishment, he felt an energy fluctuation emanating from the cuffs, countering the flames on his blade with remarkable efficacy. This peculiar negation transpired swiftly. After only cutting halfway through the chain, the flames extinguished, rendering him unable to proceed further. Effective, yet insufficient. Observing a dent in the sea prism stone cuffs that still held them together, both Ian and Ace exerted their strength in opposing directions, but to no avail. It seemed another attempt was necessary. Breathless, Ian felt the weariness wash over him as he realized the toll of expending such a significant amount of mental energy in such a brief span. He turned to Ace and said, "We can only wait until tomorrow." "All right." Ace nodded in agreement. "Let us depart from this place." The two swiftly mingled with the crowd, escaping the execution square before the Navy could arrive. Once they returned to the central street, the light of day began to wane. Ace's stomach emitted a loud growl. clearly indicating his hunger. "Let us find something to eat," he exclaimed, scanning the street for restaurants. Ian, somewhat exasperated, inquired, "Food? Do you have any money?" "None." Ace laughed heartily. "Ah, so you intend to continue dining and dashing, do you?" Ian replied, wearing an expression of resigned understanding, feeling a headache coming on. "Forget the restaurant. Let us find an inn instead. If we need food, we can have the inn prepare something. I still have a little money. It should suffice, perhaps." As he finished, doubt crept in, recalling Ace's prodigious appetite. Thus, the two found a clean inn in town, a double room with 2 beds. To avoid drawing attention to the handcuffs, Ian removed his shirt and draped it over them. They ordered food brought to their room. Yet the sight of 2 large men remaining in close quarters inevitably attracted the innkeeper's curious gaze. Goodness, what a predicament, Ian thought, bemused by the innkeeper's likely inappropriate assumptions. Amidst these troublesome thoughts, Ian and Ace shared their dinner, then reclined on their respective beds. He felt fortunate that it was Ace's right hand that was shackled to his left, rather than both right hands, which would have made sleeping a troublesome affair. He certainly did not wish to share a bed with Ace. For the past few days, Ian had been adrift at sea, having not rested upon a soft bed for quite some time. As he reclined for a moment, he soon succumbed to a state of drowsiness. At that moment, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. What had he forgotten? Where were Johnny and Joseph? Why had he not seen them in a while? Perhaps it was of little consequence. Those 2 fellows could likely fend for themselves. With this thought, Ian drifted into slumber, lulled by Ace's rhythmic snoring. Unbeknownst to him, just outside Rog Town, a formidable fleet of dozens of grand ships lay anchored upon the waters. This was an extensive armada, each vessel a sizable maritime craft, varying in design. At first glance, one might assume it to be a merchant convoy. However, the black pirate flags fluttering atop each mast unmistakably revealed their true identity, a formidable pirate crew, a significant one at that. The black flags bore the image of a skull, flanked by hourglass motifs on either side. Any seasoned sailor who caught sight of this flag would likely gasp in terror, for it belonged to the largest pirate crew in the East Sea, the Krieg Pirates. As night descended, lanterns illuminated each pirate ship, and from the flagship at the forefront of the fleet, anguished cries echoed from within the cabin. This vessel was the flagship of the Krieg Pirates, helmed by the notorious Krieg, the self-proclaimed sovereign of the East Sea. He lounged nonchalantly in a chair, puffing on a cigar, while casting a cold gaze upon 2 individuals being mercilessly beaten by a group of pirates. Once the ruffians had satisfied their brutality and dispersed, Krieg spoke with a chilling demeanor. "Are you ready to talk now?" The 2 battered souls lay helplessly on the ground, unable to rise. Their bodies were swollen, blood filling their mouths, presenting a wretched sight that rendered them nearly unrecognizable. Yet, one could still faintly discern the tattoo of the sea character on one of their cheeks. If Ian had been present, he would surely have recognized them, for the 2 beaten men were none other than Johnny and Joseph. Chapter 54. A convergence of forces. Ian had not been preoccupied with the whereabouts of Johnny and Joseph, as he assumed that they had lost track of him while he was pursuing Ace. After all, amidst the throngs of people in the square, it was entirely plausible that Johnny and Joseph could not locate him. Moreover, it was important to note that Johnny and Joseph had chosen to follow him out of their own volition. Ian, merely touched by their sense of justice and willingness to step up, had offered to treat them to a meal as a token of gratitude. Their relationship was not particularly profound. Thus, when Johnny and Joseph vanished, Ian did not dwell on it excessively. However, he overlooked a critical detail. When he apprehended members of the Krieg Pirates, Johnny and Joseph were present. The emergence of the Krieg Pirates in Logtown was no mere coincidence. Given the current scale of the Krieg Pirates, attacking ordinary small villages would not suffice to meet their needs. They still required supplies from larger cities. While Captain Carp was in Logtown, the Krieg Pirates dared not set foot there, but once he departed, the pirates wasted no time in resupplying the town. The group of pirates Ian captured was, in fact, a contingent dispatched by the Krieg Pirates for procurement. Unexpectedly, this group had the audacity to attempt to rob Ian, only to find themselves ensnared instead. With 20 or 30 members, it was certain that there were more lurking about. Once Ian handed this group over to the naval base, The remaining members of the Krieg pirates in town quickly learned of the development. Led by their officer, Ironwall Barra, the Krieg pirates sought immediate retribution against Ian. At that moment, however, Ian was in pursuit of Ace at the execution platform square, resulting in Barra capturing only the slower Johnny and Joseph. This explained why Johnny and Joseph found themselves aboard the Krieg ship. They had been taken there. Upon hearing Krieg's inquiries, Johnny and Joseph struggled to lift their heads and replied, We already said it. It was just us two who captured them. There were no others." In response, Ironwall Barra, standing nearby, swung his round iron shield and struck Johnny squarely in the face. Johnny let out a gasp as blood erupted from his mouth, splattering against the adjacent wall. Standing at a vivid crimson, "Do you take me for a fool?" Krieg asked darkly. "My men informed me that 3 pirate hunters were involved in the capture. Yet you claim there were no others?" "Indeed, there truly were none." Johnny could not articulate further, prompting Joseph to interject, "It was all us." With a sudden movement, Krieg rose to his full stature, embodying the might of the East Blue's dominant pirate crew. Towering and imposing in his resplendent golden armor, he exuded an air of authority as he addressed the two. "Do you think that merely shifting the blame will absolve you for harming my Krieg pirates? Since you are unwilling to reveal the identity of the 3rd pirate hunter, we shall continue until you relent." With a command from Krieg, the surrounding pirates surged forward once more, unleashing a brutal assault upon Johnny and Joseph. Only after the ground beneath them was soaked with their blood did the pirates finally cease their onslaught. "So, do you still refuse to speak?" Krieg taunted, his gaze fixated on the 2 men. Yet, despite their earlier cries of agony, Johnny and Joseph remained resolute, gritting their teeth in silence. In a trembling motion, Joseph even dared to extract a crumpled cigarette from his pocket, placing it between his lips as he declared, "Though we may be weak, do not underestimate our loyalty." Krieg's forehead pulsed with rage, for Joseph's words had undeniably struck a nerve, provoking his sense of authority. He bellowed, "Strike! Beat them until they are broken." Thus, Johnny and Joseph endured yet another round of merciless punishment, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Throughout the ordeal, they never once pleaded for mercy, let alone divulged the name of Ian. "Krieg, they have passed out. What shall we do?" Ironwall Barra inquired hesitantly. After a moment's contemplation, Krieg smirked and ordered, "Bring a few men and toss them into Roguetown overnight. If they refuse to speak, then let the 3rd pirate hunter come to us of his own accord." Soon, several pirates approached, hoisting the limp forms of Johnny and Joseph and transporting them onto a small boat, which they then rowed towards Roguetown. "Prepare yourselves," Krieg instructed his subordinates. "As soon as the remaining pirate hunter appears, seize him and bring him to me." Captain, what about our brothers imprisoned at the naval base? Should we rescue them?" a cautious pirate asked. "Rescue them for what?" Krieg scoffed with disdain. "They have tarnished the reputation of the Krieg pirates. Let them rot in their cells for eternity." At Krieg's words, a shiver ran through the surrounding pirates, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. In Roguetown, there are, in fact, 2 ports. The eastern port, the larger of the 2, is where the Krieg pirates are docked, while simultaneously, a pirate ship is anchored at the western port. It is Buggy's Baikadaupu. At that moment, Buggy was in the cabin of the Baikadaupu, clutching a key and laughing heartily. "Haha, is this the key to the sea prison handcuffs?" Buggy laughed until he could hardly stand, and after a while, he wiped away his tears of mirth and asked a slender pirate before him, "Are you certain that fellow named Ian is truly shackled?" Absolutely no mistake. The diminutive pirate was a member of Buggy's crew. Upon hearing the news, he declared with unwavering conviction, "I was present in the square at that time. The pirate hunter named Ian was engaged in a battle, though I couldn't discern against whom. It was likely a pirate he sought to capture. I noticed keys falling from him and discreetly collected them underfoot." "Haha, well done," Buggy exclaimed, patting the small pirate on the back. "You have accomplished a great feat this time. I hereby promote you to the position of first mate." The little pirate was instantly elated, showering Buggy with thanks. However, Buggy was too preoccupied to acknowledge his gratitude. He stroked his chin, contemplating the keys in his possession. The keys to the sea prism stone handcuffs were specially crafted, containing components of the sea prism stone itself. As a devil fruit user, Buggy sensed this immediately upon acquiring the keys. Although he was astonished that Ian bore handcuffs made of such material, upon hearing the report from the small pirate, Buggy recognized an opportunity had arisen. After escaping from the naval prison in Shell's Town, Buggy re-established contact with his crew, who had fled on their vessel. In a pirate crew, the captain holds absolute authority. Generally, members cannot abandon the crew without the captain's consent. The pirates who had escaped on the Bikadop ship were aware that their captain might also have escaped. Thus they did not dare to covet Buggy's treasures or ship, remaining loyal to their ranks. Despite successfully fleeing, Buggy seethed with resentment. The experience of being captured was a profound humiliation for him. Had the Navy apprehended him, he might have reconciled with it. But to be captured by an obscure pirate hunter was intolerable. After all, Buggy was a pirate who had returned from the Grand Line. How could he swallow such indignity? Thus, upon his escape, Buggy's foremost intention was to exact revenge on Ian. His Bikadop ship was a grand vessel, and once the sails were billowed, its speed naturally surpassed that of Ian's. Even though he departed Shell's Town 2 days later than Ian and had to take a detour to evade Admiral Carp's warship, he ultimately caught up to Ian in Rogue Town. However, he harbored some trepidation regarding Ian's peculiar abilities, which deterred him from confronting Ian directly despite his relentless pursuit. He pondered deeply about the nature of Ian's devil fruit powers. When facing a devil fruit user, if one is unaware of the type of fruit consumed, one must rely on judgment and speculation during combat, which can lead to significant disadvantages. He had meticulously inquired among his subordinates and confirmed that Ian had indeed emerged from the sea when he first boarded the Bikadop ship. However, the flames that enveloped Ian's fists and blades were undeniably real, which vexed Buggy greatly. A devil fruit user who could swim? That seemed implausible. Buggy preferred to believe that Ian utilized some special means to swim to his ship. The inherent flaw of a devil fruit user cannot simply be negated. Thus, when the diminutive pirate responsible for surveillance returned to Buggy with the key to the sea prison stone handcuffs and informed him that Ian was shackled, Buggy erupted into hearty laughter. Even with extraordinary means to endure the ocean's embrace, being bound by those handcuffs left one utterly helpless, did it not? Crew. Buggy suddenly sprang to his feet and proclaimed, "Prepare yourselves. Tomorrow we shall arrive at Rogue Town. The opportunity for vengeance has come." The members of the Buggy pirate crew immediately echoed his fervent cry. Both factions of pirates had set their sights on Ian, eager to exact their revenge. Yet, was this the conclusion? No. The narrative was far from over. At this moment, amidst the calm of the Grand Line's doldrums, a naval vessel was cruising through the night. Despite the darkness, the lookout on the crow's nest, aided by the faint glimmer of stars, discerned the silhouette of an island. "Captain Smoker, the island of Lowtown is in sight," the lookout shouted from above. "If all goes well, we should reach Lowtown by dawn." "Understood," replied a man on the deck, his mouth occupied with 2 cigars, enveloped in a haze of smoke, as he continued to puff away, the embers flickering in the night's obscurity. The Creek Pirates, the Buggy Pirates, and Captain Smoker of the Navy headquarters, along with Ian and Ace, were all destined to converge upon Lowtown, heralding a momentous event at the break of day. Chapter 55. Turmoil at the break of dawn. The following day, Ian awoke, a habit cultivated during his time in Frostmoon Village. However, upon rising, he discovered that Ace had somehow tumbled from his bed to the floor, his unruly sleeping posture exacerbated by the handcuffs that nearly dragged Ian down with him. With a resigned shake of his head, Ian roused Ace, and together they exited the room. After a brief wash, they made their way to the inn for breakfast. The morning meal provided by the inn was far from delectable, yet the two paid little heed to its quality, content that it would suffice to satiate their hunger. As they ate, Ian took the opportunity to assess his psychic energy. Now at level 6, his attributes had grown, bolstered by the enhancement from 2 cards, culminating in a total of 112 points of psychic energy. The previous day's exertion, utilizing the Evil King's flame-slashing sword to sever the Sea Tower stone handcuffs, had nearly depleted his energy reserves. Fortunately, thanks to his intermediate psychic cultivation skill, he could regain 5 points of energy per hour, and after a night's rest, he had replenished over 40 points. Ian estimated that this energy would be sufficient to sever the chains. The management of psychic energy had always been a significant challenge for him. Although the intermediate cultivation skill provided a percentage boost to his energy, its training was cumbersome, requiring a small expenditure of energy to gain even a modicum of proficiency. Consequently, even with relentless practice day and night, he could only amass a slight increase in proficiency after over 20 hours. He was still quite far from attaining the advanced psychic cultivation skill. Moreover, Ian had discovered something troubling. He was unable to generate psychic energy on his own. This was evident from his basic attributes. When he was still at level 1, his strength, speed, and life points possessed some foundational values. Yet his psychic energy was a complete zero. All his current psychic energy was derived from level-up bonuses and card enhancements. Thus, Ian found himself pondering the essence of psychic energy. Was it merely a means to enable the use of card skills? Such profound inquiries remained beyond his grasp. Returning to the present, Ian observed Ace, his cheeks bulging with food, and remarked, "Once I sever the chains, you should accompany me to meet with Garp. After all, while the chains may break, the handcuffs will still remain on your wrists. We must find a way to unlock them." To Ian's surprise, Ace shook his head defiantly. "No. I said I won't go." "Why not?" Ian replied, exasperated. "What harm is there in meeting your grandfather? Even if you don't wish to join the Navy, you could simply tell him in person. Is it your intention to avoid him for the rest of your life? You don't understand." Ace retorted. "That old man is a stubborn mule. Our interactions are nothing but a clash of fists. I have told him countless times since childhood that I refuse to become a Marine, yet he never listens. He just beats me. Reasoning with him is utterly futile." Ian was at a loss for words, finally gritting his teeth and asking, "Are you truly forcing me to capture you?" Ace turned his head with a hint of curiosity, inquiring, "Why must you insist on apprehending me? Is it because my grandfather is a vice admiral, and you wish to curry favor with him? Do you aspire to join the Navy?" Ian hesitated before revealing the truth to Ace, saying, "I need to enlist your grandfather's assistance to save someone." "Who do you wish to save?" Ace asked, intrigued. "My junior sister," Ian replied. "Although we share no blood ties, I have always regarded her as my own sister. She has been in a coma, and I hope to seek a renowned naval doctor through your grandfather." "Haha, so that's the case." Ace laughed, adjusting his hat. "This is easy. I'll write a letter to the old man, stating that you've successfully captured me. Thus, he will consider his task accomplished, and you will be able to negotiate with him later. Will that work?" Ian questioned uncertainly. "He instructed me to capture you dozens of times until you renounce piracy." This left Ace momentarily speechless, realizing how unyielding his grandfather truly was, demanding that one be captured repeatedly. Subsequently, Ace requested paper and a pen from the innkeeper and began to compose the letter while leaning over the dining table. Regardless of the outcome, it was worth a try, and since he was setting sail alone, he had some matters to discuss with Garp, making this a perfect opportunity. As Ace wrote, Ian, unable to peer over at his work, idly observed the inn. At that moment, a previous guest rushed in from outside. Panic etched across his face as he exclaimed, "Something terrible has happened in town." This statement instantly captured the attention of the breakfasting guests, who hurriedly pressed for details. "What is it? Have pirates appeared?" The messenger nodded, stating, "It's the Krieg pirates." Upon hearing that name, the inn's patrons erupted into cries, with some fearful guests hastily rising to flee, while others, even more terrified, dove beneath the tables. The inn was thrown into chaos. Seeing the commotion, the messenger quickly reassured, calm down. The Krieg pirates are not attacking. They merely appeared in the central square. It seems they are not here to rob." The guests finally breathed a collective sigh of relief. Ian watched in astonishment as the scene unfolded, surprised at the formidable reputation of the Krieg pirates. Just the news of their appearance had instilled such fear among the inn's patrons. Under the persistent inquiries of the crowd, the traveler who had brought the news recounted his observations in detail, stating, "This morning, I rose quite early and decided to take a stroll. To my surprise, I noticed that the town's naval forces had suddenly mobilized, heading towards the square. Driven by curiosity, I followed them, only to discover that over 500 pirates from the Krieg pirates were assembled in the square. 5 over 500. The mere mention of this figure startled the onlookers. Indeed, what a formidable display. The traveler continued, his heart still racing. Almost all the naval personnel in the town had been deployed, confronting the pirates. Strangely, However, the Creek pirates did not engage in combat. They simply placed two bloodied individuals on the square and stood by with their arms crossed, making no further moves. Did they not clash? The audience inquired, surprised. Surely the Navy made no attempt to apprehend them? Do not jest. The Navy's numbers pale in comparison. The traveler countered. Are you not aware of the Creek pirates' formidable size? If 500 appeared, how many more might be lurking in the town? Indeed, the crowd murmured, apprehensively. The Navy of Rogtown likely numbers only around 500 as well. In a confrontation, who could predict the victor? Something ominous is brewing in the town. Perhaps we should hasten our departure, suggested one. This remark garnered considerable agreement, prompting many to hurriedly return to their lodgings to gather their belongings. Yet, some daring individuals continued to press the traveler for more information. You mentioned the Creek pirates left behind two bloodied individuals? What transpired? I cannot say for certain. The traveler shrugged. However, judging by their demeanor, it seemed they were showcasing those two in the square, perhaps seeking vengeance? Vengeance. That is indeed plausible. The crowd speculated. But who could those unfortunate souls be to provoke the Creek pirates? I am uncertain. But I have heard whispers that those two bloodied individuals are bounty hunters, the traveler replied. Upon hearing this, Ian's heart sank. For reasons unknown. The mere mention of the term bounty hunter instantly brought to mind the missing Johnny and Joseph from the previous day. It was hard not to think so, especially since he had just captured a member of the Creek pirates yesterday. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ian abruptly stood up. As he tugged on the handcuffs, Ace, who had been writing a letter, inadvertently trembled, leaving a large streak on the paper. He looked up at Ian in surprise and asked, "What is the matter?" Without uttering a word, Ian drew the longsword from his back, flames erupting fiercely as he aimed to sever the chain connecting them. With over 40 points of energy concentrated, and targeting the very spot he had cut yesterday, he managed to melt through half of the chain. The chain, being composed of interlinked segments, meant that even though half had been severed, the remaining links, though still sturdy, had their tensile strength significantly reduced. With a determined effort, Ian finally broke free from the chains. The well of spiritual energy had completely run dry, leaving Ian enveloped in an overwhelming fatigue. He turned to Ace and said, "Once you have pinned the letter, leave it with the innkeeper. I shall retrieve it later. If you need to depart, feel free to do so. I shall grant you amnesty this time. What are you planning to do?" Ace inquired, puzzled. "To take a life," Ian replied, lowering the brim of his hat, sheathing his long blade upon his back, and striding out of the inn. The patrons within the inn had noticed the ominous flames dancing upon Ian's sword, leaving them in a state of shock as they watched him exit. Once they regained their senses, panic ensued, and they scattered in terror. Ian's menacing declaration before his departure had instilled a chilling realization among the guests. Calamity was imminent. Not only had pirates arrived in town, but also a monster. Only Ace, scratching his head in contemplation, eventually turned around to complete his letter, sealing it with care before handing it to the innkeeper, who was hidden behind the counter, requesting him to safeguard it. He then graciously bowed in gratitude for the hospitality before making his way toward the exit. The innkeeper hastily called out, "Hey, young man. Where are you off to?" "I am going to assist in taking a life," Ace replied over his shoulder, a smile gracing his face. The innkeeper stood in stunned silence, unsure of how to respond, until Ace had distanced himself, at which point he suddenly shouted, "Hey, you still owe for your lodging." Chapter 56. The bounty is no longer needed. As Ian strolled down the bustling street, he remained oblivious to the fact that he and Ace had inadvertently embarked on yet another escapade of indulgence. His attention was drawn to the immense commotion that had erupted in the town. Children, once frolicking outside, were forcibly summoned back home by anxious parents, and every shop had shuttered its doors, securing them with bolts. The street was not entirely devoid of life, however. What caught the eye was a throng of individuals frantically attempting to flee, their expressions marked by alarm and uncertainty. It was not uncommon to witness someone stumble and fall, only to be trampled by the panicking crowd. The entire town of Rogtown had descended into chaos. In that moment, Ian truly grasped the peril that pirates posed to this world. The notorious reputation of the Creek pirates alone was enough to instill terror among the populace. One could only imagine the horrific scenes they wrought during their rampages of slaughter and plunder. There exists a distinction among pirates, and from this perspective, Ian mused that Luffy and his Straw Hat Pirates could scarcely be deemed true pirates. A more accurate designation would be that of a notorious adventuring crew sought by the world government, adorned with bounties. Indeed, they were merely a band of adventurers, not the ruthless marauders that the likes of the Krieg pirates represented, who acted with reckless abandon, committing atrocities without remorse. Ian had not anticipated that the Krieg pirates would capture Johnny and Joseph. According to the accounts of travelers who bore witness, it seemed that the two had endured considerable suffering. As for the audacious display of the Krieg pirates in the square, parading the bloodied forms of Johnny and Joseph, Ian quickly deduced their intention. They sought to lure him out. What puzzled Ian, however, was why they did not approach him directly, but rather opted for such a theatrical method. Was it merely to demonstrate their power to other bounty hunters? Or could it be that Johnny and Joseph had failed to divulge his name and whereabouts, thus forcing the Krieg pirates to resort to such tactics to draw him in? Confounded by these connections, Ian resolved to take action. This was not merely about rescuing Johnny and Joseph. It was also a matter of retribution for the affront they had committed. Moreover, the bounty on Krieg's head was substantial. To Ian, who had been driven to avarice by the system, that man was a veritable walking symbol of wealth. While hurrying towards the square, Ian suddenly heard Ace's voice calling from behind. "Ian, wait for me." Turning around, he saw Ace approaching, his backpack slung over his shoulder. "What brings you here?" Ian asked in surprise. "This is my affair. Why are you following me?" "Ha ha, don't be so stubborn," Ace replied, adjusting his hat with a grin. "If I am not mistaken, that fiery sword of yours must be quite taxing on your stamina, right? Yesterday, you attempted once, and today you resorted to it again to unlock the handcuffs. The weariness etched on your face betrays your true state. Do you still possess the strength to fight?" Exhaustion is indeed present, yet it is a mental fatigue rather than a physical depletion. This lingering after effect persists even after your energy is spent. And although it has improved since the initial, intense headache, it remains inescapable. Ian initially intended to elucidate this to Ace, but after contemplation, he decided against it. If Ace prefers to think that way, so be it. His desire to assist stems from genuine goodwill, making it difficult to refuse. Moreover, Ian realized that the sheer number of the Krieg pirates posed considerable complications. Although most of them are mere lackeys, their abundance could prove troublesome. Having someone to help is invariably advantageous. "Very well, let us proceed," Ian stated plainly, foregoing expressions of gratitude. Thus, the two raced towards the plaza, swiftly returning to the execution platform where they had been just the day before. The presence of the Krieg pirates here likely relates to the symbolic significance of the execution platform. They presumably aim to execute anyone who dares challenge their authority, thereby instilling fear in other pirate hunters. Upon their arrival, Ian and his companion observed a multitude of Navy soldiers encircling the Krieg pirates in the center, muskets raised and ready. Ordinary citizens had long since vacated the plaza. Even the most audacious would only dare to watch from a distance. As the tense standoff between the Navy and pirates hinted at an imminent conflict, one in which a civilian's involvement would be tantamount to courting death. The Navy, with weapons poised at the pirates, found themselves in a standoff. Neither side dared to initiate hostilities. The Navy remained uncertain of the Krieg pirates' intentions, recognizing that they did not appear to be there for robbery. Despite their duty to apprehend pirates, they were acutely aware of their current disadvantage in strength and thus refrained from striking first. Conversely, the Krieg pirates had received explicit instructions from Krieg to avoid engaging with the Navy unless absolutely necessary, for significant casualties among the Navy could provoke the legendary Marine, Carp, who would pursue the Krieg pirates to the ends of the earth. Although Krieg was arrogant, he held a healthy respect for Carp. Unable to engage in combat, the Navy opted for verbal communication. A Navy captain, wielding a megaphone, addressed the pirates. "You are surrounded. Surrender your weapons and submit." Upon Ian's arrival, he overheard this proclamation and felt a peculiar sensation. It resembled the dramatic exchanges one sees in films when police confront criminals. Yet he had never witnessed a criminal surrendering in response to such demands. As anticipated, the moment the words were uttered, the pirates erupted in protest. "Keep your distance. We are not here to trouble you. Indeed, if you value your lives, vacate this place." What of the Navy? The clique pirate crew has never known fear. The pirates remain unconcerned, leaving the Navy lieutenant in a state of quandary. The commander of the Logtown base has just been reassigned, and the incoming Colonel Smoker has yet to arrive. Now, with this sudden upheaval, the highest-ranking officer present is left without a strategy. He contemplates issuing an attack order, but is apprehensive about the consequences it may entail, resulting in a moment of indecision. Amidst this peculiar atmosphere, Ian and Ace maneuver through the ranks of Navy soldiers, making their way into the encirclement. One soldier, upon spotting them, hurriedly grasped Ian, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Get out of here. This is not a matter for ordinary people. Are you risking your lives just to watch?" "Fear not," Ian reassured him, patting the soldier on the shoulder. "These pirates are after me, and we are far from ordinary." In the bewildered gaze of the Navy soldier, Ian and Ace pushed through the crowd, finding themselves at the center of attention. All eyes converged upon the two. "Who are you?" a pirate asked, his voice laced with confusion. Ian adjusted his hat, pulling it down more securely, and smiled. "You were looking for me, weren't you? Well, here I am, looking for you." "You," the pirate stammered, momentarily at a loss. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon seeing Ian's smile, he shivered involuntarily, unable to continue his sentence. Ignoring the stunned pirates, Ian approached Johnny and Joseph, who lay battered on the ground. He crouched beside them, assessing their condition. They had been grievously injured. Had it not been for their faint breaths, Ian would have presumed them lifeless. As he gently patted Johnny, he heard him murmur, "I won't say. I won't say." Though he was entirely unconscious, these words, uttered in a state of delirium, darkened Ian's gaze further. Upon witnessing Ian's actions, the pirates began to comprehend that this newly emerged figure, adorned with a barriered hat, was the third bounty hunter their leader had tasked them to find. "Seize him! Kill him!" With a sudden uproar, the pirates surged towards Ian. However, just as the nearest pirates reached him, they were met with a flash of blades. And in the next instant, those who had charged forth were abruptly dismembered. Some were cleaved in two from the crown of their heads, while others found their upper and lower halves separated. Regardless of the manner of their demise, they all shared a common fate, cut in two by Ian's blade. As their blood erupted forth, the scene transformed into a veritable downpour of crimson, drenching Ian in the aftermath. Amidst the sanguine deluge, he raised his blade and gazed at the remaining pirates, a smile gracing his lips. "Today, I find myself in a rather foul mood, so I shall not accept your bounty." Chapter 57. Rock, paper, scissors. Not only the pirates, but even the naval soldiers at the rear were horrified by the sudden and gruesome scene that unfolded before them. 5 pirates charged forward, only to fall as if they had been cleaved in two, painting the ground in a shocking crimson hue. The sheer intensity of the visual assault was overwhelming, causing some of the less psychologically resilient naval soldiers to double over and retch. Even Ace found himself unsettled. He furrowed his brow, gazing at Ian, feeling as though he were witnessing a different person entirely from the one he had sparred with. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In the next moment, Ian boldly advanced towards the members of the Krieg pirates. Although mentally drained and unable to utilize his abilities, Ian was, after all, a swordsman who had honed his craft for years. Each strike he delivered was the culmination of countless hours of practice, refined to perfection. Enhanced by the powers and speed granted by his cards, he surged through the ranks of pirates like a bloodthirsty beast, unleashing a torrent of carnage. Each movement, each flash of his blade, was accompanied by the anguished cries of fallen foes, blood spraying in every direction. Before Ace could even make his move, Ian had already felled dozens of pirates, each with a single, lethal stroke. The Sword Saint's blade finally unleashed its true might, demonstrating a raw and brutal style of slashing that Ian executed with remarkable finesse. Every adversary daring to stand in his path was cleaved in two. Blood heralded the onset of slaughter, while screams composed the melody of fear. In that moment, Ian resembled a demon traversing a sea of gore, devoid of any compassion, mercilessly dispatching every pirate that crossed his line of sight, indifferent to their identities. Each was simply a target to be eliminated. Ian did not harbor a desire to kill. After all, he was a visitor from a peaceful society and had spent years in the tranquil village of Frostmoon. He had always maintained his moral compass, typically opting to merely injure the pirates he captured. Even in the case of Kabeji, he had shown restraint. He could have easily severed Kabeji in two had he chosen to do so. However, a reluctance to kill does not equate to an inability to do so. Upon witnessing the horrific fates of Johnny and Joseph, Ian could no longer contain his fury. Indeed, Johnny and Joseph were mere footnotes in the grand tapestry of life. Many might regard them as dispensable characters, likely never to intersect with Ian's path had they not drawn near. Yet, it was precisely these two insignificant figures, loyal to their convictions, who chose not to divulge Ian's whereabouts, thereby inciting the brutal vengeance of the Krieg pirates. Is it not a righteous endeavor for a bounty hunter to capture pirates? They merely adhered to their principles. What fault did they possess to warrant such cruel treatment? Must their weakness render them deserving of such scorn from the powerful? If that is the case, then I am stronger than you, and I shall extend you no mercy. In this world of pirates, every individual harbors their own ambitions. Zaro and Kuina strive for their dreams, Buggy lives for his treasure, Ace yearns for freedom. But what of Ian? Upon his arrival in this realm, he too experienced a moment of confusion, struggling to discern his purpose. Yet today, at this very moment, Ian has finally grasped his resolve. He shall live to become stronger. When Ian, immersed in slaughter and contemplation, regained his senses, the square was already littered with corpses. Over 500 pirates, originally gathered from the Krieg pirates, had been mercilessly slain by Ian in a mere span of time. More than 140 had fallen. Vivid crimson blood flowed like a stream, sufficient to saturate the square, while the sun ascended, intensifying the stench of carnage in the air. Several pirates collapsed before Ian, their legs quaking in terror. Initially believing they too would meet their demise, they were startled when Ian abruptly ceased his assault. As relief washed over them, the fear became overwhelming, causing them to wet their trousers in unison. The exertion had drained Ian's stamina, and he gasped for breath, gripping his still-dripping blade. Surveying the remaining pirates, every pirate met his gaze with a shudder, finally awakening from their stupor induced by the carnage. "Hey, a demon!" they gasped in unison. The remaining pirates, overwhelmed by terror, erupted into frantic flight. Tears and snot streamed down their faces. Though they were seasoned marauders, they had never encountered such brutal slaughter. No one could withstand the might of that demon's blade. Those who dared to block it were reduced to mere fragments. Thus, the sole thought that consumed the fleeing pirates was to escape far, far away from this fiend. However, just then, a thunderous roar halted their escape. "Where do you think you're going?" The voice of their captain, familiar to all members of the Krieg pirates, resonated through the air. The formidable presence of Captain Krieg, long established, quelled their impulse to flee, and they turned in unison towards the source of the voice. From the opposite side of the square emerged the tyrant of the East Blue, Captain Krieg himself, adorned in resplendent golden armor, flanked by several high-ranking members of his crew and hundreds of subordinates. He traversed the encirclement of the navy, and not a single soldier dared confront him. Instead, they recoiled in fear, allowing him to pass unimpeded. "Captain Krieg, you have finally arrived." The pirates who had contemplated fleeing wept with relief. Feeling their leader's timely appearance diminish their desire to escape, they collectively implored, "Captain, avenge us. That boy is too powerful." "Silence!" Krieg bellowed, silencing them instantly. Approaching Ian, he surveyed the scene of carnage, his countenance darkening as he addressed Ian. "Did you do this?" Initially, he was apprehensive about his subordinates, fearing they might clash with the navy. Thus, he intended to come and oversee the situation. However, upon arrival, he was taken aback to find one of his men attempting to flee. The terror of escape undoubtedly stemmed from a young man adorned with a barrier hat. Ian remained silent, tilting his head to observe the golden armor encasing the man, then glancing at the diamond-encrusted gauntlets he wielded. A sudden smile broke across his face. "Your head, I shall claim." With that, Ian swung his blade towards Krieg. At that moment, an iron shield unexpectedly emerged, intercepting Ian's strike. Turning to see the source, he beheld a ludicrously dressed individual stepping forth from beside Krieg. This peculiar figure sported iron shields affixed to his belly and back, wielding identical shields in each hand, topped with a round hat. His overall appearance was bizarre. accompanied by a delicate demeanor. Without a doubt, this was Barla, a crew member of the Creek Pirates, daring to confront the captain. "Allow me to handle this." Barla smirked, his lips curling in a playful manner. The ruffians of the Creek Pirates rallied behind him, chanting his name in support. Barla clashed his shields together, producing a clanging metallic sound, proclaiming, "My defense is invincible. I have yet to sustain a wound in battle." However, before Ian could respond, a foot suddenly flew in from the side, striking Barla squarely in the face and sending him tumbling. Ian turned to see Ace, who rubbed his nose and remarked, "I thought you would finish him off alone. I didn't expect a fight." Barla scrambled to his feet, his jaw throbbing with pain, and spat out a bloody tooth, his eyes widening in shock. "Blood, blood!" He trembled, horrified at the sight of his own crimson. "Barla is in danger," he muttered to himself, flames suddenly enveloping him as he shouted at Ace, "I will kill you." Ian, disinterested in the fool, directed his attention to Ace. "He-s yours." "Not a problem," Ace replied, hands on his hips, adjusting his hat. "But fire again? Am I truly destined to be entwined with flames?" As Ace engaged Barla, Ian was surprised to see another figure approach from behind Creek. This newcomer sported short hair, a bandana atop his head, and wielded two mace-tipped cross staffs, his face alight with a bloodthirsty grin. "Ah, it's the demon, Akin. He-s about to strike," cheered the crew of the Creek Pirates. Ian recognized Akin and raised his gaze to the towering Creek, mockingly asking, "Are you truly going to let your subordinates come out one by one to fight for you?" Creek let a smile curl at the corner of his mouth, replying, "Strength lies in numbers, does it not?" As the two conversed, the ghastly figure of Akin struck with great force. The heavy hammer of his cross-shaped staff descended upon Ian's chest, accompanied by a whistling sound, indicating the tremendous power behind it. Akin appeared quite confident in his assault. However, what he did not anticipate was Ian's unwavering stance. Without flinching or dodging, Ian countered with a swift slash of his blade aimed directly at Akin's weapon. His speed surpassed that of Akin, and his strength eclipsed it as well. With a decisive stroke, he severed Akin's weapon and immediately glided behind him. With his long knife held horizontally, he swiftly sliced through Akin's abdomen. Akin could hardly fathom the immense gash that had been inflicted upon him, having been caught off guard by Ian's astonishing speed. It was a fatal strike. As Akin clutched his wounded belly and collapsed, Ace had also concluded his bout with Barla, who lay battered and unconscious from Ace's relentless blows. Despite Ace's ferocious combat style, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. This turn of events left Creek in a state of bewilderment. He had never fathomed that his two most capable subordinates would falter so easily, unable to withstand even a brief confrontation. Both Ace and Ian possessed strength that surpassed that of Luffy and Zoro, who would set sail 3 years later. The so-called elite cadre of Creek's pirate crew were hardly stronger than mere underlings in comparison to the two. With only one opponent remaining, Ace inquired, "Shall I take the next turn, or will you?" He acknowledged that he had held back earlier. Ian pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about we settle this with a game of rock, paper, scissors?" "Excellent idea," Ace exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in approval. Thus, before the multitude of pirates and Navy personnel, the two boldly engaged in their playful contest, showing no regard for Creek, the self-proclaimed overlord of the East Blue. Chapter 58. A delightful misunderstanding. Click was incensed by the antics of Ian and Ace, unable to tolerate their nonchalant game of rock, paper, scissors. With a flourish, he unfurled his cloak, revealing an array of firearms that glinted ominously from his shoulders, waist, and hands, before unleashing a barrage of gunfire directed at Ian and Ace. The deafening cracks of the shots echoed as bullets hurtled towards them. However, Ian and Ace, despite their playful demeanor, had been acutely aware of Click's movements. The moment he fired, they dodged swiftly. Ian deftly parried the bullets with his sword, emerging unscathed, while Ace sustained a minor injury, a bullet grazing his cheek and leaving a crimson streak. "Oh dear, that was perilous," Ace exclaimed, wiping the blood from his face. "I'll leave this fellow to you." With that, he abandoned Ian and Click, turning back to lift Johnny and Joseph, who were still sprawled on the ground. Recognizing the two as the assailants from the previous day who had been bested by him, Ace, though uncertain of their connection to Ian, decided to carry them away from the fray. Meanwhile, Ian and Click were now engaged in combat. Ian thrust his sword towards Click in a probing attack. Yet Click remained undeterred, allowing the blade to strike his armored waist. The sound of metal clashing resonated as the tip of the sword met Click's formidable armor, failing to penetrate further. "Save your strength," Click mocked, a sneer curling his lips. "This armor is no ordinary steel. It is crafted from a special alloy. Blades cannot harm me." Upon hearing this, Ian's expression soured. He looked at Click with disdain. "Goodness, with that golden sheen. I had assumed your armor was forged from pure gold. To discover it's merely an alloy is rather disappointing. I mean, why pretend to be a wealthy aristocrat if you cannot afford the real deal? I wonder if that gold hue is just paint." Click, taken aback by Ian's sharp retort, felt his temper flare, veins throbbing on his forehead. Utilizing his height advantage, he swung a fist down towards Ian's head. Ian attempted to block with his sword, but Click's punch struck the blade, nearly jarring it from his grip. The diamonds embedded in Click's knuckles, combined with his prodigious strength, made for a formidable weapon. A blow to the head could easily shatter skulls. After absorbing Click's strike, Ian realized he had underestimated his opponent. In sheer physical strength, Click was nearly his equal, and without employing any skills, merely wielding his sword, it would be challenging to breach Click's armor. Consequently, Ian shifted his attack, accelerating as he aimed to slash at Click's legs. A sly grin crept across Click's face as he lifted his leg, preparing to deliver a kick in response to Ian's maneuver. Ian's blade struck against the calf that Creek had kicked towards him. Yet the familiar sound of metal rang out once more. Creek was clad in the same armor hidden beneath his trousers. Ian had not anticipated this. His blade failed to penetrate, and instead, Creek retaliated with a kick to his face, sending him tumbling away. "Ha ha." Creek, reveling in his successful strike, laughed maniacally. "Did you really think I would expose such a blatant weakness?" The surrounding pirates erupted in cheers, affirming their leader's prowess. Indeed, the notorious bounty hunter who had claimed so many lives was utterly helpless against their captain. Ian struggled to rise, spitting blood and feeling a numbing sensation in his jaw. He glanced at Creek's injured calf. Though the fabric was torn, it reflected a similar golden gleam. Creek had truly encased himself in armor from head to toe. Just how insecure could one be? Ian lifted his gaze to Creek's head, realizing that this was the only unprotected spot left. However, before he could make his move, an instinctive sense of danger surged through him, prompting him to leap away from his position. At that very moment, the space he had just vacated erupted in a tremendous explosion. Boom! The shockwave of the blast propelled Ian through the air, the force wrapping around him like a vice, leaving him in immense discomfort. He quickly deduced that the explosion had been caused by a cannonball. Someone had attacked him with artillery. Yet, it could not have been Creek. He had been watching him closely and had seen no movement. As Ian, disheveled and dazed, began to rise, a familiar laughter echoed around him. "Ha ha ha. How does it feel, barrier brat, to experience a cannonball?" Turning around, Ian spotted a group of figures at another street corner, led by a man wearing a captain's hat, with a gray-white skull design crossing his forehead, beneath which lay a large round red nose. Buggy. Ian was utterly astonished. Although he had learned of Buggy's escape during his encounter with Garp, he never imagined he would find him here. Beside Buggy stood a cannon, from which the earlier cannonball had evidently been fired, accompanied by Moji and Kabeji, with the lion also in tow. Creek, taken aback by the explosion, turned to see Ian's reaction to Buggy's presence. While he had never interacted with Buggy, he was aware of the notorious name of the Buggy Pirates, among the more infamous crews in the East Blue, whose leaders were all on bounty lists. Yet, he remained uncertain of Buggy's intentions for appearing, choosing instead to remain silent and observe the unfolding situation. At that moment, the naval soldiers stationed on the periphery were drenched in cold sweat. This was dire. The arrival of the Krieg pirates was already troubling, but now the appearance of the Buggy pirates as well? Just days prior, due to the recent prison break orchestrated by the Buggy pirates, Buggy's bounty had been updated to a staggering amount, placing him in the same league as the other notorious pirates. Now, 2 pirate crews with bounties in the millions had simultaneously surfaced in Log Town. How would they resolve this predicament? "Lieutenant, what shall we do?" A naval petty officer inquired quietly. The lieutenant was at a loss. with the naval forces in Log Town struggling to contend with the Krieg pirates alone. The addition of the buggy pirates made their chances of victory seem bleak. "Order everyone not to fire," he whispered urgently, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. "It appears both pirate crews are here seeking vengeance against that bounty hunter. Let us hope they take their revenge and then depart." The petty officer widened his eyes. Is that appropriate? That man is a bounty hunter. Should we not assist him?" The lieutenant seized the petty officer by the collar, gritting his teeth. "Assist? Tell me how we can assist. Shall we send all our soldiers to charge forward? Have you considered the consequences? If we fail, Log Town will be looted by these two crews." The petty officer, realizing the gravity of the situation, was also drenched in sweat. The lieutenant released him, his demeanor heavy with despair. "For now, we can only pray for that bounty hunter. May he not perish here." Unexpectedly, Buggy burst into laughter, hands on his hips. Then, he suddenly brandished a dark key, exclaiming, "Look what I have." Ian, initially unable to recognize it, soon recalled the sea prism stone key he had lost, exclaiming in astonishment, "That is my key. How did it end up in your possession? You want it, don't you?" Buggy replied smugly, "But I shall not give it to you." Before he could finish, Buggy suddenly noticed that Ian was standing alone, causing his eyes to bulge in shock. He swiftly grabbed the scrawny pirate from yesterday, pressing his large red nose firmly against the pirate's face, hissing through clenched teeth. "Did you not say he was handcuffed to another person?" The newly promoted cabin boy was so terrified he nearly soiled himself, stammering, "Be Buggy, Captain. I truly did not. I did not see wrong. Did not see wrong." Buggy roared, spitting as he did. "Then where is the other person?" Unbeknownst to him, until this morning, Ian had indeed been handcuffed to Ace. However, Ian had managed to sever the chain using the Evil King's flame sword, thus freeing himself. When he had fired upon Ian from a distance, Buggy had not noticed whether Ian was alone, now that he saw clearly. His first reaction was to feel deceived by his crew. Fortunately, Machi came to the rescue, saying to Buggy, "Captain, look at that kid's wrist. It indeed seems the handcuff is still there." Buggy shielded his eyes with his hand and took a closer look. It indeed seemed to be the case. Without the key, although he could sever the chain, the portion of the handcuffs made of sea prism stone remained unbreakable, as that material was particularly robust. Seeing this, Bucky finally felt reassured and, with his hands on his hips, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Youngster, I recognize that you are shackled with sea prism stone handcuffs. As a devil fruit user, what can you possibly do now that you are restrained?" The crew members of the Bucky Pirates joined in his laughter, taunting, "Indeed, where are your flames?" Crick, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Ian with surprise. Without Bucky's remarks, he had been unaware that Ian was a devil fruit user. This revelation caused a sly grin to re-emerge on Crick's lips. Meanwhile, Ian scratched his head in confusion, pondering the situation. How had this come about? He was certain he had no energy to emit. Why did Bucky believe he was unable to use his flames because of the sea prism stone handcuffs? Unsure of how to respond, he contemplated whether revealing that this was a delightful misunderstanding would lead Bucky to lose confidence in his own intellect entirely. Chapter 59. The Pirates longing for death. At that moment, Buggy was unaware that Ian was silently mocking him. Seeing Ian's silence, Buggy believed he had struck a nerve, which only heightened his amusement. "Youngster," Buggy grinned maliciously, "do you know? During those days I was imprisoned at the Navy base. I could think of nothing but avenging myself upon you. Now, the opportunity has finally arrived. Look at you, shackled by sea stone handcuffs. What can you possibly do to me now?" With that, he produced a cannonball, inserting it into the cannon's mouth, and pointed toward Ian's position, bellowing, "Fire." A member of Buggy's pirate crew lit the fuse with a torch, and with a resounding boom, the cannonball was launched. Ian had already vacated his previous spot by the time the fuse ignited, yet the cannonball still struck precisely where he had been. This was precisely why Buggy had brought the cannon to land. Without the tumultuous rolling of the sea, the cannonballs fired by his crew were remarkably accurate. "Continue. Fire," Buggy commanded, directing his men to press their assault on Ian. The square where the guillotine stood erupted with violent explosions. The sounds reverberated far and wide, causing widespread panic throughout Roguetown. Those who could flee scrambled toward the docks, while those unable to escape huddled in their homes, trembling with their loved ones. Both the eastern and western ports of Rogue Town were now teeming with throngs desperate to escape, jostling together in their frenzy. Every small boat was crammed with anxious passengers. Yet amidst the chaos, some individuals waved their belly notes, pleading for a place aboard. The residents and travelers, focused solely on their escape, failed to notice the massive warship that had emerged on the horizon. It was a standard three-masted sailing vessel from the Navy headquarters, adorned with blue and white camouflage stripes. Its enormous sails emblazoned with the naval insignia. A disheveled man stood at the bow of the ship, peering through binoculars to survey the tumult at Rogue Town's harbor. He puffed on 2 cigars, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, and remarked without turning his head, "Am I mistaken? Is this truly the Rogue Town where I am to assume command? What is the meaning of this crowd of refugees and the explosions in the town?" No one could answer him. Just then, a short-haired female naval soldier rushed out from the cabin, clad in a form-fitting black jacket and armed with a sword. She pushed her glasses up from her forehead. If Ian and Zaro were present, they would surely be astonished by her striking resemblance to Kuina. Upon emerging, she immediately saluted and reported, "Colonel Smoker, I have established contact with the Navy in Rogue Town via Din Mushi." Before she could finish, Smoker interjected, "Tashiji, put on your glasses before you speak." Daki hastily donned her spectacles and immediately realized that she had misidentified her target. Standing before her was merely a speechless naval soldier. I apologize." Daki corrected herself and stood before Smoker, saying, "Colonel Smoker, 2 pirate factions have emerged in Rogue Town. One is the largest pirate fleet of the East Blue, the Krieg Pirates, and the other is the Buggy Pirates, who escaped from prison just 2 days ago. These 2 groups are currently wreaking havoc in Rogue Town, and the ensuing chaos is their doing. What are the Navy in Rogue Town? Why haven't they apprehended them?" Smoker inquired. Daki hesitated before replying. The naval forces in town reported that they lack sufficient military strength. Lacking military strength? Smoker scoffed. Are they afraid of the pirates? Such a navy cannot even be deemed a true navy, even before officially assuming his post. Smoker had already formed a poor impression of the Navy in Rogue Town. However, he was aware that reprimanding them here would yield no results, so he commanded, "Increase your speed. Immediately head for Rogue Town." "Yes." The sailors on deck responded in unison. Although there was but a single ship, Smoker had brought along several of his former subordinates. And with the accompanying naval soldiers, there were now over 200 elite personnel aboard this warship, all from the naval headquarters. This would undoubtedly make Rogue Town even more tumultuous. Meanwhile, Ian was continually on the move, evading the cannonballs fired by Buggy. Despite the accuracy of the cannon fire, he was agile enough to avoid being an easy target. Buggy had launched several cannonballs, none of which had truly struck him. The projectiles were not the specially designed Buggy cannonballs, yet Ian was still somewhat taken aback by their power. These seemingly rudimentary solid cannonballs had initially led Ian to believe they were akin to medieval pirate weaponry. However, upon closer encounter, he discovered that despite their unassuming appearance, these spherical projectiles were considerably potent, their explosive force remarkably fierce, albeit with fewer shrapnel. Realizing that simply dodging was not a viable strategy, Ian contemplated his next move. After sidestepping one cannonball, he suddenly dashed towards Krieg. Krieg had been watching the chaos unfold. Now that Buggy had taken action, he was no longer eager to confront Ian. However, he was taken aback when Ian unexpectedly approached him. And no, Krieg suddenly realized, turning his head just in time to see that Buggy had indeed targeted them with cannonballs. Clad in heavy armor, Krieg possessed adequate defense, but the burdens of his weighty armor were manifest. His speed was insufficient. As the cannonball hurtled towards them, Ian was able to evade it, but Krieg could not escape in time. The cannonball detonated at his feet. Fortunately, during the explosion, Krieg managed to shield himself by wrapping his arms around his body. Thus, while he was blown away, he sustained no significant injuries. He rose to his feet, a dark expression shadowing his face as he bellowed at Buggy. "What do you intend to do?" Buggy chuckled derisively and replied, "I'm firing a cannon at that brat. What about you? Why are you just standing there? Don't you know to get out of the way?" Upon hearing this, the members of Buggy's crew erupted in laughter. It is customary for pirates to harbor animosity towards one another, despite the Krieg pirates' claim to dominance over the East Blue. Buggy's crew has never acknowledged such a status. with Buggy now a pirate of the same caliber, boasting a bounty not far from Creek's. It was only natural for them to regard the Creek pirates with disdain. "You scoundrel! A clownish fool!" Creek spat through gritted teeth, gesturing to his subordinates. "Teach them a lesson." The Creek pirates, who had merely been spectators of the combat between Creek and Ian, now found their purpose as they charged towards Buggy's crew with a cacophony of battle cries. "Teach me a lesson?" Buggy scoffed. "Boys, show them the might of the Buggy pirates." And thus, the two pirate crews clashed in a flurry of fist and chaos. Ian, along with the surrounding naval officers, found themselves momentarily stunned. How had it come to this? How had the two pirate crews erupted into battle over a mere disagreement? They had planned to join forces for revenge, yet here they were, bewildered. However, Creek and Buggy remained unfazed. Such was the nature of pirates, often relishing in each other's demise. Sometimes, in the quest for treasure, it was not uncommon for them to resort to lethal confrontations. As their crews engaged in combat, Creek and Buggy exchanged glances from a distance. As leaders, they understood the importance of prioritizing their objectives, both turning their gazes towards Ian. "Let us first eliminate this brat, and then we shall settle our own scores," Buggy proposed. Creek nodded in agreement, acknowledging the plan. As for the nearby naval forces, both pirates conveniently chose to overlook their presence, recognizing the fear that had rendered the soldiers immobile. Creek brandished a large, circular shield adorned with the insignia of his crew. Suddenly, a gap appeared in the shield, and in the next instant, a multitude of sharp spears shot forth from the opening, aimed directly at Ian. Ian's eyes narrowed as he swung his sword to deflect the incoming projectiles, only to find that Creek had cunningly mixed in a small explosive shell among the spears. Unbeknownst to Ian, when he struck the shell, it detonated, sending him flying. Meanwhile, Buggy took aim at the fallen Ian with a cannon, as his crew was preoccupied with the fight against the Creek pirates, leaving him to operate the cannon himself. However, before he could ignite the fuse, a fist suddenly struck him hard on the side of his large red nose. The assailant was Ace, who, wearing an irritated expression, remarked, "I say, have you forgotten about me? Who are you?" Buggy exclaimed, his nose throbbing, nearly bringing him to tears from the sudden pain, as he frantically questioned Ace. Ace gave a thumbs up and gestured towards Ian's position behind him, then indicated the handcuffs that marked his wrists to Buggy, saying, "He and I are friends. We are together. The key to these prism stone handcuffs must be with you, so I apologize, but I must retrieve it." "Seeking the key? That depends on your capabilities," Buggy bellowed. Shattered clowns flying knives. As his wrists freed themselves, his fist, clutching the flying knives, hurtled towards Ace. The battle commenced on both sides, and a 2-against-2 confrontation had undeniably taken shape. Chapter 60. Capture them all. In the original timeline, Ace encountered Buggy only after joining the Whitebeard pirates, which occurred several years later. However, due to Ian's intervention, Ace met Buggy much earlier and immediately engaged in combat. Unlike Ian, Ace fought purely with his fists and feet, rendering Buggy quite unfortunate. Although Buggy's chop-chop fruit allows him to split his body into multiple pieces, no matter how he divides himself, those body parts remain tangible, a quintessential characteristic of paramecia-type fruits. While he could disregard Ian's slashes against Ace's punches, he found himself vulnerable at every turn. Moreover, Ace had recently begun to grasp the fundamentals of observation hockey, enabling him to easily evade any surprise attacks from Buggy's detached arms. Consequently, their battle was largely devoid of suspense. The duration of the fight hinged solely on Buggy's resilience. In contrast, Ian found himself in a predicament while battling Kuro. During his encounter with Carp, he had clashed with Colonel Schroeder, using his nun to envelop his blade and injure Schroeder while he was in a defensive state. However, the iron block technique does not truly transform the human body into steel, and Kuro was now clad in armor made from an alloy even harder than steel, creating a significant disparity. The Seastone handcuffs needed to be removed, otherwise neither Ian nor Ace could fight effectively. Unfortunately, Ian had exhausted his nen, forcing him to rely solely on his swordsmanship against Kuro. The inability to penetrate Kuro's armor imposed numerous restrictions on Ian's attacks. At that moment, Ian transformed from a swordsman into an assassin. He lunged forward, leaping over Kuro's head while attempting to slice at his neck. Aiming for a swift and lethal strike, by leveraging his speed. However, while Kuro could not match Ian's speed, he quickly shielded his head by crossing his arms, causing Ian's blade to merely spark against the armor on his wrists. As Ian's initial strike failed, he twisted in midair, directing his arm and blade toward Kuro's neck. Yet, Kuro stepped forward, creating distance that rendered Ian's blade ineffective. Useless. Kuro sneered as he turned to face Ian. I know you can only attack my head. So as long as I defend it well, you cannot harm me. Ian clicked his tongue, perceiving Kuro as a great tortoise with his head retracted. Ian found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Mortar. Kuro raised his shield, aiming it at Ian. Ian initially presumed he would once again unleash a barrage of cannon fire, prompting him to hastily leap from his original position. However, what erupted from the Click's shield were not cannonballs, but rather a multitude of iron javelins that encompassed Ian's evasion range. Although he shouted a name, he employed a different tactic. Click, with this insidious maneuver, successfully caught Ian off guard. Despite Ian's attempts to block the onslaught, several javelins grazed his body, leaving numerous bloody marks on his shoulder and leg. Huh, did you see that? Click sneered. I possess invincible defense and an abundance of weaponry. I am the strongest. You shall never defeat me. Ian shook his head and replied, I cannot be bothered to engage with you. Here I am, with a card system, and I do not dare to proclaim my strength. Yet you, a mere mortal without the powers of a devil fruit, dare to claim supremacy based solely on your weapons and equipment? Such claims are fit only for the East Blue. Utter them in the Grand Line, and you shall be swiftly vanquished. How dare you? Click, unable to endure Ian's repeated disdain, suddenly removed his shoulder guards, slamming them together to reveal his most formidable weapon, the battle spear. He bellowed, Now I shall eliminate you and demonstrate to everyone what becomes of those who defy Click. Ian, slightly out of breath, refrained from responding, contemplating whether he truly needed to resort to that technique. After all, he had already been labeled a monster. Being a bit more monstrous seemed inconsequential. Just as Ian and Click prepared to deliver their final blows, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A thick cloud of white smoke suddenly enveloped the plaza. This smoke appeared almost sentient, bypassing the outer line of naval soldiers and heading straight towards the members of the Click pirates and buggy pirates engaged in combat. Those pirates who came into contact with the smoke found themselves ensnared as if bound by ropes, rendered immobile. What is this? Oh, I can't breathe, cried the pirate minions, their morale shattered as they witnessed the plight of their comrades, hastily seeking refuge from the suffocating fog. Yet, it proved futile. An increasing number of pirates found themselves surrounded and tightly bound by the white smoke. What is happening? Click noted the unusual phenomenon. Ian, however, understood the situation, albeit with some astonishment. Smoker the White Hunter? Wasn't he supposed to arrive tomorrow? How could he possibly be here now? As expected, a pathway opened among the outer naval soldiers, revealing a man with a cigar clenched between his teeth, his arms transforming into billowing smoke. Behind him, a throng of naval soldiers surged forward, the elite troops brought by Smoker. Upon entering the plaza, they swiftly apprehended the pirates ensnared by Smoker, binding them with ropes. The naval personnel from the Rogtown base immediately recognized Smoker and saluted him, yet Smoker, in a fit of rage, admonished them, Look at your pitiful state. You hardly resemble a navy. To stand idly by while pirates wreak havoc, are the guns in your hands mere decorations? No one dared to respond. Many bowed their heads in shame. Yet, for reasons unknown, all the naval soldiers in Rogtown, including the previous naval lieutenant, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. A new superior had arrived, accompanied by reinforcements, and surely, Rogtown would be safe now. After uttering a few curses, Smoker fell silent. He had observed the situation at hand. The number of pirates indeed far outnumbered the navy. Understanding the predicament of the Rogtown navy, he refrained from pressing them further, commanding, Why aren't you assisting in apprehending them? Yes, sir. The Rogtown naval soldiers quickly stood to attention and followed the main fleet to provide assistance. The crack of gunfire erupted as the navy finally opened fire, mercilessly executing any pirate who dared to resist. At this moment, Smoker also took note of the glaring bloodstains in the center of the square, which even he found difficult to behold. He turned and inquired, What transpired with those individuals? The former lieutenant replied, Colonel Smoker, the young man wielding the long blade, is a bounty hunter. The Krieg pirates and Buggy's crew have come seeking revenge against him. And those lifeless bodies strewn about are the work of this bounty hunter. Smoker's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you saying he single-handedly slaughtered so many pirates? Indeed, the lieutenant affirmed with a nod. Smoker fell silent, his gaze fixed intently on Ian. Upon noticing his hat, a jolt of realization struck him. What connection did this individual have with the tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma? Smoker's immediate thought was that this young bounty hunter's brutal treatment of pirates mirrored that of Kuma. As a colonel in the main fleet, Smoker was well aware of Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Despite being a pirate, Kuma was a nightmare for many in the underworld, seemingly harboring a deep-seated hatred for them. Any pirate unfortunate enough to cross paths with him often met with ruin, their ships destroyed and lives lost. Kuma possessed the power of the pawpaw fruit, enabling him to compress air and unleash it in a devastating explosion known as Kuma's impact. The destruction left in his wake was unparalleled. Battlefields he had traversed resembled those ravaged by hurricanes, with not only ships, but also massive boulders obliterated. Encounters with him were nothing short of catastrophic, which earned him the title of the Tyrant. While Smoker was familiar with Kuma's notorious exploits, he had not anticipated encountering a young bounty hunter, adorned with a hat identical to Kuma's, who exhibited equally brutal and merciless behavior towards pirates. Unaware of Ian's fury at the time, Smoker could only draw parallels from the hat and the actions, concluding that such similarities were beyond mere coincidence. Thus, upon first sight of Ian, he instinctively associated him with the tyrant Kuma. Turning his head, Smoker also spotted Ace and Buggy and inquired about Ace's identity. However, the Navy in Logtown had little knowledge of Ace. After all, Ace had only just set sail and established the Spade Pirates, with no notoriety to speak of. Thus, the Navy regarded him merely as Ian's companion, presuming that Ace was also a bounty hunter. Arrest them all, Smoker declared decisively. The Navy soldiers were taken aback and cautiously asked, should we also apprehend those 2 bounty hunters? Indeed, Smoker affirmed with a nod, stating, even if they are bounty hunters, they have undeniably instigated this turmoil, and thus, they must provide an explanation to Logtown. Chapter 61. The execution is complete. As soon as Smoker's orders were issued, the naval soldiers sprang into action. Ace, having already rendered Buggy battered and bruised, bent down to retrieve the sea prism stone key that had fallen from Buggy. To his surprise, a naval soldier fired at the ground in front of him, startling Ace. He looked up to see several soldiers aiming their weapons at him. What are you doing? Ace asked, bewildered. He was currently assisting Ian in combating pirates, and one would assume he was on the side of justice, wouldn't one? This is an order from Colonel Smoker. One of the soldiers replied. Even though you are a pirate hunter, you must be apprehended. Ace glanced around in a panic, then shouted to Ian while clutching his hat. Sorry, Ian, the Navy's after me. I'm making my exit. Leave the old man's letter at the inn. You can collect it yourself. Hopefully, we will meet again in the future. With those final words, Ace dashed away. The naval soldiers were completely taken aback by Ace's flight. They had misconstrued the situation. Ace was not a pirate hunter, but a pirate himself. How could he possibly wish to be captured by the Navy? It would be more surprising if he chose to stay. By the time they realized they should pursue him, Ace's speed had already left them in the dust. Just then, a white smoke began to drift towards him, coiling around Ace. Smoker had been observing both him and Ian, and upon seeing Ace attempt to flee, he decided to take matters into his own hands. What is this? Ace exclaimed, bewildered as he found himself ensnared by the smoke. Initially, he did not comprehend the situation. But as Smoker tightened his grip, Ace felt the constriction around his waist. Oh no. Ace hurriedly tried to pry the smoke away, yet his hands passed through it effortlessly. Futile. Smoker chuckled from a distance. I am a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. However, before he could finish his taunt, Smoker found himself caught off guard. In his struggle, Ace's sea prism stone handcuffs brushed against the smoke, causing it to waver and be pushed aside. Huh, Ace exclaimed, surprised to discover that the handcuffs had such an effect. With newfound courage, he sprinted towards the port. Smoker, astonished that Ace possessed sea prism stone, realized that capturing him would be a formidable challenge. Who is that man? How could he have sea prismstone handcuffs? Smoker pondered, left with no choice but to watch Ace escape. Aside from Ace, many pirates from both the Creek and Buggy pirate crews were desperately fleeing. The Navy's sudden intervention had disrupted their skirmish, and the inherent fear of the Navy compelled these pirates to instinctively seek escape. Smoker could not focus solely on Ace. With the Navy's limited manpower, if he did not utilize his devil fruit abilities to capture them, he could only wonder how many pirates would ultimately escape. On that side, Ian had already ceased hostilities with Creek, as numerous naval officers were firing at Creek. To avoid being struck by stray bullets, Ian had to withdraw slightly. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Ace called out to him, announcing his departure. Ian intended to convey a few words to Ace, yet before he could finish his sentence, a knife suddenly slashed toward him. He parried the blow, only to find a sword-wielding young woman standing before him. Guena? Upon seeing her resemblance to Guena, Ian nearly had his eyes pop out in astonishment. Who was she? The girl attacking Ian with a sword was momentarily taken aback and instinctively inquired. Ian then realized that although this young woman bore a striking resemblance to Guena, she was actually wearing a pair of framed glasses. This must be Dasky, who accompanied Smoker. What are you attacking me for? Ian demanded, exasperated. You cannot leave. Dasky replied, if it weren't for you attracting these pirates, would Roguetown be in such disarray? So you intend to capture me? Ian glared at her. Have you lost your mind? I'm not a pirate, but you are not a naval officer either. Dasky countered. You have no authority to act as you please and take lives. Ian, upon hearing this, could not help but laugh in anger. I have no authority? Are you suggesting that if pirates seek vengeance against me, I should simply allow them to kill me? Dasky found herself at a loss for words. At just 18 years of age, she was nearly the same age as Ian and Guena, and although she had achieved the rank of petty officer at such a young age, her understanding of the world remained limited. The ideals of naval justice she had been taught since childhood led her to believe that Ian's actions against pirates were wrong. However, upon hearing Ian's retort, she began to see the validity in his perspective. The clash of these two conflicting beliefs left Dasky momentarily speechless. I don't care. She finally bit her lip and declared, Colonel Smoker's orders are to capture you. I am merely following orders. With that, she charged at Ian again, engaging him in combat. After exchanging blows several times, Ian discerned her capabilities. It seemed that Dasky's swordsmanship was somewhat rigid, likely due to her training under the naval swordsmanship instructors. In contrast, although Ian had only practiced basic sword techniques, he executed them with remarkable finesse. Dasky's swordplay, when compared to Ian's, paled significantly, even against Guena's prowess. Before long, Ian seized upon an opening, striking the hilt of her sword and knocking it from her grasp. Dasky, taken aback by her swift defeat, stared at Ian in disbelief, clutching her wrist. Rest assured, Ian sighed, there's no need to apprehend me. I won't be going anywhere. Since Smoker is here, I still have a bounty to collect. What bounty? Dasky asked, bewildered. The bounty on Creek's head. Ian replied to her and then turned around, suddenly shouting, Crick! He could no longer remain silent. That cunning fellow, Crick, was attempting to slip away amidst the chaos. It was not only him. Even Buggy had been stealthily taken away by his subordinates, Machi and Kabaji, without anyone noticing. Once Smoker arrived with his elite naval soldiers, they had no desire to linger and were determined to find a way to escape. The naval bullets could not penetrate Crick's armor, but he could not challenge the Navy. Although he boasted of having over 3,000 subordinates, the number he brought to Roguetown was not substantial, as he needed to leave some behind to guard the ship. Most of those he had brought were now captured by the Navy. If he did not leave soon, he feared he would not be able to escape at all. As the captain of the pirate crew, he could not afford to be trapped here. At the moment Ian was entangled with Dasky, the ghastly figure of Akin was tremblingly rising. Though he had received a blade from Ian, it only grazed his abdomen. He was not dead. Observing the chaos around him, he stood up and said to Crick, Captain, you should go first. I will hold off. The Navy. Akin had always been fiercely loyal to Crick, and he opened his arms to shield Crick from the naval gunfire. Even while gravely injured, he still sought to cover Crick's retreat. However, Crick was a heartless and ungrateful man. Seeing Akin attempting to protect him, He did not utter a word and simply turned to leave. When Ian turned around, he happened to witness this scene. Hearing Ian's shout, Crick glanced back at him with a cold smirk and said, "What do you intend to do, kid? I've already let you off today. Do you not understand gratitude? Isn't that the wrong way to put it?" Ian scoffed, digging into his ear. "Do you remember what I said before? Your bounty is as good as mine." Ha ha. Crick was amused by Ian's words, laughing loudly. "You want my bounty? On what grounds? Your swordsmanship? Don't forget, you can't even cut through my armor." Their exchange was loud enough for several naval soldiers to overhear, including Dasky and Smoker, who had been keeping a watchful eye on the situation. What does he intend to do? One bewildered naval soldier stared at Ian, saying to his companion, "Crick's armor can't be penetrated by bullets." Exactly. Does he truly believe he can slice through that armor with that blade? Another naval soldier nodded in agreement. Though Dasky had fought Ian and acknowledged his superior swordsmanship, she did not believe Ian could breach Crick's defenses. Is he an idiot? Smoker mused, pondering. Even my smoke fruit has no effective means against Crick. I can only capture him at best. Where does he find such confidence to think he can take down Crick? As everyone pondered this, Ian raised his long blade, a smile gracing his face. Who told you? I cannot break through it. In the next moment, a single eye suddenly appeared above Ian's forehead. Dasky stood beside him, momentarily rendered speechless, convinced that his nearsightedness had flared up as he instinctively rubbed his eyes. Smoker and the other naval soldiers were similarly astonished, nearly dropping their jaws in disbelief. What was that? In truth, the sudden appearance of an additional eye was merely an illusion, conjured by Ian's activation of the Evil Eye Master skill from the Flying Shadow card. This skill, in its passive state, allows one to vaguely sense the strength of the target opponent, but when activated, it amplifies Ian's psychic energy by a staggering 100. This enhancement is but temporary, requiring a toll of 10 of Ian's life force per second. Hence, he could utilize this skill for a maximum of 9 seconds. Should he attempt to extend it to 10 seconds, his life force would dwindle to 0, potentially leading to his demise. Though limited to 9 seconds, the power of this skill was formidable. Ian's previously depleted psychic energy was not only replenished in an instant but also doubled. At that moment, he possessed a remarkable 224 points of psychic energy. It was Ian's first time employing this skill. His initial intention had been merely to restore his energy and then to vanquish Crick with the Evil King Flame Slashing Sword. Despite Crick's formidable armor, the sword could melt even sea prism stone, making it illogical for it to fail against his defenses. However, upon activating the skill, Ian found himself teetering on the brink of losing control as the surging psychic energy caused a throbbing pain in his head. Psychic energy is peculiar. When depleted, it induces mental fatigue, yet when overwhelming, it can also lead to headaches. Ian had not anticipated this, and though he had activated the Evil Eye Master skill, he soon realized he could not manage the output of his energy. Flames erupted along the blade, which had been his intent for wielding the Evil King Flame Slashing Sword. Yet, as the continuous flow of energy entwined around his weapon, Ian sensed the flame's temperature rising, their hue shifting toward a ghostly pallor, indicating a potential loss of control. No, he needed to release this overwhelming energy. With this thought racing through his mind, Ian instinctively shouted and swung his blade forward with great force. Then, Dasky, Smoker, and the throng of naval soldiers witnessed a breathtaking spectacle. A wave of sword energy, imbued with pale flames, erupted forth from Ian's sweeping motion. The speed of this fiery sword energy was astonishing. Before Crick could react, it pierced through his body, continuing its trajectory to slice through the wooden structure of the gallows behind him, before finally vanishing upon striking a building at the edge of the square. The stone of that building bore a long, smoldering gash. A creaking sound echoed as the gallows began to lean precariously, the severed supports leaving behind neatly cut edges. The unequal distribution of weight culminated in a thunderous collapse of the gallows. As for Crick, disbelief etched across his face. He slowly sank to his knees. The once impenetrable alloy armor that adorned his chest now lay fractured, with rivulets of blood seeping from the fissures. As Crick knelt, half of his body began to slide down at an angle towards the ground, for Ian's sword energy had, astonishingly, cleaved his torso asunder. Chapter 62. The Matter of Compensation Captain. The demon-like Akin struggled to turn his head, only to behold the shocking sight of Crick kneeling, The members of the Creek pirate crew, previously full of vigor as they cursed the Navy while bound and captured in the square, stood frozen in disbelief at the spectacle. The captain is dead? No one wished to accept this grim reality. Nevertheless, it lay stark before them, as Creek's lifeblood gradually oozed away right before the eyes of his crew. The once invincible captain had been slain just as he was about to escape. Creek was indeed a successful leader, having established his authority within the pirate crew. Yet, with his demise, a chain reaction ensued. The very backbone of their morale was shattered, and in an instant, the spirit was drawn from them. Some members of the Creek pirate crew, who had been valiantly fighting against the Navy soldiers, found themselves unable to resist any longer. Their weapons clattered to the ground, and they were easily subdued by the advancing Navy troops. This, in turn, significantly reduced the casualties among the Navy soldiers. Dasky collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by a wave of nausea. Although she had previously witnessed the corpses of pirates, it was different. She had not seen them perish before her own eyes. However, now, she had watched Creek die right in front of her. Simultaneously, she gazed at Ian in astonishment, never having imagined that this young man, seemingly of her own age, was a master swordsman. In this world, despite the presence of firearms and artillery, many still wielded cold weapons, with swords being the most prevalent, considered the mainstream armament. Anyone who used a sword was referred to as a swordsman or swordswoman. The higher echelon among them was known as a sword master, a term commonly used to denote those capable of delivering flying slashes, a hallmark of their prowess. Indeed, in this realm, the term sword energy was seldom employed. Instead, it was referred to as flying slashes, for this method of attack was not exclusive to swordsmen. The Navy's sixth technique, the gale foot, could also produce similar effects. If one were to insist on naming the technique based on the weapon used, it would be absurd to label the slashes produced by the gale foot as foot energy. Would it not? The strike Ian had just unleashed, in Dasky's eyes, was undoubtedly a flying slash, thus naturally placing him among the ranks of sword masters. The principle behind this flying slash was akin. Ian utilized his will, while other sword masters drew upon the power of Haki. Haki is a force innate to every individual, though it requires rigorous training to manifest fully. However, it does not simply appear out of nowhere during practice. During the training process, one gradually develops a sense of energy, which is the most rudimentary form of Haki. Although this initial energy may not be potent enough to become tangible, it can still be wielded, as exemplified by Zoro's technique. The troubled wind. Observers were astonished, and Ian himself was taken aback. His previous action had been entirely instinctual. The overwhelming will was on the verge of spiraling out of control, and he merely sought to dissipate some of it, inadvertently unleashing such a formidable slash. As the malevolent sword, the evil King Flame slaughtering sword, was unleashed, Ian's released thoughts began to solidify, akin to the way an oxyfuel torch cuts through steel. Before the force of this strike, Creek's armor proved utterly ineffectual in providing any semblance of defense. Ian's astonishment stemmed not only from the devastating effect of the strike, but also from the revelation that thoughts could be utilized in such a manner, detaching from the body to be released. Previously, Ian had predominantly employed his thoughts in a manner of entanglement, attachment, or enhancement upon himself, while he had contemplated the idea of thoughts materializing or expanding. He had never envisioned their release in such a detached manner. He had always believed that thoughts must rely on his own being for their application. Undoubtedly, this unexpected experience had unveiled a new door for Ian. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in Ian's mind, announcing an elevation in his advanced swordsmanship skill level. Ian was taken aback and promptly checked, discovering that it was indeed true. The long-standing bottleneck in his swordsmanship had shattered, propelling him to expert-level swordsmanship. Expert-level swordsmanship, sword speed 40, destructive power 40, ability to utilize sword energy attacks, proficiency 030, 000, 000. The enhancement of his swordsmanship skills signified an increase in Ian's sword-drawing speed and the corresponding potency of his strikes. However, Ian always believed that the primary significance of these fundamental skill enhancements lay in meeting the requirements for certain card skills. Nevertheless, the fact that this breakthrough in swordsmanship stemmed from an accidental strike of sword energy led Ian to ponder whether, upon reaching advanced levels, These foundational skills did not merely improve in isolation. Just as the breakthrough in swordsmanship seemed to stem not from mere technical prowess, but rather from the integration of thought energy. Could it be that advancing the high-level thought cultivation skills to expert level also necessitated the assistance of other foundational skills through comprehensive application? Of course, such inquiries were premature. Speculation at this point was futile. The proficiency requirement for expert-level swordsmanship had tripled, now demanding 30 million to master. As foundational skills progressed, they became increasingly challenging to enhance, requiring ever more time. Sheathing his sword, Ian gazed at his depleted thought energy with a wry smile. That previous strike had drained all his thoughts. And although it had only lasted a few fleeting seconds, the experience was far from pleasant. With the activation of the Evil Eye Master skill, the loss of vitality manifested in his body as profound weakness and exhaustion, distinctly different from the mental fatigue that accompanies depleted thought energy. This time, it was a tangible physical sensation, akin to that of a grievously injured person, his stamina severely depleted, every part of his body aching. As if even the slightest movement of his fingers was an arduous task. Such a situation rendered Ian exceedingly vigilant. He came to realize that the attribute of vitality was not merely a statistic, but a reflection of his physical condition, akin to a chart depicting his health. As his vitality diminished, various symptoms manifested in his body. The cards that augmented his vitality did not genuinely enhance his life force. Rather, they seemed to bolster his resilience. However, should he endure excessive harm, he would still succumb to death. At that moment, the specter known as Akin collapsed to the ground. Covering his face as tears and blood intermingled, Ian gazed at him, rendered speechless. Akin had shown unwavering loyalty to Crick, yet his allegiance was misdirected. Crick regarded his subordinates not as human beings but as mere dogs, ready to sacrifice them without a moment's hesitation in critical times. Such loyalty was utterly unwarranted. Observing the arrival of naval soldiers who proceeded to bind Akin and escort him away, Ian presumed they would provide him with medical treatment. He hoped that Akin would survive and find a master superior to Crick. As for the possibility of Akin seeking vengeance, Ian could scarcely concern himself with that. To be a pirate necessitates a certain resolve, and similarly, being a pirate hunter or a Navy officer demands an equivalent fortitude. Ian harbored no regrets about slaying Crick. On the contrary, he felt fortunate to have dispatched him so swiftly. Let us not forget that Crick wielded toxic gas grenades among his weapons. Should he have released those, many would have faced dire consequences. The naval officers in the square had regained their composure and began to tidy up the aftermath. Yet, both the naval soldiers and the captured pirates cast furtive, fearful glances at Ian, occasionally stealing looks at the collapsed gallows. Everyone understood that this incident had escalated significantly. With so many pirates deceased, including the formidable Crick of the East Sea, the once majestic execution platform in Logtown lay in ruins. Though the destruction was unintentional, how would the Navy explain this devastation to the townsfolk upon their return? At that moment, Smoker approached Ian. First, he lowered his gaze to the sea-stone handcuffs on Ian's wrists, realizing he might have misjudged the situation. The young pirate hunter before him did not appear to be a devil fruit user, for no user could exhibit their powers while restrained by sea-stone. Having spent considerable time in the Navy headquarters on the Grand Line, Smoker was well acquainted with various phenomena. While he recognized Ian was not a devil fruit user, he was not surprised by the flames on Ian's sword. This world was replete with extraordinary individuals, and it was not solely the devil fruit users who possessed remarkable abilities. Instead, he found himself intrigued by the illusion of a third eye that appeared on Ian's forehead as he unleashed his strike. Approaching Ian, he inquired, "Could it be that you possess the bloodline of the three-eyed tribe?" This question momentarily left Ian in a state of perplexity. Naturally, he could not perceive the illusions that manifested when he employed his evil eye skill, nor was he aware of the situation that had transpired upon his forehead. Thus, he found Smoker's inquiry utterly bewildering and replied, "What is this three-eyed tribe?" Misinterpreting the situation, Smoker assumed that Ian was oblivious to his own heritage and proceeded to elucidate. "I have heard tales of an island within the New World, the latter half of the Grand Line, where a people with three eyes reside." "Oh, and then what?" Ian inquired. He was certainly aware of the existence of the three-eyed tribe. This world was not limited to them alone, for it also housed the giants, the dwarfs, the long-armed tribe, the fishmen, and a plethora of other extraordinary races. He merely questioned the relevance of Smoker's mention of this tribe. Their dialogue seemed to drift aimlessly, and Smoker, at a loss for words, ultimately gestured towards the collapsed execution platform and said, "Very well, let us set the rest aside for now. What do you suggest we do about this?" Chapter 63, The Swordsmanship Instructor. What should I do? Ian blinked innocently, feigning ignorance. Smoker exhaled a puff of cigar smoke, stating, "Do not pretend with me. Just look around and see the chaos that the arrival of the pirates has wrought upon Logtown." Ian turned his gaze around the expansive square, where bloodstains and craters marred the ground. The execution platform lay in ruins, and injured pirates and Navy personnel sat on the ground, groaning softly. Doctors, drenched in sweat, rushed about tending to the wounded, painting a grim picture of the aftermath of battle. "This cannot solely be blamed on me." Ian spread his hands defensively. "These atrocities were committed by the pirates, but you should not have taken so many lives." Dasky approached, raising her voice at Ian. Ian shot her a disdainful glance. "They brought this upon themselves." At that moment, Smoker interjected, "Dasky, do not be so naive. Now that you have become a full-fledged Navy officer, you must acclimate to such realities. If you cling to that empathetic mindset, you may find yourself a victim of the pirates." Dasky sensed the coldness in Smoker's tone and fell silent, ultimately huffing away in frustration. Smoker shook his head, observing that young recruits often entered the Navy brimming with righteous fervor, only to realize the harshness of the world through experience. Whether pirates or Navy, the cycle of killing and being killed was an inevitable fate. He turned his attention back to Ian, saying, "Originally, I intended to apprehend you. But since you have not fled, I shall let it slide. As you mentioned, the pirates' actions are their own doing. Yet you are responsible for the destruction of the execution platform. That remains an undeniable fact. You now have two choices: either compensate for the damage or take responsibility for repairing the platform yourself. But you must do the work personally." "Repair it myself?" Ian exclaimed in disbelief. "I have no skills in carpentry. You expect me to do it myself?" "Oh, so you intend to compensate?" Smoker replied. Cautiously, Ian inquired, "May I ask how much the compensation would be?" "At least 50 million berries," Smoker declared with conviction. Ian immediately leapt in shock. 50 million? For a mere wooden structure, you demand 50 million? Why don't you go rob a bank instead? It's absolutely worth that amount," Smoker replied sternly. "You must understand that this is the execution platform where the pirate king, Roger, was put to death. To call it a historical site is no exaggeration. Most visitors come to Logtown specifically to see this platform. Do you have any idea how many tourists will be lost during its repair? 50 million. Adding buggies and Krieg's bounties together wouldn't even cover that." Speaking of bounties, Ian suddenly remembered and rushed to the fallen Krieg, retrieving the diamond-studded gauntlet from his fist, wiping off the blood, and stuffing it into his pocket. After all, this too could be considered money. Smoker observed his actions in silence. After all, it was Ian who had slain Kuro, a fact he could not deny. Consequently, the bounty must be awarded to Ian, and he would also have authority over Kuro's possessions. Although the Navy had captured many members of Kuro's pirate crew, a significant number had managed to escape. The Navy had dispatched warships to the seas in pursuit of these remnants, and under such dual pressure, the disbandment of Kuro's pirate crew seemed inevitable. As Smoker pondered how to manage the aftermath, Ian returned, prompting him to speak. "I must remind you that the combined bounty and possessions of Kuro exceed what you can compensate." "I am aware." Ian nodded, responding thus, "I do not intend to pay anything. I would rather work as a carpenter." While saying this, Ian took out the proof of capture from when he apprehended Buggy and handed it to Smoker. "Might as well give me that bounty as well." Smoker was momentarily speechless. Upon examining the document, he realized that Buggy's crew had indeed been captured by Ian, meaning the Navy would have to pay Ian over 20 million in bounty this time. Such a wealthy individual, choosing to work as a carpenter to avoid compensation? Smoker found himself at a loss for words. Had Ian been aware of Smoker's thoughts, he would have scoffed at the absurdity of the notion that he should part with his money. He was already impoverished to the point of contemplating theft, previously only considering the construction of a wooden frame. If a few tens of thousands of berries could resolve the matter, he would gladly pay. provided it ensured Smoker released his bounty. However, upon hearing Smoker's initial demand of $50 million, Ian decided he would not entertain the idea any further. Isn't it just carpentry? If it ends up crooked, don't blame me. Smoker likely anticipated this reaction. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally proposed, "How about this? I offer you a third option. Remain at the Navy base in Logtown for a year as a swordsmanship instructor. The gallows will be repaired by the Navy. What do you think?" Ian looked at Smoker in confusion, unable to comprehend why he would suddenly present such a condition. In truth, he did not grasp Smoker's predicament. While it appeared that Smoker was appointed as the chief in Logtown, being transferred from the Navy headquarters to the East Blue was, in fact, a form of demotion. Smoker was regarded as a problematic child within the Navy, strong-willed and seldom compliant with his superiors' orders. The Navy seized this opportunity to distance him from headquarters, adopting an out-of-sight, out-of-mind approach. In light of this situation, the number of personnel Smoker had at his disposal was limited. The elite soldiers who had escorted him on the warship would soon return, leaving Smoker with only Toshiji and a few others as his subordinates. Moreover, upon arriving in Logtown, he witnessed the Navy's cowardice in the face of pirates, further solidifying his belief that these men were of little use. The scene where Ian swiftly slays Creek made him realize that this pirate hunter before him was indeed a formidable swordsman. Thus, a sudden thought struck him, to retain Ian as a swordsmanship instructor. This arrangement would serve a dual purpose. Not only would he have a skilled individual at his disposal, but he could also harness Ian's expertise to rigorously train the Navy soldiers of Logtown, achieving a twofold benefit. In truth, the impulse to recruit promising talent into the Navy is not exclusive to Carp. Many officers within the Navy share this sentiment. The advent of the Great Pirate Era has left numerous naval personnel feeling understaffed, as long as one is not a pirate. Efforts are made to enlist them into the Navy. Hence, it is not surprising that even someone like Ian, who carries the title of a pirate hunter, is considered. After all, even genuine pirates can sometimes find a way to adapt. Just look at the 7 warlords of the sea. Upon hearing Smoker's words, Ian fervently shook his head, declaring, "A year is far too long. I'd rather return to carpentry." Smoker inquired, "What duration would you find acceptable?" Ian contemplated his situation and acknowledged that he indeed needed to remain in Logtown for a while. Firstly, he was waiting for Carp to return, so he could deliver Ace's letter and inquire whether Carp could lend a hand. Secondly, having been away for some time, he was concerned about his master, Yangshiro, as well as Zaro and Kuina. Since he was still in the East Blue, perhaps it would be prudent to send a letter to assure them of his safety. Given that he would be staying for a while, agreeing to Smoker's proposal was not an issue. Smoker's role as a swordsmanship instructor did not necessitate Ian's enlistment into the Navy, thus allowing him a degree of freedom. He could depart whenever he wished. Before embarking on his journey at sea, his master had inquired whether Ian intended to join the Navy, to which Ian had shaken his head in denial. Indeed, while the Navy is a formidable force, his connections with them were rather tenuous. Even if he were to earn a respectable rank and position through his abilities, he would ultimately sacrifice his freedom. Should the higher-ups issue a command for him to station himself at a particular island's base, he could find himself tethered there for years, potentially leading to his stagnation. Possessing a card system, Ian must maintain his autonomy as he needs to continually challenge powerful opponents to gain experience and level up, while also devising ways to earn money and draw cards to enhance his strength. Although the path to greater power does not necessarily rely solely on the system, it undeniably serves as a valuable aid. At present, Ian's ambition is to swiftly master hockey, for he believes that once he attains the skill, it will likely be transformed by the system into corresponding energy, representative of fundamental values. This way, even if the growth of card attributes becomes arduous in the later stages, the constraints on his energy will be significantly alleviated. In order to preserve his freedom, being a pirate hunter or a pirate is the optimal choice. However, Ian is acutely aware that choosing the path of piracy inevitably invites the pursuit of the Navy, when his strength is still insufficient. Provoking such a colossal force as the Navy would be tantamount to courting death. He does not harbor the expectation of possessing the same fortune as Luffy and his crew, who managed to escape peril time and again. Ian remains somewhat perplexed regarding his long-term aspirations at present. The notion of becoming the Pirate King and seeking the legendary treasure of Roger seems far too distant for him. However, his short-term goals are remarkably clear. Should the impending war break out again, it would signify the onset of tumultuous times, during which he might align himself with a particular faction. Yet, whether he chooses to become a pirate, a navy officer, or a revolutionary, there exists a fundamental prerequisite. He must possess sufficient strength to safeguard himself. As it stands, he lacks any qualification to take sides. Ultimately, life is merely a quest for survival. Contemplating this, Ian arrived at a realization that maintaining a cordial relationship with the Navy would be prudent. He then raised a finger and declared, "Let us do this. 1 month. During this month, I shall serve as your swordsmanship instructor. So let us refrain from discussing reparations for the execution platform, shall we?" Smoker initially thought that a month was too brief. However, observing Ian's steadfast demeanor, he recognized that there was little room for negotiation and nodded in agreement. Ian snapped his fingers and exclaimed, "Splendid. Now, would you kindly settle the bounty?" Smoker, lost in thought, unconsciously gazed toward the Navy flag fluttering high above the distant base. "Did you think that banishing me would absolve you of your troubles? Very well. Let the combined bounties of 2 pirates and the expenses for repairing the execution platform give you a headache first." Chapter 64. The letter from Gung's sire. Ian remained oblivious to Smoker's intention to exploit the current situation to demand substantial funding from his superiors. After reaching an agreement with Smoker, he settled into the naval base. He discovered that this temporary arrangement was quite favorable. Residing within the naval base spared him the expense of lodging in an inn, and he also enjoyed complimentary meals. As the naval mess hall in Roguetown was quite spacious and boasted commendable culinary skills. As news of the Navy's victory spread, the townspeople who had fled began to return. Primarily the local residents. Upon settling their families, they flocked to the square, gesturing and discussing the remnants of the battle. They had heard that both the Creek Pirates and the Buggy Pirates had converged, yet the outcome was the annihilation of the Creek Pirates, the notorious rulers of the East Sea, while the Buggy Pirates managed to escape. Moreover, over 200 members of the Creek Pirates had perished in this confrontation, with a significant portion of them being dispatched by a single bounty hunter. The remainder fell during the skirmishes with the Navy, and their leader, Creek, was also slain by this very bounty hunter. When the residents of Roguetown learned this news, they could not help but erupt in jubilant cheers. The infamous reputation of the Creek Pirates had spread throughout the East Sea, and to their astonishment, a bounty hunter had managed to eliminate them. This was indeed a cause for celebration. The townsfolk eagerly inquired about the identity of this bounty hunter, and the Navy did not withhold the information, revealing Ian's name. Upon discovering that Ian, the bounty hunter, had not only slain Creek but had also captured Buggy and his crew, they were utterly astounded. This bounty hunter had apprehended 2 pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million. At this point, Buggy's bounty had risen to 15 million. The streets of Roguetown buzzed with tales of Ian, elevating him to the status of the most formidable bounty hunter in the entire East Sea. Particularly, when they learned that Ian had become the swordsmanship instructor for the Roguetown Navy, the residents felt a renewed sense of security. To them, having such a powerful bounty hunter teaching swordsmanship to the naval soldiers would undoubtedly enhance the Navy's prowess, significantly boosting their sense of safety. Perhaps this was another of Smoker's intentions. After all, the recent turmoil in Roguetown had been substantial, and releasing the news of Ian's enlistment in the Navy could serve to stabilize the populace. Of course, at this moment, the people were unaware that Ian, the swordsmanship instructor, would only remain at the naval base for a month, a detail Smoker would not disclose. Out of gratitude, when the townspeople learned that the guillotine, where Ian had executed Creek, had been destroyed, no one bore him any resentment. Instead, they enthusiastically pointed at the guillotine, which was under repair, and discussed it animatedly. "Did you know? That bounty hunter Ian is a true sword master." The execution platform was indeed shattered by a soaring slash. Is it not astonishing? Moreover, do you see that building in the back? The final impact of the slash landed there, fracturing the very stones, a testament to the immense power unleashed. Ian has gained notoriety. Not only are the townspeople of Rogue discussing him, but the fleeing members of the Creek Pirates, having lost their leader, have disbanded. As these members scattered across the East Blue, They unwittingly spread the news of Ian's defeat of Creek far and wide. Ian, the bounty hunter, has become a figure of dread among pirates. No one dares to seek revenge against Ian. Many pirates witnessed his lethal blow against Creek. Although this has incited a deep-seated hatred towards him, they have ultimately restrained their desire for vengeance after considering their own capabilities. The title of the strongest, held by Creek for so many years, has now become a grim reality, with even the mightiest Creek falling to Ian. Who among the lesser pirates would dare to entertain any thoughts of confrontation? Thus, many pirates in the East Blue have adopted a more subdued demeanor, fearing that Ian, the bounty hunter, might come for them. Initially, Ian did not anticipate such an impact. It was only when he returned to the inn he once occupied to collect the letter left by Ace that he began to sense the benefits of his newfound fame. The innkeeper, upon discovering that he was the one who had slain Creek, did not pursue the matter of Ian and Ace dining and lodging without payment, but rather, out of gratitude, treated Ian to a lavish meal, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Having obtained the letter from Ace, it appeared that Ace had already resolved to depart once the situation was settled. Otherwise, he could have easily handed the letter to Ian in person instead of requiring him to retrieve it. Ian understood that Ace had embarked on his own adventure, uncertain if he would later join the Whitebeard pirates, though it seemed quite possible. However, due to Ian's involvement, he had learned of Sabo's whereabouts, and perhaps along his journey, Ace would encounter additional matters, such as seeking out members of the Revolutionary Army. Ian was unsure if he could locate them, as, to his knowledge, Revolutionary Army members were scattered across the world, operating in secrecy, activities not easily discerned by a pirate like Ace. As for the contents of the letter Ace wrote to Garp, Ian remained oblivious and had no intention of prying. He simply wished to hand it to Garp upon his return. During the following 2 days, Ian stayed at the naval base, where the seastone handcuffs binding him were unlocked by the Navy's locksmith. After the cuffs were removed, Smoker, the fellow, requested to take them, intending to refine the sea stone and embed it in his weapon, the Chit, for future encounters with Devil Fruit users. However, after Ian's vehement objections, Smoker ultimately only took the remnants of the chain, returning the handcuff rings to Ian. This action elicited disdain from Ian. He had not anticipated that Smoker, during his time at the naval headquarters, had not thought to procure some sea stone for himself. It was only upon the arrival of Donghai that he remembered to adorn his weapon with the Sea Tower Stone. During the wait for Carp's return, Ian commenced his own duties, training the naval soldiers of Roguetown on behalf of Smoker. Having previously served as the senior disciple at the Frostmoon Village Dojo, he had already guided his younger brothers in sword practice, making this role quite suitable and familiar for him. Moreover, the naval soldiers of Roguetown, having witnessed Ian's prowess in battle at the square, held him in awe. Consequently, when Ian took on the role of their swordsmanship instructor, they dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to their training, rendering Ian's teaching remarkably effortless. The instruction itself was rather straightforward, primarily involving the correction of fundamental movements while also elucidating key considerations for combat. To Ian's surprise, Dashiki also joined in the learning, despite harboring some reservations regarding Ian's past exploits against pirates. Nevertheless, during practice, she exhibited greater seriousness than anyone else and frequently sought Ian's guidance on swordsmanship queries. In these moments, Ian couldn't help but see a reflection of Kuina in her. Thus, despite recognizing that Dashiki and Kuina were 2 distinct individuals, Ian devoted himself to answering her questions, which somewhat eased the tension between them. As the days dragged on, half a month swiftly passed without Carp's return. Ian had initially presumed that Carp had taken the opportunity to visit Windmill Village and check on Luffy. However, when Ian, growing impatient, approached Smoker for an inquiry, he was astonished to learn that Vice Admiral Carp had received orders from headquarters to return directly after inspecting Shell's Town, bypassing Roguetown entirely. This left Ian perplexed about how to convey Ace's letter. Smoker was quite surprised that Ian knew Carp, yet he refrained from asking further questions. Once the budget was approved, he promptly handed Ian a bounty of 24 million berry. Ian also sold Krieg's diamond gauntlet to a jeweler in town, fetching just over 3 million berry. Consequently, Ian now possessed a total of 27 million berry, the largest sum he had ever acquired. just as he reveled in thoughts of how to spend this newfound fortune. A recently docked mail ship delivered a letter to Ian. Upon examining the handwriting, he recognized it as a missive from his master, Gung Shiro. He had sent a letter to Gung Shiro just days prior, and was astonished by the swift response. As he opened the letter, Ian began to read slowly. To my disciple Ian, greetings. I have received your letter. The dojo is thriving, and I am well. Zaro and Kuina are as they have always been. We are aware of the recent events. Even Frost Moon Village has been abuzz with news of your victory over Krieg, which brings me great joy. It seems you have made considerable strides in your swordsmanship since venturing out to sea. Zoro, upon hearing about your exploits, is eager to set sail as well, but like you once, I have restrained him. He is currently in a rather dismal mood, likely wishing for time to leap forward to 18. In your letter, you mentioned your intention to venture into the Grand Line. I have no desire to deter you. However, I implore you to exercise caution. Additionally, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. The letter is lengthy, and as Ian perused its beginning, a smile crept upon his face, prompting him to turn the page and continue reading. I have never broached the subject of your origins with you, merely informing you that you are an adopted child, without divulging any further details. At the time you set sail, I hesitated to disclose the truth of your lineage, but in that moment of uncertainty, you had already departed. I remain unsure whether it is appropriate to reveal this information, yet it seems that your strength has grown considerably. So I have resolved to convey the truth to you in its entirety. Your homeland, in fact, lies not in the East Sea, but in the West Sea. Your mother, Guena, and I discovered you near a small island in the West Sea. Upon reaching this point, Ian furrowed his brow, realizing that he was not, in fact, a native of the East Sea. Or rather, the original owner of this body was not from the East Sea at all. Chapter 65. A lineage shrouded in doubt. With a furrowed brow, Ian felt a pang of surprise. To him, the place of his birth was inconsequential. Whether it was the East Sea or the West Sea, it was merely a location devoid of significant sentiment. As he continued to read, the letter revealed, upon the birth of Guena, her mother and I resolved to return to the East Sea. While aboard the vessel, we unexpectedly spotted a dilapidated little boat adrift on the sea. Initially, we paid it little heed, but just as we were about to depart, we were startled by the sound of a baby's cries emanating from the boat. Your aunt entrusted Guena to my arms, and despite her postnatal frailty, she leapt into the frigid waters to rescue you. I shall never forget the radiant smile upon her face as she retrieved you, proclaiming it a miracle. Only later did we realize that the small boat carrying you had been adrift for quite some time. Indeed, it was a miracle that you survived in the perilous ocean. As Ian read this, a cold sweat broke out upon him. A battered little boat adrift on the vast sea, it had not capsized amid storms, nor had it encountered sea beasts or other threats. Ultimately, it fortuitously came across Master Gung Shirlang's vessel and was rescued. Such an occurrence transcended mere miracles. Moreover, the letter hinted that perhaps his aunt's demise was intricately linked to him. Just after giving birth to Guena, she had the audacity to plunge into the icy waters to save a life, a feat not easily accomplished by ordinary individuals. It was possible that this very act of heroism had sown the seeds of her illness. This was the first time Ian had learned of such matters, and he could now comprehend why Master Gung chose not to broach these subjects in person, opting instead to convey them through a letter. He simply wished to avoid witnessing the guilt etched upon Ian's face. The location of your rescue was over 100 nautical miles from a small island, which we later discovered was called Bambanrol. It was said that inhabitants resided there, and so your aunt and I pondered whether you might have drifted from that island, intending to seek your relatives. However, upon nearing the island, we found it inexplicably sealed off. We were prohibited from approaching, and shortly thereafter, a significant event transpired in the West Sea that necessitated our departure. Thus, we could only take you with us and settle in the East Sea. Ian, you are now an adult, and I feel it is imperative to share this with you. If you ever feel capable and wish to seek out your own kin, then venture to the West Sea. The letter concluded here. Yet it left Ian in a state of profound confusion. Certain matters alluded to by Master Gung appeared deliberately obscure, as if he were reluctant to elucidate them directly, instilling within Ian a sense of foreboding. When the master's wife found him, he was but an infant, although his exact age was uncertain. It was estimated that he could not have been older than a year. Now, at the age of 18, he pondered the events that transpired some 17 to 18 years ago. During this time, a significant incident occurred in the West Sea. Ian's heart raced as a realization struck him. Could it be? The most profound event in his memory concerning the West Sea was the O'Hara incident. Could it be what Master Gung Sailang referred to? Counting on his fingers, he confirmed that this time frame aligned perfectly with the moment when the research island of O'Hara was obliterated from the map by the world government under the Demon Extermination Order. Despite the government's efforts to conceal the truth, such a monumental event could not have gone unnoticed in the West Sea. Master Gung Sailang must have heard of this incident, leading him to suspect that Ian's origins were intertwined with O'Hara. However, what then of the island of Bambarol mentioned in the letter? Patience. Further verification was in order. Ian carefully tucked the letter into his pocket, then dashed out of his dormitory toward the naval base's archive room. Upon entering, he noticed several naval soldiers engrossed in their tasks. As soon as they recognized Ian, they saluted in unison, exclaiming, "Good day, instructor." As a swordsmanship instructor hired without any military rank, Ian garnered respect from the soldiers due to his prowess, and they did not belittle him because of his youth. Nonetheless, given that this was a confidential section of the naval base, the soldiers hesitated after their salute and said, "Instructor, according to regulations, this area is not open to you." "It's quite all right." Ian waved his hand dismissively. "I merely wish to inquire if you have a map of the West Sea." Upon hearing that Ian only sought a map, the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. Maps were not classified information. They promptly retrieved one and handed it to Ian. Adhering to protocol, Ian stepped outside the archive room to examine the map. Bambarol. He searched diligently for this name. At last, after scrutinizing the map for some time, he finally located the place. The island was small, resulting in minuscule lettering, which made it quite challenging to find. Nevertheless, he had at least confirmed the first location. Bambarol, a territory of the Elusia Kingdom. This was the sole information he gleaned from the map, and he began to investigate the surrounding islands, hoping to ascertain whether O'Hara lay near Bambarol. Strangely, however, he could not find the name O'Hara on the map, no matter how hard he looked. Ian slapped his forehead, realizing he had been foolish. O'Hara had already been annihilated. Checking the map's publication date, he discovered it had been created 2 years prior. Hastily, he returned to the archive room and asked the naval soldiers, "Do you have any older maps of the West Sea?" The soldiers were taken aback and inquired, "How long ago are you seeking?" 18. No. It would be preferable to have a map of the West Sea from 20 years ago, Ian stated. The naval soldiers shook their heads in response, explaining that such maps are typically destroyed once they are updated. The oldest map currently in the archives is merely 5 years old. Ian felt a pang of disappointment. He had initially felt fortunate to have inadvertently accepted Smoker's offer to serve as a swordsmanship instructor for a month, believing it would grant him access to naval records. But he found himself at an impasse. Noticing the change in his expression, the naval soldiers curiously inquired, "What do you need such an old map of the West Sea for?" Ian pondered for a moment before asking, "Have you heard of a place called Bambanrol?" The soldiers replied, "The West Sea? We are not familiar with it. However," they suggested, "you might want to ask Sergeant Ronar at the base. He seems to be from the West Sea." Ah, indeed. The Navy recruits come from all corners of the world. It is not necessarily the case that those stationed in the East Sea are exclusively from there. Sergeant Ronar, a man in his 40s, worked as a cook in the base's mess hall, and Ian recognized him easily. However, Ian dared not mention anything related to O'Hara, opting instead to inquire about Bambanrol while carefully observing Ronar's expression for any signs of recognition. To Ian's surprise, upon hearing the name Bambanrol, Ronar's eyes lit up with recognition. "Of course, I know that place. A significant event occurred there many years ago." Ian pressed him for details. "You are referring to around 17 years ago, correct?" Ronar settled back in his chair and took a drag from his cigarette. "I was in my 20s, just starting my service in the Navy, still yet to be stationed in the East Sea. Bambanrol was under the jurisdiction of the Elusian Kingdom, but it was struck by a devastating plague. The Elusian military quarantined the island and dispatched medical teams for assistance. However, the outbreak spread so rapidly that ultimately, all the inhabitants perished. A plague? Ian felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Could such an event have transpired? Did this mean that he had been mistaken in his assumptions? Was his lineage unrelated to O'Hara? Yet, Ian sensed something amiss. If he had indeed drifted from Bambanroll, why had his master, Gung Siren, not mentioned any illness when he discovered him? If the plague was as virulent as described, it would be inconceivable for a mere infant to remain unscathed. Or perhaps, there was a hidden nuance regarding the outbreak? There were too many uncertainties. First and foremost, he was unaware of the geographical location of O'Hara and whether it was in proximity to Bambanroll. This was a crucial point. If O'Hara were near Bambanroll, then it was plausible that he could be a survivor from O'Hara. Conversely, if O'Hara lay too far away, it was likely that his birthplace was indeed Bambanroll, the site of the outbreak. However, following the obliteration of O'Hara, this island has been expunged from the maps under the dominion of the world government. The current cartographic representations bear no trace of its existence. Older maps are exceedingly rare to procure, and one might only glean knowledge of its whereabouts from the elder denizens of the West Blue, though their willingness to divulge such information remains uncertain. Master Gung Shirlang is not a native of the West Blue and is likely unfamiliar with its geography, leaving him uncertain about the matter. Moreover, the O'Hara incident is a topic that the government strictly forbids from being mentioned, rendering correspondences perilous. Thus, the content of the letter was deliberately ambiguous. Consequently, Ian had no choice but to temporarily set aside this issue. He retrieved the letter, and as flames erupted from his hand, he incinerated the document without hesitation. Chapter 66. The Bounty Hunter Group. Are you suggesting that he is searching for Bambanroll Island in the Kingdom of Elusia? In the room, Smoker, with a cigar clenched between his teeth and his torso bare, was meticulously stacking stones. Upon hearing the report from the naval soldier at the door, he inquired without turning around. Yes, Colonel Smoker. The naval soldier saluted. Understood. You may leave. Smoker acknowledged, and after the soldier departed, he reclined in his chair, lost in thought. Although Ian held the title of swordsmanship instructor, he was not a true member of the Navy. Smoker could not allow him to roam freely within the naval base. Thus, he had arranged for personnel to keep an eye on Ian's activities. For some time, aside from teaching naval soldiers the art of swordsmanship, Ian had spent his days fishing along the shores of Logue Town, leading a rather uneventful life. However, he had abruptly ventured to the archives to seek out maps of the West Sea, which struck Smoker as peculiar. Naturally, once Ian left the archives, the naval soldiers reported this incident to Smoker. The West Sea? Bambanroll? What sort of place is this? There are countless islands in the ocean, and Smoker certainly could not be familiar with them all. He was unaware of Bambanroll, but he did know of the Kingdom of Elusia. It was one of the nations affiliated with the world government, and during the world conferences held at Mary Geos, the King of Elusia would always be in attendance. Thus, having spent time at the naval headquarters, Smoker had heard of it. When the naval soldier mentioned this name in his report, Smoker's memory was instantly jogged. The Kingdom of Elusia? I have heard that in recent years, this nation has witnessed a wave of uprisings and riots, seemingly influenced by the Revolutionary Army. What could Ian possibly want with the territory of this nation? Smoker had little insight into Ian's motives, leaving him without any leads to pursue. Yet, when he thought of Ian, an image of that bear-like had unconsciously surfaced in his mind, followed by the illusion of the eye on Ian's forehead. For some inexplicable reason, Smoker was suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding. His intuition warned him that Ian might evolve into a perilous individual. However, he could not pinpoint the nature of this danger. Shaking his head, Smoker decided to suppress this thought for the time being. He could not harbor baseless suspicions about a person's character, especially when considering that Ian's identity as a bounty hunter at least placed him on the side of justice. Unbeknownst to Smoker, Ian was currently in a hospital, visiting Johnny and Joseph. In the midst of the fierce battle beneath the execution platform, Ace managed to carry the two away to safety, sparing them from the barrage of cannon fire from Buggy and allowing them to evade the tumultuous clash between the Navy and the pirates. Their injuries did not worsen further, and once Smoker and Tashiji had settled the chaos, the two were transported to the hospital for treatment. However, due to the prolonged beating they endured at the hands of the Krieg pirates, their wounds were severe, and it was only now that they began to feel somewhat better. As Ian entered the hospital, he discovered the two of them completely swathed in bandages, yet they retained an air of dignity. To his astonishment, Johnny had even put his sunglasses back on. They were ravenously devouring their meals, leaving the nurses and doctors nearby utterly dumbfounded. Such tenacity for life. Ian mused as he approached them and greeted, "Are you both all right? How can you indulge in food like this?" Johnny and Joseph looked up, and upon seeing Ian, they could not contain their excitement, raising their hands and exclaiming, "Ian, big brother. This time, it's our fault for dragging you into this." Ian took a seat beside their beds, while the surrounding medical staff discreetly withdrew to allow them to converse. Hearing Ian's words, Johnny and Joseph shook their heads in response, saying, "Not at all. We owe you our gratitude for avenging us." Ian, wishing to bypass further pleasantries, directly inquired, "What are your plans for the future? Would you like to join me on the Grand Line?" This incident had instilled a certain fondness in Ian for Johnny and Joseph. Their loyalty was commendable. Although they lacked strength, their skills in gathering intelligence were remarkable, and they possessed a fair amount of nautical knowledge. Ian, not wanting to embark on his journey alone, extended the invitation. However, to his surprise, Johnny and Joseph exchanged glances and shook their heads, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Ian, but we recognize our own limitations. If we were to venture to the Grand Line, we would only hinder you. It would be better for us to remain in the East Blue and deal with minor pirates." Upon hearing this, Ian understood that these two did not harbor grand ambitions, so he did not press the issue further. "Very well, should anyone bully you in the future, invoke my name." Johnny and Joseph grinned widely, replying, "That goes without saying. You are our big brother." Ian could not help but chuckle. Indeed, these two were still the same, eager to ride on his coattails. Yet, knowing their hearts were not malicious, he did not mind them using his name. He believed that after vanquishing Krieg, his reputation would instill fear in many pirates, thereby ensuring the safety of Johnny and Joseph. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "By the way, if you remain in the East Blue, you might encounter my junior in 2 years. His name is Rorano Azaro. If you come across him, please lend him a hand. He has a terrible sense of direction and could easily get lost at sea without guidance." "Understood. We will remember." Johnny and Joseph responded, "Rest assured, Brother Ian." After conversing for a while, they inquired, "Have you decided how to venture into the Grand Line?" Ian scratched his head and replied, "I had considered taking a Navy ship through the Com Belt, as it would allow me to merely be a passenger. However, I did not anticipate that Smoker's Navy unit had returned recently for duty, leaving me without a viable option. You cannot embark on such a perilous journey alone, Brother Ian." Johnny interjected, "Even with a ship, you would not be able to navigate it by yourself." "I am well aware of that," Ian retorted. "But neither of you wishes to accompany me. You could attempt to recruit crew members in Logtown." Joseph proposed, "Perhaps there are other bounty hunters willing to join your ship." Before Ian could respond, Johnny countered, "It would be best not to recruit here. The bounty hunters in the East Blue are nearly on par with our own strength. Taking them to the Grand Line would be futile." Ian pondered this and found it quite reasonable. The bounty on pirates in the East Blue was generally low, resulting in a lack of strong bounty hunters. He then asked Johnny, "What do you suggest we do?" "Seek out the Grand Line." Johnny replied, "Since you are determined to become a bounty hunter, you might consider forming your own crew. Though there are many pirates in the Grand Line, there are also numerous bounty hunters, including some who, having failed as pirates, seek redemption. While their strength may vary, they possess valuable knowledge about the Grand Line, making them preferable to recruits from the East Blue." Upon hearing this, Ian felt a spark of excitement. Indeed, relying solely on his own strength would be insufficient. Alone, he would struggle to gather information. Capturing pirates for bounties would require them to present themselves willingly. However, with a crew, he could proactively seek out leads. Johnny's suggestion reminded Ian of Crocodile's Baroque works. Although it was a clandestine criminal organization, it publicly presented itself as a bounty hunter crew. Furthermore, there were numerous bounty hunter groups in the Sabaody archipelago. While their composition varied greatly, such organizations undeniably existed. Noticing the contemplative expression on Ian's face, Johnny continued, "As for traveling to the Grand Line, you need not go alone. You could accompany a merchant convoy." "Huh, a merchant convoy?" Ian asked incredulously. Are there really convoys brave enough to venture into the Grand Line? Certainly. Although the only entrance to the Grand Line is through Reverse Mountain, and it is fraught with danger, the allure of commercial profit is irresistible, Johnny remarked. To illustrate, the local alcoholic beverages produced in the East Sea may fetch little value in their native region. However, once transported to the Grand Line, their worth skyrockets, often multiplying by 5 or more. Should fortune smile upon us, and we manage to bring back unique specialties from the islands of the Grand Line, the profits would be even greater. Thus, each year, numerous merchant guilds establish fleets destined for the Grand Line. This phenomenon is not exclusive to the East Sea. It holds true for the other 3 oceans as well. Logtown is the closest point in the East Sea to the entrance of the Grand Line, making it quite effortless to seek out merchant caravans. Joseph nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, and Brother Ian, you have now become the most renowned bounty hunter in the East Sea. Those merchant fleets will likely compete to have you join their ranks, presenting you with an excellent opportunity to earn some profit." Chapter 67. Abusing authority for personal gain. After a conversation with Johnny Joseph, Ian had begun to formulate his plans for navigating the Grand Line. However, before departing, there remained certain matters he needed to attend to. 2 days later, on the parade ground of the Rogtown Naval Base, over 300 naval soldiers stood in formation, 2 rows deep. Upon Ian's arrival, they all saluted in unison. As Ian walked among these saluting sailors, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. It was no wonder so many aspired to join the Navy. The decorum, the discipline, and the immaculate uniforms indeed instilled a sense of awe. Even as a temporary swordsmanship instructor, Ian was treated with respect by the naval personnel. And in such an atmosphere, he felt an undeniable surge of prestige. Navigating through the corridor formed by the saluting soldiers, Ian ascended the platform overlooking the parade ground. He turned to face the soldiers below, who stood at attention, their gazes fixed upon him. Ian surveyed the assembly and spoke slowly. "In 2 days, my tenure as your swordsmanship instructor will conclude. Although it has been but a brief month, I have come to know many of you and have enjoyed our time together. Therefore, I wish to express my gratitude for your support during my time here. You're too modest, instructor." The sailors shouted in unison, their voices echoing across the parade ground. Ian gestured for silence, and once the noise subsided, he continued, "Many of you are likely aware of the circumstances that led to my appointment as your swordsmanship instructor. Indeed, it is because I lacked the funds to compensate for the damages at the gallows." Laughter erupted among the naval soldiers, and even Dasky could not suppress a chuckle. It was well known among the base personnel that Ian had been brought in by Colonel Smoker, and his candid admission endeared him further to the sailors. Once the laughter subsided, Ian resumed, "Although my agreement with that old chain smoker, was only for a month, I assure you, I have approached my teaching with utmost seriousness. There has been no hidden agenda. The essence of swordsmanship lies in mastering the fundamental movements. The exercises I have assigned you daily focus precisely on these fundamentals. I have observed your progress, and it is evident that you have all grasped the basics. Therefore, even in my absence, if you persist in your practice, you will undoubtedly evolve into skilled swordsmen." "Instructor," a naval soldier raised his hand and asked, "is it truly possible for us to become sword masters capable of defeating Krieg in a single blow, just like you?" "Absolutely," Ian replied with conviction. "While I cannot specify the time frame, it is entirely achievable. Furthermore, not only will you be able to vanquish pirates, but you may even be summoned by the Navy headquarters to become part of the elite forces." "Is that really possible?" The soldiers below were ignited with fervor, their excitement palpable and uncontainable. At this moment, Smoker was perched on the windowsill of the base's attic, savoring a cigar while observing the scene on the playground. He heard Ian refer to him as an old smoker, but he paid it no mind. However, he furrowed his brow at Ian's words of encouragement directed at the naval soldiers. It wasn't that he believed Ian was mistaken. Rather, he sensed an underlying message in Ian's remarks. As expected, after inciting the soldiers to cheer, Ian suddenly stated, "Of course, to become the elite of this unit, mere dedication to practice is insufficient. Now, let me see a show of hands from those among you who have truly set sail and captured pirates." A small portion of the soldiers raised their hands, while those who did not felt a wave of shame wash over them. Although Rogue Town is the largest naval base in the East Sea, the truth is that most of the naval soldiers here primarily maintain local order. The former commanding officer, a hedonist, would never actively lead his men into battle against pirates. During his time at the base, Ian had already gathered this information from the soldiers, which prompted his inquiry. Now, it was evident that his assumptions were correct. But that was not the end of it. Ian continued, "Now, those who have actually confronted pirates face to face, please raise your hands." This time, even among those who had previously raised their hands, a significant number lowered them again. Face-to-face combat? What a joke. Most of them were low-ranking soldiers, lacking even a lieutenant among them, even if they had apprehended pirates. It was merely from a distance with cannons aboard a ship. Even in instances where they participated in pirate capture operations in the square, it was after Colonel Smoker had used his abilities to bind the pirates, and they merely took over from there. Genuine combat experience was indeed scarce. Observing the soldiers' expressions of shame, Ian allowed a faint smile to surface. Excellent, these fellows were indeed responsive. Consequently, he feigned a pained expression and shook his head, saying, "It seems the situation is much worse than I anticipated. But this is not entirely your fault. Perhaps you simply have not had the opportunity." Upon hearing Ian extend a lifeline, the naval soldiers finally managed to lift their heads a bit. Yes, it wasn't that we were unwilling to capture pirates. We simply lacked the opportunity. Ian paced back and forth on the platform, pretending to ponder, before suddenly clapping his hands and declaring, "All right, it's settled." He looked down at the naval soldiers and proclaimed, "As members of the Navy, it is our duty to protect our territory and maintain the dignity of the naval ensign. I have stated before that although my training period is brief, I am absolutely serious and responsible. Therefore, in the remaining 2 days, I intend to arrange a real combat drill for everyone. This will not only assess your learning outcomes over the past month, but also provide you with a genuine combat opportunity." A real combat drill. The naval soldiers below were taken aback, and murmurs of discussion began to ripple through the crowd. Ian regarded them with a cold gaze and said, "What? Are you unwilling? Ha, how amusing. With such a mindset, do you still wish to become the elite of this unit?" In an instant, the Navy soldiers were invigorated. Standing at attention with their eyes fixed on Ian, clearly conveying their thoughts, a real combat drill is just that. Who fears whom? Excellent. Ian responded with satisfaction, commanding, "Now, follow my orders, about face. March. Destination, the port dock. Prepare your water and provisions before boarding the ship." As the Navy soldiers obeyed Ian's command and left the training ground, only Dashki remained, approaching Ian with a fierce shout. "What do you think you are doing? Taking the warship out to sea without Colonel Smoker's orders is unacceptable." "Then let him agree, shall we?" Ian shrugged and turned his head. "Isn't that right, Colonel Smoker?" When Dashki turned to look, she indeed found Smoker standing behind her, prompting her to urgently plead, "Colonel Smoker, you must stop him." However, to her surprise, Smoker disregarded Dashki and instead questioned Ian with a perplexed expression. "I do not oppose the combat drill. These men need the practice. But what exactly are you planning? Is it truly just a drill?" Ian shrugged again. "It is merely a combat drill. I intend to take them out to sea and see if we can encounter any pirates. I trust you do not wish to maintain a bunch of idle soldiers? Moreover, I am eager to experience the thrill of commanding a Navy warship. Is that reason sufficient?" Smoker said nothing, taking a long drag from his cigar, enveloping his head in a haze of smoke. After pondering for a while, he finally poked Ian's chest and declared, "I will permit this combat drill, but you must assure me that my soldiers will return safely. Can you guarantee that?" "Rest assured," Ian replied. "If we truly face formidable enemies, I will take action myself." With that assurance, Smoker had no further objections. He waved his hand at Dashki, instructing, "Keep a close watch on him." Before departing, upon receiving Smoker's orders, Dashki tightened her grip on her sword, her gaze fixed intently on Ian, as if already commencing the task assigned by Smoker. Ian, unperturbed, turned and walked away, with Dashki hurrying to keep pace. As they slowly made their way to the port, the Navy soldiers had readied a warship, smaller than the headquarters vessels, but still capable of accommodating 200 to 300 personnel. Amidst the watchful eyes of the Navy soldiers, Ian and Dashki boarded the ship. Ian addressed the crew. "This exercise has received Colonel Smoker's approval, So, let us depart. Unmoor the lines. Set the sails. We embark. Under the direction of the Navy navigator, their warship gradually left the port. Those remaining at the harbor looked on in bewilderment, unsure of the Navy's intentions. Course set for the southeast. Ian called out from the deck. Aye. Course set for the southeast. The helmsman echoed loudly, promptly grasping the wheel. Ian stood at the bow of the ship, embracing the sea breeze, relishing the exhilarating sensation of being the captain. With but a shout, the vessel would sail according to his whims. At that moment, the naval soldiers aboard believed Ian was merely taking them for a leisurely excursion, intending to capture any pirates they might encounter, and thus felt no sense of impropriety, diligently fulfilling their duties. However, had they been able to glance into Ian's pocket, they might have unearthed a bounty notice. Upon discovering this notice, it is likely that every soldier present would have been unable to suppress their tears. For within Ian's pocket lay the most lucrative bounty in the East Sea, that of Arlong. The pretext of a practical drill was but a fade. Ian's true intent was far from a mere jaunt, as he was resolutely pursuing Arlong.